I heard that Tang Qing was going to acquire a state-owned mining company in Algeria. Allison was stunned. Logically speaking, Tang Qing should be very cautious about Algeria's investment environment, especially in the mining and energy fields. But why is he suddenly increasing the scale of investment? Allison was a little confused. Iman didn't have that much thought and quickly advised, Tang Qing, have you thought it through? Don't make a hasty decision. What just happened also made Iman very worried about Algeria's current mining and energy investment environment. If it weren't for the support of the Saudi royal family behind him, he might even give up on this project. Tang Qing smiled at this. This business is likely to make a lot of money, but I couldn't explain it to the two of them. He had no choice but to smile nonchalantly. Iman, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion, and I have also learned about this company. As long as the internal problems are solved, it will be profitable soon. Iman wanted to say something else, but looking at Tang Qing's confident look, he knew that Tang Qing had already made a decision. Once such a person makes a decision, others cannot easily influence it. At this time, Allison seemed to understand something. Tang Qing probably took advantage of the opportunity that Bannon's son wanted to buy a stake in the oil company to get Bannon to agree to Tang Qing's acquisition of the mining company at a low price as a kind of insurance and compensation. Bannon actually didn't know which of them gave up the 5% of the shares. If he claims that these shares were given by Tang Qing, he may get a huge price discount in the acquisition. Compared with oil companies, Bannon will definitely not care about this kind of mining company in crisis, and even take the initiative to help operate it. It's equivalent to saying, Tang Qing used the oil company's share transfer to acquire the mining company at a low price and obtained a potential compensation to offset the oil company's share crisis that may arise in the future. Right. Absolutely right. Allison thought he had cracked Tang Qing's investment logic, just to take advantage of this opportunity and find insurance to reduce possible future losses. He thinks Tang Qing's idea is really good. Tang Qing, you really want to acquire this mining company? Allison looked at Tang Qing sharply, thinking he had seen through him. Tang Qing nodded and said, yes, I'm very interested in this mining company, but my people are not very familiar with your legal and government matters, and I still need your help. Allison immediately agreed. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. Bannon has taken shares in the oil company, and it should not be difficult to ask him to help you win this mining company at a low price. That's troublesome. I'll wait for your good news. Tang Qing smiled. You're welcome. I'll contact Bannon's son later and get back to you as soon as possible. Allison was very positive about this and felt that only by helping Tang Qing win a mining company could he smooth over the hurdle that Tang Qing had concealed from him just now. Tang Qing laughed and said, okay, now that the issue of shares has been settled, this oil project has entered the implementation stage. After that, our management team will start to get involved in preparations. Next, I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Tang Qing raised a toast. Seeing Tang Qing drinking fruit wine as a drink, the two of them were not to be outdone. They poured half a bottle into the cup, but they felt a little distressed and did not dare to drink water like Tang Qing. To celebrate this cooperation, Tang Qing also promised to send 5 boxes of fruit wine to each of them. There was not much nonsense because they were in different time zones now, and it was almost early morning on Iman's side. When he officially dozed off, Iman yawned 6 times just during the chat. Communication ended. The rest is up to the men. The people with the eyes of heaven are ready to leave for Algeria. Algeria. The capital is Algiers. Seaside. The 15th floor of an upscale apartment-style luxury residence. Allison looked at the sunset over the Mediterranean Sea in the distance. The sun has already sunk into the clouds on the horizon. In another half hour, it will be dark here. In the morning of China, it is evening here. The two of them had a meeting with Tang Qing in the morning of China to take care of Tang Qing, the largest shareholder. Before, he thought Tang Qing was just an ordinary Chinese rich man. But that moment, the information Tang Qing provided completely overturned his impression of Tang Qing. Iman had not investigated this information, and even half of it was something he didn't even know about. no matter what channel Tang Qing obtained the information from. One thing is certain. This man is not some brainless second generation. Although he was a bit embarrassed just now, this time it was indeed his fault that he concealed important facts. It is normal for others to slap him in the face. He has not yet reached the point where he is all alone. Thinking about Tang Qing's acquisition request, Allison immediately contacted Bannon's son. "Allison, what's going on? Does the Chinese agree?" Came a frivolous voice. Allison was full of disgust at this voice, but who told the other party to be a good man? Yes, he agreed, but there is a small request. He wants to acquire the Leander National Mining Company in Bel Air Province. Wait a minute. Let me find out what company it is. 5 minutes later. Yes, as long as the price is right. The anger of a company on the verge of bankruptcy is nothing more. Now the Algerian government is also thinking of selling, but not many dare to accept it. This time, the price will be lowered at most, which can be regarded as worthy of the shares Tang Qing agreed to sell. In the future, I will be less mentally burdened when I take action, isn't it? Well, I'm so kind. Allison breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I hope to facilitate this deal as soon as possible. His people will arrive the day after tomorrow. As long as the oil company's shares are determined, let them apply directly to the Algerian Ministry of Energy and Mines. My father will submit it to the parliament for review. I think there will be results within a week at the latest. He is also familiar with this kind of operation and has done it several times before. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Allison told Tang Qing the news. Tang Qing was very satisfied with this. Allison is quite efficient. You just need to collect the funds for the acquisition. Fortunately, the acquisition price of this mining company is not high. You can get it for up to $150 million US. You can just use the same method to get it from the Bank of Myanmar. Tang Qing sent this task to Tianyin again. Let them operate this thing immediately after they are done with the oil company. Good guy. As soon as she received this email, Do Jiao was frightened by this investment again. Isn't Tang Qing addicted to shopping? $1.5 billion. Nearly 1.2 billion yuan of funds. Do rich people like to play like this? Do Jiao's phone call came immediately. Boss, are you sure you want to buy such a company that is about to go bankrupt? You must know that this is a state-owned mining company in Algeria. The acquisition conditions will definitely include the placement of existing employees and no layoffs. From the email you just sent, you also know how messy the company is. Even if we marginalize them, we cannot fire them. It costs a lot of money to raise them, and there are hidden dangers. The assets of this company are not high-quality mineral deposits. The tentacles of Tianyin have not yet penetrated deep into Africa. Therefore, Tang Qing had to share limited information collected in the command room with Tianyin. Tang Qing explained, I know that when the time comes, I will reorganize the company and put it under the name of a new company. I will split the domestic and overseas industries. As for those people, I will rearrange them into the split enterprises and let them build it. Out of sight is out of mind. Then how to make money? You're going to invest a lot in the mineral deposits over there, but this money. Do Jiao is really worried about Tang Qing's capital flow. It is estimated that even Tang Kai can't support such a method. Don't worry, we will have money soon. Tang Qing said with a smile. What do you mean? Do Jiao was confused. It's still a secret now. Sister Jiao Jiao, you just need to know that if we take down this mining company, we will have money to spend soon. Tang Qing was very confident. As long as this company is taken over, the output of the gold mine should not be too bad, because just in the explored area, if purified, the weight of gold would be nearly 7 tons. No matter how hard you buy it, the purchase price will come back to half, once there really is a rich or layer with extremely high gold content underneath. He sent it. Then, okay, Tang Qing didn't say anything. It was hard for Do Jiao to ask. If it was a common matter, Do Jiao had to ask clearly. But with this level of capital operation, superiors and subordinates must be clearly distinguished. Sooner or later you will find out. I just hope that Tang Qing won't play it off. Goodbye, it's almost noon. Let's eat. Just starve me to death, hum. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing hummed a little tune and walked out of the study. 3 days later, under the leadership of Allison, Oil companies were established rapidly in Algeria. Subsequently, the company submitted a purchase application to Tamanrasset province and the Algerian Ministry of Energy and Mines. In fact, it cannot be said to be a purchase, but an auction, because Algerian law stipulates that all state-owned resources must be sold in the form of auction. But for certain agreed transactions, this is actually just a formality. At the same time, an offshore company named Evergreen Mining Company was incorporated in the Cayman Islands and submitted a request to the Algerian Ministry of Energy and Mines to acquire Leander National Mining Company, along with the oil fields. Both applications will be submitted to the Algerian Parliament for consideration on November 15th. November 15th. No surprises. These two applications were reviewed and approved by the Algerian Parliament, and the auction will begin 2 days later on the 17th. Logically speaking, such an auction requires a long preparation time. But an oil field located deep in the desert, a mining company on the verge of bankruptcy, there are not many interested sellers. And with the addition of Allison, Bannon, and senior officials from Tamanrasset province, the three parties and the forces behind them are working together in the parliament, and everything has become easier. Therefore, the so-called publicity and attraction does not exist at all. In addition, there have been preparations for the sale before, and all the information is complete. After verifying the strength of the acquiring company, it can be launched immediately. The morning of November 17th, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Fudan University. Tang Qing is playing with pen in the classroom, waiting patiently for the good news from Algeria. He came late today, and all the seats in the back row were occupied. He could only sit in the front row. There were girls who reserved seats for him in the back, but Tang Qing really didn't want to deal with other women. After a few times, everyone also knows Tang Qing's character. That is, he is cold. He only cares about his fiancée and is not even interested in talking to other women. However, he will not chase people away with a straight face and is gentle to everyone. This kind of Tang Qing simply drove the girls in the class crazy. It's a pity that the famous grass has its own owner, so they can only have fun in their hearts. Suddenly, buzz buzz. Tang Qing's cell phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Allison's phone. Tang Qing's lips curled up. The bid was successful, and news came from the command room 10 seconds ago that the oil field had been won for a total of $430 million. This is the price of the oil field's 50-year mining rights. The other money will be used to build roads, purchase equipment, build factories, and fund company operations. Capital may even be injected later, but it won't be too much. I looked at the teacher in the stands. Tang Qing nodded slightly to apologize. He got up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher didn't care about Tang Qing at all. He taught others well. Being able to come to the class already showed respect for you. What else could he ask for? Just answer the phone. Come to the corridor. Get on the phone. Allison, isn't that good news? Tang Qing said with a smile. Allison's delighted voice came over. Of course it's good news. The oil field has been taken over by our company. As long as the agreement is signed after the meeting, the oil field will belong to our company. That's good. Does Iman know? Tang Qing asked. Of course he knows. He's right next to me. Isn't he, Iman? Allison pulled Iman next to him. Iman answered the phone. Tang Qing had just arrived last night and wanted to come and see the auction. Hey, Iman, you didn't come to see the auction. You came to see someone. Tang Qing dizet. Where can I find it? I just came to see the oil fields. Iman refused to admit it. You tell me whether I believe it or not. Tang Qing smiled. Iman knew that he couldn't defeat Tang Qing at all, so he quickly changed the subject. By the way, the auction of that mining company is about to start. Don't worry, there will be no surprises. There were 2 domestic companies that wanted to compete, but they were intimidated by your company's generosity. Speaking of Tang Qing, if you can accommodate so many people, don't lay off one person and guarantee the current benefits. Although your company will not lose money, it will not make money either. You have to think carefully. If the regulations are changed in the future, it will not benefit you in any way and you will probably be sued. Moreover, the company will not be sold within 8 years, and it will be difficult for you to withdraw. Iman couldn't understand Tang Qing's persistence in throwing money. This was entirely to help the Algerian government solve its burden. Tang Qing's behavior was really strange. I understand. I just want the shell of this company. As you know, I added 1 to the acquisition conditions. Within 2 years, the company's taxes can be fully exempted. I think I can still make a little profit. Since this time is to help Algeria deal with the burden, I have agreed to you with so many conditions. I have to give you a little of this tax exemption. You still have to fight for what you should fight for, but not too much, lest some more generous guy appears. Iman was speechless. Tang Qing's reasons are so refreshing. After making money for 2 years, what next? Iman was puzzled by the need for a large amount of investment to revitalize this company. But Allison was a veteran in the mall, so how could he completely believe what Tang Qing said? Are there any opportunities to make big money in this company? Allison secretly guessed. Before, I just thought Tang Qing wanted some compensation. However, such acquisition conditions did not really seem like compensation. He had previously thought that Tang Qing would argue with reason and strive for the acquisition price, time limit for sale, employee benefit reductions and exemptions, and tax exemption time. But Tang Qing didn't fight for it. Of course, it's not completely impossible. Tang Qing fought for the 2-year tax exemption, but according to the other conditions Tang Qing agreed to, it would be no problem to fight for 3 or even 4 years at this time. This forced him to think deeply about the logic behind this behavior. Tang Qing, the auction of that mining company has already started. If there is no competition, it will probably be very soon. Let's not hang up the phone yet. The results should be available soon. Allison said. Yeah. 5 minutes later. No accident occurred. There are not so many surprises in the world. This mining company was bought by Tang Qing for $131 million, which was only $1 million more than the auction price. If the minimum increase was not $1 million, he would have saved $900,000 because the bottom price was raised by another company participating in the auction. He was probably angry that Tang Qing's company agreed to the conditions without any bottom line. Tang Qing, did you hear that? Your company has taken it. To celebrate, do you want to come and play with us? Allison invited. I still have to go to school, so I don't have time. Tang Qing shook his head. What is there to see in Algeria? Most of it is the Gobi Desert, and there don't seem to be many places of interest. There is also the Pharaoh's Pyramid in Egypt next to it, although it is just a pile of stones and not much to see. Allison said disappointedly. Okay, let's play when we get the chance. Let's go meet Bannon first. Although we don't like him, we still have to deal with him before he leaves office. Okay, you guys are busy. My people have called. Tang Qing's mobile phone prompted Do Jiao to call. Okay, bye. Transferred to Do Jiao's number. Boss, this acquisition has been successfully completed. Do Jiao's tone was very excited, a bit asking for credit, although there was no service fee. For the acquisition of Tang Qing's company, they didn't care at all. Being able to personally participate in it was a brilliant resume in itself. The 2 acquisitions involve a total of more than $500 million and more than 4 billion yuan. In this era, it was an honor to be able to take it back and post it on the wall, especially knowing that one of Tang Qing's partners included a Saudi prince. They almost jumped with excitement. My boss's friends are really too wide. There are people with backgrounds and influence both at home and abroad. Including these 2 companies, if debts are not included, Tang Qing's assets are heading towards tens of billions of yuan. If calculated this way, within a year or 2, Tang Qing's name will definitely be on China's rich list. Tang Qing smiled and said, let them reorganize and split according to the plan. I have entrusted a company to resurvey their existing mineral deposits. I will contact Xiushan tomorrow and ask him to prepare for the reception. We will have a remote meeting this weekend afternoon. Xiushan is the president of Wanqing Mining. Clear. The next day, afternoon, Bier Province, the gold mine that Tang Qing liked. A team of soldiers arrived here with professional equipment. Looking at these visitors, the mine staff received them lukewarmly. They just pointed to the location of the mineral deposits and then went back to blow the fans. Because it's too hot, soldiers are not afraid of heat at all. Drive a professional survey vehicle into the mining area. These vehicles are the products of scientists specializing in the exploration of various minerals. Today's main task is to dig deep holes, and then use satellites in the sky to conduct exploration. First, confirm the depth and gold content of the mineral deposits, and then calculate the reserves. Huge drilling equipment continued to drill on the mineral deposits. This is a device designed and manufactured by scientists at no cost. The drilling speed is astonishing. It drills down at a stable speed of 5 centimeters per second. At the same time, it continuously sprays water to reduce the friction heat in the front section. Soon, a 10-meter deep drilled hole appeared. Next to the drilling rig, the drilled or blocks shone with gold. Most people would go crazy after seeing this, but the soldiers were not interested in this at all. They moved the equipment and pumped out all the water in the pit. The following mineral data is transmitted back to the command room via satellite. Move place. Keep drilling. 1 hour later, all the personnel in the mine were replaced by the soldiers who came in, and they were given half a month's paid leave. Although they were confused about this, who could not afford the paid leave? They all packed up their things and went home. Night. Command room. Tang Qing's eyes were filled with golden light. That is the gold reserve and distribution model reflected back from the projection screen in front of me. Of course, this is not all the reserves because satellites cannot penetrate 20 meters, but in a large number of drilling holes, through repeated drilling and detection calculations, a rough model of the entire gold mine can still be worked out. This is a gold mine. A gold mine within a gold mine. As expected, it extends downwards in a conical shape. The specific depth is not yet known. Because the drilling depth is limited, the existing vehicle-mounted equipment can only drill up to 60 meters. Including the perspective distance, the depth is only 80 meters. But this is the depth of 80 meters. Tang Qing was already shocked. This gold reserve is worthy of being a country next to Egypt. Damn, how come there is so much gold? In current proven reserves, the total gold reserves have exceeded 300 tons, and they're all super rich ores with extremely high content. You must know that with the massive mining by humans, there are very few gold-rich mines now. Unlike in the past, there were many with hundreds of grams per ton, but very few. In this era, the general gold content of gold mines is between a few grams per ton, and those with more than 10 grams are completely rich. In this gold mine, the average gold content per ton of gold is about 120 grams. It's crazy. Tang Qing thought he was getting rich before, but it seems that he is really going to get rich this time. Depending on the depth, as long as the horsepower is turned on for large-scale mining, the maximum output of the entire mine can immediately reach a monthly output of 3 to 6 tons. As the depth increases and the operating area increases, the monthly maximum output can even increase to more than 8 tons. 8 tons of gold. This is nearly 1 billion yuan. Although it is nearly twice as low as the more than 200 yuan per gram in later generations, it also depends on purchasing power. Taking into account the inflation rate in recent years, it is actually a little higher than 10 years later. Tang Qing ordered. Tang Yi immediately exchange some first-level warriors and join Wanqing Mining. These 3 gold mines will be directly assigned to Wanqing Mining, and a separate company will be established to manage them. All of them will be managed by our people. The general manager of the company will be named the vice president of Wanqing Mining. He will only be responsible for the gold mines. Tang Qing wants to separate the gold department of the entire company. Yes, Commander. Tang Qing thought for a while and then said, all the gold dug out will be announced as twice the original output. The rest will be sent back to the Currency Clearing Center and reserved to increase the issuance limit of Asian dollars. All gold reserves of the Bank of Myanmar are in the Currency Clearing Center. Safety. The next day, along with the company reorganization, was the establishment of Wanqing Precious Metal Mining Company. The iron, ore, and copper mines were grouped into one company, and this decadent company was completely marginalized. I bought it for more than 1 billion yuan, and now I can even pay it back in 2 months. This business is a must. Information society. Sure enough, information is the most valuable. This time the Algerian government suffered a huge loss. If there were huge amounts of gold mines deep below, this profit would definitely make Algeria regretful. However, Tang Qing had no interest in stimulating the Algerian government. If they cheat, to take it back directly would be nonsense. The Algerian government is not unable to do it, and the reason is easy to find. If you forge any evidence of bribery by Tang Qing's company, it can be directly confiscated under the Algerian legal framework. The jealous Algerian government can definitely do it. As for how to make the money legal, it is also very simple. After a few operations, the Bank of Myanmar can directly issue a gold receipt and directly lend money to Wanqing Mining. As for the upper limit of the receipt, just fill it in casually. That is to say, this one is a gold mine. This directly solves the problem of Tang Qing's future source of funds. When the time comes, even if someone investigates and finds this receipt, they will think that Tang Qing concealed the actual reserves of this gold mine and then smuggled gold. Then, we can't do anything to him because there is no evidence. Perfect. November 19th, Saturday. The first board meeting of Wanqing Mining began. After 2 days of busy work, Chu Shan saw Tang Qing for the first time. The establishment of Wanqing Mining and his recruitment were all operated by Tianyan. All the people contacted were also Tianyan people. He had never even spoken to Tang Qing, so he was very curious. Xu Shan also knew about Tang Qing's involvement in the oil field and had a deep understanding of his boss's unfathomable financial resources. Having such a boss was a blessing. Wanqing Mining has been integrated. Its subsidiary, Wanqing Precious Metals Mining Company, owns 3 gold mines. Wanqing Algerian Mining Company owns 3 iron mines and 1 copper mine in Algeria. Wanqing Italian Mining Company owns an iron mine in Italy with a total of 1,152 employees and total assets of $14.5 billion. Chu Shan explained the basic situation of Wanqing Mining and the specific situation after the reorganization and split. Due to the interruption of the previous contract with the United Kingdom, the company can only maintain normal operations at present. At the end of this month, it will have to pay $6.13 million to the Algerian government's employee insurance fund. If it wants to make a profit, many equipment must be replaced. Xu Shan's meaning is simple. The company is short of money. Tang Qing nodded and said, I know. I will make a lot of investments over time. Understand. What about Wanqing Italian Mining Company? Does it need to be sold? The Italian government has postponed the mining suspension order indefinitely. Unless they can be persuaded by the Ministry of Mining to invest huge sums of money to improve the conditions of the mine and purchase new equipment, they will have to go through 3 hearings with the local Italian government, which is very troublesome. Chu Shan asked. In his eyes, this is completely regarded as a non-performing asset. Tang Qing smiled. I know that this company will continue to exist. In the future, all newly purchased mineral deposits in Algeria will be placed under the name of this company. In other words, Wanqing Algeria Mining Company will just make them casually and just raise some rice worms. The other 2 companies will be the focus of future development. Yes, Chairman, I understand how to do it. Chu Shan understood. Tang Qing added, well, the company won't make any big moves this year. It's mainly about getting used to it and getting familiar with it. Just straightening out the company. Next year, I will increase investment in the company. You will be busy by then. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I'm always ready. Chu Shan said happily. Okay, I'll have to work hard for you next. You get done first. Next year, I will consider moving the headquarters of Wanqing Mining back to Asia, maybe even in China, and you can come back. Tang Qing said with a smile. Wanqing Mining, in Tang Qing's mind, is positioned as a world-class company. Naturally, it will not be headquartered in Algeria. But now the business is small, so there is no need to be too particular. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Xu Shan was overjoyed. Everyone likes to work in China, and it was also because he was willing to go to Algeria that Tianyan chose him. Several other competitors were unwilling. It is estimated that their intestines will regret it in the future. No one knew before how rich the boss they worked for was. Mr. Do, do you have anything to say? Tang Qing turned to Do Jiao and said, Do Jiao said eloquently. One thing is about the financial audit of the Algerian mining company. This company was previously state-owned, and there was a huge corruption problem involving almost all the previous company executives. Since they seem to be emboldened, we have found a lot of evidence and can sue them at any time. This does not violate the contract signed with the Algerian government. Tang Qing waved his hands and said, No, what are you suing them for? It's just a small company. Now I've put all the big fish in a small pond. They can no longer cause trouble and harm my big fish pond. Let them play slowly inside and see how they can do it. In fact, the harder they toss it, the better. Why? Do Jiao asked doubtfully. It can't be said now. Just focus on auditing and reporting. Anyway, they can't get involved in the interests of my other two companies, and I don't care. Tang Qing smiled mysteriously. Do Jiao had no choice but to give up. Okay, I understand. I will keep these evidences and can use them at any time. What could Do Jiao say? Tang Qing didn't care about the loss, so she just made a suggestion. This is also the responsibility of Tianyan. Well, okay. President Chu, go and do your work. Tang Qing said to Chu Shan. Yes, Chairman Mr. Do, goodbye. Goodbye. Ending the communication with Chu Shan, Do Jiao hurriedly asked, Boss, are you ready to let this company go so free? You spent the money last time you said you won this company. Where did the money come from? It's all losses. The financial statements of the entire company are the worst I've ever seen, especially the inflows and outflows of property. It's just blatant corruption. I know, that's it. As for the money to spend, I'll let you in on a little secret. This gold mine is not that simple. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Gold mine? Wanqing Precious Metal Mining Company, where you don't let Tianyan get involved. Do Jiao was very surprised why Tang Qing didn't let Tianyan get involved in this company. It turns out there's a secret. Yes, I won't say anything else. Don't worry, we won't lose money and we'll make a lot of money. Tang Qinghao did not hesitate to reveal a little bit of details, which could also reassure Do Jiao. I understand. Do Jiao took a deep breath. She had a strong ability to think about what Tang Qing wanted to do. She couldn't guess it at all, and she didn't bother to guess it. Anyway, the company belonged to Tang Qing, so he shouldn't mess it up. Do Jiao added, by the way, there's one more thing. Isn't this the end of the year? Qingyan City is going to select this year's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs. The city is going to select you. There will be an awards ceremony at the end of the year. No, Tang Qing refused without thinking. It was so troublesome. Do Jiao was choked by Tang Qing's words. This is a benefit that ordinary business owners in Qingyan City can't even imagine. Tang Qing didn't care at all and even pushed him away. She felt that the little boss was sometimes very wise, but he was quite casual in many things, sometimes with high EQ and sometimes with high IQ. But this kind of Tang Qing is the high school student she knew like a little adult. As for his identity as a college student, in her opinion, Tang Qing's character has not changed at all. It is still the same. Cute. So determined? Do Jiao pouted. Resolute. Tang Qing said firmly, never giving in to the powerful. Decided. Do Jiao's tone was a little strange. It's decided. Tang Qing suddenly had a bad feeling, but the grown man said it all. That's it. I heard that this is the idea of Mayor Zheng of Qingyan City. He also wants your uncle to serve as the director of the Economic Development Zone. He's been working on this recently. Do Jiao said in a faint tone. Tang Qing was excited and immediately said, Okay, I agree. Weren't you very determined just now, Do Jiao laughed. Tang Qing said righteously, I think it's better not to refuse the kindness of others. After all, you're the parent official of Qingyan City, and you still have to give the face you deserve. Do Jiao laughed completely crazy. Little boss, your reaction is too fast. Okay, no more. I will call Mayor Zheng later to say goodbye. Tang Qing hung up the phone. It's really a bit surprising. I didn't expect that Mayor Zheng was quite courageous. Less than a year after his second uncle took up the position of deputy director, he was actually able to move up to the next level. Yes, it saved him a lot of effort. Since Do Jiao can speak, it means that there is no problem in this matter. Even if there is a problem, Do Jiao's background will make this matter no problem. Tang Qing smiled. With Do Jiao's phone call, Mayor Zheng would never push anyone else aside. After all, Do Jiao had done him a big favor. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to increase Do Jiao's salary. Well, just add 500 yuan. Gee, it's rare to see a boss as generous as me. Qingyan City, headquarters of Tianyin Group. In Do Jiao's office. This is an office second only to Tang Qing in size. Although it is not 1/3 the size of Tang Qing. Tang Qing is the chairman, so there is nothing wrong with making it a little bigger. Her office is already quite big, covering hundreds of square meters. End communication. Do Jiao made a phone call. Mr. Do, hello. Hello. Mayor Zheng. Our chairman has agreed. Do Jiao smiled. That's good. Thank you. With Mr. Tang's character, I'm really afraid that he won't agree. Zheng Quan thanked him. He was really afraid that Tang Qing would refuse because he thought it was troublesome. Tang Qing was really capable of doing this. Of course. It took me a lot of effort to persuade him to agree. Do Jiao shamelessly pulled it on her head and then said, Mayor Zheng, I think you also know the relationship between Qin Yugong and our Mr. Tang. Now, that Shengtang Group is located in the Economic Development Zone. If Qin Yugong hold an important position in the Economic Development Zone, I think our President Tang will invest in the Economic Development Zone, which is also a good thing for the Economic Development Zone. I believe Mayor Yuan also knows about the strength of our President Tang. Do Jiao had heard rumors before that Zheng Quan was interested in letting Qin Yugong come up. Just as Tang Qing thought, even if there were other candidates for Zheng Quan, this position must belong to Qin Yugong. What Do Jiao said was still a promise to Tang Qing, and it must be fulfilled. If it doesn't work, it must be done. Logically speaking, she is not qualified to participate in this kind of thing, but it depends on the person. Her background is enough to make her so unruly. Opposite the phone, Zheng Quan understood what Do Jiao meant. He did have this idea and did it. Now the rumors in the city are that he is planning to push Qin Yugong to be the district mayor. This is something he deliberately let out. This is a common practice. I really think the leader's confidentiality ability is so poor. The meaning of releasing the news is, if other people have any tricks, they can use them quickly. If they have opinions, they can raise their opinions. If they have any enthusiasm, they can use them as soon as possible to force all kinds of ghosts and monsters to appear. By then, if no subversive force appears, this will become an established fact. The purpose of doing this is also to avoid being slapped in the face. Otherwise, if I suddenly promoted someone and that person was suddenly taken down due to various reasons, wouldn't it be annoying, right? Mr. Do is right. I will think about it carefully. Zheng Quan said with a smile. Do Jiao must have heard the gossip that she let out. Anyway, this is her decision, and it coincides with it. He was really afraid that Tang Qing would refuse. It stands to reason that there is no shortage of candidates for this title in the city. But now Shengtang Group's light is too dazzling, and Tianyin Group is also doing well. In other words, the Chui family is paying attention to these companies, the Chai family is also paying attention, the city, and even the province are paying attention. He had seen many clues when he went to the province to hold an economic symposium before. In addition to Chai Ren's own leader in the province and the Chui family, there are at least 3 provincial leaders who have high praise for Shengtang Group. If Tang Qing refuses this title this year, that would be interesting. What would the higher-ups think of him? Have a bad relationship with local businesses? Then how did you become a mayor? You will definitely doubt his ability. Zheng Quan can't afford to lose this person. Even if it is really an exchange, he still has to settle Qin Yugong's matter smoothly. Okay, goodbye, Mayor Zheng. Do Jiao felt relieved. Goodbye. Say hello to Mr. Chui for me when you have the opportunity. Zheng Quan still couldn't avoid being vulgar. Okay. Hang up the phone. Zheng Quan was silent for a moment. A phone call was made. Deputy Director Qin, come to my place at 3:30 in the afternoon. I want to hear about the results of the city's public security rectification. Zheng Quan's call was naturally made to Qin Yugong. Qin Yugong said immediately, Okay, Mayor Zheng, I will be there on time. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yugong was puzzled. Since the director went to the province to study and exchange, and he, the executive deputy director, was in charge of daily work, Zheng Quan asked him to report. It was not that strange because this thing should not need to be reported. 3 p.m. Qin Yugong came to Zheng Quan's office. "Hello, Mayor Zheng," Qin Yugong said respectfully. "Deputy Director Qin, take a seat." Zheng Quan stood up and shook hands with Qin Yugong with a smile on his face. Qin Yugong sat down on the chair opposite Zheng Quan and said, "Okay, you said this morning that you wanted to hear a report on Qingyuan City's public security rectification. I have already sorted it out." Just as Qin Yu was about to say it, he was interrupted by Zheng Quan. Zheng Quan waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I called you here today, mainly for another matter. Although Qin Yugong is not his direct descendant, he is a member of the Municipal Law Committee and can be considered half of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to push Qin Yugong up." "Mayor Zheng, please speak." Qin Yugong seemed to understand something. "I know people don't tell secrets. You should know the recent rumors about the Economic Development Zone. Indeed, I intend to let you return to work in the Economic Development Zone. I don't know what you want." Zheng Quan was also speechless. He usually came up to fight for a position after he got it. But Qin Yugong didn't come at all. It's like he doesn't dare to be interested. "But I still have to give up my position. This is a bit skinny." Fortunately, Zheng Quan has a good attitude. He knows that Qin Yugong going up is better for him than anyone else. So there is nothing wrong with doing something that is beneficial to him. Qin Yugong was rarely nervous. This was the first time Zheng Quan talked to him about this matter, and he was a little confused. It stands to reason that too many people are interested in this position. Dozens of people from the following counties, municipal bureaus, deputy division level, and even division level cadres of the municipal party committee and government are interested. It's really, really unacceptable to have this thing fall on my head. Looking at Qin Yugong's expression, Zheng Quan smiled bitterly. "Yeah, let's just push it through." "Deputy Director Qin, do you have any concerns?" "It's okay to just say it," Zheng Quan said helplessly. Qin Yugong hesitated and said, "Mayor Zheng, my qualifications are still relatively low. There are many comrades who are more qualified than me. I'm afraid they will have other ideas." No, Deputy Director Qin, I think you are very qualified. That's it. I hope that in your new position, you will attract more investment for the Economic Development Zone and become the engine of our Qingyuan City's economy, and a good sign." Zheng Quan blushed after saying this. Seeing that Zheng Quan had made his words so clear, Qin Yugong, no matter how stupid he was, knew that it was related to attracting investment. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken advantage of Tang Qing again this time. Not only that, he had also taken advantage of Tang Kai. Have to. It seems that Zheng Quan insists on letting himself go up, so let's go up. "Mayor Zheng, I listen to you." Qin Yugong nodded and said. Zheng Quan said happily, "Haha, that's right. You go back first, work hard, and prepare for the handover." He felt so tired and finally sent the things in. This was the first time he had done such a thing, really, very bad at it. "Yes," Qin Yugong said and left. I couldn't tell whether I was happy or what, but it was always a good thing. See Qin Yugong leaving. Zheng Quan stood up and walked to the office of a senior official in Qingyuan City. He had to go get some air, and there couldn't be any changes in this matter. Otherwise, not only would he be embarrassed, but Dou Jiao would also have difficulty explaining it. If Tang Qing got angry, Zheng Quan felt that he would be unable to eat and walk around. November 21st, on Monday, the Qingyuan Municipal Party Committee officially passed the resolution. Qin Yugong was officially appointed as the acting director of Qingyuan Economic Development Zone. This result can be said to have shocked too many people and made them confused. You must know that Qin Yugong has been working in the public security system and has no work experience in other departments. It is difficult to pass the assessment of the organizational department. For a position like district chief, at least he must have served as the first or second leader of a township below. They wouldn't be surprised if Qin Yugong became the director of public security, but it would be a bit incredible to jump out of the public security system and serve as district chief. It is really a huge span equivalent to being promoted to 3 levels in a row. Deputy District Governor, Executive Deputy District Governor, District Chief. After crossing the first 2, I got there in one go. Qin Yugong had been promoted abnormally since last year. He quickly crossed the threshold and reached this position. Except for a few insiders, others could not understand that even if it was because of that case, Qin Yugong's promotion speed must be too fast. No, some people are indeed dissatisfied. In Zheng Quan's office, he was receiving a man who came up to complain. "Cousin, why don't you push me up this time? It's such a good opportunity that you gave up the position of a high-ranking county official to the secretary. This time the district mayor's proposal will definitely be passed. Why did you give it to an outsider? I have served as deputy county magistrate for a full term. Yes, this person is Zheng Quan's relative. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to talk to him in this tone." For this matter, he had called Zheng Quan before, but Zheng Quan was vague. He originally thought that Zheng Quan Hui would focus on the relationship between the two and promote himself. But now, things must have gone south. It is nothing to lose to others. In terms of qualifications, there are many people higher than him in Qinyan City, but he is not willing to lose to Qin Yugong. So I came directly to Zheng Quan. Zheng Quan drank tea quietly, looking at the relatives in front of him with unwavering eyes. "Ron Wen, do you have to be mentioned after you have served one term? Where are your achievements?" Zheng Quan said lightly. He was most annoyed by people who came up to ask for an official position. Even relatives had to give way in front of the overall situation. Rowan blushed and said hesitantly, I have no chance? It's so difficult to attract investment, and our county is located in a mountainous area. What can I do? The county where he works is a poor county. It is located in a mountainous area and has inconvenient transportation. It's really a bit miserable. I begged my grandfather to tell my grandma. Many businessmen got cold-hearted halfway through, and how could they invest there? Humph, that's it. There are no results. How can I recommend you? Even if I recommend you, you won't be approved. There are so many people eyeing this position. With your achievements, it would be good to serve as an executive deputy county magistrate. It would be like flying straight into the right place. Do you think it is possible? Zheng Quan gave Rowan a look that said, Why are you thinking about good things? With you here, I think it's certainly possible. Rowan said with a cheeky smile. He had been away from Qinyan City before, so he had nothing to do, but it was different after he was transferred to Qinyan City. Okay, you'd better think about how to achieve results in your work and do it step by step. Otherwise, you will really think that personnel appointments are just child's play. Zheng Quan glared at him fiercely. Rowan said angrily, but I'm still not convinced. I admit that I don't have any achievements, but what achievements can he, a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, have? I really don't believe it. You don't underestimate Qin Yugong. Zheng Quan shook his head and sighed. His background is very powerful. Rowan asked curiously. Zheng Quan shook his head and said, I can't say he has any background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up after so many years. But in terms of energy, he is better than me. Even if he reaches my position within 10 years, or even surpasses me, I won't find it strange. If Tang Qing had maintained his relationship with the Chai family and the Cui family, it would not be difficult to push Qin Yugong up, because Tang Qing had money and could make Qin Yugong's resume very good. Rowan said in surprise, What? It's impossible to surpass you. What is his background? Zheng Quan's face was straight, and he said in a deep voice, Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Just know that there must be a reason for me to do this. Will I push someone to the top for no reason? If you meet each other in the future, if you have a good relationship and others talk, you may be able to complete the investment recruitment task of your county. Really? His background is in business. Rowan asked doubtfully. Zheng Quan whispered, Don't ask if you shouldn't. Remember, this is someone you can't afford to offend. Even I have a background that I can't afford to offend, you know? I know. Rowan rolled his eyes and already had an idea. That is, to take the initiative to visit and leave an impression so that it won't be so abrupt next time. Zheng Quan was obviously prepared not to say anything. Night. Qin Yugong's home. It can be said that the house is packed with guests. Although he had not yet taken office, many people came to visit, which made Qin Yugong really depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He was in the world and couldn't help himself, so he had to receive them politely. However, knowing that Qin Yugong was busy, he sat down and left. When Ronwen arrived, Qin Yu just seen off a wave of guests. "You are," Qin Yugong said doubtfully. Ronwen quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "District Chief Qin, I am the Deputy County Chief of Kaigu County below. My name is Ronwen." "County Chief Ron, what are you?" Qin Yugong's meaning is obvious. "We have nothing to do with each other. What are you doing here?" Ronwen hurriedly explained, "Mayor Zeng is my cousin. He told me to learn more from District Mayor Qin. If not, I'll just come and become familiar with him. We'll interact with him more in the future. Sorry to bother you." "Don't bother me. Come in and have a chat." Although Zeng Quan's relatives didn't have much contact with each other, Qin Yugong couldn't be ignored. Okay. Half an hour later, Ron Wen left with satisfaction. Although he didn't come up with anything, he was still acquainted. From now on, he would try to find a way to ask his cousin Qin Yugong what was so special about him that it was worth his efforts to push him forward. The previous case was obviously not enough to push Qin Yugong to the same position as his cousin within 10 years. My heart felt itchy. After Ron Wen left, Qin Yugong's house finally became quiet. "What do you mean this is?" "As soon as I was appointed, but before I took office, there were so many people coming, giving gift here and there. Annie was cleaning the house, and Qin Yugong also hurried to help. As for the two sisters Qin Shiqi, they have been doing homework in the house. There is no other way. Human beings are so sophisticated that there is no way to escape." Qin Yugong sighed. The aunt asked doubtfully, "Why do you think Mayor Zeng recommended you to go to the development zone? What do you think?" Qin Yugong laughed. "Is it really because of Tang Qing? My aunt always found it incredible. The possibility is very high, alas." Qin Yugong sighed again, feeling that he had been chasing ducks this year, and Tang Qing played a major role in the reason for his promotion. "It's not that your work ability is recognized. Why are you sighing? You have taken advantage of your nephew. What do you have to sigh about? We are all part of the same family." My aunt quickly comforted her. "That's right. Let's talk to that brat later. You can fight now. Tang Tang will probably go to bed later." "Okay. Stop what you were doing. Take out your phone." Qin Yugong dialed Tang Qing's phone number. "Uncle, congratulations." Tang Qing came over with a playful voice. "Congratulations. Are you the bastard behind this?" Qin Yugong said angrily. Tang Qing immediately denied. "What do you mean by making trouble? I swear, I didn't do anything. It is probably that Mayor Zeng wanted our Shangtang group to increase investment in the development zone. Speaking of which, he took advantage." Qin Yugong was speechless. This matter turned out to be a good thing for Zeng Quan. "Okay, he admitted it." Qin Yugong said solemnly. "That's good. Remember, you must not interfere in China's officialdom. You are a businessman, and you must not cross the line. You must not get involved. Do you understand? In recent years, businessmen who have interfered in the appointment of cadres and personnel will not end well unless you have a great background. Tang Qing is obviously the kind of person without a great background. 3 generations of his ancestors have been farmers." Tang Qing hurriedly agreed. Yes, of course I know why I am boring to interfere in this. It was really Mayor Zeng who proposed it himself. Even if he intervenes, he will never go into battle personally. He still has this sense of propriety. That's good. Don't let anyone catch you. Otherwise it will be very troublesome." Qin Yugong warned again. "Yes, my Uncle Qin District Chief." Tang Qing shouted strangely. "Bad boy, it's time to die. Go to bed early." Qin Yugong wanted to laugh. "Okay, so are you, Uncle. Hang up the phone. How is it? Did Tang Tang help?" Annie asked hurriedly. Qin Yugong shook his head. "No. When he said it was not operating, it was Mayor Zhang's own intention." "That's good. By the way, how much money does Tang Tang have now?" "It belongs to Shangtang Group and Tianyin Group." Annie breathed a sigh of relief. A lot. Anyway, he won't have to worry about food and clothing in his life." Qin Yugong didn't know either. He only knew that it was at least 1.5 billion, or even more than 2 billion yuan. Anyway, it was an astronomical figure. The aunt said with a proud look on her face, "Hey, our Tang Dang is really awesome." I thought he was extraordinary since he was a child, and he would definitely become a great career. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Qin Yugong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Many people stayed awake that night. Among them was Tang Qing, who hung up the phone. There is an emergency in the United States. Joshua, there are a lot of things in the company today. You go to bed first, and I will sleep later. Tang Qing said to Lin Joshua after taking a bath. Well, come here early. Okay. After that, Lin Joshua went back to her room to sleep. She was lying on the bed without Tang Qing. She was still a little insomniac and couldn't fall asleep for a while. It was a strange conditioned reflex. She used to do sports at night. Think of this. Lin Joshua was already thinking wildly in bed. In the living room, Tang Qing stared at the image on the laptop screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth curved a little. Starting in early November, the third Pichot plan has already been launched. It's been smooth sailing. It's a pity that if you often walk by the river, your shoes won't get wet. This time Tang Qing set an upper limit of $5 billion US. Not too much, for fear of scaring the casino owners. $4.3 billion US has been completed, but even a foolproof plan will involve the intervention of many human factors. After winning a large amount of cash and leaving, the soldier on the mission was stared at and blocked directly in a hotel room where the soldier lived. Now the confrontation is taking place in the hotel room. The opponent thinks that victory is certain, and there is strength in numbers. When a warrior is born, he is like a sheep that is out of 1,000. Unfortunately, he was destined to think too much. USA, Nevada, Las Vegas, one of the 4 major gambling cities in the world, it is a world-famous resort city for tourism, shopping, and vacations centered on the gambling industry. It is truly a place where one thought is heaven, the other is hell, and one is intoxicated. Antonia Carroll, a French businessman, invested in a large casino here. Just 2 days ago, their people discovered that a gambler had won a lot of money in his casino. It was nothing at all. Winning and losing were normal. This person did not win all the time. He could only win more and lose less. He could only praise his good luck. But the next day, he went to the casino where he was traveling to talk to a friend about his business elsewhere, and accidentally saw this soldier. Out of curiosity, he asked the casino manager, called up the surveillance, and found that the soldier had won a lot of money. This incident caught his attention. After repeatedly watching the video of the fighter winning money, I felt something strange. I immediately checked the transfer account of the winning money and found that the money was transferred out soon after arrived. This was even more suspicious. Moreover, the account was not the fighter's bank card. The historical usage record was only 3 times, and all of them were in Las Vegas casinos. So he sent someone to follow him. Then he decisively lost track of him, and at the same time, a sense of conspiracy emerged. Carroll thought he had lost the clue, but it was such a coincidence that when he decided to invite a friend to play a carnival game at the last minute, he actually saw the warrior who had just won money in the hotel elevator. This time, there was no way to escape. The command room determined that if the surveillance was erased, unforeseen trouble would occur. After all, human memory cannot be modified, so by accident, Antonia Carroll found someone to block the soldier's door. Carefully planned. If it happens 3 times by coincidence, it will have to be lost to God's will. 17th floor. Inside a business suite, the white warrior was surrounded by a group of people. Antonia Carroll sat on the sofa, and the soldier stood aside, being pointed at 8 guns, but the expressions on the soldiers' faces did not change at all, as if they were holding toys in their hands. In fact, that's right. Although these are second-level warriors, they are enough to crush them. Carroll sneered and said, "Friend, you seem to be a habitual offender. Tell me, where are you from? You won $4 million US from our casino and more than $3 million US from another one. I also found that several people have won at least $30 million US from my casino using your method in the past few days. Mr. Carroll, winning and losing in casinos should be normal. I don't know what you are talking about." The soldier said lightly. Carroll smiled and said, "Don't think you can deny it without evidence. There are many smart people in this world, but you are indeed very covert. If I hadn't noticed you 3 times, I really wouldn't have discovered it. I can only thank God for giving me the opportunity to discover your tricks." As he said this, a trace of cruelty flashed in Carol's eyes. After so many years of running a casino, who has clean hands and makes money with blood, it is inevitable that sometimes he will be interested in the money won by gamblers, but generally he will not do anything about it. After all, if he wins, he will not be able to open the casino. Pity. There are always some gamblers who are red-eyed. Borrowing money to gamble will naturally involve having to pay. There are also some who rely on various means to make a fortune and need to be taught a lesson. The most important thing is that he is also doing smuggler business between France and Africa. You must know that Africa is not all black, and there are still many beauties. There was a lot of blood on my hand for this reason. This time, the person behind the person in front of him planned to win his money, maybe more than once, and he became unhappy. He wanted to teach him a lesson and cheat him out of some money to compensate for his injured soul. He wanted to see the warrior's panic expression. Unfortunately not. It's been uneventful. Make him feel defeated. "Friend, tell me how to end today's matter." Antonia Carroll was lying on the sofa, looking at the warrior with a sneer, turning the round ring on the ring finger of her right hand with her left hand. The gold ring was inlaid with more than a dozen rubies that reflected the light under the light. "Mr. Carroll, I can only say that you are very lucky, but that's where it ends." The soldier smiled slightly. "What do you mean?" Carroll turned the ring for a moment. "Nothing." He just finished speaking. I saw the warrior's figure like a phantom. He grabbed a pistol in an instant, and before Lawler's 8 bodyguards could react, he quickly appeared behind Carroll, holding Carroll's head in one hand and holding the gun in the other. "This!" The cold gun pointed at his head. Carroll took a deep breath, a little confused. What just happened? The man came over in a flash, and he didn't see it clearly at all. The same was true for his bodyguards. With a flick of the eye, the soldiers surrounded in front of him disappeared. As soon as the scene turned, it looked like this. The bodyguard, who felt his hands were empty, was completely confused. What to do? Why me? Even if he returns safely today, Carroll will definitely teach him a lesson. "Gulu," Carroll swallowed. "Friend, I think we can sit down and talk. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave." A man who knows the current situation is a hero, and the situation is stronger than others. Carroll is ready to give in first and find the situation again in the future. "Really?" the soldier asked coldly. Click. The sound of the hammer plate moving sounded just like in a movie. This action has almost no additional functions. It can be fired even without pressing the hammer. However, in order to create a deterrent effect, many people like to do this in movies. To scare someone, to show my determination to take action. That's all. Carroll was a little panicked. Why didn't this guy act according to common sense and negotiate as promised? As for the bodyguards in front of him, he finally felt what it felt like to defeat the enemy's country. Next time you encounter such a situation, be sure to control the other person first before speaking. Carroll forced herself to calm down, raised her hand, and said, "Friend, okay, if you win, if you have any conditions, I will agree to them if I can." "The conditions are very simple. I want your entertainment city." The soldier said softly. "Entertainment city. In Las Vegas, it means casino." Carol's face changed suddenly. "This appetite must be too much," and she exclaimed, "You are crazy. This is impossible. Even if you kidnap me, you can't go through the process and take over the entertainment city. American law does not allow it. Of course it won't be free. I can buy it." The soldier said, "How much will you pay?" Carol felt that it was better to stabilize this person first and then find a way to retaliate. A group of wild people dared to threaten the noble him. They were simply desperate. "How much is your life worth?" the soldier asked. Carol was silent. This is obviously an attempt to win over his entertainment city without paying a penny. "Do you think this is possible?" Carol said solemnly. "His entertainment city is worth nearly $200 million US, accounting for nearly a quarter of his total assets. Even if it is a kidnapping, the ransom is too high." "Haha, of course it's possible." Click. That's when it happened. The door of the suite was open from the outside, and the 4 bodyguards immediately turned their guns. The person who could come in at this time was most likely an accomplice of the person in front of him. Even if not, it was definitely an abnormal entry. The door was pushed open. They took a closer look. I saw 2 white police officers walking in. "Don't move, put down the gun." 2 white policemen took out their pistols, pointed them at everyone in the room, and shouted loudly. "See this?" Carol seemed to see hope. He suddenly felt that the American police officers who looked so hateful in the past were so cute. It seemed like he was still being used as a hostage. "He is my boss, The bodyguard captain explained immediately. "Don't ask me to repeat myself. Put down your guns." A white policeman said coldly, and the other closed the door. This made several bodyguards wonder, what is the purpose of closing the door? Isn't it usually open to wait for support or to find a bunker? Carol, who had the gun pointed at his head, didn't have much thought and said quickly, "Put down the gun quickly, friends. The American police already know the situation here. I think you're..." Just said this. Suddenly, the scene in front of him was dumbfounded. Just as his bodyguards were about to lower their guns, 2 white policemen opened fire without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh. Carol then noticed that the guns in the hands of the 2 white policemen actually had silencers. These were definitely not ordinary policemen. Ordinary policemen would not shoot at their bodyguards when they were ready to disarm. Less than 2 seconds, 8 of his bodyguards were already lying on the ground. The incident happened so suddenly that the bodyguards had no time to react. Gulu. Carol felt a chill coming from her back. P.S. Thank you to readers Micah name, Sure Damatai, and super big red envelope for the reward. 8 bodyguards died in front of his eyes. He still died at the hands of 2 white policemen. Carol no longer knew how to describe her current mood. In short, it was terrible, and her mind was also confused. There was no doubt that the 2 white policemen were in the same group as the man behind her. The bodyguards are all dead now. He doesn't want to die. Carol's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. This time, he found that the cold feeling on his head disappeared. It turned out that the white man had put down the gun in his hand and came to the coffee table in front of his seat. He slowly sat down with a smile on his face, but the look in his eyes that didn't treat him as a human made Carol shocked. "I was so scared that I almost peed. Friends, I really gave up this time. Please tell me what requests you have, and I'll try my best to satisfy them if I can." Carol was completely flustered, but her face remained calm. The soldier smiled and said, "I told you before that I am interested in the entertainment city in your hands. I will give it. I can ask my lawyer to draft the contract immediately, and I will never call the police afterwards." Carol nodded quickly and said he did not care about the legal procedures in the United States. He agreed first, and then he was alive. Only then can he be eligible to get it back. "You understand? That's good. We can talk about the next thing," the soldier said again. "What's going on?" Carol asked, confused. The soldier smiled and said, "Don't I want to buy your entertainment city? But we don't have enough money. What should we do?" "You still want money?" Carol's face turned white. No. This is the money to buy the entertainment city. If you buy I's entertainment city this way, it will be easier to go through the legal process. There will be no legal loopholes. I don't think you will report it. After the matter is completed, everyone will keep the same in the future." The soldier shook his head. Carol hesitated. If something went wrong, both life and money would be involved. He was thinking a lot, trying to find a plan that was more beneficial to him. Hesitating. Crack. The coldness on his forehead made Carol's hands tremble, and the thoughts he had just straightened out suddenly became confused. Carol didn't care to think about it, and nodded hurriedly. I agree. I will give the money. Then when will the entertainment city be transferred?" It's not that he doesn't give, but he is used to being pampered, and the young and ruthless fearlessness has long turned into a fear of death. "As soon as the money for the acquisition of the entertainment city arrives, tomorrow you call your lawyer, and we will pay the money and deliver the goods in your entertainment city," the soldier said calmly. Carol breathed a sigh of relief. At least there would be tomorrow, and he would still be in his own territory. When did he encounter such a situation? It's his own people who go to other people's homes and pay off other people's debts at gunpoint. If they have a wife and daughter, they can also pay off the debt. He has done this kind of thing so many times that he is numb now, but the tide has turned, and today it is his turn. I can only hold my nose to recognize it. But he was afraid that the soldiers would take the money and kill him, which would really result in both men and money being lost. You wouldn't kill me just after taking the money. Carol was still worried. No. Your entertainment city is our goal, not you. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for us, there is no need for you to worry. The soldier said, and he didn't lie. Looking at the soldier's firm tone, Carol gritted his teeth and said, Okay, my entertainment city is priced at $210 million US. My money is basically in the casino, and a lot of it is in cash. Only $120 million US can be transferred, and the rest will be hedged with the casino's funds. How about it? Faced with life and death, Lawler could only compromise. He really doesn't want to die. Password. Huh? Carol was startled, not knowing why. The soldier came over and explained, Bank card password. We found your bank account with Citibank, tail number X33. I think this is your capital account. Carol was surprised. How did you know? This matter did not shock him, because it was used too many times and could leave traces in many places. You don't need to know the password, the soldier said coldly. He hesitated. Lawler revealed the password anyway. Soon, the $30 million US inside were transferred by the control room. The transfer process of the Entertainment City account made it impossible for the control room to transfer money directly. It could only transfer the funds from Carol's personal account. There are still $50 million US. The soldier added. It was not that the soldier couldn't count, but because he discovered that his two accounts had the same password, he directly transferred $40 million US. Lawler was stunned. He was speechless with the mathematical ability of the person in front of him. So he could only say, I don't remember much about the account. Swiss Bank. The tail number indicates TCFD, password. This sentence really shocked Carol so much that she almost jumped up. You also know this? Who are you? Carol panicked now. This was his secret account. All the black money he had earned over the years was in it. Only he knew about it, and neither his wife nor his son knew about it. Thank you for your cooperation. The soldier said something incomprehensible. Cooperate I. Carol was stunned. What's the situation? I haven't said anything yet. Why should I cooperate with you? Suddenly, ding ding ding, Lawler's phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a personal assistant from a UBS bank. After receiving the soldier's shipment, Carol immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Carol. Hello, Mr. Lawler. You just transferred $50 million from your account. I wonder if it was your own operation. A charming girl came over. Carol still remembered the last time he had a romantic relationship with her. She was a very enthusiastic English beauty. Yeah, it's me, Carol replied. Can I ask why? If you're dissatisfied with our service, you can raise it. The personal assistant said coquettishly. No, it's just a business that needs to be turned over, Carol said. Well, thank you for your support to UBS. I hope you will continue to support us in the future. Next time you come to Switzerland, I will take you around. Although this was an official call, the bank didn't care at all, and even hoped that this would happen. Okay, got it. Hang up the phone. Carol stared at the soldier. His money was just gone. How'd they know the password? Also, why is it so fast? I didn't see anyone operating it. There must be other people around. Remote control? Could it be that today is a game? Seeing the soldier's silence, Carol hurriedly asked again. How do you know my Swiss bank password? At this time, Carol was a little panicked. I have more than $200 million in my account. Now that I have lost $50 million, the remaining money is no longer safe. This time the bank assistant can call, but that may not be the case next time. Even if I call, I may not be able to get it back. To know, he takes most of the responsibility for keeping the passwords. This is a secret. Goodbye, Mr. Carroll. The soldier laughed. Okay, I'll leave right away. As if he had received an amnesty, Carroll hurriedly stood up and was about to run outside. He also found the gun in the soldier's hand on the table, and the two white policemen had their guns retracted from their waist holsters. Phew! He had barely taken 2 steps. Carroll's eyes widened. A red dot on his forehead. This red dot really wanted to put an end to his sinful life. This kind of person, since what happened today, how could Tang Qing leave him in the world? Trash should be cleared away as soon as he encounters it. Why should he keep it overnight? As for the entertainment city, of course it is also a target, but it does not require Carol's participation to get it. Carol makes it out alive. Things will be difficult to handle later, so Carol must die. It turned out that during the inquiry, the command room had found Carol's Swiss bank card password, which was actually in a private folder on a high-level UBS computer. There was information about hundreds of crooked guys like Carol in it. That adds up to a fortune. It stands to reason that the command room can completely spend all the money, but just think about it. There's almost no room for operation because the bank's liquidation fund list cannot be changed. Just like Swiss Bank, totally a rogue bank, is a gathering place for money laundering and black money in the world. Because it is a permanently neutral country, it does not care about the source of the money. If you deposit it here, it will not be investigated. If others want to investigate, the Swiss bank will not bother them at all. Many of the money saved by Jews or various warlords during World War II were not given to future generations at all. Instead, they all went into their own pockets and became bank assets. Can this debt account be moved? Tang Qing asked the command room to check carefully. That is, unable to move. All such funds are separately filed in Swiss banks. Unowned funds only have an external account. The money inside has actually been operated as bank funds. In other words, the external account list contains all the fund statements of Swiss banks from its establishment to the present. For those who died during World War II or in real life, their accounts will continue to exist. But there is no money left in it. All were swallowed up by the Swiss bank and consolidated into funds in special accounts for bank investment and other financial businesses. All business profits and principal belong to the Swiss bank. This also caused Tang Qing's previous idea to use this fund to come to nothing. He thought that the Swiss bank would help save these dead people's money, but he didn't expect that all of it had been transferred away, leaving only empty accounts. And every bank in the world has its own insurance clearing system, which is not only digital but also paper-based. This is to prevent a large-scale virus from paralyzing the entire banking system one day and all accounts and money disappearing. That would be really troublesome. Therefore, different methods of information backup are necessary. This also dispelled Tang Qing's idea of invading the banking systems of various countries and forcibly transferring funds. All accounts with money have owners, and funds without owners have long become the private property of the bank. The existence of those accounts is simply an empty shell. There could be dead accounts, but there are no dead funds. This is the bank. After Carol's death, the soldiers immediately packed up their things and left. Anyway, the identity information is fake and no one could check it. Since the command room took over the surveillance of the entire hotel, they calculated the time difference and took the stairs, so they didn't encounter anyone at all. The only people in the surveillance room who saw the soldiers going up were how they left. No trace left at all, unless someone has triple bad luck like Carol. Otherwise, the Pichot project will remain seamless. Command room. Start taking action. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. Tang, he returned. Tang Qing took action and naturally took over this entertainment city. The reason why he wants this entertainment city is that Tang Qing thinks it may be used in the future. You know, casinos are linked to one word around the world, and that is money laundering. All illegal funds that go in and come out are legal, because no one can stop a person's luck of winning money. People who have nothing can win hundreds of millions. People with great wealth go in. Assets can be transferred to other people, and even taxes can be avoided to a certain extent. If I lose money to my son, I can avoid inheritance tax to a certain extent. You must know that the inheritance tax in the United States is very high, and the heirs must come up with part of the funds. They cannot use the inheritance of their parents to pay the tax first. Therefore, sometimes gambling can solve many embarrassing problems if it is done well. But it is only suitable for small capital operations. If a world-class rich man did this, you will definitely be arrested for tax evasion. It depends on your ability. Tang Qing's coming actually has this effect. This is a legitimate source of activity funds. But it's not his. The funds for his activities have been basically solved by the huge gold mine in Algeria. The role of this entertainment city is to provide financial assistance to soldiers and mission targets of some other small projects. For example, he wants to bribe someone, buy important information. The identity of the other party is very special. The remuneration is not easy to pay. What to do? It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go to the entertainment city to have a try. I will take you with me, and I guarantee that you will win money, and then there will be no more. This is a disguised safe operation method that can legally protect you from any problems with assets of unknown origin. This is one function of casinos. From the information collected, Tang Qing found that many people were playing this way, and some even agreed with the casino to transfer and launder certain specific money. Sometimes organizations like the FBI would also send money to some people through this method. Very hidden, but works. How could Tang Qing give up such a good tool? Now that Carol is dead, according to the process, his young wife will inherit the entertainment city and Carol's properties. However, his wife has no money to maintain these properties and will eventually have to sell them. It stands to reason that there should be many sellers interested. Soldiers may not be able to get it, but it all depends on human effort. The strategy is also very simple. When the entertainment city is facing debts that cannot be repaid and the hole is still big, there are not many people interested. With a little bit of tricks, it is not difficult to get it into the hands of the warriors. Tang E. Of all the funds for the PCO project, $1 billion will be invested in the Internet Industry Alliance Plan, $2 billion will continue to expand the Mining Alliance Plan, and the remaining $1 billion will be given to the Agricultural Alliance Plan. Tang Qing is currently spending money on these three big plans. In a short period of time, they mainly invest and reinvest. It will take a lot of time to see the effect, but when they grow up, they will be like a towering tree. Don't look at the amount of money Tang Qing has invested in the three major alliances now. However, the total value of mineral resources controlled by the soldiers of the Mining Alliance project has exceeded $100 billion. Of course, this is the total value of the mineral resources, which does not mean that they can be sold for that much. The current realization is only about $15 billion. Therefore, the total assets can only be counted as $15 billion. This is just the mineral resources plus the upstream and downstream of the industrial chain, including smelting, mining machinery, processing, sales, and other enterprises. The total assets are close to $20 billion, and they are expanding at a rate of at least $1 billion every month. Wait until the processing links are integrated. After possessing advanced smelting technology, equipment, mining machinery, high-performance materials, and other mature metal-related products, and getting rid of the situation of only selling ore, that is when the Mining Alliance will get on the right track. He wants to make money from the entire industry chain. But now we are still doing technology accumulation and innovation. At the same time, we're looking for reasons for the technologies that will appear in the future and are acquiring a large number of relevant research institutes and companies, just waiting for the time to come when the industry bosses cry wolf. After Tang Qing gave the order, he returned to the room. Lin Jiaxue had already fallen asleep. Tang Qing got into bed quietly. He gently held Lin Jiaxue with his right hand, closed his eyes, and quietly practiced the power of mind to turn into silk. The dense, spiritual power threads were waving and cutting in the air, bringing with it a light breeze, which was warm and welcoming. The next day, a company called Jia Technology China Branch was established in Shenzhen City, China. Jia Technology. The headquarters is located in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. It is jointly held by Jia Research Center and Myanmar Asia Asset Investment Company, with each holding 50% of the shares. The main role is to promote the products and technologies of Jia Research Center and manage the branch research centers of Jia Research Center in various countries. After all, it is impossible for all technologies to come from Myanmar and need to be covered. One provides technology. One provides funding. Perfect. Shenzhen Market, a city full of opportunities. The reason why we chose this place is because of the industrial cluster here. Most of China's semiconductor, electronics, and other industries are concentrated in the provinces next to it. Naturally, This is the first choice for Jia Technology. The company's general manager is a warrior. For such an important position, it is impossible for Tang Qing to use ordinary people. In addition, the company has 3 deputy general managers, one in charge of technology, one in charge of investment, and the other in charge of general affairs. The first 2 are warriors, and only the last one is an ordinary person. After 2 days of interviews, the company's deputy managers and above have already been recruited. What remains is to improve the entire lower-level framework. The Huaxia branch of Jia Technology has rented an entire floor of an office building this time, a huge area that can accommodate nearly 400 people. However, it is still empty. However, all office supplies have been installed, and they just need to find employees. In the conference room, 19 people were seated. He is also the current team member of Jia Technology. Today is the first day of work for the managers below. They're still a little nervous and confused about the company's future. They don't know what the company's main business is. But fortunately, seeing that the boss is very rich, they all feel relieved. As long as you're not a liar. Science and technology. The 2 words do have a bit of a deceptive meaning. Many people rely on these 2 words to get subsidies. They have seen it. A lot. Fortunately, the interview is a 2-way street. Their only impression of the 3 interviewers is that they are professional, especially professional. When they were first found by a headhunter, they saw the high salary and came for an interview. Unexpectedly, they were full of surprises. In terms of professionalism, the interviewer was overwhelmingly powerful. Following such a leader, they felt that the future was still bright. 10:15, the meeting begins. The leader of the warriors in suits began to speak. The meeting has begun. This is the first plenary meeting of the company. Let me introduce the company details to you again. Jia Technology is a company registered in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. The headquarters is also there. It has 2 shareholders. One is Jia Natural Science Research Center, and the other is Myanmar Asset Investment Company. They have equal shares, and these 2 companies are wholly owned by Myanmar Bank Group. The people below were stunned. Myanmar Bank Group. It sounded like a bank, but they had never heard of it. After a pause, the soldier continued. You may not know the Myanmar Bank Group. Let me briefly introduce it. This is a banking group located in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. It has the right to issue legal currency. The name of the currency is the Asian dollar. The currency value is the same as the RMB. So far, the circulation of the Asian dollar has exceeded 260 billion, equivalent to 260 billion yuan. This is a regional currency that has been accepted by China, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos, and has a currency value recognized by them. A company. Naturally, employees should get to know their employers well, so as to improve their self-confidence and give them a sense of belonging. The person doing it was stunned again. Issue currency? It is recognized by nearby countries. The most important thing is that it is also recognized by China, which is a bit awesome. Is my big boss an organization that can print money? One awesome look. The wisdom lies in the people of Jia Technology who are shocked. The soldiers had no more praise from Myanmar Banking Group. The next thing is about the China branch of Jia Technology. Now you have 6 main tasks. First, put the right people in the right places and find all the departments of the company. It is better to lack than to overdo. Second, the company is going to spend 10 billion yuan to invest heavily in various laboratories in China, including 19 fields such as materials, chemicals, biology, semiconductors, etc., and to establish cooperative relations with all universities in China. This is the task you must complete this year, which is to spend 10 billion yuan. Third, the meeting lasted until noon. It was also this meeting. Let the people below have a full understanding of the strength of Jia Technology. 10 billion yuan, damn, it feels even richer than China's state-owned enterprises. This wealth, which can push people to the top of China's Forbes rich list, has been taken out by a company in a country with almost no sense of existence like Myanmar. It seems that this is not the limit, because Jia Technology is just a project of Myanmar Asia Asset Investment Company. From the warrior's mouth, they also learned about a company that invested more than Jia Technology. Jia Technology was only responsible for the technology and experimental parts, and other companies in the fields of production and technology application were all placed in the hands of another company, Myanmar Manufacturing Group. The total investment was 3 times more than that of Jia Technology. 40 billion yuan. This is the total amount of investment they are aware of so far. Hug it on your lap. Still very big legs. This is a feeling shared by all of them. Afternoon. Shenzhen Market. Huawei Technologies Company Headquarters. A deputy manager from Jia Technology came to visit. This appointment was made yesterday afternoon, and there was also a document submitted at the same time. Without this document, Huawei Technologies may not necessarily arrange a meeting the next day. The name of the document is Myanmar National Communications Infrastructure Equipment Tender Document Detailed Rules, 2005. It introduces the detailed terms of Myanmar's communication infrastructure construction this time. Since Myanmar does not have the domestic production capacity of communication equipment, naturally, everything must be handed over to foreign companies, because it was Zero who proposed this development plan. Therefore, the preliminary planning outline and basic details of all industries are formulated by the Myanmar Economic Development Committee and then handed over to various Myanmar departments for improvement. Finally, these improved things must be submitted to the Myanmar Economic Development Committee for review. This was also part of the content of the last meeting. That is to expand the management authority of this department that is in charge of Zero. In the subsequent planning of various departments and industries, the Myanmar Asia Economic Development Committee has the right to supervise and review if there are problems with certain provisions, such as tariffs, commodity taxes, quantity of imported equipment, etc., as long as it is not conducive to development. All reports will be reported to Zero, and then feedback will be centralized, and modifications will be reviewed and revised at the meeting. Therefore, this document was also produced by the Myanmar Economic Development Committee. The total amount of the entire bidding project is 9 billion yuan. If successful, Huawei sales this year are likely to exceed 50 billion yuan, a record high. After a day of understanding, they also have a preliminary understanding of Jia Technology. That is, as long as it is done well, this contract will definitely fall on Huawei. Huawei headquarters. Conference room. Huawei's senior executives sat down with representatives from Jia Technology. Manager Yin, we read the document yesterday, and we're very interested. But we just don't know what you mean by giving us the document. Ren Zhengfei asked doubtfully. He had thought of even asking for a kickback, but it would be fine even if he asked for it, as long as the business is done. The soldier said calmly, Mr. Run, the main purpose of our coming here today is to reach technical cooperation with Huawei. Technical cooperation? Ren Zhengfei frowned. Could it be that the market is used in exchange for technology? The soldier nodded and said, yes, technical cooperation. Our Jia Technology is ready to reach a strategic cooperation with Huawei in the field of communication equipment, share some technologies, and jointly develop commercial 4G networks. What? Commercial 4G? Are you sure it's not 3G? Ren Zhengfei said in surprise. Now 3G is the mainstream of the market, and 4G countries are all in the experimental stage, and Huawei is naturally involved. The warrior nodded. Yes, 3G networks are destined to be eliminated, and 4G networks are the core of the future. As for 5G, apart from conceptualization, it does not have much commercial value in a short period of time because the market does not have such a big demand. We at Jia Technology have been working on the research of 4G commercial communication technology and have made breakthrough progress in some technologies. We want to cooperate with Huawei this time, mainly because of Huawei's channels and your scientific research spirit. Then this document. Ren Zhengfei is most concerned about the contract. The soldier shook his head and smiled. This is all secondary. As long as we reach a cooperation, this contract will belong to Huawei, and Myanmar's future 4G network expansion will also belong to us. We? Ren Zhengfei murmured. I was puzzled. The background of Jia Technology made him unable to believe that it had such strong research and development capabilities. It was just a foreign state-owned enterprise. If you are here to defraud technology sharing, then it is a bit of a trap. Just as Ren Zhengfei waved silently, The soldier handed over a pile of documents. Mr. Ren, this is the research progress of our Jia Technology's overall solution for 4G networks and products. Take a look and make a decision. Ren Zhengfei curiously took it. Read with your head down. At first he didn't take it seriously, but as he looked at it, Ren Zhengfei's eyes almost widened. This. Ren Zhengfei was a little incoherent. If you follow the above introduction, Jia Technology has reached the forefront of the world in 4G communication solutions, much ahead of Huawei. Especially in the hardware field, this Jia Technology has far surpassed Huawei. Ren Zhengfei said seriously, Manager Yin, are these all true? The soldier nodded and said, Of course it is true. If it were not for certain hardware and patent restrictions, our 4G commercial solution would have been completed a long time ago. Most of the technologies in the documents you have in hand have bypassed existing international patents. Except for patents that cannot be circumvented, our own 4G core technology will be the highest in the world. Ren Zhengfei suppressed his surprise. Curiously, why don't you do it yourself? According to your research strength and progress, it will not be difficult for you to occupy a place in the world's communications market, even surpassing Huawei. The soldier replied, Mr. Run, I am not afraid to tell you the reason. Just because of the word market, even if 4G commercialization is mature, it will not be easy to enter the Chinese market, let alone the world market. By cooperating with Huawei, we will have Huawei's local advantages. Firstly, we can make some money, and secondly, there's a natural gap between our third world countries and the communication companies in Western countries. In Chinese terms, it is impossible to urinate in the same pot. Ren Zhengfei nodded in agreement. Foreign companies are indeed like that. I wish they would die. In this way, we can occupy China's market. In recent years, we have been engaged in technology blockade, but China has always been able to withstand pressure. If you don't sell me technology, I will do it myself. When I surpass you, don't blame me for destroying your job. Ren Zhengfei lowered his head and pondered, thinking about the pros and cons of cooperation. The positive side is naturally that it can improve Huawei's competitiveness, quickly gain a foothold in the future commercial 4G market, have larger market share, and enhance Huawei's influence in the global industry. There are downsides. It seems that there is really nothing wrong with it. If Jia Technology's R&D strength is really so strong, then there seems to be nothing bad about Huawei. Look up. Ren Zhengfei asked, Manager Yin, what is your cooperation plan? Jia Technology and Huawei will jointly invest to form a new cooperative company to share technology and patents. The shares will be divided according to technology and investment amount. This can be discussed. The soldier said. Ren Zhengfei nodded and said, This matter is of great importance. We need to think about it for a while. The soldier said, Okay, I will give you a week. Within a week, our technical staff will contact you to let you know part of our strength. As for this document, you can bid for it. If you agree in the end, this communication infrastructure project in Myanmar will definitely belong to Huawei. There still needs to be a little pressure. Ren Zhengfei promised. We will give you a reply as soon as possible. That's good. Our 3 technical experts will come early tomorrow morning to have a week-long exchange with you on 4G technology. I won't bother you then. It's late, so we'll say goodbye. The soldier stood up and said, Don't bother me. I'll see you off. Ren Zhengfei and Huawei's management also stood up quickly. Thank you. After sending the soldier away, Ren Zhengfei returned to the conference room to continue the meeting. What do you think? Ren Zhengfei asked. A vice president put down the document and said, If what is in the document is true, I think there is nothing wrong with cooperation. This is a powerful partner. As long as their district chief nods, we will definitely make money from this contract. Not only that, we can also win all the maintenance and upgrade contracts in Myanmar. That's good, but if a cooperative company is established, do we have to compete for the controlling stake? Another vice president frowned. I find this difficult. You know, their technology doesn't seem to be weak. Coupled with this contract and the strong financial resources behind the other party, our advantage is just the name of a local Chinese company. Yes, this is a strong dragon. We, a local snake, can't hold it down. They took turns. Everyone looked at Ren Jingfei. At this time, it is reflected that the higher the position, the heavier the responsibility. One mistake is everyone's loss. Ren Jingfei pondered for a while and finally said, "Let's not discuss this for now. Let's start preparing the bidding documents immediately. After their technical staff comes tomorrow, we will determine whether to cooperate in the issue of shares." Agreed. Okay. The next day, Huawei headquarters welcomed 3 scientists, all of whom were transferred from Jia Research Center. Since they will work in China in the future, necessary entry and exit records are still required. Ren Jingfei personally received the 3 people and visited Huawei's research center. The next day, the knowledge of the 3 scientists completely refreshed the knowledge of the technical staff at Huawei Research Center. Looking at the 3 middle-aged scientists, they looked like monsters. For all the technologies Huawei introduced, others could understand the principles at a glance and even provide more complete solutions. They were pleasantly surprised when the first optimized solution for orthogonal frequency division multiplexing was easily spoken out of their mouths. When the second optimization plan related to encoding and compression improved by 30% on the original basis and directly reached commercial standards, they were a little confused. The third one, the fourth, when someone else revealed the key to the 10th problem at a glance. They were already numb. It was also the next day. Ren Jingfei couldn't wait to dial the soldier's phone number. "Manager Yin, we agree to the cooperation. Please sign the contract as soon as possible and jointly promote the improvement of commercial 4G technology." At this time, the strength of the 3 scientists has been fully recognized by them. Damn it. The 3 people directly gave Huawei software and hardware R&D center a strong push. If these people become enemies and competitors, Ren Jingfei can't imagine what a terrible thing it would be. Huawei, no, communication equipment manufacturers around the world must be taught how to behave. "Okay, I'll make time to go over in the afternoon." "Okay, we'll wait for you," Ren Jingfei said solemnly. Even if there is no controlling stake in this cooperation, he recognizes that such a partner has money, power, and technology. Relatively speaking, Huawei is a party with no money, power, and technology. Someone is interested in you, and you ask for a controlling stake. This is really unreasonable. But as long as there is technology, Huawei's future may lie with Jia Technology. Afternoon. After an afternoon of negotiations, Jia Technology finally reached a strategic cooperation with Huawei. Jointly invest in the establishment of a company to jointly research and develop commercial 4G software and hardware solutions and share technology. In terms of investment, Huawei and Jia Technology each invested 1 billion yuan. Jia Technology holds 60% of the shares, and Huawei holds 40%. The name of the company is Jihua Technology Company Limited. "Mr. Ren, I wish us a happy cooperation." After signing the agreement, the soldier stretched out his right hand and shook it with Ren Jingfei. "It is a pleasure to cooperate. I hope the company will be established quickly. We will strive to take advantage of the gap and quickly occupy the 4G commercial market before Western countries." Ren Jingfei is full of expectations. "This is what I want to see, too." The soldier smiled. "That's all. The first investment of Jia Technology's Huaxia branch in China has been made. The next main task of Jia Technology is how to spend the 10 billion yuan. At the same time as Jia Technology, Myanmar Asia Manufacturing Huaxia Group is also deployed. In the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, all manufacturing industries and enterprises are directly under the management of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. But it is obviously not suitable in China, so the Myanmar Asia Manufacturing China Group was established. Within China, all manufacturing industries will be placed under the name of this company and will be managed and distributed in a unified manner. The same management system will be adopted as in the territory. All procurement and sales will be arranged in a unified manner to enhance bargaining power. Myanmar Asia Asset Investment China Company, Jia Technology China Branch, Myanmar Asia Manufacturing China Group. One technology, one capital, one production. These are the 3 major enterprise groups that Tang Qing has deployed in the country. They cooperate with each other to form a joint force and advance and retreat together. This model is not only for China, but he will also promote it in other countries in the future. Just after reaching a cooperative relationship with Huawei, the expansion of these companies cannot stop. The three companies are waving huge amounts of money and frantically acquiring companies on the planned list to improve the entire technology research and development and production and manufacturing territory. Certainly, not all companies are acquired, because Huaxia's reputation as the world's factory is not just for boasting. It is very powerful in the field of low-end technology. However, in the future, the advanced technology and high-end manufacturing represented by these three companies will not be cost-effective to buy and transform existing companies. Therefore, most of the money invested in high-end manufacturing is used to buy land and build factories, while low-end manufacturing only buys ready-made products. There is no way high-quality companies are not easy to buy, and it is not easy to buy them. Therefore, whether it is a laboratory or various factories, self-construction is the main method, acquisitions are supplemented, and equity cooperation is the third. Big moves for three companies. And growing loan amounts. China is happy to see the results. After all, this money is circulating within China, no matter what it is used for. If so much money is spent, it will be beneficial to creating jobs, developing regional economy, and increasing tax revenue. But the stack of cooperation plans of Myanmar Asia Manufacturing, China, Group has made the higher-ups very confused. Fortunately for Jia Technology, they were basically building new laboratories and other projects which were all ordinary projects and would not bother them. However, the projects of the other two companies made it difficult for the superiors. Because the projects submitted by Myanmar Asia Manufacturing, Huaxia, Group involve very important industries. There are 6 projects in total, including automobiles, chemicals, heavy industrial equipment, metal smelting, electropower equipment, and shipbuilding. These 6 items. In China, it is not something that can be done by registering a company locally. It must be approved by the higher authorities. The whole process can take a year to complete, and it is not uncommon to even be cut in halfway through. The most important thing is not this. Rather, for these projects, Myanmar Asia Manufacturing, Huaxia, Group is prepared to cooperate with China's state-owned enterprises. Such an important thing. Naturally, there will be a meeting to discuss it. This company really knows how to make demands, huh? If it is a domestic enterprise, they can ignore it and let them go through the process on their own. Moreover, if a private enterprise proposes to cooperate with major central enterprises, it will basically not be approved, because these industries require huge investments, and those who are unable to enter will eventually die. But this company is different. This is a foreign state-owned enterprise that personally facilitated Myanmar's loan totaling 300 billion yuan. Behind it was Zero, Myanmar's big boss. This request had to be treated with caution. It is stated in their cooperation project that they will not enter the domestic market on a large scale and will mainly use exports. I have read Myanmar's development plan. Although it is very large, there are basically no major changes in these high-tech or heavy industrial fields. The main thing is to import. I think Ling's plan is to use our technology and his connections to win this part of the order. I think so. Now Myanmar will definitely see great development in a short time. Once the market matures, these industrial finished products will have a huge market. With Zero's operation, Zero will definitely take a piece of the pie in these industries. Do you agree or not? Of course I agree. The things produced here will be sold to Myanmar, and we can earn foreign exchange. Anyway, it will not have a big impact on the domestic market. If he doesn't keep his promise, we can impose policy restrictions at any time. Yes, as long as they don't enter the domestic market on a large scale, these cooperations are fine. They have provided money anyway, but I feel that if these plans are completed, their loan quota will be used up. Haha, the total investment quota of 90 billion yuan is really generous, bold, and good. It can be accepted. The meeting ended quickly. The answer given was not what Tang Qing expected. Agreed above. As mentioned in the planning book, Tang Qing does not want to make money from the Chinese people in these industries. Firstly, there is no need. The vast market of the world is waiting for him. Secondly, why should he compete with domestic enterprises for food, and he will definitely not be able to grab it? Tang Qing wants to compete with Western companies for jobs. They are right. These industries are all high-end fields that Myanmar's current economic and industrial planning cannot complete. It took China decades to establish an industrial system that Myanmar can surpass in a few years. Funding, research and development, education, etc. are all indispensable. Myanmar. These industries are bound to fail in a short period of time. These companies are an effective supplement. With zero connections, it is not difficult to eat some of this cake. With the help of Huaxia's production capacity and Jia Technologies technology, these companies will become cash cows. Then, just 2 days later, Myanmar Asia Manufacturing, China, Group has established cooperation intentions with FAW, China State Grid, China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, PetroChina, Sinopec, and China's second Heavy Machinery Group Corporation on 6 core business access companies. It can be said that the starting point is very high. In fact, these central enterprises have no interest in this cooperation. But who told this company to be rich? In addition to the words from above, and in order to open up the Myanmar market, they agreed. Because I don't pay much attention to it. In addition, the market is mainly abroad, and it is Myanmar, a poor country. Therefore, it actually did not have high requirements for shares. In the end, after rounds of negotiations, Tang Qing provided nearly 100 billion yuan in real money, and the controlling rights of these joint ventures were completely in the hands of the Myanmar Asia Manufacturing, Huaxia Group. If only they knew how profitable these companies would be in the future. I guess my intestines will turn green. November 25th, Friday, night. Tang Qing read the entire initial investment intention. A smile appeared on his lips. Yes, very good. Most of the shares are still in their own hands. In addition to providing some production equipment and technical support, those central enterprises are not even willing to provide people. In this case, it is impossible to want more shares. The shares in his hands are generally around 80%. Tang Qing's bottom line is 70%. If it is higher, he will consider transferring the core profit project back to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone in the future. If it is 80%, he will not mind letting China make some easy money in the future cake distribution. Tang Qing had also thought about asking these central enterprises to provide some companies and personnel to work together. But when I think about the common problems of central enterprises, if some big guys come in to cause trouble, it is better to rebuild it yourself. At worst, it will take a little longer. Anyway, Tang Qing is not in a hurry. The territory of Asia Yuan is still in the area, and he has not even killed the Myanmar Yuan. There is still some time before the Asian dollar's dividend era. He is in no hurry. Invest this time. The entire RMB loan quota has bottomed out. However, the money is not spent all at once. There's a process for construction, and there's also a process for spending money. It will take at least a year to spend it all. Therefore, the 3 companies are not short of money now. Even if it is lacking, Myanmar Bank Group can also continue to survive. Basically, there is no risk of financial rupture. Tang Qing originally wanted to get involved in aerospace, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. This thing is more sensitive than the other 6 industries and has always represented China's most cutting-edge industrial level. The chance of China agreeing to it is very low. Aerospace is best done in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and the nuclear industry. Tang Qing is also very interested and has this plan. But if you bring it up now, Huaxia will definitely not agree. After all, this is God's forbidden area. Unless you develop yourself and have a certain foundation in research and development capabilities, otherwise, Huaxia will not take you to play, and it will be useless. At the same time, the nuclear industry is something that has always disturbed the nerves of major countries. If it is done in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, if there is a trade or currency conflict with the United States in the future, it will be a time bomb, and the level of labeling will be indiscriminate. The United States is familiar with the process and never tires of it. So, where should the nuclear industry be established? Tang Qing already has a goal, and that is Africa. When the Asian dollar was still a fledgling, the existence of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone could not allow the United States to find an excuse to use force. Although Tang Qing was not afraid, he did not want the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone to be damaged. Tanzania. First, it's in a remote location. Secondly, there is a uranium mine controlled by a mining alliance. I originally wanted to attack the yellow cake factory located in the island country of South Africa, but the stock there was a little small and of little significance, so I had to start free uranium mining. It is now close to forming a more stable output. As long as the output is stable, just exchange the equipment directly to the system, and the refining and concentration capabilities will soon be formed. As for legal issues, I believe the soldiers over there will solve it. When a certain amount of technology accumulation is formed, the economic and political benefits will be considerable. Of course, the risks will be equally huge, and it will cause big trouble for both the nuclear powers and the government of Tanzania. However, if the operation is good, the risk is actually controllable. The next day, Saturday, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue woke up hugging each other. After morning exercise, go downstairs to eat. Yun Xin arrived at the villa early on her bicycle. Teacher Yun Xin, have you eaten? When Yun Xin arrived, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were having breakfast. You fed them one bite, and I fed them one, but it was mainly Lin Jiaxue who fed Tang Qing. Yun Xin saw it. This wave of dog food. She was forced to eat. I've eaten, Yun Xin said hurriedly. Although Tang Qing was approachable, her repeated contacts made her more in awe of Tang Qing, her money, and his painting ability that was stronger than hers. Lin Jiaxue also gave herself a painting by Tang Qing before. When I took it home and my father saw it, I was immediately shocked. This technique, this painting skill, just that one painting, was sold on the market for tens of thousands or even 100,000. She hurriedly brought it over to return it the next day, but Tang Qing sternly refused, so she had to take it back and hang it on the wall, pondering and admiring it every day. Her father Yun Hai even regarded it as a treasure. He stopped watching TV at home and just stared at the painting. Thinking of this, Yun Xin felt like she owed Tang Qing. Tang Qing looked at Yun Xin's face. He immediately understood that Yun Xin had something to say. Teacher Yun Xin, what's the matter with you? Tang Qing could feel that this matter was related to him, but he didn't know how much it was related. He was not a god. When Yun Xin was asked this question, she felt a little panicked. He stuttered, I have congenital heart disease, but when I went for a checkup recently, the doctor found that my condition has been greatly alleviated, which is an effect that medicine cannot achieve. So the doctor asked me if I had eaten anything. When I thought about it, I just ate your delicious food. Don't worry, I didn't say anything. I just wanted to thank you. Yun Xin was a little incoherent. After Tang Qing heard this, he thought so. When he first met Yun Xin, he knew about Yun Xin's condition, so he wanted to help her. These days, when teaching on weekends, he usually kept Yun Xin for lunch. Naturally, all the ingredients he eats are grown in the training area. It contains that mysterious substance that can stabilize genes. In addition to fighting cancer, it also has a strong correction effect on cell and organ deformities. This is why he only opened a fruit and vegetable store, not a seafood store. Meaty organisms can be passed to the next level of the food chain, but plants cannot. He didn't know the specific effect and time. He didn't expect that Yun Xin would feel it so quickly. Thinking of this, Tang Qing suddenly looked forward to one thing. That is, after the system reaches level 7, the scientific research area, level 3, will be unlocked, and this substance can be extracted at that time. Rely on this substance. He could build an unrivaled biopharmaceutical empire. Pity, there is still a long period of experience before upgrading to the 7-level system. As for the loan experience every month, it seems that we should not think about it this year. We will have to wait until next year at least. By then, the world may have a lot less regrets. Most importantly, make a lot of money. Watching Tang Qing wandering around in the world, Yun Xin was very nervous because this thing was so incredible, but that was the fact. Every time he rode home after eating Tang Qing's meal, his heart would feel less stuffy, and he would wake up less and less in the middle of the night. She knew that the improvement of her condition was definitely related to these delicious foods. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing's stunned expression and Yun Xian's worried look. She pushed Tang Qing gently, and her heart was full of questions. Could these foods have the effect of curing diseases? Lin Jiaxue also seemed to find that she had never been sick during this period, and she didn't have any headaches or fever. Tang Qing often sent seafood back during this period. Lin's father and mother also said that he was in good health and his old illnesses seemed to disappear. Before, Lin Jiaxue thought that he was a boss and was not as tired as before. It seems now, these foods contribute a lot. Tang Tang. Lin Jiaxue called softly. Tang Qing came back to his senses. Seeing the different expressions of the two people, he immediately smiled and said, "It's okay. Teacher Yun Xian, these foods are cultivated by special methods. They are very expensive. Eating more of them does have health-preserving effects. The specific effects have not been tested, but please keep it confidential." Tang Qing was not afraid of anyone coming to pay attention to these things. Is it a crime to have a jade? Hee, doesn't exist. That's for ordinary people. His things are reasonable, and no one can pay attention to them. Yin Xian quickly said, "I understand. I will never tell anyone." Yin Xian finished speaking. Lin Jiaxue also finished eating. After wiping her mouth, she followed Yin Xian upstairs to practice painting. Tang Qing continued to eat breakfast on the table alone, but what he was thinking about was going to the film studio to inspect in the afternoon. This weekend, Tang Qing originally didn't plan to go out. It was so comfortable in the villa with Lin Jiaxue. But yesterday, Zheng Lin said he would come to Shanghai today. The main purpose is not to see Tang Qing. It was an inspection of Comet Film and Television's first science fiction film. Since Zheng Lin is usually busy and has many businesses under his control, Comet Film and Television has been established for so long that he has never come to Shanghai to watch it. This time, he took advantage of the weekend to come and have a look. "I'll go back in 2 days." Naturally, Tang Qing wanted to receive him and take a look with Zheng Lin. With a large amount of capital investment, the filming of the movie is progressing very quickly and will be completed soon. The rest is the busy post-production. Tang Qing and Zheng Lin would not attend the finals banquet, so this time they went to treat the actors and directors to dinner. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. It's Pu Chaodong's number. "Mr. Pu. Mr. Tang, I have received Mr. Zheng." Pu Chaodong said respectfully. "Well, that's good. You take Mr. Zheng to the company first. My fiancée is studying painting and can't leave. You and Mr. Zheng will come to my place for dinner at noon. By the way, call Mr. Shen too." Tang Qing ordered. "Okay, Mr. Shen is in my car now. He is driving." Pu Chaodong agreed quickly. The whole company knew that Shen Yi and Tang Qing knew each other and were very familiar with each other, but they did not know about Shen Yi's background. "That's good, come early," Tang Qing said with a smile. Just when Pu Chaodong agreed, Zheng Lin's voice came over. "Xiao Tang, you are a bit unreasonable. I finally came here, and you didn't even show your face. I will be angry." Zheng Lin pretended to be dissatisfied. This made the co-pilot Pu Chaodong break into a cold sweat. "Zheng Lin, the family is in charge of culture, and the people with a background are all the same." Mr. Tang didn't come to greet him, which made Pu Chaodong, who didn't know Tang Qing's background, really feel a little uneasy. Tang Qing pretended to sigh and said that I was also helpless. "Brother Zheng, there's nothing I can do. My fiancée has to learn to draw from the painting teacher. I have to sharpen her pencils and cheer her up and give her encouraging looks. I can't get away." "That's nonsense." Tang Qing can too. Zheng Lin was angry and funny. Tang Qing could not figure out this reason. "You still have a nerve to say it. Don't think I don't know. Chiron told me that your fiancé has a servant who specializes in sharpening pencils. There are hundreds of sharpened pencils beside her. There is no need for you." Zheng Lin exposed Tang Qing's lies without hesitation. "Oh, Mr. Chai actually sold me like this. Tell me, how much did you spend to buy it? I'm going to ask him for half of it, but I can't let him keep it all," Tang Qing said with a surprise. Zheng Lin was speechless. It felt like Tang Qing was better at playing than Chai Run. Okay, you're right. I didn't say anything at noon. I want to taste the delicious food Chai Run mentioned. Also, the fruit wine must be enough. I will also fight against the rich, share the fruit wine, and strive for a well-off life. Haha, I guarantee your satisfaction. Tang Qing laughed. Hang up the phone. A smile appeared on Zheng Lin's lips. Although this partner was a bit independent, he was still quite reliable. Seeing the smile on Zheng Lin's face, Pu Chaodong breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Lin didn't blame Tang Qing for not coming to pick him up. Shun Yi drove to the headquarters of Comet Film and Television. Zheng Lin went to Comet Film and Television today just to know the way and take a casual look. Although it was Saturday, some people were still working overtime. Tang Qing was not idle all morning, playing a game in the living room. This is a large-scale standalone and online game. It is also the flagship product that a game company in the Internet Industry Alliance is preparing to launch. It is a shooting game that can be played alone or in teams, with more confrontation and diverse gameplay. The game is very big. This is also a plan that Tang Qing made very early. From the computer in his hand, you can see the clear picture quality and smooth movements on the screen. Compared with existing games, the picture quality is definitely above the top level. Most importantly, through a special compression algorithm, such exquisite pictures do not require too much memory and computing resources, especially when connected to the internet. It runs the fastest because the entire game's calculations can be entrusted to the waiter, ensuring that even a low configuration computer can run as smoothly as possible in online confrontations. Certainly, if the computer is too weak, the network environment is too poor, there is no way to save it. If it works well, this will definitely be a landmark product in the history of shooting games. This game has not been played by the players. If it has, it may be Tang Qing. With the things created by those analysts and the improvements made by the waiters, it is very difficult to have bugs. Coupled with the real-time monitoring and feedback of abnormal data by the waiter, even if the player discovers a bug, its existence time will be less than 1 second, which means that you think it is a bug when you see it, but unfortunately, it is gone the next second, and you just think it is an illusion. Quite awesome. Tang Qing had a great time playing alone. This is a game that combines the essence of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Crossfire, Resident Evil, Lost Planet, Crisis, etc. What Tang Qing wants to create is not a game, but a large-scale shooting game platform, which has now been completed. You have won. A line of words appeared. It indicates that Tang Qing successfully destroyed the enemy's base in a survival mode map. The entire game has a full sense of experience and operation. Tang Qing was very satisfied. He suddenly said something to himself. Okay, let's officially launch it on the market now. Playing on the computer is boring, but playing with people is more fun, Tang Qing ordered. Before that, the game had completed all preparations and approvals and was just about to go online. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi's voice came to his ears just when Tang Qing finished giving the order. A post appeared on all major gaming websites around the world, redefining the shooting game, Fire of War. At the same time, there are 6 game screenshots below, all of which are high-definition screenshots of several major maps, as well as some game introductions and a free download URL link. The game size is only 500 megabytes. Tang Qing wants to carry out the free registration to the end. Then, charge through props. How much money can you make by selling game discs and serial numbers? Charging for props is a powerful tool for attracting money. As long as the game masters the desire to compare and even allows them to have greater DIY autonomy, combined with the attraction of the game to players, selling equipment will not be slow. Tang Qing is looking forward to it. How much money can you make by setting the charging model yourself? Just finish the order. It's time to be matched with a room full of teammates. The sound of beeping sounded outside the villa. Needless to say, it was Zheng Lin coming. Close the computer. Tang Qing stood up immediately. Go outside. The car stopped at the door of the villa. Zheng Lin was the first to open the door and come down. Xiao Tang, it's okay. I'm living a very happy life. Zheng Lin was also surprised by the layout of the villa. It's not bad. I guess it's just a little better than your villa. Tang Qing snorted without humility. Zheng Lin scolded with a smile. You are out of breath for being fat, but let alone the layout is very good, the planning is reasonable, and the materials are also very particular. If the railing at your door is made of red sandalwood, I won't believe it to death. Tang Qing smiled. I think I'll beat you to death. Naturally, this kind of red sandalwood was not bought outside, nor was it obtained by Mian Yao, but was grown in the training area. I had heard of the name of this wood at that time. Later, when I saw it more often, I just regarded it as ordinary wood. Is it really red sandalwood? Zheng Lin's eyes widened. No, Mr. Pu, Brother Shun, come in. Tang Qing didn't want to dwell too much on this. After saying hello, he turned around and walked in. Zheng Lin followed suspiciously, and there were soldiers stopping the car. Enter the villa. Lin Jiaxue and Yun Xin also walked down. Sister Jiaxue, long time no see, you are still as beautiful as ever. Zheng Lin praised. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Hello, Brother Shun, and welcome, Manager Pu. Lin Jiaxue greeted politely, and the names were naturally different depending on the distance. Yun Xin stood a little awkwardly aside. These people looked like big shots at first sight. Brother Zheng, do it quickly. Jiaxue, you continue to study with teacher Yun Xin, and I will entertain them. Tang Qing said to Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue hummed. I know a few people have something to say about the company, so I don't bother them. The soldier made several cups of Longjing tea. It smells so good. Holy shit. Xiao Tang, why do you have so many good things? This is the most Longjing-flavored tea I've ever drunk. Zheng Lin took one sip and fell in love with the taste. What does the company think? Tang Qing asked. A bit small. Zheng Lin shook his head. Small. Tang Qing was confused. Zheng Lin explained. Yes, there are few people and the company office is crowded. I suggest that our first box office revenue be used to build a large company headquarters. Put Huixing, Qidian, and all future culture-related companies together. Tang Qing thought it was good. That makes sense, okay. Has the release time of the movie been decided? It has been decided, Spring Festival, the first day of a new year. Zheng Lin said casually. It hasn't been sent to trial yet, so you can guarantee it. Tang Qing teased with a smile. TCH, you are underestimating me. I will handle this matter. As long as the film samples are sent before the end of next month, I can have it released nationwide on New Year's Day. Zheng Lin's tone revealed a strong confidence. This speed would be unthinkable for most film companies, but Zheng Lin stepped in and gave the green light all the way. Tang Qing smiled. The shares are worth it. Everything can be done quickly, the light is green all the way, and there are less troubles to worry about. There is no need to beg Grandpa and sue Grandma everywhere. Mr. Pu, how are the global distribution channels doing? Tang Qing looked at Pu Chaodong. Pu Chaodong was shocked by Zheng Lin's arrogance and was a little distracted. These thighs are really big. When Tang Qing called him, he immediately came back to his senses and said quickly, there is no problem with the distribution channels in other countries, but the approval process is not as fast as in China. To go through the proper process, it may be half a month later than in China. That's okay. Anyway, foreign pirated copies will not come out so quickly. Tang Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with this speed. Foreign piracy, haha. There's a command room keeping an eye on it. It is impossible for pirated film sources to exist on the internet without his unwillingness. It's just that piracy is a bit rampant in China now. Many pirates get film sources from theaters, print them into discs, and sell them. This is basically unavoidable, and money drives enthusiasm. But as long as there are no large-scale pirated film sources online, it will be fine. Speaking of pirated film sources, Tang Qingyu thought of the video service industry. Mr. Pu, you go back and make a plan to see if Tudo's controlling stake is intended to be sold. If not, we will set up one. Tang Qing felt that the video service industry was also a good project. Cultural industry. Video and film are inseparable. He felt that Comet Film and Television should also have a portal video website. Okay, Mr. Tang. Pu Chaodong agreed quickly. Xiao Tang, why do you want to get involved in video websites? Zheng Lin asked doubtfully. Tang Qing explained. If our movies are released in the future, there will definitely be a large number of pirated movies on the internet. So I might as well build a website to provide a variety of released movies. However, it is not free to watch, but members can watch it for free or according to the copyright owner's requirements. Adopt a per-movie charging model. Zheng Lin was puzzled. Then why don't they watch pirated movies? Why do they come to see us? This is also very simple. That is to enrich our video service content, not only in terms of definition, not just movies. As long as the video-related content is not only classified, we can also allow professional studios to become our video content providers. As long as the quality of the video content providers is sufficient and there is no semicolon, many people will choose to support the genuine ones. Although genuine users may only account for 1/10 of the video viewers, it is enough. Tang Qing explained, copyright awareness is not that strong now, and it is impossible to completely eliminate piracy. Besides, why should we completely eliminate piracy? Good things naturally have to be shared with everyone, but the quality of service is different. One can only watch SD, one that can be watched in high definition. Such a gap. That's enough. Zheng Lin and Pu Chaodong heard the same thing. As long as the video content is rich enough, unique enough, and attractive enough, it is not too difficult to capture the hearts of today's netizens, and not all individual movies are charged. A member can watch many TV shows and movies for free. It's not too much of a burden for many people. It's just a membership fee of more than 10 or 20 yuan a month, and you can save it on one meal. Tang Qing also proposed some rich content of future Youku videos and projects to increase interaction. For example, share advertising with video producers, online dramas, online movies, self-media people, lectures by experts and scholars, open classes, interviews with celebrities, talks with high-end people, etc. can all form certain interactions with users and create dependence. The more they listened, the more they felt that something was going on. Just get it done. It will soon surpass Tudo and become the leading company in China's online video services. Mr. Tang, I will immediately prepare for the acquisition when I get back and send the plan to Mr. Do of Tianyin. Pu Chaodong's face was full of excitement. Since he experienced Tianyin, he also knew that professional things are done by professionals, and there are many things left. He is becoming more and more familiar with Tianyin. Except for company operations, Tianyin is involved in almost all aspects of the company's consulting and planning services. As for why it was sent directly to Do Jiao, it was because this matter was of great importance. Many of the models proposed by Tang Qing had never been seen before. If it were leaked, they would suffer a lot. Well, okay, by the end of next month at the latest, either Tudo will be acquired, or we will build a new video website, first under the name of Comet Film and Television, and then we can start operating it. Tang Qing said, now Tudo is the only one, and Youku has not yet appeared, so there are not many choices. Yes. Pu Chaodong agreed. Xiao Tang, do you need me to step forward? Zheng Lin asked. The meaning was obvious, asking if he needed help taking down Tudo.com. Tang Qing shook his head. No, general company acquisitions don't need to be so troublesome. Just follow normal business rules. Some methods, if used too much, will make Comet dependent, which is not acceptable. Comet also needs exercise. Okay, you just have to decide. Zheng Lin nodded. Business is over. A few people chatted about other things. It's mainly about the next movie. Tang Qing's previous request was to ensure the approval of one movie per month. Now that the second movie has been approved, the recruitment and filming of actors will soon begin. One of the points mentioned is whether to hire famous actors or not. You know, in China, there's a great deal of awareness between celebrities and non-star movies. For example, in a world without thieves, if everyone turns into a star you don't recognize, then it doesn't taste like that at all. This is not difficult to imagine. A movie with all new actors will really be discounted a lot. This is the category of psychology. People are more likely to accept familiar faces. The tone set by Tang Qing before was about suitability and acting skills, without deliberately emphasizing the stars. There is a lot of right and wrong in the entertainment industry. Therefore, Pu Chaodong suggested that the company create its own stars to ensure the stability of the actors and avoid a lot of trouble. Forget it. Let's set up one. Don't worry about using your own actors, but you must pay attention to character. Tang Qing finally decided to set up a brokerage company. He really didn't want to see any messy things happen to the actors he chose. Understood. Pu Chaodong nodded. If you had a brokerage company, Tang Qing felt that Comet Film and Television was becoming less and less like a company specializing in movies, but an all-round entertainment company, which was a bit contrary to his original intention. But if it was violated, then go against it. People always have to move forward. Chatting and chatting. Lunch is ready. The overflowing fragrance made Zheng Lin drink tea continuously to dilute the hunger in his belly. He heard Chai Run say that the food here in Tang Qing was delicious and unforgettable, and there was no semicolon. He became curious and regarded this place as a tourist attraction in Shanghai. A must-see attraction. Next, a lunch. Refresh your outlook. Zheng Lin felt that all the cells in his body were conveying joy, and in the end he was almost unable to walk. I can't, I need to rest and digest. Zheng Lin lay on the chair like a dead dog, still in the same position and posture as Chai Ren last time. Tang Qing took a photo of Zheng Lin and the chair without hesitation. It has a good name. When I have no money in the future, I will ask you to sell this photo. Maybe I can make a fortune. Zheng Lin. He felt like he was being blackmailed. 2 hours later. It doesn't feel that bad. Zheng Lin and Tang Qing got into the car and set off. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Pudong New Area. It's more than half an hour's drive from Tang Qing's villa. Inside a huge photo studio. Science fiction movies are a little different from other movies. That is, it is difficult to build real scenes, and there are not many real scenes required. Therefore, building a studio and using special effect can solve most problems, and there is no need to go to various studios for filming. This studio was invested and built by Comet Film and Television. It has a steel structure and occupies a large area. This is just one of the studios of Comet Film and Television, because some of them do need to use real-life scenes in another studio. Prepare both sides separately. Does not affect shooting. Li Shijiao, the director of this film, thinking back to the company's first movie since joining the company, none of the company's board members came to express condolences. I felt a little depressed. Yesterday, I learned that Zheng Lin and Tang Qing were coming. He finally felt that his work was valued. Therefore, he had people clean the place early in the morning. Of course, it's impossible to stop shooting. We just want to keep the place clean. Knowing that the company's big boss was coming, the staff were a little uneasy, which is an inevitable emotion for subordinates. Inside the studio, in front of green cloth, the filming is going on intensely. Huli, your emotions were spot on, and your eyes were fine, but the body movements were not obvious enough. Try to figure out the character's psychology, the desolation and farewell, the complex emotions when a starry sky city was destroyed by your own order. Li Shijiao is a person who strives for excellence. Otherwise, he would not have been selected by Comet Film and Television to participate in the most important pioneering work of Comet Film and Television. Yes, director. Huli. She is the heroine of this drama, and there are only a few female characters in this science fiction movie. She is a graduate of the Shanghai Theater Academy. She is not stunning in appearance, but she is very watchable, and the more she watches, the more interesting she becomes. Huli is multi-talented, but unfortunately, she is not so open, and her looks are not amazing. Therefore, she has played a lot of minor roles, but there are not many opportunities for big roles. This audition opportunity was rare. Because he was very suitable for this role and had good acting skills, he was selected by Li Shijiao. He also received his first advance payment of more than 10,000 yuan his life and paid off a debt at home. As long as the remuneration from this drama arrives, I can pay off my family's money, so I work very hard. Director Li, Mr. Pu is called. The chairman and the others will be here in half an hour. The assistant director walked up quickly. Usually when making a movie, his work phone is always with the assistant director. Li Shijiao stood up immediately. Everyone, take a rest for half an hour. The chairman and the companies. Senior management are coming soon. You can check the scene again. Huli, You read the script carefully while others take care of it. Soon, the studio was busy. The actors retouched their makeup, and the staff each found something to do, adjusting equipment, stroking cables, and getting props. When it came to work, it was actually very difficult for the studio to be completely busy. Under Li Shizhao's obsessive-compulsive command, the staff are busy. Put this trash can over there. No, it won't look good there. Put it in the corner. No, block it with something. It will make you look upset. No, let's put it out by the door, otherwise it will be empty. The assistant director hurriedly came up and persuaded. Director, this is not a movie. I can just put it wherever I want. Time is running out. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Li Shizhao's obsessive-compulsive disorder has appeared again, and Virgos can't afford to hurt it. Li Shizhao patted his head. I forgot, it's my old habit. Quick, quick, just put the trash can at the door for the chairman's convenience. Li Shizhao shouted, and finally felt that putting it at the door would work. The staff member was wiping away in cold sweat, and finally no longer had to move. He has worked with several directors, and they all have obsessive-compulsive disorder. But if you think about it, if you don't have the character to strive for excellence and just muddle along carelessly, you won't be able to produce any good works. They will all be bad movies. Who is that? Forget it. Let's do it. Time is running out. Li Shizhao looked at the time, and there were still more than 20 minutes left. Just when Li Shizhao was about to take the director team and actors to wait outside, firstly to get some fresh air, it was quite cool outside today, and secondly to show respect to the board of directors. Sudden, clang, the sound of a rolling iron barrel came. Everyone followed the sound and looked. It was Li Shizhao who just made the trash can at the door roll over. Fortunately, there was no garbage inside. Only 8 people in suits and leather shoes appeared at the door. The leader was wearing sunglasses. It looked like he had a lot of background. The group of people was quite tough. Everyone in the studio was stunned. What's going on? What are these people here for? This is not a rented venue, and there is no such thing as protection fees. It is also not like the previous Xiangjiang Entertainment Circle, where people gathered to compete for actors. Li Shizhao frowned, walked up quickly. Who are you, and why did you kick over our trash can? Li Shizhao was not afraid. He was also a respectable person in Shanghai. Most people were not afraid at all. Besides, he was the biggest here. The leader, the tall and lanky man, took off his glasses. An elegant smile. Let's come find Hu Li. Hu Li? Li Shizhao asked doubtfully. After saying that, Li Shizhao turned to look at Hu Li, who was wearing a prop costume behind her. Hu Li's face was pale, and she looked at these people with a little fear. She walked up quickly and said with an angry face, Why are you here? The tall and thin man smiled and said, Haha, why can't we come? The money you owe us is due. I'm just here to get back the money that belongs to us. I think this is not illegal. Didn't I say to pay it back in the middle of next month? Hu Li said coldly, her salary will be paid in the middle of next month, and she can also pay off the last out of her family. The tall and lanky man smiled and said, According to the contract, we will pay it back today. I didn't expect you to take the role before. I just found out, so let's see if we can pay it back in advance. We have been quite financially stressed recently. He didn't know that Hu Li had taken the role before. He also knew this a few days ago. He thought that the crew must have money and he would come back early to make up for his gambling losses. Otherwise, his boss would definitely deal with him, and he didn't want to be dealt with. I can only come early. You all agreed to pay it back next month. Hu Li's eyes were filled with tears. Feeling aggrieved, someone came to the crew to pay for the debt. How would she face Li Shizhao and the staff here? Thinking about how she would act in the eyes of others with strange eyes from now on, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. What's going on? Li Shizhao walked up to Hu Li. I was extremely angry with these people in front of me. Damn it. Isn't this the one that gives me eye drops? If the company's top management came and saw the scene of demanding accounts being played here, he would lose his face. He wouldn't blame Hu Li. After all, life is rough and unsatisfactory 9 times out of 10. He has also experienced being cornered in a corner and asking for money. I feel so sorry for Hu Li. If the company's top management comes later and realizes that he didn't stand up to speak for the company's actors, he will be done as a director. As for trouble, He himself is a member of the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the entertainment industry, and is one of the few people who knows the backgrounds of Shun, Yi, and Zhenglin. If these two people are dissatisfied, it will be difficult for directors all over the country to get involved, let alone the Shanghai Stock Exchange. This is why he attaches so much importance to this inspection. The tall and lanky man said with a smile, "Your actor Hu Li owes us money. We are here to collect the debt. You must be the director here." "It's me." Li Shijiao nodded. "Why don't you pay her salary in advance so that we can repay our money quickly? As soon as we get the money, we will leave immediately." The tall and lanky man said. Li Shijiao frowned and asked, "How much?" "It's not much. 870,000. I think for a crew as big as yours, it should be fine." The tall and lanky man played with the glasses in his hand. "Think about it. You can come back tomorrow, and I will tie the knot for you tomorrow." Li Shijiao didn't want to conflict with this group of people now, so he just gave it to him. "That's not possible. I know you guys must have money. If you can, let's settle it today." The tall and lanky man expected that Li Shijiao had given up. He didn't want to delay it until tomorrow. It'd be great to get it back today. He believed that he could get the money if he put more pressure. "We have things to do today, and our property also needs to go through the process." "No." Li Shijiao refused. The tall and lanky man said nonchalantly, "Whatever you have has nothing to do with me. I'll just wait here and won't disturb your shooting." "You." Li Shijiao was furious. It's hard to touch, but even if he has money in the card now, he doesn't have time to withdraw it. Hu Li stood aside, tears flowing faster. Seeing the pear-shaped Hu Li, the tall and lanky man suddenly found that Hu Li was quite good-looking, especially when she put on makeup. Although it was not stunning, the more she looked at her, the more she looked more attractive. Unfortunately, the money was too much, otherwise she could have kissed her. Suddenly, "What are you doing?" A loud shout came from the door. Li Shijiao looked at the door and was shocked. It was Pu Chaodong who spoke. When they arrived at the studio just now, Pu Chaodong thought Li Shijiao would greet them outside, but when they arrived at the door, there was no one there, and he suddenly felt unhappy. What kind of trick is Li Shijiao doing? Doesn't he know that the two major directors of the company are coming? Just forget it if you're busy filming. Sending an assistant director would be fatal. Because the road conditions are good, they arrived in more than 20 minutes. Tang Qing didn't care. What was his identity? He wasn't used to being greeted. Zheng Lin didn't care. Tang Qing, the chairman, didn't care. He didn't care either. All he could think about was what to eat for lunch. Got out of the car. Pu Chaodong quickly walked into the studio and saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were talking about, and there was someone crying. He could recognize that she was the heroine of the movie. Pu Chaodong's heart skipped a beat. Nothing will happen. That's when there was that loud roar. Seeing Tang Qing, Zheng Lin, and others walking in, Li Shijiao didn't have time to think about why he arrived early. He immediately greeted them and said respectfully, "Chairman, Director Zheng, Mr. Pu, Mr. Shun. Say hello one by one." As for Lin Jiaxue, whom Tang Qing was holding, he didn't know him. "Director Li, what's going on? What are you doing?" Pu Chaodong asked sternly. Li Shijiao smiled bitterly and quickly explained what had just happened, and explained his method of handling it. He still had the right to advance the salary in advance, which showed that he was doing his best to handle matter. Pu Chaodong also lost his temper. As long as it wasn't intentional, he immediately glared at the 7 people in suits and ties and shouted, "Come back tomorrow, and I'll settle the settlement for you. Now, please leave immediately, or we'll call the police." Slim and Tall were frightened by Pu Chaodong's words. Come to think of it, this is not a simple person, Chairman. It seems that he is a senior executive of the film company, but he is not very familiar with Comet Film and Television. If it were other big film and television companies, he would really not dare to come. It is said that those who know the current affairs are heroes. Not wanting to cause more trouble, the tall and lanky man smiled slightly. "Well, it seems that you are their leader. I believe you, brothers. Let's go." At this time, Hu Li's face was ashen. Being bumped into by the chairman of the company, it seems that the future of the entertainment industry will be back to the starting point. The tall and lanky man finished speaking. He put on his glasses again and walked outside, just when passing by Tang Qing's body. "Stop. Tang Qing said 2 words lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 warriors stood in front of the 8 people. Their wide bodies and strong structures bulged high, indicating their powerful attack power. The tall and thin man swallowed his saliva and took 2 steps back in fear. "What do you mean?" the tall and lanky man asked, staring at Tang Qing. Tang Qing laughed and said, "It's nothing. You delayed our company's filming, so it's not appropriate to leave like this." As soon as these words came out, Zheng Lin was shocked. Looking at Tang Qing, his eyes were filled with a playful smile. As a second-generation person from the capital, although he was past the impulsive age and had a family, he still had a keen interest in watching the excitement. Tang Qing's words reminded him of the scenes of bullying people back then. "What are you going to do?" the lanky man said viciously. "It's nothing. You have to know that my investment is to make money, but your behavior has seriously affected the mood and status of my actors. If the actors perform poorly, it will affect the filming progress and cause the release of my movie to be delayed. Are you prepared to write off this loss like this?" Tang Qing said slowly, "It's the money she owes us." Calculated in this way, he really caused a lot of losses to the other party. However, the lanky man didn't feel right no matter how he thought about it. Can this loss also be calculated on him? Tang Qing shook his head. "Then I don't care. The money she owes you is her business, but you came to the set and disturbed the filming progress, and also let us know that you were responsible for the actor's possible unstable performance in the future. I think we should calculate the loss clearly. These are 2 different things. She owed you the money, and you went to her, but now that you have caused the damage, I can only go to you." After Tang Qing finished speaking, everyone else was a little dazed. This confusing black and white, no, should be a beat-it-up effort. My own chairman is really passionate and innocent. This is all possible, but think about it, it is really a loss. If the release is postponed and the schedule is missed, it will really be a big loss. They all felt that Tang Qing was right. The tall and lanky man was anxious. However, the other party was too crowded and powerful to use force. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me how much it is. I'll pay for lost work time." However, Tang Qing's words made the tall and lanky man dumbfounded. "It's not much, just $10 million US. The tall and lanky man jumped up and exclaimed, "Who? Are you kidding? How can you make so much money after your lousy movie was delayed for a few days? Look, our movie is going to be released nationwide on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The time is tight and the task is heavy. Once we miss the Spring Festival schedule, we will lose a lot of money in the next schedule, at least hundreds of millions of yuan. Moreover, our film is still preparing to be released globally. If it is delayed, our contracts with the film distribution companies will not be fulfilled normally, and we will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. And if it is released globally, the global audience will be so large, and the box office loss will be at least several hundred million yuan. In the end, I only asked you for $10 million US, which is not too much." Tang Qing settled the accounts for the lanky man. The tall and lanky man and the people who wanted to pay were completely stunned. "I didn't ask for payment when I left the house today. I kicked a trash can and I owed someone $10 million. It was a result of being reduced and reduced again and again. If I had to pay the full amount, my God, this guy was definitely extorting." The lanky man's blood surged. You are blackmailing us. How could we have caused such a big loss?" His face was already a little distorted and his body was shaking hard. He was afraid and could not agree. Seeing the lanky man's reaction, Zheng Lin quickly turned his head, covered his mouth, and laughed crazily in his heart. He didn't expect that the big boy who usually looked harmless had such a scoundrel and profiteer side. He was trying to blackmail people to death. Whether the loss is caused or not is not up to you. Let's look at it. You don't have much money. Call your boss to bring money to redeem the person. Otherwise, you may have to wait here until the police come. Tang Qing spread his hands and said that I can't do it. It's all caused by you. I'm a victim. I. The lanky man wanted to cry. This time he was here to fill the bill. If he called the boss, he would still spend money to redeem the person. He felt that he might be short of some parts tomorrow. Okay, don't cry sadly. It's true that you are so useless. call your boss Chu Wang and ask him to come over. Today's matter must be settled. Tang Qing was too lazy to tease this guy. There's a problem with this loan debt. The investigation result of the command room is that Hu Li's family has been cheated. Therefore, since it has been encountered, it must be solved. Pay back the money? If it doesn't exist, they can only solve it with their boss. The tall and lanky man's face turned pale again. Tang Qing actually knew his boss Chu Wang. It seems that it is impossible for me to force my way out today, and others will be able to find me. Well, I didn't expect you to know our boss. It seems that we are all friends. For the sake of our boss, please let me go today. I was wrong. The tall and thin man begged with a grimace. Can you forgive Hu Li's debt? Tang Qing sneered. I can't help it. The lanky man really didn't have this authority. Then come on, call your boss. You can't handle this matter. Tang Qing said. The tall and lanky man really didn't dare to make this call. Do you want me to call you personally? Tang Qing's tone suddenly turned cold. At this glance, the lanky man felt as cold as falling into an ice cave. That look, he almost peed. He forced his body and said hurriedly, Okay, I'll fight. Tang Qing's telepathy withdrew. Smile slightly. Go to the corner over there and stand and fight. Yes. The 8 people immediately walked to the corner as if they were running away. The tall and lanky man took out his phone, looked at the tall man in front of him, gritted his teeth, and dialed Chu Wang's number. P.S. It seems that most of the books have never pretended to be so sentimental. Let me pretend for once, haha. Seeing the group of people forced into a corner by Tang Qing's bodyguards. Li Shijiao and the others were completely confused. With just a few words from Tang Qing, this guy owed the company $10 million, which sounded quite reasonable. They all looked at Tang Qing like a monster, with a little fear in their eyes, thinking, does our chairman do this often? Ignoring everyone's expressions and psychology. Tang Qing's face showed a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. Director Li, thank you for your hard work. Li Shijiao quickly came to his senses and said, It's not hard, it should be. His forehead was sweating slightly, and he felt that his chairman was so scary. This kind of gameplay was really refreshing and refined. Tang Qing smiled and said, Let me introduce our actors first. Yes. After agreeing, Li Shijiao introduced Hu Li nearby. Chairman, this is Hu Li. She graduated from the acting department of Shanghai Theater Academy. She is very talented. She is the heroine of this movie, and her performance has been very good. He praised Tang Qing and hoped that Tang Qing would not blame him too much. But from the looks of it, Tang Qing was here to protect the calf. Hello, Chairman. Hu Li wiped away her tears and said respectfully, looking at Tang Qing with wide eyes full of gratitude. Tang Qing nodded. Tang Qing actually had an impression of this actor. He was an actor he had seen in his previous life, but he had always seen her on TV. He had never seen her act in a movie. She could be seen in many spy dramas. One has potential, but actors who don't have a chance. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Hello, Miss Hu Li. Don't take what happened just now to heart. In life, there will always be many things that we cannot control. We have no choice but to face it. It's okay. Just be strong and face it with courage. It's good that you can bear the debts of your family alone. It's better than those whose parents owe debts and don't care about their children. You have done a good job and are a good example. In order to prevent people on the set from looking at Hu Li with colored glasses in the future, Tang Qing said these words. For a girl or an actor, the impact of this incident is as powerful as being known to the world as a mistress who destroys people's families. It can very well destroy a person's life. Really, Tang Qing all said that Hu Li was commendable for her courage. Others immediately felt that Hu Li's image was taller. The world is like this. People always blindly follow the so-called authority. Here, Tang Qing is the authority. Tang Qing's words also set the tone for Hu Li's debt behavior. This is a noble quality. Anyone who questions it is questioning Tang Qing's words and the chairman's words, whether he still wants to do it. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry for the losses this has caused to the company. Hu Li was moved. Thinking of what Tang Qing said just now, she felt full of apologies and a deep sense of guilt filled her mind. Tang Qing smiled and said nothing. This girl is really stupid. She believed what was obviously nonsense just now. But Hu Li really believed it. Tang Qing had such a high status, and what such a good chairman said must be true. It was so silly and cute. Don't worry about it. Then, Li Shijiao slowly began to introduce the other leaders of the crew, several assistant directors, lighting, photography, and action. Tang Qing smiled and nodded and shook hands. These were all employees of his own company. Except for the actors, everyone else is. Meet this legendary chairman and vice chairman. They were just surprised because they had heard of Tang Qing's name and young. But this does not prevent them from knowing how rich Tang Qing is. They don't know anything else, but they know that Sheng Tang Group belongs to Tang Qing because Sheng Tang is involved in the advertising sponsorship in the movie. They also knew it accidentally. Moment. At that time, I felt that I'd found a big tree. Tang Qing walked up to Lu Bu. Director Li, the movie is about to be finished. We can't attend the wrapping party, so tonight the company will treat you to a nice meal to celebrate in advance. When the movie is a big hit, I will treat you to a nice meal again, Tang Qing said. Listen to the chairman's arrangements. Li Shijiao did not dare to have any objections. Tang Qing nodded. Well, after shooting, send the last part to the special effect company as soon as possible, edit it, and show it to Director Zheng. If there is no problem, go through the release process. Before the end of next month, be sure to produce a qualified final sample. This movie will be released on New Year's Day. Of course, special effects are not done after filming, but done while filming. It's just that the progress is a bit fast. This caused Li Shijiao to keep rushing forward. It was also the first time that he encountered the fact that the speed of special effects was so much faster than the shooting speed. While he was happy, he was also in pain because he had to work overtime and stay up late every day to figure out how to shoot scenes that did not require reshoots. Is this settled? Li Shijiao's eyes lit up. Well, it's decided. The company's publicity and distribution channels will follow up soon. It means that you will start the road show after finishing filming. Once it is finished domestically, it will be released internationally. It was originally planned to be released simultaneously around the world, but in order to catch up with the Spring Festival, it would be better to release it domestically earlier. Tang Qing said. Great. Li Shijiao was extremely excited. The Spring Festival is a time of great influence in the Chinese film industry, and it is not something that ordinary films can capture. But after seeing the finished product of the special effects company, he no longer worried. Such a movie will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the Spring Festival. If this time it is an instant hit and the movie sells well around the world, he will really make his name in the history of Chinese movies. Well, you go ahead. I'll also see how the movie is shot. Hu Li's condition is unstable today. Let him rest. He should be fine tomorrow. Tang Qing believes that solving Hu Li's family debt will not affect Hu Li's performance. Okay, all departments are ready to start work. Li Shijiao sounded the loudspeaker, and the staff got busy. Li Shijiao walked up to Hu Li and said, Hu Li, take a rest in the afternoon and shoot again tomorrow. I can do it. Hu Li stood up hurriedly. This is what the chairman said. Just have a good rest and don't be nervous. The chairman is very talkative and I don't blame you. Li Shijiao comforted. Okay then. Hu Li had no choice but to agree to what Tang Qing wanted. Walked up to Tang Qing. Thank you, chairman. Hu Li thanked him. You're welcome. By the way, are you interested in signing with Comet Films? Tang Qing asked with a smile. Huh? Hu Li was puzzled. It seems that Comet Film and Television does not have a brokerage business. Hu Chaodong quickly explained. The company's board of directors has decided to establish a brokerage company to specialize in cultivating artists, but it has not been established yet. Tang Qing invited Hu Li to join the company. I do. After receiving the explanation, Hu Li happily agreed. Before, she didn't want the agency to take a commission, and she didn't have many roles, but now that Comet Entertainment is willing to sign her, she is very happy. She doesn't know why, but with the encouragement just now and the chairman's words, she can't bear to refuse. That's good, Mr. Pooh. Let's sign the contract when the company is established. Now that we've done it, we have to do it well. We also need to have our own stars. Tang Qing suddenly felt that stable actors were good. Yes, Pu Chaodong said. Seeing Lin Jiaxue looking around curiously, and Hui having no part in the scene, Tang Qing said, Jiaxue, you and Miss Hui go for a walk and let Hui tell you about the filming. Hui, this is my fiancée. She is very curious about filming. Okay. Hui agreed quickly. She had noticed the beautiful girl next to Tang Qing for a long time. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Tang Qing's fiancée. She was such a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Lin Jiaxue hummed and followed Hui around. After the two left, Xiao Tang, what should we do with those people? Is it going to be done? Do we need to ask Shun Yi to call the police? Zheng Lin was naturally talking about the people who were waiting for trial after making the phone call. Shun Yi quickly said, Yes, Mr. Tang, their boss is not a good person. I'll call the police to make it safer. Tang Qing waved his hand. No, we're not going to fight. We're just talking about Hu Li's debt issue. Do you know their boss? Zheng Lin asked curiously. I know him, but I have never met him. Don't worry, it's a joke. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. Chu Wangdingshan is just a loan shark. Although he's a local snake here, he is still a very strong local snake. However, a snake is a snake after all and is not a match for a dragon. Seeing that Tang Qing is confident, they were also relieved. Several people in Tang Qing were watching the filming of the movie. Zheng Lin actually had no interest in it. He had seen too much and mainly stayed with Tang Qing. In other words, Tang Qing was the only one who watched it with gusto. That's what I was thinking about. Do you want to make a guest appearance as a passerby? However, the movie has basically been shot, and the movie that requires a large number of people has been completed in one go, and he is not needed as a passerby. Tang Qing is still a little disappointed and can only talk about it when there is a chance in the future. Other side, Chu Wan was also confused by the news on the phone. I have to pay a debt of $10 million this. It's just blackmail. He knew that others knew him, but he really couldn't remember anyone he knew from Comet Film and Television. But today's matter would eventually be resolved, so he cursed in his heart and rushed towards the studio with his men. As for the ransom, he won't give it. However, I also knew that those were civilized people, and it would be useless to bring more people. It was just 2 cars driving towards the studio. I called and asked around at the same time, but it seemed that there was no background information about Comet Film and Television. We can only improvise on the spot. P.S. Thank you to readers Wunai Shangxing, Adult 911, Zero Li Zero, Flying White Clouds, and Xiaming Dash for their tips. Soon, Chu Wang led people to the studio. Looking at the several luxury cars at the door, the numbers are not special, just ordinary brands. However, as the financial center of China, Shanghai has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is impossible to tell everything from the license plates. Be skeptical. Chu Wang walked in with his men. As soon as he walked in, he saw 8 of his men squatting in the corner, listless, with no scars or stains on their bodies. Chu Wang sneered, This ragtag group, go back and deal with them. $10 million. His liver trembled a little just thinking about it. Although he is worth several hundred million yuan, it is impossible to take out this money at will. Fortunately, this matter does not really mean that he owes others $10 million, otherwise he would not come. I saw Chu Wang and his party walking in. Tang Qing also walked towards the door. Zheng Lin and Shun Yi hurriedly followed, and Lin Jiaxue also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Tang Qing. It was better not to let Lin Jiaxue come into contact with his villain side too much. Lin Jiaxue had no choice but to stay where she was. Hu Li on the side said to Lin Jiaxue, Sister Jiaxue, wait here, this matter happened because of me, I have to go and see. After a short contact, she had completely understood Lin Jiaxue's character, a Fudan freshman with no scheming. Tang Qing was her childhood sweetheart since childhood. He was not a rich second generation, and he was not just playing with Lin Jiaxue. She couldn't help but look at Tang Qinggao a few times and became somewhat respectful. Okay, Sister Hu Li, then be careful. A trace of worry flashed in Lin Jiaxue's eyes. Knowing that Hu Li's family owes loan sharks, these people are not good people, but with Tang Qing here, I believe that this debt can be solved at will. After all, even if she pays her salary in advance, Huli can pay off her debts. Lin Jiaxue thought that Tang Qing called the boss here just to help Huli pay off her debt in advance. Seeing Tang Qing as the leader, surprise flashed in Chu Wang's eyes. He was so young, and he didn't know him. "You're Chu Wang, Boss Chu." Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Chu Wang nodded and asked doubtfully, "This little brother, have we met? I heard that you have something to do with me." Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. "I have never seen him, but I have heard of Boss Chu's name, although the reputation is not very good." These words made Chu Wang frown. It seems that the person who came here is not good. To say that he has a bad reputation to his face is the same as saying that he is notorious. This kid is really courageous. He may have a lot of background. Chu Wang didn't dare to get angry on the spot. Zhang Yin said with a smile, "Little brother, I don't know who your father is. Maybe we are familiar with each other. You must not know my father. Forget it. I won't beat around the bush. Your people came to my actor to ask for debts, which caused serious psychological impact and may affect the filming progress. Did you bring the compensation?" Tang Qing looked at Chu Wang with a half-smile. Hear the words. Chu Wang frowned. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Chu Wang still smiled and said, "Little brother, you are joking. Wouldn't be lost. You are stepping up the filming to repay the debt. It is only natural that my men are also recovering the arrears for the company. In desperation, I hope that little brother will not remember the villain's fault and don't be like them. I, Chu Wang, am here to apologize for them. I will be the host in the evening and hold a banquet to apologize. How about making amends?" Chu Wang's words were flawless. When most people heard this, they would definitely think that Chu Wang had given Tianda a great deal of face. Pity, Tang Qing didn't buy it. Forget it. A meal is not worth $10 million. Tang Qing shook his head and refused. "Oh, little brother, are you determined to go against me, Chu?" Chu Wang's face gradually turned cold, and he gave all his face to Tang Qing. The other party didn't appreciate it, and he couldn't swallow it. No, no, no. Why should I go against you? It's your people who found this for me. It's my fault." Tang Qing shook his head and sighed. Chu Wang said coldly, "If Huli didn't owe money, why would my men come to ask for the account? If you want money, go to her. But if you hadn't loan sharked, her family wouldn't owe money." Tang Qing said. His father wanted to borrow it. "I can't do business without doing it." Chu Wang snorted. It seems to be true. Huli, why did your dad borrow loan sharks?" Tang Qing suddenly turned around and asked. Huli was stunned. I don't know what Tang Qing means, but his face seems to be changing a bit quickly. In March this year, a fire broke out in my father's shop in the town. Everything was burned down, and the loss was heavy. At that time, a customer ordered a large amount of goods, and my father wanted to borrow some money to use it and recover some losses. But after purchasing the goods, the customer didn't want it. We lost the goods and couldn't pay for it. The store was burned down, and we couldn't pay for it. In the end, we transferred it to them at the lowest price, but we still owe a lot. The interest has been compounded, and now we have paid back 820,000 yuan, and now we still have more than 800,000 yuan. Huli want to cry again. If her family hadn't been in a bad situation, she wouldn't have been able to be versatile and learn acting. Unfortunately, a house fire caused the family to lose everything and fall into difficulties. Fortunately, after taking on such a film, she could pay it off with the paycheck. Unexpectedly, she met a tall and lanky man who came to ask for debts, which made her feel extremely aggrieved. So it's like this. It's a pity. But, Boss Chu, why did you let people set fire to it? Tang Qing suddenly turned to Chu Wang and said, at this time, the effect of telekinesis was revealed. That is to stimulate people to tell the truth. I let people set fire to it because... Chu Wang blurted out, but halfway through he realized something was wrong. What did he just say? He was a little confused. How could I tell the truth? He quickly covered his mouth. Oh, this. The people around him took a breath. What did Chu Wang say? Did he let someone set the fire? What's going on? Chu Wang was looked at like this and said angrily, What are you talking about? Did I set the fire? Don't slander anyone. Be careful. I will sue you for slander. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Tang Qing shook his head and sighed. Really, you have done bad things and don't admit it. You just said that you had someone set the fire. I made a mistake of the tongue, and you were the one responsible for it. Chu Wang hurriedly defended. Slip of the tongue? It doesn't look like it. Tell me. I'll ask the police to take them back and ask your younger brothers. Do you think I can get them to open their mouths? Tang Qing smiled with a hint of amusement. Planner. Executor. It's all here. Today I can't believe that this case can't be solved. It's very old-fashioned and very interesting. Just like a national loan, it will first create a crisis for you, then lend you money to tide over the crisis, and then find a way to make you repay the loan. In the end, you can only mortgage the country's core assets. Very corny, but effective. Chu Wang panicked. It wasn't that he was afraid of being confessed, but how Tang Qing knew about this matter and how much he knew. Looking at Tang Qing with a smile on his face, Chu Wang couldn't understand. I just feel that this smile is full of confidence and weirdness that see through everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I want to take my men away. As for Hu Li's money, it must be paid back to me next month. Chu Wang didn't want to stay any longer to avoid causing more trouble. After saying that, he turned to the tall and thin man in the corner and shouted, Get back here quickly. The tall and thin man didn't know what he said to Tang Qing. I just thought it was settled. He looked happy and was about to move forward. Only the silhouette of a person was seen. A sharp pain came. Bang! The tall and lanky man was kicked back by the soldier. He flew up and hit the iron wall. He clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground, breaking out in cold sweat. It was all painful. He hadn't been treated like this for a long time. The other 7 people stopped when they just raised their feet, and the smiles on their faces froze. What's going on? Didn't your boss reach an agreement? Take action when you see a soldier. Chu Wang was angry from the bottom of his heart. The person who hit him in front of him was not a slap in the face in public, and it was so big that it was almost swollen. If what happened today happened like this, he would not say anything about his prestige in the future. What do you mean? Chu Wang shouted coldly. It's not interesting. This is not your home. You can come when you want and leave when you want. It's not polite for you to leave like this without the consent of my master. Tang Qing's smile still seemed harmless. Chu Wang felt a chill in his heart. Such a confident person seems to be really not afraid of himself. I, Mr. Chu, have given up. Tell me what you want. To put it bluntly, $10 million is impossible. Chu Wang chose to retreat temporarily. No matter how angry he was, facing the possibility of losing everything, he chose to give in. It's nothing. I think the principal of the money Hu Li owes you has been paid off, and the interest is a bit high. I think it's better to pay the excess interest back to Hu Li. After all, it's hard for Hu Li to pay off the debt alone. Tang Qing said a bit tactfully, If you insist on forcing the other party to admit arson in public, with so many people, things will get into big trouble. Chu Wang understood. That's the point. Hu Li's debt is what Tang Qing wants. You mean you want me to refund the interest? Chu Wang's eyes shone with a fascinating light. Tang Qing was unmoved and nodded. You can't say that. Doing good deeds occasionally is what you should do, isn't it? More than 200,000 yuan should be a small thing to you. His voice was very calm, but the coercion in his tone was not concealed at all. You should do it. Must do. Chu Wang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart again. He looked at the person in the corner. There are many people behind Tang Qing. This is other people's territory, and you and others will definitely suffer in a fight. Okay, very good. I agree. Huazi, go get 300,000. Chu Wang turned to his subordinates and said. After receiving the order, Huazi immediately turned around and went out, took out the spare cash from the trunk of the car, and counted 300,000. Ran back. Please order. Chu Wang handed the money to Hu Li. Hu Li borrowed money tremblingly, not because she was excited, but because she was afraid. Such a ruthless person was bullied by Tang Qing, beat others, and asked for their money. How would she live in the future? If Chu Wang retaliated against her, she would be extremely scared. Seeing Hu Li crying, she looked embarrassed and confused. Tang Qing said, Click it for Miss Hu Li. Yes. The soldier ordered, took the package from Hu Li's hand, and clicked it. Soon, it's all true. These 4 words. Let Chu Wang's face turn to ice. Others actually suspected that what he took out was counterfeit money. Where's the IOU? Tang Qing asked again. Chu Wang gritted his teeth and said, how could I bring it with me in the company? Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver the IOU. Okay, then we'll be troublesome tomorrow. You can go back with your men. Goodbye. No, we will never see each other again. Tang Qing offended Chu Wang so hard. How could he give Chu Wang a chance to aspire to Hu Li? Tomorrow. Chu Wang has no tomorrow. There will be no time limit for the future. It is true that there will be no time limit. Chu Wang didn't understand what Tang Qing meant and thought he didn't want to see him anymore. He looked at Hu Li fiercely again. Hu Li dared to take her own money. How dare you? Chu Wang looked at Tang Qing as if he wanted to memorize his face. When he was angry, he became calm. Chu Wang said calmly, little brother, things are changing. I look forward to the day when we can meet again. See you soon. After that, he greeted the 8 people in the corner. This time the soldier did not stop him and moved aside. The tall and lanky man was carried by others and walked toward the outside of the studio. Get ready to drive away. Before getting in the car, Chu Wang looked back at the same studio, his eyes full of anger. Tang Qing didn't take it seriously at all and smiled and waved at Chu Wang like old friends. If there was another handkerchief in his hand, it would definitely mean to see him off, and that's what Tang Qing meant. This goodbye behavior made Chu Wang very angry. Am I familiar with you? He waved goodbye, and a sigh lingered in his chest for a long time. He snorted and got into his car. Walk away. See Chu Wang leaving. The onlookers at the back no longer knew how to describe their mood. My own chairman is really a troublemaker, but I feel warm in my heart. This kind of protective behavior makes everyone feel a strong sense of security and belonging. When something goes wrong, my boss will help me and fight against loan sharks. How many bosses can do this? Others thought it was over, but Zheng Lin felt that things would definitely be more interesting. Sure enough, Tang Qing asked Li Shizhao to work normally. Only Shun Yi and Zheng Lin were left beside him. After waving and leading the 2 of them to the corner of the door, Tang Qing smiled at Shun Yi and said, Brother Shun, it's your turn now. Shun Yi was excited, but he couldn't figure out what Tang Qing meant, so it was better to ask. Mr. Tang, please make it clear, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to fully understand what you mean. Shun Yi is also familiar with this kind of official language. Tang Qing shook his head. He really came from an official family, and he spoke well. He said, this guy's a loan shark. He has also committed other crimes. Let him go in and assist the police in the investigation. Oh, investigation. Okay, I will contact the Public Security Bureau and let him see what past criminal record this person has. This is reality. When dealing with a person of unknown origin, Shun Yi is not qualified to let the police detain a person casually. The most important thing is, he has never done anything like this to bully others. His name is Chu Wang, the boss of Wangtian Asset Management Company. He is mainly engaged in loan sharking and entertainment industries. He has been involved in many personal injuries and forced prostitution. I also heard that he has several murder cases in his hands. Tang Qing said slowly. Zheng Lin's expressions changed. I thought Tang Qing wanted to teach Chu Wang a lesson. Now it seems that this means to punish him to death. Homicide, or a few. Chu Wang must not think of it. If the situation is bad, he will definitely eat peanuts. Tang, Mr. Tang, is this true? Xin Yi's mouth was a bit awkward. This can't be said nonsense. Human lives are at stake. There must be evidence. Even if he has a background, this is not a matter of lip service. Tang Qing nodded. Well, let him go in. After he goes in, someone will provide evidence. Since Chu Wang was offended, this guy was still a restless man, and Tang Qing didn't want him to stay in the world and harm others. It took so long to be reborn. There were almost no life or death troubles around him. There was only the Lei Peng family back then, but his son, his adopted son, had become a vegetative state and had no blood relationship, so he let the Lei family go. Now it seems that his original decision was right. The Lei family lives a prosperous life and has no tendency to seek revenge. But Chu Wang, there is no need to stay. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, but looking at Zhonglin, Tang Qing was his boss. Thinking of Chai Run, he knew he had no choice. He immediately took out his phone and scrolled through it for a long time before he found the number of the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. According to Tang Qing's words, Shun Yi said firmly. After hanging up the phone, Shun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Tang, it's done." He also knows this person, but there is no evidence. He said he would start arresting him immediately. I hope he won't be scolded to death by my father when he goes back this time. Brother Shun, what's your expression? It's a great deed to eliminate harm for the people. Tang Qing chuckled. It seems that this is the first time Shun Yi has done such a thing. He was unnatural and stuttered when he spoke just now. Okay, it's okay now. Let's continue watching the movie, Tang Qing said, and returned to the filming location. Watching their performance, Tang Qing suddenly felt that it was so difficult for an actor to act naturally while being watched by so many people. It's not easy. Zhonglin didn't take it seriously. The life and death of a passerby had nothing to do with him. It just feels quite exciting. And Shun Yi felt even more excited. Makeup area. Huli held the backpack containing 300,000 yuan and didn't know what to do next. Sister Huli, don't worry. This is a society governed by law. They don't dare to mess around. Lin Jiaxu comforted her from the side. Huli smiled bitterly. Lin Jiaxue is really an innocent little girl who thinks the world is beautiful. But Huli knows that people like Chu Wang will never give up. She is holding a hot potato in her hand. What should we do? Huli was very anxious. Looking at Tang Qing, who was enjoying the meal in the distance, Huli became more and more anxious. Other side, Chu Wang was sulking in the car. I'm so embarrassed today. I didn't expect that I would be forced to this point by a child. And this was all caused by a few subordinates. He felt that he would be killed by his subordinates sooner or later. These people would cause trouble if they didn't know how to do anything. Once something happened, he had to deal with it. Otherwise, no one would obey him. Chu Wang was considering whether to wash his hands of Jinping and stop doing this kind of thing. The risk is high. Maybe it would be the end of it if it happened. Think of this. Chu Wang thought about quitting. With so much money, it would be great to go abroad to enjoy life, but he was too uneasy at home. But before that, he had to teach Huli a lesson. His money was not so easy to get. Snort. Return to the company with your men. Chu Wang's office was on the top floor of a 5-story building. It was mortgaged to him by a company owner at a high interest rate. Before it was repaid, the man committed suicide by jumping off the building. In the end, his daughter was arranged to pay off the debt in her own place. Think of this. Chu Wang felt that he would need to find a few more people to serve him at night to calm his panic. Call the men to the office. Bang! Chu Wang kicked the tall and lanky man in the stomach again. What happened today was all caused by him. Others will be paid next month. You insist on blocking their studio this month, which makes him lose face today. As for the money, he believes he can get it back. Boss, I was wrong. I was obsessed too. I deserve to die. I'm guilty. The tall and lanky man knelt on the ground and kept fanning his face. Chu Wang was preparing to show off. Take the feather duster off the wall. Come and take care of me. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door that made his legs weak. That was a costume that made people like him inherently afraid. Chu Wang, I'm from the city bureau. Please come with us to help with the investigation. Can I make a phone call? Chu Wang stuttered, thinking that it wasn't Tang Qing who called someone so fast. The leader shook his head and said, I'm sorry, you can't make calls now. And you, after receiving a report that you are illegally collecting debts, you also need to go back with us to assist in the investigation. In the country, loan sharking is not illegal. However, violent collection, causing physical or psychological harm, and disturbing people are illegal. Chu Wang hesitated. 2 policemen came in. In the end, Chu Wang didn't even make a call, because after thinking about it, even if it was a violent collection, it didn't seem to be a big deal. At most, it would just be a detention. Besides, it was not him who was going to collect the money. Then, Chu Wang was taken to the city bureau. P.S. During the double monthly pass period, please vote. Just after Chu Wang left the studio, Shanghai Stock Exchange, Baoshan District, Shengxiao Town. In a rental house, Zhao Xiaonya was lying on the bedboard and watching TV with his legs crossed and chewing melon seeds in his mouth. The ground was dirty, with melon seed shells and garbage everywhere, showing the sloppy appearance of a single man vividly. Suddenly, click, a door opened. Zhao Xiaonuo was shocked. This was the house he rented, and the only one who had the key was him, the landlord, and so on. Thief. The landlord is impossible because he has not defaulted on the rent and has paid the rent for a year at a time. The possibility of the landlord coming to the door is almost zero. Even if he comes, he will knock on the door and not say a word, if it is not a thief. Then there it is. Police? Police? Zhao Xiaonuo was shocked. As the saying goes, don't do bad things and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. He was a person who had done something wrong. He often dreamed of being taken away by the police, and then he would hold on to the railings and sing tears behind bars day after day. He was bullied, beaten up by fellow inmates, and even silenced. Squeak! The door was opened. Zhao Xiaonuo was like a little daughter-in-law, hugging the quilt and huddled in the corner, because two tall and strong men appeared outside, with stern faces and aura that made him feel fearful. From this look, they were coming with evil intentions. Could it be that they were sent by Chu Wang to kill and silence them? Zhao Xiaonuo. A person asked calmly. Zhao Xiaonuo was so frightened that he knelt on the bed and kept kowtowing. Brother, have mercy on me. Brother, have mercy. I shouldn't have come back. I'm going back to my hometown right away. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come back. Woo-hoo. Zhao Xiaonuo kept kowtowing with running noses and tears. 2 years ago, he followed Chu Wang and helped collect loan sharks everywhere. During a collection, Chu Wang fell in love with someone else's daughter-in-law, and he slapped someone in front of her. The person was so angry that he tried his best. During the fight, he gave the person a severe lesson. Chu Wang kept shouting at the side to beat him to death. As soon as Zhao Xiaonuo missed, he really beat the man to death. The man hit his head on the edge of the wall and fell silent within a few minutes. Nothing to say. He took Chu Wang's 50,000 yuan and ran away. As for what happened to the man's wife, he didn't know. Later, when he returned to his hometown, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He was afraid that one day he would be caught. So he looked for excitement all day long and spent all the 50,000 yuan given by Chu Wang in just a few times. He was also infected with the poison, which made him look no longer like a human being or a ghost. His body was broken and his spirit was broken. At last, no more money. This June, he had to return to the Shanghai market and wanted to find something to do to support himself. Unfortunately, because I was used to spending a lot of money, how could I use the little money I had in the factory? I quit my job last month and started working as a robber. I would go to small streets at night and rob passers-by, barely making ends meet. He also thought about asking Chu Wang for money, but he was afraid that Chu Wang would ask someone to kill him. Chu Wang would definitely do such a thing. A calamity today. He felt that he could not escape, but his will to survive forced him to resort to the last resort, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Zhao Xiaonuo, I'm not here to kill you. The two walked in and closed the door. Zhao Xiaonuo felt as if he had been pardoned and said with great joy, Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. After begging for mercy, Zhao Xiaonuo, aren't you ashamed of what you did? A strong man suddenly asked. Zhao Xiaonuo was stunned. Those things? The thing that made him feel ashamed was Chu Wang's time. As for the robbery, he didn't kill anyone, nor did he rob someone. Ever since Chu Wang slept with someone's wife last time, and he accidentally killed someone again that day, he was full of fear of women. Whenever I think about female sex, I will think of what happened that day. Brother, what do you mean? Zhao Xiaonuo couldn't figure out what the man in front of him meant. The strong man looked at him with cold eyes. Zhao Xiaonuo, a man of knowledge, does not speak secretly. That time at Chu Wang, you killed someone's husband. Her wife was later taken away by Chu Wang's people and has not been seen since. Do you think you can escape your sin? Zhao Xiaonuo felt like he was struck by lightning. That woman also died in the end. His mind was in chaos. He kept hoping or convincing himself that the woman was still alive. However, the person in front of him meant that the woman was dead, and he still didn't know where she died. These are all related to him. He's just a little gangster. His mental endurance was limited, and with 2 lies related to him, his spirit collapsed instantly. I didn't mean it. I just hit his husband normally. I didn't expect that his husband was hit and killed before he could stand up. Then I left, and that woman— I, Zhao Xiaoniu murmured. Zhao Xiaoniu. The strong man shouted angrily. Zhao Xiaoniu came to his senses. Staring at the person in front of him, his eyes were full of fear, as if 2 innocent souls were dangling in front of his eyes. Do you want to be free and atone for your sins, or do you want to have nightmares every day for the rest of your life? The strong man said coldly. Hear nightmares. Zhao Xiaoniu recalled the nights of the past 2 years, where he often had nightmares, and would wake up every time to the original scene in Dream Island. He would hold the pillow, turn on the lights, and turn up the TV volume loudly to increase the popularity. In the past, he thought he was cool when he went out and imitated the young and dangerous. But he really did something wrong. That is, he would not live in peace for the rest of his life. He really understood the golden words of the older generation. The word atonement echoed in my ears. I don't want to have nightmares. I want to be free, and I will give my life to the couple. Zhao Xiaoniu's eyes widened, and he looked at the wall, ready to rush over. The strong man suddenly said, I'll give you a chance to atone. Zhao Xiaoniu stopped trying to commit suicide. He looked at the strong man with questioning eyes. How to atone for your sins? Tell me, I will do it. Zhao Xiaoniu said hurriedly. The strong man said, You are just a victim in this matter. The real culprit is Chu Wang. It is him who should have nightmares, but he enjoys the glory and wealth every day, leaving you in fear. Yes, it's him. He's the one who made me like this. It's all him. Zhao Xiaoniu's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. If Chu Wang hadn't cuckolded someone in front of them, in their bedroom, how could anything have happened that day? Everything is Chu Wang's fault. It's all him. Make yourself become a human being and a ghost. Chu Wang deserves to die. Zhao Xiaoniu, give you a chance for revenge. Chu Wang is currently under investigation at the Public Security Bureau. If there is no evidence, he will be released and continue to be at large. He may even send someone to kill you to avoid future troubles. No. Chu Wang, no, we must not let him out. Zhao Xiaoniu thought wildly in his heart. If you want to live and atone for your crime, you have to come out and identify him. Once your testimony is valid, he will be in prison for the rest of his life. If you confess enough things, not only can you reduce the sentence and atone for his crime, but you can also make him never come out and even eat peanuts. In this way, you can not only atone for your crime, but also stop having nightmares if you like. The strong man said. This analysis. Zhao Xiaoniu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. His IQ was recovering from fear at this time. It was obvious that the person in front of him wanted to make Chu Wang unable to come out. He was also ruthless at first glance. If he didn't agree, he would die if he revealed anything to Chu Wang. Relatively speaking, let Chu Wang die. He can live. Although he has to go to jail, he can live and atone for his sins. I did it. I know a lot of things about Chu Wang. And there's also a life button which was accidentally said by a subordinate. That subordinate is still following him. He has done many evil things and will not die a good death. Zhao Xiaoniu nodded quickly. The strong man nodded. You should surrender now, otherwise it will be too late. If Chu Wang is released and you go abroad, you'll not be safe. Yes, I will go now. Zhao Xiaoniu nodded quickly. We'll take you there, the strong man said. Zhao Xiaoniu did not dare to refuse. Went downstairs. Got into a Santana. Drive towards the nearest one. Come to the branch door. Zhao Xiaoniu was completely relaxed. As soon as he came downstairs, he remembered something. If this person was Chu Wang's person, wouldn't he be dead? Now it seems that the other person is really not Chu Wang's person. Remember, just tell the truth. Tell as much as you know. The branch doesn't know Chu Wang has been arrested yet. Just say that someone has informed you and don't mention us. It's because you don't want to have nightmares in the future. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. After that, Zhao Xiaoniu got out of the car. Looking at the 45-degree sun, I took a deep breath and walked into the branch. Municipal Bureau. Chu Wang has been here for 10 minutes. Director Jiang Jun is sitting in the office, waiting for the so-called evidence before starting the interrogation. Shun Yi. In his mind, he is a good boy. He never bullied others and did not have the arrogance and nonsense of other official children. Otherwise, he would not have brought loan shark Chu Wang to the city bureau without evidence. I just don't know what the so-called evidence is in Shun Yi's mouth. If the case where people died was really like what Shani said, it would be a big case. Ding, ding, ding. Looking at the branch number, Jiang Jun frowned and picked up the phone. 10 seconds later, Jiang Jun was a little confused. Quickly, send Zhao Xiaonyo to the city bureau immediately and fax a copy of his confession. I know this case. 2 members of a family have disappeared. No results have been found for 2 years. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a meritorious service. Jiang Jun was excited. Zhao Xiaonyo has bitten out a lot of people this time, and Chu Wang has another big case. This time, Chu Wang wants to go out? Go ahead and dream. Hang up the phone. Jiang Jun sat down with a smile on his face. In this line of work, it is their duty to bring bad guys to justice, which is a pleasure. Director, when will Chu Wang be interrogated? He asked to call a lawyer, saying that we are delaying his time. His secretary knocked on the door and walked in. It stands to reason that Jiang Jun does not care about the specific matter. But this is the person Jiang Jun ordered to arrest. Jiang Jun sneered. Let him call. This time, the evidence is conclusive. I'll see what his lawyer can do. He is definitely not a good person to become a lawyer with this loan shark. An hour later, Chu Wang was taken to a room. Name: Chu Wang. Do you have anything to say about the disappearance of Wang Shang's family 2 years ago? Chu Wang shuddered. Did something happen? We can't mess up the situation. Maybe it's a scam? I don't know Wang Shang. Chu Wang said sophistry. However, when the staff took out Zhao Xiaonyo's photo, when it was placed in front of him, Chu Wang said in his heart, Oops. Zhao Xiaonyo was arrested. He had no way to defend himself, but it was not a big deal. He was not the one who killed the person. It was Zhao Xiaonyo. As for the woman, her body was also disposed of, as long as his little brother did not betray him. Then, just thought of this. The person in front of him handed him another photo. Chu Wang exclaimed in his heart, It's over. After listening to several other things explained by these 2 people, Chu Wang's whole body went limp and he slumped in his seat. He knows. I am completely finished. This peanut is definitely eaten. Why? Why did it happen that both of them surrendered at the same time? Could it be who is operating behind the scenes? Think of this. Tang Qing's face suddenly appeared in Chu Wang's mind. He remembered the saying, We'll never see you again. Chu Wang was shocked for a moment. Is this really Tang Qing? Is this the meaning of there will be no future? P.S. Please vote for me. Confronted with the testimony of 2 witnesses, Chu Wang was unable to defend himself at all, especially when the 2 of them brought up several other things, which involved the lanky man. The lanky man was frightened by the large amount of evidence and immediately revealed all the dirty things he knew about Chu Wang. This down. More and more people are involved. Jiang Jun suddenly discovered that this was a cancer entrenched in the local area. There were so many things, one after another, accusing Chu Wang of numerous crimes. When he thought that there were such people in his jurisdiction, Jiang Jun became angry and immediately decided to arrest them one by one. They must clean up these criminals. Give the people a bright and clear sky. After issuing the arrest mission on the list, Jiang Jun returned to the office. Got through Shun Yi's phone number. Inside the studio. It had been 2 hours since Chu Wang was taken away. The sun was still high at this time, and there was still an hour before get off work. Tang Qing still watched them shoot with interest. Fortunately, the actors Li Shizhao selected were of good quality, and they were not nervous because of the chairman's presence. Zheng Lin was holding his mobile phone and chatting with his little daughter with a playful smile. All kinds of warmth, all kinds of promises, bringing delicious food back, and so on. And Shun Yi was very nervous for the past 2 hours. If the evidence Tang Qing said hadn't arrived, he would probably have been given a good lecture by his father for what happened today. Although the fight was caused by Tang Qing, and Tang Qing asked him to hit him, his father would definitely not train Tang Qing, but him. There's a saying, who asked you to make the call? Tang Qing can't train him, and Zheng Lin can't train him, so he must be trained. Just when Shun Yi was frightened, his phone rang. Shun Yi almost jumped up like a frightened bird. Looking around, luckily no one noticed his predicament. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Jiang Jun's number. Shun Yi looked confused. It would be embarrassing if someone came to question him. No way. Can't help but answer. Press the answer key. Hey, Uncle Jiang. Shun Yi said respectfully. He was prepared to be questioned and had a nice attitude. Haha. Xiao Yi, thank you. This time I can be considered as eliminating harm for the people. Jiang Jun's happy voice came from the phone. Shun Yi reacted immediately and was shocked. Could it be that the so-called evidence was delivered? Uncle Jiang, what are you talking about? I still don't understand. Shun Yi asked weakly. Jiang Jun was stunned. Shun Yi doesn't even know what's going on. Although he knew that Shun Yi was not the protagonist in this matter, he didn't know it at all. It seemed that the person behind the plot hadn't told Shun Yi yet. Maybe he just wanted to explain it to Shun Yi, and Jiang Jun knew it. Stop pretending. It's about Chu Wang. He is indeed related to several murder cases. Someone just surrendered and confessed to him, and then he was involved in several more cases at once. This Chu Wang, the law will give him a fair sentence, and the death penalty will never escape him. Jiang Jun said clearly. What? Shun Yi was shocked. Is this evidence of Tang Qing? Just now I thought Tang Qing was moving slowly, but now is it too fast? Okay, Xiao Yi, I'm just calling you this time to thank you. There's one more thing. I want to know who did this, so I can have some information. Jiang Jun asked the purpose. Shun Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep Tang Qing's secret a secret. I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang, I can't tell. Please forgive me. Jiang Jun was also prepared. He didn't ask further. If he were an ordinary person, he would have to ask clearly. But Shun Yi, he really didn't dare to ask anything, and he actually had some guesses in his mind. Chu Wang's younger brother explained what he did today. I also know that the chairman of Comet Film and Television had a conflict with Chu Wang. Shun Yi was also present. When Chu Wang turned around, Shun Yi called him and asked him to arrest someone. It was not difficult to guess it. Tang Qing's information was not top secret, but with just one phone call, Jiang Jun knew the identities of the shareholders of Comet Film and Television, Chai Run, Zheng Lin, and Tang Qing. The first two are people with great connections. As for Tang Qing, he is not simple. He is very rich. Although the source of the funds is unknown, it is probably related to the two young men. The whole line had been straightened out by Jiang Jun. Why did he still ask Shun Yi? It was just because he wanted to see if there was a chance to get to know him. Now it seems that he is being abrupt, and others may not be willing to get to know him. It doesn't matter either. Anyway, it's not something I can afford. Well, I won't ask any more questions. I will also report this matter to Mayor Shun. I can't hide such a big case, so... Jiang Jun said. Shun Yi nodded quickly. Okay, it doesn't matter. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, this time. Haha, I also want to thank you. Yes, you didn't let me down, you didn't do anything to bully others, and you didn't waste police power indiscriminately. That's good. Jiang Jun praised. Shun Yi smiled bitterly. Uncle Jiang, just make fun of me. Jiang Jun smiled and said, How dare I? Well, let's not talk anymore. I'm going to report. Well, goodbye, Uncle Jiang. Shun Yi hung up the phone, wiped a cold sweat, and finally felt relieved. It's good that nothing happened. No, if you want to talk about it, what happened today is the biggest one. Look at Tang Qing in the distance here. Shun Yi suddenly felt a strong sense of strangeness. The person who kills people at the slightest disagreement and still smiles as if nothing is wrong. He decides a person's fate at will and has no feeling at all. Is this the freshman Tang Qing he knows? How many times has Tang Qing done this kind of thing, so that he can trap a person without hesitation? Even if the other person is a criminal and is tricked to death by him. Most people will definitely be on tenterhooks for a while, but Tang Qing doesn't seem to feel it. Shun Yi suddenly understood something. No wonder Tang Qing can be friends with Zheng Lin and Chai Rin. No wonder the two could tolerate Tang Qing's controlling interest in Comet Films. No wonder Tang Qing could ignore the two people's backgrounds and watch the jokes casually without showing any respect or fear. It turned out that Tang Qing was the real ruthless person. All he saw was Tang Qing's kind side. Terrible Tang Qing. This is the only thought in Shun Yi's mind at this time. This time, Zheng Lin also finished the call, looked at Shun Yi in a daze, and walked over a few steps. He knew that there should be a result. Shun Yi, what's going on? Is there a result? Has Chu Wang been arrested? Shun Yi came back to his senses. He gave a wry smile. Master Zheng, Chu Wang has been arrested. Now he has been found to be related to multiple murder cases. The witnesses and physical evidence are complete. Chu Wang, he is dead. Zheng Lin was also shocked after hearing this. I was also shocked. Even if he knew that a person had committed a crime, he would not be able to slap him to death in such a short period of time. The power behind Tang Qing was not small. If he did not cry, he would kill with one blow. Interesting. He is indeed someone whom Chai Rondu values. Could it be that Tang Qing really had some extraordinary background that made Chiron look at him with such special eyes? Zheng Lin thought. The matter has come to an end. The two walked next to him and pretended to be interested. From time to time, he glanced at Tang Qing, who was harmless to humans and animals. Is this sunny boy really the mastermind of this matter? Of course, Tang Qing heard the conversation between the two. Not impressed. He was just a small criminal, so it was okay to be trapped to death. I think back when the territory began to expand, many people died, and later it gradually turned into labor reform. Do the math. Since Rebirth, his soldiers have killed more than 1,000 people for various reasons. If he is just a criminal with numerous crimes and is brought to justice, will he be left with a psychological burden? That's a joke. Mr. Tang, the matter is done. Shen Yi felt that he still had to report to Tang Qing, although Tang Qing definitely knew the result. Tang Qing nodded. I know. Shen Yi stopped talking. That's when Huli suddenly ran over. He solemnly said, Chairman, I want to tell you something. That Chu Wang is not a good person. He specializes in loan sharking. If I take this money, he will probably retaliate against my family and me. So can I advance my salary in advance, pay back the money, settle this debt, and please, Chairman, understand the worries of an ordinary person like me. I don't want anything to happen to my family. Tang Qing wants this money back. If she wants to pay it back, she must ask for Tang Qing's consent. I just thought about it a lot. She decided to return the money to Chu Wang to prevent Chu Wang from retaliating against her family. She could not afford to offend such a cruel person. As soon as these words came out, Hu Chaodong agreed, but Shun Yi and Zheng Lin both looked at Hu Li with strange expressions, and there was an uncontrollable smile in their hearts. Tang Qing, the boss, was really good, and he could protect the calf to this extent. Tang Qing thought for a while and decided to remind Hu Li, you don't have to pay back this. The debt between you and Chu Wang has been settled. I don't think he will ever have the chance to ask you for that IOU. In a few days, the police should notify you to collect the IOU, Tang Qing said with a smile. Hu Li looked confused after hearing this. What's the meaning? What's the relationship with the police? Never get another chance? Well, Chairman, I don't understand what the IOU has to do with the police, Hu Li said with a confused look. Hu Chaodong was the same, but he seemed to understand something in his heart. Could it be that his own chairman took action, and this was what happened when he went out to make a phone call, just now? Tang Qing looked at Shun Yi, because Shun Yi did this. Shun Yi understood and immediately said, Chu Wang was taken away by the city bureau after he went back. He is now under criminal detention because he is related to several murder cases. In other words, your money has no creditors, exceeds the interest, and is not protected. If nothing else, Chu Wang will be greeted by the death penalty. Gulu. There were two sounds of swallowing saliva. One is Pu Chaodong. One is Hu Li. Pu Chaodong looked at the people in front of him in horror. This incident must be the result of their effort just now. This effort directly ended Chu Wang's life. Is this the power of the second generation? It's terrible. Hu Li was completely stunned. Death penalty? The person who was so arrogant just now is going to be sentenced to death in the blink of an eye, and it's only been 2 hours. P.S. Please vote for me. Hu Li didn't know how she walked back to the dressing table. Holding the heavy amount of money in his arms, he sat down stupidly and stared at the makeup mirror in a daze. Lin Jiaxue on the side quickly asked, Sister Hu Li, what's wrong with you? When Huli was called like this, she looked at Lin Jiashue's worried face and quickly put her mind back together. Recalling Tang Qing's words not to tell Lin Jiashue the real situation just now, she forced a smile and said, "Sister Jiashue, it's nothing. I'm just very happy. I didn't expect that all the interest paid to the loan shark was back." "Really?" Lin Jiashue asked doubtfully. Huli nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I'm just happy to get the money back, and I want to thank Chairman Tang for helping me just now." "Really?" As she said that, Huli couldn't help crying again. People who have never experienced it don't know what it feels like to owe loan sharks and be chased for debts. It was a feeling that the sky was falling. If it weren't for the show, she doesn't know how she would have paid it back. Now Tang Qing took action and solved this problem once and for all. In addition to being grateful, Huli also felt a deep sense of awe in her heart. Working under such a capable boss was really a test of psychological quality. But it feels safe. Lin Jiashue immediately patted Huli's back to comfort her. "Soon, today's shooting mission is over." Li Shizhao asked all the staff to pack their things, lock the door, and get on the company bus. A group of more than 70 people headed for a nearby hotel. The company had already booked a seat. This is the most drinking time Huli has ever had. In the past, Huli basically didn't drink, and she only drank some fruit drinks in various social events. You know, if you're a little bit pretty in this industry, some people will have ideas. You can't be careful. Huli has seen a lot of people who have been ruined by this. Among them was her roommate. She is just a bit pretty, and she got a supporting role in a TV series and attended an investor's banquet. I thought that because there were so many people, the investors would not do anything extraordinary. However, no matter how careful they were, they could not defeat their ulterior motives. After a few glasses of spiked wine, they immediately passed out drunk. In the end, the investors kindly sent their drunk roommates home. So, what happened was no surprise. The next day, that roommate came back and cried for a whole day. She was raped by a pig for the first time, and she fainted from crying in the end. Later, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Otherwise, she would cause uproar in the city. And how could she, a girl, meet people in the future? Slowly, this girl has fallen. For the first time, there's a second time. The mistress who broke the pot and finally became the investor had a very simple idea. It was better to be fucked by one pig than to be fucked by many pigs. Now his roommate is still filming, and he has not given up his original idea because of this. That roommate also often imparts experience and talks about the darkness of the entertainment industry. Therefore, every time she drinks, she would rather offend someone and be ignorant than drink other people's things randomly, let alone drink. This time, Tang Qing shocked her too much. Even if he was drunk, Tang Qing probably wouldn't look down on him at all. With such ability, means, background, money, and handsomeness that crushes the faces of male stars in the entire entertainment industry, there is no need to use such dirty tricks. If you wave, countless beauties will come up to you, especially Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue. Drinking here, even if she is drunk, she feels safe. Sister Huli, drink less. Look at you. You still drink if you don't know how to drink. Lin Jiashue comforted her from the side. "It's okay, I'm so happy today." Huli's face was flushed, and she couldn't bear it after a few glasses of white wine. She was so excited. Although Tang Qing took out the extremely expensive fruit wine, she was reluctant to drink it. Drinking white wine seemed to her to be sincerity. Drinking fruit wine might even seem like taking advantage. Lin Jiashue turned to Tang Qing and said, Tang, Sister Huli has drunk so much baijiu. Please don't let him drink it." Tang Qing was also helpless. Huli just finished thanking him and drank it in one gulp without waiting for him to say anything. He thought Huli had a good capacity for drinking. "Huli, don't drink anything white next. Drink some tea or fruit wine to relieve your hangover. I thought you were a good drinker. Don't pay too much attention to what happened today. You will be an artist in our company from now on. It's just a small favor. If any of you were wronged, I would be the one to do it," Tang Qing said. Huli said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Tang. I know this is a piece of cake for you, but it is a big deal for me. Okay, I will listen to you, and I won't drink liquor today. Tang Qing smiled and nodded. That's right. In the future, we should try to drink less alcohol on the company's social occasions. Remember, we at Comet Film and Television don't need to look at anyone's face or rely on anyone to drink to accept scenes. Mr. Pooh, this is also my request. No matter who it is, if something happens that asks our artist to accompany you for a drink, and something bad happens in the end, I ask you, do you understand? Tang Qing's tone was firm. In his company, even artists must live with dignity. He doesn't need to look at the faces of any investors. I have plenty of money, and it's hard for anyone to use it. He feels that he can already cover his own company. Pu Chaodong nodded quickly. Yes, I understand. I will strictly manage and screen the agency. Once such a situation occurs, and an artist is forced to accompany him for drinks, I will immediately fire him and tell him to get out. Tang Qing added Zheng Lin plus Chai Ren. Let Comet Film and Television not be blamed by any investors. Zheng Lin was also unhappy about this matter and said, Director Tang is right, and I mean the same thing. We don't need to look at anyone's face. If you have anything to do, contact me directly. As long as we are reasonable, no one can give us eye drops. I would like to add that in the future, both agents and company artists must pay attention to their character, be willing to degenerate, cannot resist temptation, worship foreigners, worship money, and have no love for the entertainment industry. Our Comet Film and Television is a company that wants to go global, and our artists must not have any major misdeeds and be ridiculed. Zheng Lin said more straightforwardly than Tang Qing. He knew that Tang Qing was a person and didn't like to make messy things. This was also his idea. The entertainment industry and public figures had strong behavioral guidance for young people and society. Once they could not control it, the social atmosphere would be ruined. Especially teenagers, whose minds are not yet sound and like to chase stars. Even if they do something wrong, they will be like that. So-and-so is like that. He is my idol, and there is nothing wrong with what I do. There are countless such examples. The Chinese side is a little better, especially in the United States. All kinds of money worship, alcoholism, marijuana, and women are all displayed in front of them in the most profound way. The impact they have caused is so garbled that it has developed into a so-called big culture. The Zheng Lin family is responsible for this aspect, so they pay special attention to people's thoughts and consciousness. Pu Chaodong nodded hurriedly. With Zheng Lin and Tang Qing, the artists of Comet Film and Television would definitely be the happiest. With Zheng Lin here, there will be no problems in any approval and release process. With Tang Qing here, money will not be a problem. Plus Chiron, it seems that basically no one from Comet Film and Television comes to find trouble. The existence that walks sideways. Pu Chaodong feels that he is really lucky to have such a strong and protective boss. Wow. Everyone else at the table clapped. But there are not many sincere ones. It's very simple. They only know that Tang Qing is rich. As for the rest, they don't know anything. Only when Comet Film and Television develops in the future can they feel the weight of Zheng Lin and Tang Qing's words. And energy. Hu Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. If that were the case, the Comet Film and Television artist is so happy. She has no doubt about Tang Qing's energy. This is a kind of blind belief. Looking at Lin Jiaxue beside her, Hu Li silently wished them happiness in her heart and hoped that Tang Qing would not let Lin Jiaxue down. Had some wine. I drank a lot of hangover tea. Hu Li said goodbye and went to the bathroom, and Lin Jiaxue followed. Lin Jiaxue, I really envy you. You have to take advantage of Tang Qing, who loves you so much. Men like this are really in demand. Hu Li smiled. Lin Jiaxue smiled slightly. I believe in Tang, and I also believe that we will be happy. Lin Jiaxue's dependence on Tang Qing has been driven deep into her bones by her emotions since she was a child. She believes that Tang Qing will grow old with her. After so many years of getting along, she knows who Tang Qing is, so she does not worry about gains and losses. In front of the mirror, Jiaxue, your skin is so good. It looks better than mine, even without makeup. Do you do any maintenance on a daily basis? Hu Li looked at Lin Jiaxue with envy while touching up her makeup. No, It's just normal. If you want to talk about the only cosmetics I use, it used to be DeBeo. I've been used to it since I was a child. Tang Qing doesn't like my makeup. Lin Jiaxue shook her head. She used a set of perfume Iman gave her a few days ago, but Tang Qing said it didn't smell good, so she never used it again. She didn't know that the perfume that ordinary people smelled was different from what Tang Qing smelled. The strong smell of chemicals made Tang Qing very uncomfortable. What pure natural extraction? What without any additives? Harmless though, but Tang Qing couldn't stand it. Finished makeup. Hu Li and Lin Jiaxue were preparing to leave. A voice sounded from behind. Lily. Hu Li looked back, with a look of surprise on her face. She walked over quickly, gave the beautiful woman a big hug, and said, "Damn girl, you didn't even notify me when you came to Shanghai." The person who came was none other than one of Hu Li's roommates, named Liang Meng. But it wasn't the one who was obsessed, but another one. After she graduated, she signed a contract with Hawaii and went to the capital. She has been working as an actress of both majors and minors. With Hawaii's background, she is doing much better than her. A mixture of neither red nor purple. Wait for the opportunity. Liang Meng was also very happy to see Hu Li. I just arrived yesterday. The crew here has just prepared. Today is the opening party. I will find time to talk to you after I prepare for the work to be on track. How about you? Do you have many roles now? The director and I also know each other. If there is a chance, I will recommend it to you. This is not to show off. Liang Meng is not that kind of person. He just wants to help Hu Li. After all, there are no huge resources to promote. Hu Li wants to be popular, and there is basically no hope. Therefore, Hu Li has not signed a contract until graduation. But what Liang Meng didn't know was that Hu Li still owed loan sharks. After weighing the pros and cons, she did not join the entertainment company. She has been working as a special guest, and sometimes with the group. Fortunately, her acting skills are good, and the audience likes her more and more as she gets used to it. Hu Li thanked. "Thank you, I have a role now, it's not bad, and I have signed a contract with a brokerage company soon." Liang Meng said happily, "Really? That's great, congratulations, but you still need to be careful when choosing a company, otherwise it will be a lot of trouble." "What kind of company are you?" It hasn't been established yet, and the name is unclear, but it only happened in the past few days." Hu Li was a little embarrassed. Liang Meng thought Hu Li was trying to save face and said, "What? A company that hasn't been established yet is too unreliable. How can such a company have the resources to promote you? I know a lot of people now. If you could trust me, I will help you contact one." "No, this company is very good. I have already decided." Hu Li said firmly, "Resources? With Tang Qing's financial resources, this kind of person must also have huge connections, and resources are not a problem." "What company does it belong to?" Liang Meng asked hurriedly. "Comet Pictures. They are planning to set up a brokerage company and wanting to sign a contract. I am currently filming their company's movie, a science fiction movie, with me as the heroine." Hu Li explained. "Heroine? Movie? Or a science fiction movie? Can this be released?" Liang Meng looked confused. Chinese science fiction movies can basically be described as shoddy. 15 out of 10 films lost money, and the extra 5 were aborted halfway through filming. A movie that is difficult to release. The heroine is the same as none. Hu Li said with a bit of pride, "Okay, don't worry, it's scheduled to be released nationwide on New Year's Day. It will be released in this golden period. As the heroine, although she doesn't have too many roles, she is also a heroine. If what Tang Qing said is true, the film will be released worldwide, and her reputation will definitely be greatly improved." Liang Meng took a breath of air. Hiss. This isn't right. It's only been 2 months since the Chinese New Year. All the movies have been scheduled for release. I haven't seen any sci-fi movie scheduled. Have you been deceived? She suddenly remembered that no sci-fi movie would be released on New Year's Day. "No, it must be the first day of the new year," Hu Li said seriously. Just when Liang Meng was about to say something else, a voice came from outside. "What's New Year's Day?" I saw a fashionably dressed woman walking over. Liang Meng hurriedly introduced, "This is my agent Lu Mei, Sister Lu, and this is Hu Li, my roommate from the acting department." Lu Mei looked Hu Li up and down and smiled. Yes, the girl is quite good-looking. As long as she dresses up well, she has the potential to be popular. Her next sentence did not say that having potential does not mean that she can be popular. Liang Ming quickly supported the scene and said, Sister Liu, don't underestimate Hu Li. He played the heroine of a science fiction movie, which was released on the first day of the new year. It is very powerful. No matter what, he has to support his good friend. Science fiction movie? What's the name? Is there another science fiction movie released during the Spring Festival this year? Lu Mei was confused. Why didn't she know? The name of the movie is Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky. It is a series of movies. However, it has not started a lot of publicity yet. Hu Li said with a bit of blush. Comet Film and Television did not put too much hype on the promotion this time. Instead, we are preparing for a surprise publicity in advance, without any warm-up press conference. Not professional at all. What Hu Li didn't know was that Pu Chaodong's main focus during this period was on negotiating foreign distribution channels, including Zhonglin in China. There was no doubt that after seeing the preliminary special effects scenes, Pu Chaodong knew that this movie would definitely be a hit. Everyone. A huge hit. The grand scene may even make many people watch it again and again. Anyway, he watched it over and over again, and he felt that his blood was boiling and he still had more to say. Pu Chaodong had actually contacted the domestic media as long as the movie was completed. Zheng Lin confirmed the schedule. The overwhelming publicity will follow. Lu Mei thought for a long time, but she couldn't imagine that such a movie would be released on New Year's Day this year. Behind her was Hua Yi, the leader in the domestic entertainment industry, and the most accurate entertainment news. Miss Hu Li, have you been deceived? According to our Hawaii News, there is no science fiction movie released on New Year's Day, let alone your movie. I have never heard of it. Lu Mei asked doubtfully. Hu Li believed Tang Qing. Absolutely not. If our chairman says it can be released, then it can be released. What our chairman just said. Lu Mei felt that Hu Li was a bit ignorant of good people. Their Hawaii Channel information was the most accurate. She could be sure that this science fiction movie would not be released during the Spring Festival, but who cares? Whether she was deceived had nothing to do with her. Okay then, be careful, Liang Ming. Let's go back first. Director Feng is waiting. Lu Mei urged. She came here just to see that Liang Ming hasn't come back for a long time. So come and take a look. But what Liang Ming was thinking now was that Hu Li might really have been deceived and said hurriedly, Sister Liu, Hu Li is my roommate. If she is deceived, it will be in trouble. How about you and I go meet their chairman and see what the solution is? This, Lu Mei said hesitantly. Please. Liang Ming started acting coquettishly. Liang Ming, I won't be deceived. Hu Li said with a bitter smile on the side. She accepted the concern, but she didn't know how to explain Tang Qing. There were many things that couldn't be said. Comet Film and Television was indeed not well known in the industry, and this movie was also its first movie. No, at least let Sister Liu see that he knows many people. Liang Ming insisted. Who is the director of the movie? Lu Mei suddenly asked. Li Shizhao. Hu Li said. Li Shizhao. Lu Mei looked surprised. Yes, do you know Sister Liu? Hu Li asked. Lu Mei nodded and smiled. We have met several times and dealt with him before. I heard that he was signed by an unknown film and television company. I didn't expect it to be this company. I would like to propose a toast. In the industry, the ability of director Li Shizhao is unparalleled. Lu Mei also did not expect that this movie turned out to be Li Shizhao, so it should not be a scam company. If not, Li Shizhao couldn't afford to embarrass this person. Then, okay, it's good that you both know each other. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting. Hu Li still agreed. She could not stop others from meeting their old friends. Hu Li went up to hold Lin Jiaxue's hand and prepare to go back. Lu Mei also discovered that Lin Jiaxue and Hu Li were together and praised. Who is this sister? She is so beautiful. Little sister, are you interested in signing with our Hawaii? Lin Jiaxue shook her head, and the impact on Lu Mei was not good. Tang Qing said that if the movie can be released on the first day of the new year, then it can be released. She doesn't like those who question Tang Qing's words. Sister Liu, this is the fiancée of our chairman, and she will not sign with Hawaii. Hu Li said quickly. That's a shame. Lu Mei was disappointed. Lin Jiaxue has a pure temperament and clear eyes, which makes me feel pity for her. Especially when Legend of Sword and Fairy premiered at the beginning of this year, Liu Yifei, who played Zhao Linger, was loved by the audience. These agents also want to discover new beautiful actresses. Looked at Lin Jiaxue. Come to think of it, it's another canary. P.S. The pretense this time will be over soon, I feel like. Not satisfying. Follow Hu Li and Lin Jiaxue. Lu Mei and Liang Meng came to their big box. Looking at the two half-familiar faces, I felt a little familiar, but I couldn't remember them. The staff of Comet Film and Television didn't take it seriously. In this industry, you see a lot of celebrities. When there are more people, memories will overlap, especially for actors who are not very popular. Moreover, you may not recognize some people even if they change their clothes. Come to the table. Lu Mei saw that the person sitting in the main seat turned out to be a childish young man, but he was a bit too handsome. Sitting next to the young man was a young man in his 30s. As for Li Shizhao, he was 4 positions to the right of the young man. The table in Huaxia is left-oriented. Looking at the 2 empty seats on the left of the young man, it is obvious that they belong to Lin Jiaxue and Hu Li. Saw Li Shizhao? Lu Mei walked up quickly. Director Li, long time no see. Lu Mei greeted with a smile. When Li Shizhao's name was called, he turned around and saw that it was Lu Mei. He remembered it instantly. He had interacted with her several times and was considered a friend. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, "It turns out to be you, Lu Mei. You are also here in Shanghai." "Yes, today we Liang Meng accepted a drama and had an opening banquet at this hotel. I didn't expect that Liang Meng and Hu Li were roommates. What a coincidence. I just wanted to come and see you and propose a toast." "Excuse me." Lu Mei nodded. "It doesn't matter." Li Shizhao smiled. In this industry, when you meet your seniors or familiar people in the circle, you need to come to toast just like ordinary people. Face is given to each other. Once you go back and forth, you will become familiar with each other, and you may not know when there will be cooperation. Lu Mei asked, "I heard that Director Li is filming a science fiction movie. It must be a big production. Congratulations, this fulfills your wish to make a high-quality movie." Everyone carried the sedan chair, and Lu Mei inquired about the news without leaving any trace. How could Li Shizhao not understand? But today the chairman is here. No matter how much you want to play, he has to choose a place. It's okay. It's all thanks to the chairman's love, the company's investment, and the efforts of the script and special effect departments. I just do my job well. Li Shizhao answered as if he was a handyman. Tang Qing saw the two of them chatting awkwardly. It was difficult for Li Shizhao to introduce the senior executives of Comet Film and Television. So Lu Mei had been waiting for Li Shizhao's introduction. Since he is Hu Li's roommate, is somewhat related. Tang Qing spoke. "Director Li, why don't you introduce me?" Li Shizhao and Lu Mei exhaled in unison. If Tang Qing was in the circle, even if he was an investor, Li Shizhao could treat him normally. Unfortunately, now that he has signed with Comet Film and Television, Tang Qing is not only an investor, but also the chairman, his immediate boss, and several shareholders with Tongtian background. He was indeed timid. He didn't dare to introduce him casually. After all, even the boss of the company behind Lu Mei would only be cautious when meeting Zheng Lin. This is the chairman of our Comet Film and Television. His surname is Tang. Li Shizhao introduced him first, not daring to call Tang Qing by his first name. "Hello, Chairman Tang. You really embody the word talent to the extreme." Lu Mei praised her wholeheartedly. This is sincere. If Tang Qing goes to the entertainment industry, he will definitely be able to make a living by relying on his face. Which stop to go to? What acting skills? Doesn't exist. Countless female fans will criticize Tang Qing for questioning her acting skills. There is no need for a reason at all. Being handsome is the reason. "Excuse me, Sister Lu too. She's well maintained." Tang Qing originally wanted to use words that were still charming, but it was a bit teasing, so he'd better use words honestly and normally. Lu Mei's face blossomed into a smile. Everyone has a love for beauty. What's more, if it's a compliment from a handsome guy, it doesn't matter if it's true or false. Ha ha ha. Chairman Tang is really good at praising people. Tang Qing had a black line on his head. This is also called being able to praise others. Afterwards, Li Shijiao introduced several people at the table again. He knew that they were all senior executives of Comet Film and Television. Li Shijiao's attitude was very strange. Lu Mei was not uninterested. Knowing that he was chatting awkwardly here, Li Shijiao felt very uncomfortable. Then, I took 2 cups and drank with everyone. I won't disturb everyone's enjoyment. There are still people waiting over there. If there is any drama in the future, please consider our family Liangming. I'm here to thank you. The stomach was doubly white again. Liangming also took a sip. Tang Qing could see that Lu Mei had been helping Liangming to ward off the wine, and nodded secretly. Such an agent was not bad. If Liangming helped Lu Mei to ward off the wine, he would have to doubt Lu Mei's character. A decent couple. This is Tang Qing's evaluation of the two. At this time, the information of the 2 people was reported from the earphones in their ears. As he thought, Lu Mei was indeed a good person and had a bit of a reputation in the circle. She protected her shortcomings and didn't do anything disgusting. She didn't use Liangming as a bargaining chip. She sold her at will and often blocked drinks. In the end, she was naturally the same as Liangming. Not red or purple, but the 2 of them also worked hard. Lu Mei stood in the way while drinking. Many scenes were given to Liangming based on word of mouth in the industry. In addition, Liangming's acting skills were pretty good. Overall, Tang Qing suddenly felt that this combination was to his liking. Mr. Pu, Director Li, if there are suitable movie roles in the future, you can give priority to Liangming, Sister Lu. I think you 2 are very good. Tang Qing said to Pu Chaodong for no reason. Pu Chaodong was stunned. What did Tang Qing mean when he said it so clearly? But whatever. Understood. If there is a suitable role in the future, we will consider Miss Liangming. Pu Chaodong nodded quickly. Lu Mei and Liangming still didn't understand the meaning of Tang Qing's words. Is there such an operation? Li Shijiao is an understanding person, and he is happy for Lu Mei in his heart. As a senior in the industry, he knows a lot about Lu Mei and knows what Lu Mei is like. Tang Qing speaks out, which means that Liangming is likely to take this opportunity to soar into the sky. He was convinced of this. Just like this science fiction movie, Li will definitely be popular. Lu Mei, thank you, Chairman Tang. This is a rare opportunity for Liangming. Li Shijiao said to Lu Mei, who didn't understand. Lu Mei didn't want to think about anything else. It was better to have some drama than no drama at all. She said happily, thank you, Chairman Tang. I'll toast you with another drink. No, drink less. You too. Just grab the liquor and drink it. You can't stop it. Forget it. I just wanted Mr. Pu to think about it. It's not absolute. When Liangming is really capable of winning the role, it won't be too late to drink this glass of wine. Tang Qing stopped him immediately. Li Shijiao took the opportunity to snatch the wine from Lu Mei's hand. Lu Mei should have social events later, so it would be better to drink less. He also felt that Tang Qing's temper was a little clearer. That is, he didn't like to drink, and he didn't like to persuade others to drink. Enough is enough. Lu Mei and Liangming thanked him again and left. Sorry, Lu Mei interrupted me just now. Li Shijiao sat down and apologized. No matter whether he was wrong or not, it is always right to apologize first. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. Where did Li Shijiao learn this habit? Are apologies addictive? No, it's not easy for everyone, and I think Lu Mei and Liangming are both pretty good. Director Li, I think you must know their reputations in the industry. That's why I say that. Tang Qing explained. Li Shijiao was stunned. But others don't know. Li Shijiao explained immediately, and everyone suddenly understood. Director Tang, how did you know? Zheng Lin asked in surprise. Tang Qing knew so much about a person he had never met before. Of course, Tang Qing wouldn't tell the truth. I'm half in the entertainment industry. I want to understand what is all the fuss about the current situation in the industry. If you do something, you must love it. Tang Qing's words made everyone awe-inspiring. To be able to remember the name of a young actor in the entertainment industry and know their history, this chairman is really not simple. These 6 words, do what you do, love what you do, make them very ashamed. Especially Pu Chaodong. I made up my mind to brush up on my knowledge of the entertainment industry when I went back. Although Tang Qing usually doesn't care about the company's affairs and mostly deals with Tianyin, it seems that Tang Qing doesn't care, but cares a lot, but they can't tell it at ordinary times. Successful people really have something special about them. Then, Tang Qing put on a big show again. After meal, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue returned to the villa. Needless to say, Zheng Lin decided to eat and live there. He moved all the luggage here at noon. He was probably brought by Chai Run, and he was used to it. But Tang Qing also welcomed it, because when he went to live in the Autumn Palace in the capital, he had free food and lodging, and Zheng Lin paid for it. It was the best Tianzi room. Zheng Lin was so generous, so Tang Qing couldn't be stingy. I also want a painting. That guy Chiron shows off everywhere when he gets back. It makes me so angry. Zheng Lin yelled. Tang Qing was helpless. These second-generation people are also boring. What's better than collecting is collecting his paintings. But why? Tang Qing suddenly felt a little happy. Is it an illusion? No, it's a joke. P.S. Thank you to readers Love, J. Cho. It's so thoughtful to give nicknames. Zero Li Zero, Totem Dynasty, Frozen to Sun, Legend of the Western Region 08, Dai Shuyong. Reminiscing about the snow, I just love diving, Wu Nanjing and Friends of Shuyin for their awards. Thank you for your support. The next day, Sunday, Zheng Lin didn't even leave the house all day. I played War with Tang Qing in the living room for a day. Zheng Lin is actually not a game fan. He is not very interested in games and finds them boring and childish. However, he is also attracted by the rich and diverse gameplay of Force of War. Tang Qing. What did the developers of this game think about? It's so fun, especially the computer technology behind it, the picture quality, and the sound effects. It's simply perfect. I can conclude that this game will definitely be the most profitable game next year, bar none. Zheng Lin said firmly. This is not groundless. But the fact was before his eyes. He had just been blinded by a group of people holding gold AKs, and later he was killed by a man in gold armor with a samurai sword that glowed purple, which made him very unhappy. So I opened the game store. It was like he had discovered a new continent. Needless to say, as a wealthy man, he looked at the most expensive gold-armored dragon robe worth 10,000 yuan, and gritted his teeth and bought it regardless of whether the talisman was in line with the era. Then he couldn't stop and started to draw a survival map with Tang Qing. One afternoon, to arm yourself to the teeth, Zheng Lin spent nearly 50,000 yuan, which is a serious amount of RMB, in exchange for a set of gorgeous equipment. Fortunately, the balance of the game is well done. The items are just cosmetics with some special effects or some micro-accuracy and stability improvements to the weapons. It won't open a flat push map. Maybe, Tang Qing said indifferently. Maybe, that's for sure. Although I don't usually play games, it doesn't mean I'm ignorant. This game is definitely going to be popular, and it will be the kind that will burn the sky. Zheng Lin said with emotion. Tang Qing is also funny. Zheng Lin turned out to be an equipment fan. As long as you capture his hobby, he doesn't care whether he spends money or not. Yesterday morning, Force of War was launched on his order. As of 4:30 this afternoon, the number of registered users exceeded 500,000, and word-of-mouth is spreading at an extremely fast speed because this game is so good. With the picture quality and running speed of standalone games, they're online games with diverse gameplay. In fact, the requirements of this type of players are not high. As long as the picture quality is good, the game balance is reasonable, and the computer is not burned, someone will buy it. And this War has them all. Then, there is no doubt that it is popular. Even people who don't play shooting games can't help but play too and then get out of control. Players have spontaneously promoted the game and formed teams to recruit people. In just one day, the prop mall of Force of War created a profit of nearly 10 million yuan for the operating company. It can be said that not only Chinese people, but also foreigners also like skins. The products in shopping malls in different countries are also different. For example, clothes are all based on the history, culture, and customs of each country, and some fancy symbolic knives and props are made, such as those in Huaxia district. The most expensive one is Zheng Lin's golden dragon robe. Glitter. The dragon can still move. There are also special effects flashing across the body from time to time. It has the style of miracle, but not that exaggerated. The whole thing is just fake. This is the definition of mall props. He was beaten to death again, and they actually teamed up. I want to find helpers to get revenge together. I wrote down his name, and we'll make a fight next time. Zheng Lin had just been tricked to death. He was yelling angrily and was about to go back and call all his friends to torture him together. Tang Qing was speechless about this. He didn't speak, just looked at the game data. The number of downloads, registrations, and online numbers are all expanding rapidly, with hundreds of increases every second. These data are all real and can be seen by all players. Even in a hidden corner, Tang Qing could see the sales of props in the mall. Only he could see it, which was a directional push from the command room. Sales figures have created a snowball effect. The amount increases by hundreds of thousands of yuan every minute. Is it much? Not much. You know, the focus of this promotion is on almost all major game websites and communities around the world, plus purchased advertising spaces, as well as illegal pop-ups achieved through technical means. Reach a wide audience. Before every game manufacturer in the world could reflect on it, it already had a wide range of influence. Tang Qing estimates that almost all game companies in the world are having meetings now. Discuss this game company that is destined to become as big as Mac. And just as he thought, the emergence of Force of War shocked major game companies around the world. They organized developers to study the game. However, they concluded that they could not make it because the game engine was a big hurdle. This is a brand new game engine and code algorithm that has extremely high compression and execution efficiency. Whether it's weapons, maps, backgrounds, plants, etc., its operation efficiency is extremely high, just like a small grass blowing in the wind. It is not difficult for them to realize it, but there are hundreds of grasses blowing in the wind. If the background is enlarged, the general computer will go crazy when executed, but the game in front of them seems to be able to handle it with ease. Even if you want to plagiarize, you can't. It's too late. This game, even as a simplified version, will take at least more than a year to make, and it requires more than 30 gigabytes to make. High-end computers in this era are difficult to carry. Isn't this nonsense? Therefore, various game development companies have turned their attention to this sudden game company. At the same time, faced with Force of War, which has stunned game companies around the world, it has received its first investment application, nearly 10 invitations for technical cooperation and development, and dozens of requests to purchase game engines and optimization algorithms. Although it only appeared for one day. However, this does not prevent professionals from assessing its value. USA, New York, located in an office building in the business district of Midtown Manhattan. 51. This is where the Yarvi Game Company is located, and it is also the development and operation company of Force of War. As the saying goes, when you are in town, do as the Romans do. The significance of the Internet Industry Alliance plan is to break through from within, take root in the local area, and then use the country's advantages and protection to expand around the world, without a strong Chinese style. Which country you are in, give a corresponding name to make things easier. Winters, a manager in the Internet Investment Department of IDG. IDG, American International Data Group, the world's largest information technology publishing, research, exhibition, and venture capital company, is very interested in information technology. After War came out, their company's technology department concluded that this company has huge potential. Then, he rushed over urgently to prevent others from getting there first. They are all in the industry, but he knows how fast information spreads and how crazy those funds that smell like meat are. Arriving on the floor and looking at the corporate nourishment of ERV, Winters quickly walked in. After passing through the layers of notifications, he finally saw the owner of the company, a white American warrior. Hello, we at IDG are interested in investing in your company. Waiters directly stated his intention. If others need financing, they can raise their tail high and be arrogant to those who want financing. But this is a proactive investment and must be lowered. I'm sorry, Winters said. Our Yarvi has no financing needs for the time being. We have sufficient funds and are operating well. The soldier smiled, very polite, and the social skills of trained soldiers are almost at full level. 10 million US dollars, 20% of the shares. I think that with our IDG financing, your company will be able to achieve great development. You know, looking for investment companies is not necessarily looking for funds, but channels. This is why many companies that are not short of money will also accept financing. They can obtain greater development space through the channels of investment companies. As long as they accept investment, many of our relationships and partners can provide convenience. Winters thought that the warrior did not understand another meaning of financing, so he stopped by to give him some knowledge. Pity. The warrior remained uninterested. Mr. Winters, I really have little interest in financing, and I don't want to sell shares. Our force of war does not require the production of CDs, actual sales channels, technical support, or terminal platforms such as TVs and game consoles. It only requires a computer. Therefore, it is difficult to convince me with your reasons. Winters was a little depressed. Others are not even interested in distribution channels and platforms, and there is really nothing they can do about it. This kind of negotiation is the most tiring. You don't have what others need, which is the most terrifying thing in the investment field. Then I don't know if we can buy your packaging and optimization algorithms. Winters is not interested in game engines. IDG is not a game company, but an investment and application company that prefers computer technology. The soldier still shook his head, just as he was disappointed. The soldier suddenly said, "But we can provide cost-effective services." Preferential services? Winters asked doubtfully. Yes, we can undertake various cost-effective services and cooperate with IDG. I believe that with IDG's channels and strength, we should be able to make a lot of money. The warrior said calmly. What the command room values is IDG's channels, especially one of the companies called EC Technology Company. This company is not impressive in appearance, but it is an information technology company controlled by IDG that specializes in serving the U.S. military. This company has been committed to large-scale weapons simulation calculation evaluation, various ship data processing software and hardware instruction set optimization development, all of which have high requirements for algorithms and software. In recent years, with the explosive growth of internet access equipment, it has become increasingly difficult to implement complete monitoring. Looking at the increasing number of servers in the computer room, a project called Accelerating Network Data Transmission, Storage, and Analysis Technology was finally established. The command room also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, break into the inner circle of America's defense computer technology contractors. EC Company. I happen to have this qualification to recommend. Winters had no say in that either. Report immediately to IDG corporate headquarters. Soon, within half an hour, news came from the headquarters that it was okay. They also investigated the background of the soldiers and found that it was complete and there were no problems. You must know that not ordinary people can participate in U.S. defense technology projects. The entire background should be clean. Otherwise, the U.S. Department of Defense will cause trouble. In fact, if there are problems with the background, they will cooperate because they also have many civilian projects and they're guaranteed to make this kind of money. We agreed. We can set up a joint venture. You provide the technology, we provide the orders for 10 million US dollars. We want 80% of the shares. Winters said. The soldier shook his head. Too many. You do nothing and only take so much. We are at a disadvantage. You hold 40% of the shares, and we solve all technical problems. Winters shook his head. No. Many of the projects we cooperate with are relatively confidential projects and require qualifications. We also spent a lot of effort to obtain the qualifications, and we will use our IDG relationship to win many orders that you cannot win at all. 78%, no less. The soldier continued. I know that IDG is very powerful, but without technology, you can't compete with other companies at all. It is equivalent to the additional profits. Neither of them negotiated the investment amount because both parties knew that 10 million US dollars was just a drop in the bucket compared to future profits. This money was just used to show sincerity. After some verbal battle, final, IDG invested $10 million for 63% of the company's shares. ERV accounts for 37% of the shares. Indeed, as Winters said, many of these projects do not require technical skills. In those high-profit industries, qualifications, very important. In order to squeeze the company's labor force, IDG will definitely use its connections to pull projects and promote ERV like crazy. This can save a lot of energy and time for the company. Therefore, this share allocation is a big bargain for Tang Qing, and the annual profit may even exceed that of the Algerian gold mine. This doesn't even count ERV's future job-killing plan. Tang Qing's plan is very clear. Start with a game company. Using the power of IDG to enter the qualification circle of contractors for confidential computer projects in the United States. IDG will help the company obtain strategic cooperative relationships with major software and hardware companies. Eventually, slowly, it will become a transcendent existence in the field of computer technology. And build on that. After the first phase is completed, the crazy job-killing plan will begin. Operating systems, search engines, social platforms, etc. will gradually get involved. In the future Internet Industry Alliance plan, ERV is the core company, mainly focusing on games, algorithms, and programming language development as its core business. Through cross-holding or investment in companies owned by other warriors, let them get involved in different fields, evade antitrust laws, and reduce their goals, forming a network that covers the world's internet. As for IDG, it is just a bridge. As long as the time is right, IDG may be named Tang at any time. This is the essence of the Internet Industry Alliance plan. Now, ERV is just a node, slowly expanding from point to point and supplemented by several other hardware companies. This network will be unbreakable. I would like to ask, how much are the global sales of your props? Winters asked curiously before leaving. It is not unusual to charge for props, but it also depends on whether others are willing to pay for it. The props of Force of War this time are really attractive. The excellent production and near-perfect game experience will soon create a group of loyal fans, and then the fans will be converted into economic benefits. The Warrior didn't hide anything. So what? If Winters knows about it, you can only watch and not eat. From the time it was available for download to now, the total global sales of props are $3.1 million. The Warrior said calmly. This. Winters took a breath of air. Unbelievable. This is just over a day. $3.1 million. These are just a few pieces of code that cost almost nothing and can create such sales. It's really scary. At the same time, it also means that Forge of War has huge potential. It is still in the stage of crazy expansion. When Forge of War completely takes the world by storm, does that mean that the daily sales may exceed $5 million and even exceed $800 or even $10 million at its peak? Damn it. Winters felt that games were too profitable. How could there be so many people in the world who were stupid and had too much money? It also made him understand a truth. That is, it is not that players have no money, but that your game is not attractive enough and has not captured their consumption points. Gulu, thinking of the proposal just now, Winters found himself a bit like a clown. Such performance is announced. The valuation of ERV can exceed $1 billion or even $2 billion in an instant. This is no exaggeration. Now, in the period of crazy expansion and the freshness of players, in terms of this data ratio, it is not unimaginable to have a maximum of $10 million. But after entering the stable period, $1 to $2 million is the normal value. If the revenue from props per day can be stabilized at $2 million, the company's valuation can exceed $1.5 billion or even $2 billion. My previous proposal was a valuation made without understanding the sales volume of props. Looking back, that price is simply a steal. ERV really doesn't accept financing? Winters asked, staring at the Warrior. Such potential is enough for IDG to consider investing heavily in the ERV game company. As long as it maintains its advantage, This is a hen that lays golden eggs. The soldier shook his head decisively. We at ERV do not lack money, nor do we lack channels. If there is no cooperation method and conditions that really interest us, and it is just money, I will not sell ERV's shares. What conditions? Winter's eyes lit up. I guess you can't come up with this, such as a one-to-one shareholding swap in Microsoft, Google, Apple, IBM, etc. If it's suitable, I might consider it. The soldier smiled. Winters felt the warrior was crazy. Otherwise, why would you say such nonsense? Not only does it sound like a lion, it feels like the whole sky is swallowing you. I just thought that the soldiers were not willing to sell the shares of ERV at all, and they didn't say much. It seemed that there was no chance. Winters is gone. He left with a depressed mood. Such a potential company missed the investment opportunity when the Force of War project was first established. Now it seems that he shouldn't think about it at all. He is very depressed. It is estimated that if the sales of the props are reported back, the company's senior management will go crazy with envy. Sure enough, as soon as the news was sent back, IDG shareholders are so depressed. It's as uncomfortable and heartbreaking as being robbed of big and small dragons one after another and being wiped out by the group. However, the depression was dissipated by the next news, which was the stock exchange conditions. Although the stock holding conditions of ERV were wishful thinking, they could not get it, and neither could others. Thinking about it, it's still acceptable. I'm afraid that others will get it and make me feel disgusted. As for how far ERV can go, it will be left to time. The main task now is to use IDG's channels to attract business. The right way to make profits as soon as possible, but that will have to wait until the company is established and its true technical strength is known. The next day, the joint venture company was established. After assessing its strength, IDG began to let the company start accepting customers. Over time, the heat of the war is gradually heating up. The rich and diverse gameplay, the high-definition picture quality, the impressive running speed, and the level-clearing skills that kept them tossing and turning all made them want to stop. So players spread the word of the game, as if they would be out if they didn't play it. The number of registrations for War has increased rapidly. 700,000, 800,000, 1 million. Just a week. The total number of registered people worldwide exceeds 4 million. This number is not low. You have to remember that it is only 2005, and the internet is developing at different speeds in various countries. Not all netizens like to play games, and those who like games may not necessarily like to play shooting games. A game. It's impossible to be loved by everyone. Some people just like to play strategy games, and some people just like to play Lion Liankin. Other games are completely unlovable. So what can you do? You can't just catch them and beat them up. These players don't buy it. This is a fact. Therefore, in just 1 week, there have been 4 million registrations around the world, and the highest number of simultaneous online users has exceeded 1.3 million, which is a miracle. There is no doubt that it has surpassed Shanna Legend's highest number of online users, and it has become the world's #1. This number of people online is truly reflected in everyone's login interface. Therefore, there is no need to pay advertising fees at all, and the information of Force of War is full of the world's game news. War is really a hit. December 4th, Sunday, Tang Qing was looking at the financial statements of War in the living room. I am very happy because this week, the after-tax profit from the sales of props of War has exceeded 260 million yuan, which is almost like grabbing, especially with its high-definition screenshots and recording functions. Many rich people spent a lot of money to buy various equipment and props, pose with their brothers, brush maps, and pass levels. Tang Qing was happy. What a lovely player. These sales data have not been announced to the public. After all, ERV is not a listed company. How much money it makes is all its own business. It is better to make a fortune silently. No, it is to expand silently. ERV still has a long way to go. A lot of money is needed. In a short period of time, the profits of the cooperative companies of War and IDG are enough to support its expansion. In terms of software, there is basically no cost. Therefore, ERV will also partially invest in the hardware field, but it will not get involved too deeply. The most funds that Pichot project will receive in the future will be invested in the hardware field. There are specialties in the art industry. Software companies mainly work in the software field, and hardware companies mainly work in the hardware field. They cannot overlap too much. They may even create a turn against each other drama just to meet demand. It mainly depends on whether it is necessary. Tang Qing also needs to get insurance for the ERV to prevent it from getting too big and attracting trouble. All right, after the excitement, Tang Qing didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he can't spend the money himself, and he is not short of it. If he needs money in the future, the gold mine in Algeria can provide enough funds for the layout of his own industry, even if he really needs emergency money. It could become a cash machine in the Las Vegas casino. That's right. This entertainment city has been taken down. He also spent real money and took it from his wife. The process is not difficult. Anyone who dares to take over an entertainment city that owes more than $200 million in debt, that was brainless. Under the internal and external manipulation of the soldiers, the entertainment city lost a large amount of money in just 3 days. It was completely insolvent, so there was nothing to say. If you don't have money, use the entertainment city to pay for it. Now, the entertainment city has been completely taken over by warriors. In order to allow the entertainment city to develop normally, the soldiers diligently lost nearly $100 million to the entertainment city. They will also use this method to launder assets in the future. Normally, this entertainment city is guarded by soldiers, making sure profits without losing money or even making a lot of money. If Tang Qing wants money, just go and have some fun. Whether it's playing with other fighters or playing in an entertainment city, it shouldn't be too easy to obtain funds legally. However, Tang Qing estimated that he would rarely use this. It's just a backup method. Or, when can I trick people? What a pity. Tang Qing found that he really didn't have any opponents to trap him, and he felt a bit lonely as snow. Forget it. He didn't set up a flag, lest an opponent really came out to disgust him. He still liked the ordinary life now, not looking for excitement. The next day, on Monday, the beautiful and innocent school life begins. Only after losing it can we know how to cherish it more. After being desolate, we can better understand the preciousness of ordinary life. Tang Qing held Lin Jiashua's hand and walked on the campus, with envious eyes shining in her heart, and unbearable pride in her heart. It's now December. There's still more than a month until vacation. Tang Qing felt that time passed too fast, and he didn't realize that he had done anything. The semester was about to end. He wanted to seize the time he spent with Lin Jiashua, but unfortunately, time was like water. Tang Qing, Jiashua. Zheng Rou's voice came from behind. Turn around. Zheng Roujing ran over at a trot. Sister Rou, have you finished attending the wedding? Lin Jiashua asked softly. Zheng Rou nodded with a wry smile. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I have to go back and forth to catch a plane. Flying is quite tiring. Lin Jiashua nodded. It was tiring to travel back and forth, go through the troublesome security check, and the plane was bumpy. It was a bit fresh when I'd never been on it before, but I got tired of it after a few rides. That's right, Joshua. We have to rehearse well this weekend. Fortunately, my sister has a strong foundation in dancing, and her skills have not fallen behind. Otherwise, it would be too late. Zheng Rou couldn't help but squeak. New Year's Day party performance. Lin Jiashua originally didn't want to participate, but she couldn't resist Zheng Rou's hard work. The soft-eared Lin Jiashua was fooled into agreeing by Zheng Rou in just a few moments, and even dragged Tang Qing into the water. The performances are also very weird. As the chief planner, Zheng Rou has a somewhat middle-aged character. He directly chose a difficult piano and flute ensemble, 3 Plum Blossoms. Zheng Rou was also the protagonist, singing and dancing. Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua were accompanists, as well as several little girls who were fooled by Zheng Rou. Card text, ensemble of piano and flute. Tang Qing inevitably thought wrong. If someone plays the piano, someone will naturally play the instrument. Ahem. We are decent people. How can we be so evil? Sin. Sin. But Tang Qing was planning how to trick Lin Jiashua into agreeing. How about watching a movie together? Good idea. Tang Qing discovered that once a person's thoughts become evil, they are really uncontrollable, like a flood that breaks a dike and echoes in the heart. After sending Lin Jiaxue downstairs, Tang Qing turned around and went to his class. Nothing to say. There is no room in the back again. Tang Qing put the textbook in the first row by the window. This has become Tang Qing's exclusive seat. For more than half a month, no matter what class or classroom, the whole class knows that Tang Qing likes to sit by the window. The girls are very conscious and don't take up seats. The boys don't dare because the girls don't. How dare you take the position of our male idol? I don't want to mess around anymore. Not long after I sat down, an old friend sat next to Tang Qing, the top student in the class. You know, this is Fudan University, and there is a high proportion of students who love to study. The front row seats are not popular, but they are also occupied. At first, there were girls sitting next to Tang Qing, but later, due to pressure, they were replaced by the top student in the class. The top student's name is Zhu Ziyuan, and he is 1 year younger than Tang Qing. He has skipped a grade, wears glasses, and has an expression exclusive to top students, dull and inarticulate. Of course, some top students are eloquent. Brother Tang, it's good morning. Zhu Ziyuan smiled shyly. Tang Qing replied, good morning. He had a good impression of Zhu Ziyuan, who was polite, self-disciplined, and hardworking. Finished. Zhu Ziyuan took out the book and opened it. It was as densely packed with notes and lines as in high school. Zhu Ziyuan still maintained his original study habits. Tang Qing knew that Zhu Ziyuan's family conditions were not good. Like many families, they expected their children to succeed. Zhu Jiang was also very ambitious and lived up to his expectations and was admitted to Fudan University. Live a frugal life. It can be seen from the clothes that they are incomparable to Tang Qing's. Tang Qing really wanted to wear something more ordinary, but the designers of the Shengtang group wondered how their chairman could use ordinary materials, all of which were the best, regardless of cost and labor hours. They still send it every month, and, along with Lin Jiaxue's clothes, there are always a dozen of his. He also had a phone call with Qi Yin before. Stop making clothes for him. Unfortunately, Qi Yin also confidently said, you are the chairman of Shengtang. Of course, you must wear the best and most fashionable clothes of Shengtang. It can also be regarded as advertising for Shengtang. So, needless to say, Tang Qing felt that if this situation continued, he would have to create a special room to store clothes. Fortunately, the villa was very large and had many rooms. As he thought about it, Tang Qing felt that his ideas were getting more and more biased. Shaked his head. Just get down to business. Tang Qing took out his drawing book and prepared to draw a model of an electric vehicle. I know that Tang Qing's painting skills are astonishing and his imagination is rich. You know, no matter how beautiful your thoughts are, you can only show your talent. Therefore, the second uncle's electric vehicle appearance design was handed over to Tang Qing, and he was asked to provide some basic appearance design drawings. He had no choice but to say just average to the electric vehicle design by another company that his second uncle showed him. Tang Qing said it was just average, and Tang Kai directly scrapped the previous design drawing and asked the design company to start over. At the same time, Tang Qing was given a task, which was this. Tang Qing really felt that the appearance of those electric cars was too ordinary. In this era, it can be said to be very fashionable. But after 10 years, it will be impossible to watch. Tang Qing did not perform painting skills like a robot, but painted slowly, stroke by stroke, carefully considered. Each stroke was not superfluous at all, and it was exactly the same as the idea in his mind. Good. Tang Qing lamented his talent. In the design drawing, or rendering, Tang Qing did not just draw one side, up, down, left, and right. He even made the promotional poster himself. Soon, a car was speeding on the highway. Electric cars appeared before our eyes. Tang Qing thought carefully. It seems that this one is more suitable for motorcycles or concept cars. No, it's better to control your talent. Mass production of such a bright thing is too wasteful. Brother Tang, is this a motorcycle? Zhu Ziyuan glanced at it and asked. Tang Qing turned to look at Zhu Ziyuan. He wanted to ask, How did you recognize this motorcycle? I don't have an exhaust pipe at all. Forget it, right? Tang Qing said with a smile. Zhu Ziyuan praised. Tang Qing, your painting skills are really good. You could draw such a beautiful painting in just a few strokes. It's not bad. Practice makes perfect, plus a little talent. Tang Qing smiled. Brother Tang, do you like motorcycles? Zhu Ziyuan asked again. Tang Qing shook his head and said, I'm not even interested in cars. I'm here to help. I'm helping a company design electric cars. I didn't expect to come up with this. It's really not suitable. It seems that it still has to be noisy in its compactness and convenience. Zhu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with admiration. Designer. Tang Qing is so talented to be able to design such a beautiful car. Zhu Ziyuan asked, Has this car been ordered? No, I haven't submitted the draft yet. I'll try to draw more in the next few days. Tang Qing said that if the draft was done on Friday, he would at least come up with a very satisfactory work. As for whether his second uncle can use it or not, that's none of his business. More is better than less. Turn to the second page. Tang Qing fell into deep thought again. It can't be too sci-fi, it can't be too complicated, and it can't be exaggerated. The first class is over. Tang Qing finally designed the first electric car with a decent appearance, with a cute style, focusing on the women's electric car market. One model was finalized, and Tang Qing began to conceive of the second model. The second period is over. Tang Qing got 3 relatively good models. It seems fast, but the remaining 7 models are not so easy to think of because many of the ideas will overlap. Once they overlap, Tang Qing will no longer be interested in adding them. He has to make each model unique. Just when the bell rang for the end of the second period, the information coming from the earphones made Tang Qing's expression change. Africa, Southern Democratic Republic of the Congo. 30 or so chaotic vehicles were driving fast on the road, including pickup trucks, cars, off-road vehicles, and trucks. Among them was a potassium truck with a large special logo printed on it. It is the company emblem of the Central Guards. Inside one of the black Toyota off-road vehicles, Chai Ren's hands were cuffed. On both sides were 2 big black men who smelled the smell. His 2 bodyguards were treated the same way in the truck behind. In the back of the truck, a dozen Chinese were tied up. 2 black men with guns were talking and laughing on the side, with the cigarettes they had just found in their pockets in their mouths. Each and every one of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Chiron looked bitter. I didn't expect to come here to inspect the iron mine, but I was kidnapped by a group of unknown people. It seemed that the other party had premeditated it. As for the other party's purpose, Chiron could also imagine that it was nothing more than money. It stands to reason that he would not risk his life and come here to inspect for no reason. But during this period, everything was fine, the iron mine was fine, the safety of the iron mine was fine, and hundreds of employees were not attacked by anyone. He just wanted to take a look, express condolences to the employees working on the front line, and then go to the capital of Congo to meet old classmates, and then flew directly to South Africa. It seems now a somewhat ominous attitude. There are not many regrets. There are so many Chinese employees working in mining and construction here. We are all human beings. If others can come, the boss is afraid of death and cannot come. Besides, nothing happened during this period. Just finished inspecting the iron mine. On the way back after dinner, their group of 6 cars was blocked and couldn't get out. Originally, they still had weapons, but there were more than one guy on the other side's shoulder stuck in a jam, and they were no longer Spartan in an instant. The guns are all pistols. The only powerful thing is the weapons on the potassium truck. It's a pity that even if it's powerful, there's only one, which can't compare to the 6 RPGs on the shoulders of 6 black people. Africa, or the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Chiron feels that such a configuration is not excessive. In the end, there was nothing we could do. The enemy was outnumbered and the equipment was not superior. So he had no choice but to surrender. Just 10 minutes after the incident, the news that Tang Qing received was not that the command room was incompetent, nor that the satellite in the sky was blind, but that Chai Ren's security level was not high, and it was impossible for the satellite to monitor him in real time and provide round-the-clock security. That was the treatment Tang Qing and his relatives received, considering Chai Ren's level. Plus, he is also a registered member of Tang Qing. There are permissions for passive protection. Therefore, Chai Ren's safety status is scanned and confirmed every 15 minutes. After hearing the news, Tang Qing immediately put away his drawing book, asked for leave from the monitor, and walked out of the classroom quickly. Out of school, got into a car parked on the street. He ducked into the command room. Tang Yi, how's the investigation going? Tang Qing asked hurriedly. Tang Yi said, coming back to the commander, we can only confirm who kidnapped Chai Ren, but the reason is still unknown. Now we have taken over the full-frequency radio signal in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. If they have radio communication, we will soon understand the reason. Tang Qing frowned. Look at the kidnapper information this time. These are people from a tribe in the southern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They control a small town about 150 kilometers away from the iron mines, which spans the territory of multiple forces. In other words, this is a cross-territory operation. Normally, people from these tribes would not do this. If you do it and try to make money across territories, it will definitely not end well. It can be seen from the route they chose that this kidnapping did not bribe the forces along the way. Otherwise, they would not have chosen a small path. The leader of this tribe had never interacted with Chai Ren before. Tang Qing smelled a hint of conspiracy. But no matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch his company, whoever robbed our potassium truck and kidnapped me will have to pay the price. Tang Yi, tell the people in the Black Prison Operations Department to hurry up. Nothing can happen to Chai Ren. No, nothing can happen to any of the Chinese inside. Immediately activate the nearby combat drones and be ready to attack at any time. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. Turn around and start giving orders. Congolese gold. Eastern rainforest. Very few outsiders come here all year round, because there is a large tribe of cannibals living in the jungle, hundreds of them. The dense jungle blocks the sky and the sun, and everything remains in its original state. Deep in the forest, a mountain of brown rock where even birds don't want to build their nests. There are many caves on the mountain. Suddenly, inside one of the dark caves, a silvery white round machine head slowly appeared, glowing with silvery white light in the sunlight. When unlocking general flying equipment in the mall, drones were listed. They were drones capable of combat. However, those drones were military drones from various countries. Tang Qing didn't like their appearance, so he asked scientists to design his own combat drones. The main purpose is to solve a situation where rapid support cannot be provided. After all, soldiers cannot fly, and this equipment can just make up for it. Then, the TH-1 combat drone was born. Like other military drones, it can be used for both reconnaissance and combat. In order to adapt to the size of the drone, Tang Qing asked scientists to study the technology of greatly reducing the size of the weapon without greatly reducing the weapon's power. With the efforts of this group of top scientists, the power of the TH-1 finally surprised Tang Qing. In its 2-meter 3-meter body, 32 anti-air and ground-use smart bombs are only 3 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters long. Generally, potassium-loaded vehicles basically have one shot. 2 of them are EMP, electromagnetic pulse bombs, with a range of 500 meters. There's also a gun barrel under the fuselage, with a load capacity of 500 rounds and the ballistic calculation of the waiter. Not a single round will be wasted. Not only does it have strong detection capabilities, its fire support efficiency is no worse than that of a fighter jet, or even a little stronger. The cost of a drone is close to 1/5 of the cost of a fighter jet. This is only the material cost, and does not include R&D investment. The most expensive one is its small power engine, which can take off and land vertically and hover. Something like this. Tang Qing also had a headache. 1 or 2 were placed in almost every country in Africa. Fortunately, the mall did not charge high fees for the items designed by scientists, and the exchange price was only 30% more than the material cost. Call. The engine starts. A strong wind blew up inside the cave. Fa-ka-ka-ka, bang. The entire drone was ejected. Although it can take off and land vertically, an ejection rack was designed at the beginning of the design to facilitate use in some special environments. Just as it landed, the main engine instantly increased its output and a blue light flashed. The drone is like an arrow leaving the string. Disappeared into the air. All the heavens were mobilized. Of course, those on the ground are not far behind. At the same time, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Kinshasa, in a suburban villa, 5 cars filed out and stern-faced black men sat inside, each with tall, bulging muscles and wearing sunglasses with a tough aura blowing against their faces. Boom! As soon as I came out of Kinshasa, the 5 cars suddenly accelerated to the limit and weaved quickly through the traffic. Just when the drone takes off. Through satellite images, Tang Qing discovered that the convoy turned a corner on a small road and came to an uninhabited village. Why is it said to be uninhabited? Because the previous data collection marked this place as uninhabited. But the place that was originally uninhabited now has 2 cars waiting there. The convoy stopped outside the village. What is this for? Tang Qing thought it would be sent to their territory. Within the village, the convoy came to a slow stop. Chiron was roughly pulled out of the car. He stumbled and fell directly to the ground, covered in dust. Chiron smiled bitterly. I think you will have this day too. After struggling to stand up, 2 big black men each grabbed one of his hands and walked towards a dome wooden house. His bodyguards and other company employees were pressed down and squatting in the sun. Once inside the cabin, Chiron saw a middle-aged black man who was obviously the talker, sitting on a folding chair, with a fierce look in his eyes, looking at him with a half-smile, as if he was looking at a prey or a dead thing. "Hello, Mr. Chiron," the middle-aged man said coldly. Chiron's heart skipped a beat. This tone, knowing him well, doesn't sound like someone asking for money. "Hello, who are you?" Chiron asked. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Murer. You may not know me, but do you remember Columba? He is my nephew, and Carol." Murer said slowly. "Carumba?" Chiron immediately remembered. That was the tribal leader who previously occupied the iron mine, Carol, Columba's younger brother. However, both are now dead. Chiron felt that today's matter was not about money. It's very possible to lose your life here. Chiron was a little confused. Don't know how to continue. He couldn't say he knew them, because he really didn't know the 2 Columba brothers. If he didn't know them, he didn't know the 2 of them. If it weren't for them, the American company wouldn't have sold the iron or to them, and he wouldn't have taken Lugon to the United States, let alone what happened later, and he wouldn't even have had the opportunity to know Tang Qing. Morel sneered at Chiron, who looked troubled. What he was thinking about was planning how best to kill Chiron. But before that, he had to figure out who the people who killed his 2 nephews were. He wanted to take revenge before, but was unable to do so. Recently, he just killed the previous leader and took over and straightened out the relationship, so he thought about revenge. He had gone to ask Martin Bahati, the man who had taken his nephew's place. Pity. Martin Bahati said nothing, and Morel was furious. But it's impossible to press for anything on someone else's territory. If everyone is next to each other, they can still look up and not see each other down. But now, there is such a distance in between, no matter how awesome you are, you can't threaten them. He went back to the tribe and asked, but still found nothing. Those people insisted that it was a vendetta and an accident. However, how could Morel believe it? He knew that his nephew was planning to steal the money from the United States, but before the deal was completed, a Chinese took over the iron mine and was planning to steal the Chinese again. But that's it, Columba died. It's like the world has changed. On the same day, all the people who wanted to blackmail Chiron died. He believed that it was definitely related to the Chinese, but Chiron rarely came here, and the Chinese hardly came out, and there were potassium trucks. But just 2 days ago, a man came to his door and told him that Chiron was coming to inspect. He also provided the time and itinerary for them to take care of, and then left. Morel didn't know who the other person was, but he must have had a problem with Chiron and wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. Nothing to say. A picture like this appeared now. Have you remembered? Morel approached Chiron and said solemnly. Chiron leaned back to avoid Mulayer's strong smell. open his mouth. With difficulty, he uttered a sentence. I remembered. Morel sat up straight again. Then let's talk about it. How are you going to solve it? Chiron said with a wry smile. You draw the line. I'll see if I can take it. Morel laughed and said, Okay, cool. I like talking to people like you. In fact, my request is also very simple. First, $200 million. Second, tell me who killed them. I only look for the murderer, not you. Don't tell me it was an accident. I don't believe it. $200 million. It's not that Muller doesn't want more. He's just worried that Chiron's family won't be able to get it together in a short time. If he waits for 10 days and a half and causes uproar in the city, he won't be able to escape unscathed. As for not looking for trouble, of course that's just talk. Chiron looked at Muller's happy expression. You really don't want to trouble me? Chiron asked doubtfully. Of course I am very honest. If I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. The first condition is that you call your family later and ask for it. The second question, I want to know now. Morel said confidently. Does Chiron believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Aboriginals are aboriginals. His IQ is worrying. If he wasn't looking for trouble, he wouldn't have brought up the second point at all. If he had only the first half, he might still believe it. Who the hell has ever heard that revenge only seeks out those who do it, not the mastermind behind it? Isn't this stupid? But Chiron didn't dare to despise other people's IQ. Chiron was a little confused. The first one is not a problem. Their family will definitely pay for it. My family can still get the money, and it is not too much. The key is my own safety and the question of whether to tell the perpetrators. Suddenly, Chiron remembered something. When he cooperated with Tang Qing's friend before, his friend said that he would help him solve the danger. Facts have proved that Tang Qing's friend is very reliable. There is no iron ore or many mineral deposits under the African United Mining Group. In addition, Tang Qing's friend could actually get a potash truck. Chiron felt that his only hope now was with Tang Qing's friend. Even if his family gave him money, his chances of survival were not high. 穆赖尔看着柴人阴晴不定的脸. Tell me, you may not know that I don't have a good temper. If I don't tell you, I won't do anything to you. But I can't guarantee those people outside. You're not allowed to touch them. Chiron said coldly. Morel laughed and said, Haha, I have the final say here. Who can do it? He shook the gun in his hand. Chiron thought for a while. Said, This is a mercenary organization. They approached me and said that they could help with the iron ore and then collect 10% of the profit from the iron ore. If I didn't agree, they would kill me or cause trouble. I finally had to give the money. Morel asked, Their names. Chiron shook his head vigorously. I don't know. I just spent money. Originally, I could agree to the previous cooperation with Columba as long as I didn't lose money, because what I really want is iron, or otherwise I would not accept this obviously problematic iron ore. Do you think I believe it? Maybe you have contacted us before. Why didn't the other party find the American company instead of you? Morel snorted. Chiron added, Maybe it's because the American company has a big background and I'm easy to bully. You know, we Chinese don't like to cause trouble and like to do business honestly. Look, I was caught easily. The American boss will probably never set foot on this land in his life. Even if he comes, he won't have just my little security force. Morel was doubtful. Chiron is right. Relatively speaking, Chinese people are indeed easier to bully, and Chinese people all over the world are quite responsible. But Americans are very stubborn and will not do anything that is not profitable. But you cannot rule out that Chiron is lying and wants to distance himself. After Morel was confused for a moment, he suddenly smiled. Okay, I believe you. Anyway, the most important thing is that Chiron, the behind-the-scenes instigator, is dead. If Chiron dies, he can avenge his nephew and get money. After that, the most important thing is to spend money to find out who did it and then spend money to do it. Now it doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Chiron breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Morel is telling the truth or not, just don't dwell on this issue anymore. Otherwise, it won't matter if you say it or if you don't say it. He is in a dilemma. Now he is fine, and there is no need to betray his friends. Morel pulled out the satellite phone. What's your home phone number? The signal here is poor, and there is no such thing as a base station. Chiron hesitated for a moment, but still gave out his father's phone number. It was impossible not to tell him. How long could he keep it secret? He hoped that his father would find a chance to contact Tang Qing to see how this matter would be handled. These people, at first glance, it looks like a small local force. Even if national pressure is used, it may not be able to scare him, and it will cause uproar in the city, which is very detrimental to their family. If possible, this matter is still not suitable for resolution at the national level. Beijing. Chai Guoqiang's office. The phone rang. Hello. Hello. Chai Run is in my hands. If you want money, prepare 200 million US dollars, otherwise. Mole's lines gave Chai Run an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, which made him feel embarrassed. Chai Guoqiang also understands English. His youngest son was kidnapped? I looked at the number, and it didn't look familiar. Who are you? Why should I believe you? Chai Guoqiang suddenly felt something in his heart. He knew that his son went to Africa for inspection. If it was true, Chai Guoqiang's hands shook and he became panicked. This is his own son. No one can remain calm. Morel brought the phone to Chai Ren's mouth. Dad, contact Tang Qing. Chai Ren said quickly. Morel didn't understand Chinese, so he thought it was my father who meant to save me, so he quickly took the phone. Believe it or not, transfer 200 million US dollars to me in a Swiss bank account with the account number. I know it's a lot of money. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see the money by the day after tomorrow, be prepared to give it. Chai Guoqiang took a deep breath. Okay, I understand. Can I have a few more words with my son? Chai Guoqiang said. No. Morel immediately hung up the phone. The more you say, the more you make mistakes. Looking at Chai Run, Muller sneered. Chai Ren, thank you for your cooperation. As long as the money arrives, I will let you go. I hope so, Chai Ren said with a bitter smile. Beijing. Listen to the beeping on the phone. Chai Guoqiang fell into deep thought. Chai Ren asked him to call Tang Qing. He also understood the meaning, which was to see if he could find out who did it through the connections in the black prison, and then find a way to rescue him. Chai Ren must not want to alarm the national forces. Exhale. Chai Guoqiang dug out Tang Qing's phone number. Except for Tang Qing's phone number, he did not have the numbers of the soldiers Chai Ren usually contacted. Command room. Tang Qing stared at the screen in front of Yanqing. Just now, the phone call between Muller and Chai Guoqiang had been intercepted by the satellite. Tang Qing knew in his heart that Chai Ren had put a lot of money on him this time. This trust made Tang Qing feel quite good. Commander, Chai Guoqiang's phone number. Tang, he said suddenly. Tang Qing said, come in. Yes. Tang Qing. Chai Guoqiang's voice came over, his tone solemn. Although his voice was loud, there was a hint of urgency. It's me, Uncle Chai. Tang Qing smiled. Chai Guoqiang paused and said in a deep voice, Xiao Tang, I have something to tell you. Chai Ren is in trouble in Africa now. Chai Ren asked me to call you. Can you contact your friend? I know, he was kidnapped. Tang Qing said bluntly. You know? Chai Guoqiang looked surprised. Tang Qing nodded and said, well, my friend informed me before. Regarding this matter, my friend promised to deal with it. Now we have figured out the location and identity of the other party, but the motive is still unclear. Don't worry, my friend's people will arrive in half an hour. The drone has arrived near the village and is hidden in the nearby woods. Its engine sound is very small, almost inaudible 30 meters away, and it can attack at any time. But it will be a while before the soldiers arrive. It is better not to expose the black technology of drones too early. Can they guarantee Chai Ren's safety? Chai Guoqiang pondered. He didn't expect Tang Qing's friend to react so quickly and send someone over. This execution ability is not simple. Tang Qing promised, Uncle Chai, don't worry, Chai Ren will be fine. I promise you, since Chai Ren believes in my friend will not let him down. Chai Guoqiang asked, who kidnapped Chai Ren? It's a local tribal leader in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This time, it's a cross-regional kidnapping of Chai Ren. In addition to money, my friend thinks they have other purposes. Then we can only catch the leader and ask. Tang Qing said, okay, I believe you. Let me know if you have any news. Chai Guoqiang still chose to believe Tang Qing. Okay, hang up the phone. Tang Qing looked at the rapidly approaching combat team on the screen. There's still half an hour left. The soldiers can reach it. Democratic Republic of the Congo. South. Martin Bahati's office. He was tasting the tea given by Chiron just now. Suddenly, Chief, it's bad. Mr. Chai and his friends are missing. We can't contact them. A tribal boy ran in a hurry, panting, his face covered with sweat. Hearing this, Martin Bahati took a sip of tea and almost got burnt. What? Martin Bahati stood up in shock. The black young man repeated, We have lost contact with Mr. Chai and the mine security team's potash truck. Judging from the news from the front, it seems that someone has kidnapped them. Who? Martin Bahati asked hurriedly. I don't know. The young man shook his head. Hiss. Martin Bahati took a breath. His heart accelerated suddenly. Blood rushed to his head, and he held on to the chair before standing. Something happened to Chiron. He felt that he was almost finished too. You know, Chiron is a member of the Black Prison. He has paid the membership fee to the Black Prison, and his status is higher than his own. After all, even his protection money was obtained from Chiron. Once something happened to Chiron in his own territory, and Black Hell blamed him, he would probably be just having fun like Columba. Carumba? Martin Bahati was shocked. He thought of Morel. If there were suspects, he didn't have a clear one, but Morel was definitely one of them. If Morel did it, Chiron was dead. Martin Bahati swallowed his saliva. No, he didn't want to die. Martin Bahati immediately took out his phone and found Mole's number. Soon. Got it. Bahati, why did you remember to call me? Morel smiled. Hearing Mole's relaxed tone, Martin Bahati was 80% sure that it was him who did it. Otherwise, Morel would not have had such a tone towards him. You know, when he came to ask about the cause of Columba's death, he said nothing. Did you capture Chiron? Martin Bahati asked hurriedly. Morel firmly denied. No, don't talk nonsense. I didn't arrest the so-called Chiron. Who is Chiron? It sounds like a Chinese name. You'd better not touch him, otherwise you will be dead. Martin Bahati was furious, but Morel pretended to be stupid. With this tone, it was definitely Morel who did it. Morel said helplessly, I told you I don't know who the so-called Chiron is. What else can you do? If it were you. Martin Bahati was about to threaten. Beep beep. Morel hung up the phone. Martin Bahati was so angry that he couldn't help but call him. Morel, why did you hang up on me? I'm telling you if you... Do, you bastard. Give it to me. Do. One doesn't want to die, the other wants to play. For a time, Morel was having a great time. Played for about 10 minutes. Morel was tired of it. Please, Muriel, let Chiron go. Martin Bahati had lost all his temper. It's really uncomfortable to beg for help, but it's better than dying. Bahati, you're just a Chinese. Why are you in such a hurry? Morel asked curiously. You can't touch him anyway, Martin Bahati said. What if it moves? Morel sneered. You will die, Martin Bahati threatened. Murer paused, then suddenly smiled and said, Okay, Bahati, I'm kidding you. I really don't know Chiron. I don't even know who he is. Why did I catch him? I'm very busy. I won't tell you anymore. Goodbye. After saying this, Murer hung up the phone. The relaxed expression on his face turned serious. I thought he was just an ordinary Chinese boss, and a Chinese boss who was being threatened. But listening to Martin Bahati's tone, there was a strong force that made Bahati very afraid. Even if they're mercenaries, they're by no means ordinary mercenaries. After sitting on the chair and thinking for a while, Morel walked out of the room and walked towards the wooden house where Chiron was imprisoned. The wooden house here did not even have a door, so Morel walked directly in. Muller walked up to Chiron and said with a half-smile, Mr. Chiron, are you hiding something from us? What is it? Chiron felt suddenly. Your identity and that of the mercenary. Morel sneered. Didn't I say that I don't know their identities, and I was also threatened? I always like to do business safely. How could I make things so big? Chiron still refused to admit it, and his tone was very firm. Morel was also a little confused. He suddenly felt that he was in a huge mystery. Both Chiron and Martin Bahati might know something, but they would not tell him. This was his intuition. My heart skipped a beat. Bring him out, Morel ordered. Two big black men drove Chai Ren out of the cabin, and Chai Ren had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Chai Ren was taken to the open space, next to the bodyguards. "Mr. Chai Ren, what should you know?" he said. Click. Morel pointed the gun at a Chinese assistant of Chai Ren. "What are you going to do?" Chai Ren asked hurriedly. "Tell me, Martin Bahati has told you everything you know about this mercenary, but it may not be complete. I want to confirm whether what he said is true. His life is in your hands," Morel said with a ferocious expression. He planned to deceive Chai Ren. Chai Ren was really panicking now. There was no way he could watch his assistant being killed in front of him. Chai Ren hesitated. Dang! The gun in Morel's hand turned into parts and fell to the ground. Morel only felt a huge force coming from his hand, which directly shook the gun away from his hand, and there was a dull pain in the tiger's mouth. Chai Ren was stunned for a moment. Look up and around. A scene that he will never forget happened. I saw that the guards in front of me were exploding with blood on vital parts, some on the head, some on the heart, all of which were fatal with one blow, leaving no chance to breathe free air. "There are enemies. Take cover quickly," Morel yelled. "Finished. Don't care about anyone else either. Run towards the car." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his men falling down like wheat, and he was immediately frightened to death. With such an attack speed, how many people must be on the other side? What is going on? How could someone come here so quickly and with such powerful firepower? It sounds like there's almost no business. I guess there must be silenced firearms. Could this be the source of Martin Bahati's fear? No time to think too much. Morel ran and hid on the side of the potassium truck. He has determined the direction of the attack, and he should be able to resist it here. There are two men here who are also looking at Morel in panic. There are not many screams around, but they are more permeable because this means that the person is dead. Represents. No one was injured. "Chief Morel, this should be safe," a subordinate said in shock. But the words were not finished. Blood spurted from the men's mouths. It was all over Morel's face. At the same time, a bullet grazed his scalp. Looking at the two men, they also turned into corpses. Gullet. Morel was so frightened that he peed, slumped on the ground. Two of his men died before his eyes. Morel looked at the scene in front of him in horror, not caring to wipe the blood on his face. The feeling of the bullet scratching his scalp just now lingered in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. 2 seconds later, there was a faint burning sensation from the scratch. Morel was shocked back to his senses. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta. Clatter. Morel found that his men's counterattacks were getting weaker and weaker. No, it shouldn't be called a counterattack. It should be called a random attack, because they didn't find the target at all and could only guess the location. A random beating. Watching each of his companions fall. A man who was running was about to turn around and attack Chai Ren and the others. Even if he died, he would still have someone to support him. Unfortunately, the black man just turned his head. Call out. What greeted him was a yellow-orange bullet. Passed through the body. His heart was stained red, and the huge kinetic energy knocked him flying for more than 1 meter. And he's the last of Morel's men. Having just seen Morel pointing his gun at a Chinese assistant of Chai Ren, Tang Qing was too lazy to wait for the ground soldiers to arrive and directly issued a clearing order, so the drone attack began. Mechanical often have higher efficiency than humans, especially this kind of combat drone that specializes in dealing with emergencies. This was the first time it was demonstrated in the African battle, and the effect was not bad. At an average rate of fire of 8 rounds per second, Morel's 105 men could not last more than 15 seconds. All turned into corpses. As for Morel, there are still some questions to ask, no killing. Within the crowd, Chai Ren's calves were trembling now. Although he had served as a soldier in China and had encountered robberies and wolves last time in the United States, he had never encountered anything like this before. In just 10 seconds, more than 100 Africans died. Although they were all bad people, they were still human lives. The only thing he was curious about now was who had done it. Just when Chai Ren was curious, his bodyguards didn't dare to stay stunned. This time it was obvious that they were not just ordinary rabble-rousers, but professionals, and it seemed that they did not intend to kill them. They all moved over to protect Chai Ren. Their hands were tied with ropes, back to back, and they were slowly untied. Soon, more than a dozen Chinese people were untied and looked around warily. Chai Ren's bodyguards did not dare to pick up the gun, because it's not clear whether they are friends or foes. If it is an enemy, there is no gun after I picked it up, and if it is a friend, it seems to be of no use. At this time, Chai Ren finally suppressed his trembling calves, took a deep breath, looked around, and said loudly, "Friend, thank you for your help. Please come out and see me." Naturally, he said this in English. However, no one answered. Chai Ren shouted twice more. Still quiet. The woods were quiet. Looking at the corpses on the ground, it was so quiet and quite breathtaking. "Boss, should we find a place to hide first to prevent them from attacking us?" a bodyguard asked. Chai Ren smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think there's no place for these more than 100 people to hide?" He was a professional. It could be seen from the traces at the scene that he could not escape, no matter whether he was hiding behind the potassium truck, other cars, behind the house, or in a small mound of earth. It's all a result. It seems that this place has been fully covered by other people's firepower. The bodyguard said nothing. Suddenly, "Boss, look, the leader is not dead yet." A bodyguard suddenly saw Mole's face sticking out from behind the potassium truck and flashed past. But how could he escape the nervous bodyguards? "Herb Morel." Everyone changed their faces. "Quickly, find a car. Let's go first." Chai Ren hadn't finished speaking yet. Several car roars were heard. Everyone looked in the direction and saw 5 black off-road vehicles driving over and parked next to them. Chai Ren swallowed his saliva. To be able to drive the car so unscrupulously, he must have been the one who did it just now. Looking at the 15 black men who came down with weapons in their hands, Chai Ren smiled bitterly. Today's events are so confusing that it is very likely that we have just escaped from the tiger's mouth and fallen into the wolf's den again. These people did not speak, but rushed straight to the back of the potassium truck. Chai Ren was just about to remind him that there were people behind, and there might be weapons, but they moved too fast, and Morel had already been lifted out. Then, Chai Ren put down his hand. If others can hit there, they must be aware of the danger, and it would be unnecessary for me to do so. This time, a black man came up. "Mr. Chai Ren, please get in the car. We will take you to a safe place." "Do you know me? Who are you?" Chai Ren asked doubtfully. The black man did not return, but instead said slowly, "The passive rescue service fee is $200,000. Please pay it to Tang Qing's settlement account within 3 days. Thank you for your patronage, please." Chai Ren was stunned. Something seemed to come to mind. When working with Tang Qing's friend before, he said that if he was in danger, he would take the initiative to rescue him. The charging price was calculated as $10,000 per person per day. Could it be that the other party was? Chai Ren was ecstatic. "One of our own. Hello. Hello. Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you so much. I'll give you $2 million, not to mention $200,000. Thank you." Chai Ren couldn't stop thanking him, and the people around him were confused and confused. The soldier said, "Mr. Chai Ren, ask your people to get in the car, and we will take you to Jinsa." Okay. After that, Chai Ren turned to his men and said, "Quick, we are one of our own. Get in our own car. By the way, fill up the gas. There may not be a gas station halfway along the way." Although he wanted to leave quickly, Chai Ren's rationality was not overridden. Hear your own people. Others didn't bother to think about why there were such powerful people. They rushed to their own cars and filled up the gas. If there was not enough gas, they would pump it from other cars. It took a full 10 minutes of work before all the cars had enough gas. Chai Ren looked at Morel in the distance. "How does he deal with this?" Chai Ren asked curiously. The soldiers said slowly, "If you dare to attack the potassium truck of our boss's friend's company, you will die. Death." Chai Ren's feeling has faded a lot. Because there are still more than 100 people lying around, one more person will die. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. People's adaptation to early was reflected at this moment, and Chai Ren was a little numb. "Ignore Morel." The convoy set off quickly. However, when leaving, a soldier's car was left behind. Mole's face was ashen. He knows. "I'm done this time." Could this be the power that Martin Bahati fears? It's terrible. On the car, Chai Ren remembered calling home to report that he was safe. Beijing. Chai Guiqiang lay quietly on the chair. He was worried about his son who was far away in Africa. If Tang Qing's friend couldn't handle it this time, he would report to his family, really to the country, and ask for help. If something happened to Chai Run, really? Chai Guiqiang couldn't imagine it. Ding, ding, ding. The phone suddenly rang. Chai Guiqiang was shocked. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Chai Ren's number. Hello. Chai Guiqiang asked carefully, fearing that bad news would come from the other side. Dad, it's me, I'm fine. Chai Ren said happily. Chai Guiqiang asked hurriedly. Are you okay? What happened? Did they really rescue you? Tang Qing said that arriving in half an hour does not mean that he was rescued in half an hour. You have to make arrangements and investigate. Even 2 hours. Seemed normal to him. Have you called Tang Qing? Chai Ren asked. Yes. He said just now that he already knows that his friend will arrive in half an hour. Has he arrived? However, it won't arrive so soon. Where are the people who kidnapped you? Chai Guiqiang asked. Dead. Chai Ren finally felt relieved. He was indeed one of his own. Dead. Chai Guiqiang was surprised. Yes, the more than 100 people who kidnapped me were all killed by their people. Chai Ren said honestly. More than 100 people? Kill them all? Even though we are in Africa, even though we are bad people, this is still human life. Hiss. Chai Guiqiang took a deep breath. Ruthless. So cruel. Although many of the mines owned by the United African Mining Group are involved in unknown conflicts, usually only a few people die. In comparison, this operation is really too cruel. Where are you now? Chai Guiqiang asked. Chai Ren said. On the way to Jinsa, their people escorted me. I plan to go see my classmates first, and then return directly to China. After thinking for a while, Chai Guiqiang did not persuade Chai Ren to come back immediately. How long will they protect you? Only sent to Jinsa, but they can continue to provide security, but there are not many. Only 4. Each person costs $10,000 per day. Chai Ren's mind was very clear, and he remembered the original conditions, which provided a maximum of 4 bodyguards. Okay, then hire 4, and we'll talk about the others when they come back. I won't tell the rest of the family about this. I will only tell your grandpa, so as not to worry them. So be careful yourself. Chai Guiqiang said. I understand. Chai Ren nodded. By the way, give Tang Qing a call, and also call Wen Zhua to thank him. Chai Guiqiang knew Wen Zhua, who was cooperating with his son. Okay. Hang up the phone. Chai Ren called Wen Zhua, another shareholder representative of the African United Card Mining Group. Mr. Wen Zhua, thank you for your rescue. The soldier said calmly. Well, just be more careful next time. In such a dangerous place, bring more bodyguards. Chai Ren agreed. You are right, that's right. I want to hire 4 bodyguards. I don't know if I need to go to Tong Tian's website to place an order. No, just talk to the person in charge of their team. You are a member, and the payment method is due settlement. But remember, it is only available abroad and within China. We do not provide security services. The soldier reminded. I understand. Thank you. Well, bye. Listening to the beep on the other side. It was obviously hung up. But Chai Ren was not angry at all, because Wen Zhua was like this every time. With a chuckle, Chai Ren knew in his heart that these people all had the same attitude. That is, not getting close, not talking nonsense, and only speaking with honesty. Chai Ren likes such partners. Comfortable. All this. It seems that Tang Qing brought them all. Thinking of that sunny boy, Chai Ren felt that he was also lucky. Since meeting Tang Qing, he's been very lucky and has made a lot of money. Tang Qing has never treated him as a young man. He should suffer and talk about it. If he had such a rich and powerful friend who made him tremble, he felt that he could be so calm. The third call. Naturally, the call was to Tang Qing. Xiao Tang, what are you doing? Young Master Chai, it's good that you're safe. I'm at school. What else can I do? I'll come back as soon as I'm done and have a good meal in the capital to calm down. Tang Qing had already left the command room and walked into the campus. It's such a big deal. Why don't you invite me to dinner? Chai Ren pretended to be dissatisfied. TC, it's a beautiful thought. No invitation. Tang Qing curled his lips. I saved you, and you still come to eat from me. What a shame. Stingy guy. I'm just stingy. After a few casual words, Chai Run gradually relaxed. Chai Run's motorcade headed towards Jinsa. The employees were all a little shocked. Unlike Chai Run, they knew all the logic and reasons behind this. They only knew that these murderous black men knew Chai Run, and they didn't know how well they knew each other. Chai Run not only called Tang Qing, but also called Bahati to report that he was safe. After hanging up the phone, Bahati already looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chai Run did not say that he had killed anyone on the phone. He only said that someone had rescued him, and he did not reveal his identity. But Bahati couldn't figure out who saved him. Those people must have died. Thinking of this, Bahati felt lucky that he and the other party were on the same side. Otherwise, with an enemy with such terrifying execution efficiency, he would have to open one eye while sleeping. Bahati was even more afraid of the black prison. I'm just a little curious about what happened to Mulair and the others, whether they were dead or not. I can only wait and see, because Chai Run didn't say anything. In the car, Chai Run hung up the phone with Jianxi. Staring at the scenery flashing outside the window, I feel that it is completely different from the way I came, because the way I came was to be a kidnapper, and the way back is to be a survivor and turn the crisis into safety. The convoy drove for a while. On a small road, this is the way the soldiers came. The ground is still a dirt road. It was very bumpy, but Chai Run had already adapted to it. When passing through an unknown forest, Chai Run noticed that the speed of the convoy had slowed down. He stretched out his head to take a look, but immediately retracted his head because a group of black men with guns appeared in front of him. He didn't know now whether this was Mole's territory, so it was better to be careful. Soon, the car was on the road again. Chai Run immediately rolled up the car window to avoid causing trouble. These should be road bullies collecting tolls. This is not uncommon in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. When driving from Kinshasa to the iron mines, they encountered many toll collectors. However, those who collect tolls on the main roads are mainly African policemen, and those who collect tolls on the small roads are usually people from nearby tribes. It seems that just now I paid them the toll and let them go. Chai Run thought it would pass safely. However, just as their convoy passed the Roadhog toll station, a Chinese employee in the car in front suddenly opened the door and rushed out of the car, running towards one of the black men. Chai Run's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Click. Stop. Hands up. A loud roar came from the mouths of the black people. Not only that, the car of Chai Run and his group was also pointed at by black people with guns. The scene became tense in an instant. The Chinese employee was also knocked to the ground and pointed at a gun. Chai Run is the boss. Had to get out of the car. I saw Chai Run getting out of the car. Many guns were pointed at him again. I have no weapons. I am his boss. We have no ill intentions. Chai Run shouted. Although the Democratic Republic of the Congo is a French-speaking area, English is the lingua franca, and he does not know French. When those people saw that they were Chinese people, they also understood the meaning of this convoy, which was the protection of the hired local armed forces. Moreover, the Chinese people have always been honest and timid, so this matter may really be a misunderstanding. Why are your people preparing to attack my people? The leading black man asked with a frown. Chai Run looked at the employee on the ground. He remembered that his name was Qian Lei, and Yun Qi invested in the office here. I'm sorry, I actually don't know. I'll ask him, Chai Run said, and walked over slowly. At this time, Chai Run found that the people who rescued them also got out of the car. They had guns in their hands, but they didn't raise them. I don't know if it was because of confidence or something, but they just stood there carelessly. Chai Run probably expressed his attitude that he did not want to intensify the situation. Qian Lei, what's going on? What are you doing here? Chai Run asked. Qian Lei said with a sad face, Boss, what that man is wearing is my girlfriend's watch. My girlfriend disappeared on the streets of Jinsa half a month ago. At that time, I went into the store to look at the handicrafts inside. Within 10 seconds, I turned around and disappeared. Woo-woo. Boss, please help me ask where she is and how she is. This was the first time Chai Run knew about this matter. Also Chinese? Chai Run asked doubtfully. Qian Lei shook his head and said, No, he's a Russian reporter. We've known each other for 2 years, and we're planning to get married at the end of this year. but I didn't expect that he would be lost like this. Chai Run waved his hand to interrupt Qianlei. Although not Chinese, but she can also be regarded as the future daughter-in-law of a Chinese. Hello, I would like to ask where your subordinate's watch came from. Chai Run asked cautiously. The black leader looked at Chai Run, and his face changed slightly when he saw him asking about the watch, because he gave it to his subordinate. Of course, he knew the origin clearly, but when he thought of that person, he trembled all over. This, my men picked it up, the leader said casually. Chai Run was stunned. This reason is the same as not being mentioned. Chai Run asked, "Excuse me, where did you pick it up?" "I forgot. I was driving on the road, and when I got out of the car to drain the water, I picked it up on the side of the road. As for the specific place, I remember it was about 20 kilometers over there," pointing in the direction they were going. The black leader doesn't need to draft his lies at all. Chai Run looked at Qianlei, who was pressed to the ground. "Then can you return the watch to my friend, because this watch means a lot to him." What else could Chai Run say? That I don't believe it. He is stupid. There's so many guns, nearly 50, he really doesn't dare. After hearing what Chai Run said, the leading black man sneered. "Humph, I picked this up? You can do it if you want. I think your clothes are good. You're not a poor man. I will sell them to you for $10,000. Chai Run thought for a while. $10,000 is not unacceptable. If Qianlei did that, he must get this watch back. Otherwise, his boss would not be loyal enough. "Okay, I'll give it." Chai Run agreed. Then he turned around and asked someone to get a wad of dollars from the car. $10,000. Handed it to the leading black man. But it was Chai Run's cheerfulness that gave the leading black man the idea of extorting money. He looked around and saw that these people were all being pointed at guns. There was no condition for negotiation. He was not killing anyone, just robbing. If not, just kill. In a wilderness, this is still a chaotic country, and the undead are a wonder. "Hey, friend, do you have a lot of money?" the leader asked abruptly. Chai Run's heart was beating wildly. Oops, he had lost all his money. He was stared at by the person in front of him, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "What do you mean?" Facing Chai Run's pretense, the leader shook the gun in his hand, sneered, and said, "Hand over all your money, otherwise I will let someone get it." Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, intensive gunshots rang out without warning. It was so dense that it seemed like there was only one sound. Because the whole battle process, it just lasted 1 second. With 15 warriors capable of 8 fixed-point extreme fire rate per second and 4 extreme fire rates of 180-degree movement, plus the drones that continued to secretly guard them in the sky, it was not unusual for the battle to end in 1 second. After the sound stopped, "Gulu." Chai Run swallowed. His eyes were as big as gongs. Because everyone present, except the African who was the leader, they all fell to the ground, leaving a clear pool of blood around them. Dead, absolutely dead. It was the feeling of being rescued just now. There was no sound just now, but now there is sound. It was terrible. This was Chai Run's only feeling. It reminded him of that ridiculously strong Yuan brother. It seemed that there were more than 1 or 2 such talents, probably a lot. Chai Run, as an ally, felt a little chilled by the force formed by such people. The leading African was also shocked. Crack. A gun was put on the head of the leader. Tell me the origin of this watch. Don't lie to me again, or otherwise." The soldier behind didn't say anything. The African leader was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it, what happened just now? It was over before he could react. Too fast. Too strong to be human. Otherwise, just kill me, and I won't tell you anything if you kill me. He saw that all his men were dead, and knew that he'd kicked the steel plate. So he was dead anyway. So what else could he say? "Hrudin, your tribe is 39 kilometers over there." The soldier pointed in one direction and said, "How do you know my name, and what do you want to do?" Iludin looked horrified. This person actually knows me. If he does this now, he is obviously not a friend, so he should be an enemy. Answer the question, otherwise, after I kill you, I will go to your tribe and ask how many people will die by then. It has nothing to do with me. It is all your fault. This blame directly threw Hiludin into confusion. Is there such an operation? This is a direct threat to destroy their tribe. Hiludin suddenly panicked. Sleepy. They really don't know anything. Hiludin said hurriedly. The warrior shook his head and sneered. I don't believe it. Maybe when I ask around, some of them will know. Although I don't know how many people will survive by then. Master, this is all caused by you. I will give you 5 seconds to think about it now, or I will go to your tribe. Ask 5 or 4 one by one. Scaring is the specialty of the soldiers. Really, Hiludin didn't last more than 2 seconds. I said, facing these cruel people, he was really scared. It's okay not to be cowardly. There were people lying on the ground all around. Who dared to doubt the ruthlessness of these people? He suddenly understood the meaning of cruel people are those who talk little. These people, if they don't move, they will shake the world. The appearance of the lamb being slaughtered just now was all fake. This was given to me by the leader of Sadok in the north. I gave him some gifts before, and he gave me a bunch of things, including this watch. Hiludin gave the gift this time to make him look familiar, so that he could find a position under Sadok in the future. As for the contents of the gifts, there were several women from nearby tribes. Pity. Can't wait for the second visit yet. The dream is about to be shattered. Chief Sadok? What is the origin of the watch? The soldier asked. I don't know about that. Hiludin shook his head quickly. Bang! The soldier fired without hesitation. Because Hiludin did not lie. Chai Run and others were so frightened that they jumped up. Looking at Hiludin, who fell to the ground, he had a new understanding of the cruelty of these people. That is, they were unscrupulous, arrogant, and had no taboos. He thought that Hiludin had said that the soldiers would leave him a way to survive. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that once he was judged as an enemy by a soldier. After losing value, in the eyes of the soldiers, they were objects that must be eliminated. Unless there were strategic considerations and Tang Qing's orders, the command room would always handle such little things ruthlessly. Even if Tang Qing is here, he will actually issue the same order, and it will be very troublesome for Hiludin to stay. A gust of hot wind blew through, but everyone present was heartbroken. Who the hell would feel calm when standing in a pile of dead people? Looking at these own people, Chai Ren and others all felt terrified. Even his friends, they were afraid of such people. Qianlei immediately went up and took off the watch. Looked at the watch in his hand, his eyes widened. Suddenly, he looked up at Chai Ren and sobbed. Bossa? He wanted to help find out whether his girlfriend was dead or alive. But now that he thought about it, even if he found out, he couldn't afford to offend the forces that kidnapped his girlfriend, not even Chai Ren. This is an unreasonable requirement. That's dragging Chai Ren into the water. Chai Ren looked at Qianlei with a tangled look on his face and sighed. Do you know who Leader Sadok is? The soldier replied, Sadok, the leader of the armed forces in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, North Key Province, occupies most of the province. He has 15,000 soldiers and a lot of equipment under his command. There has always been friction with Congo. The introduction is simple, but it can be seen how strong this Sadok is. Chai Ren was silent. This kind of power is not something he can afford to offend, let alone asking for someone. That is asking for death. These moody warlords are hard to crack, and asking for someone may cost them their lives. Qianlei heard about Sadok's background. His face was ashen. VIP, it's better to die than die. The scene fell silent for a while. Chai Ren didn't know what to say, saying that there was nothing I could do. Qianlei didn't know what to say. He couldn't let Chai Ren go and ask Sadok for someone else. Mr. Chai Ren, please get in the car. The soldier said. Chai Ren turned to Qianlei and said, Okay, Qianlei, get in the car. Let's go back to Jinsa. First. Okay. Qianlei responded hoarsely. Everyone is in a bad mood. Especially Chai Ren and Qianlei felt helpless together. Suddenly, Chai Ren thought of the power of the black prison. Maybe there is a way. Can you find out about the female reporter? Chai Ren asked the soldier next to him. The soldier paused, suddenly said, You're talking about Galina Ivanovich Ivanov. Qianlei was shocked. He rushed over and said anxiously, It's her. How did you know? I just found it. The soldier said lightly. Just found it? Chai Ren noticed the earphones on the soldier's ears, which seemed to be connected to the remote commander. Thinking about it, How could such an operation be possible without remote assistance? In such a place, there's not even a base station, so long-distance contact is possible. Most likely there is satellite assistance. Think of satellites. Chiron had more guesses about the strength of this force. Is she still alive? Chiron asked again. Still alive, the soldier said. Alive. Qianlei's face was full of surprise. Are you really alive? The soldier didn't answer. Qianlei's level was really not high enough to ask questions, and this was a repetitive question for him. Chiron understood it at a glance and smiled bitterly in his heart. These people really have double standards. They're very good to those they are familiar with and related to, but they are completely indifferent to others. No, they are indifferent. Chiron asked, how is she now? She is currently locked up in a forbidden room in Sadek. Her life is safe, and she has not been tortured. Sadek seems to want to use her in exchange for something. As for what it is, we don't know. The soldier said. In fact, the command room knew about it, but Qianlei and others were not qualified to know a lot of the information. As soon as these words came out, everyone knows that this matter is not simple. If someone like Sadek can use it to exchange things, the situation inside is complicated. It is impossible to guarantee that this woman has a special status. Get in the car. Let's go first. Don't let anyone see you. It's not fun to talk among the dead. Chiron looked horrified. Everyone thought it was a lot. Qianlei got into the car in despair. Seeing this, Chiron sighed. There was nothing they could do about this kind of thing. Suddenly, Chiron thought of his current situation. Wasn't this just rescued? Is it possible that the background of the warriors is so strong? As soon as this idea emerged, it expanded uncontrollably. They were a little worried that they would offend Sadek because of this. After all, the opponent had tens of thousands of people in their hands. But you won't die if you ask. Do you have any way to rescue her? Chiron said to the soldier driving the car. As a protection target, the driver is a soldier, and Chiron's two bodyguards are on the passenger side and beside him. Yes, the difficulty of the mission is medium, and the fee for a single mission is $1 million. After a 3-second pause, the soldier said slowly, of course, if you have money, you have to make money. As long as it does not violate the core purpose set by Tang Qing, the soldiers are not afraid of trouble at all. Really? Chiron said in surprise. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect the soldier to agree. Although there was a fee, that was not the point. The point was that the soldier dared to tease Sadek's beard and steal his people. Okay, the soldier confirmed. When will it start? Chiron put aside his surprise and save people first. The soldier replied, yes, at any time. Your level can give you money after the mission is successful. Can you please release a rescue mission for Galena? The mission fee is $1 million, and payment will be made within 3 days after success. Yes, I agree. But will this affect you? After all, Galena seems to be very important to them. Chiron worried that it would be bad if Tang Qing's friends got into trouble for this. Don't worry, this is our business. The soldier said calmly. There was neither sadness nor joy in his tone, but his confidence and fearlessness are fully demonstrated. Chiron really didn't know if these people were brave because of their skill or what. This was a force of 15,000 people, so they dared to provoke them at will. This was not the case. Bah! Chiron felt like he was mentally retarded. Others were not fighting each other, but just saving people. It doesn't matter how many people there are. There is no need to fight head-on. Mr. Chiron, the mission has been assigned. We will notify you after the mission is completed. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Just when Chiron confirmed the mission information, an order was sent to Sadek Station in the northern province of Kyrgyzstan, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nordic Province, City of Fei, Sadek's headquarters. This is a big city. Sadek was not only interested in fighting, he was also interested in economic development. Therefore, apart from the friction with the Democratic Republic of Congo's government, he did not turn the entire province into a war zone, but instead developed a pretty good economy, relying on local mineral resources and geographical advantages. Sadek has made a lot of money over the years, and he has also spent a lot of money to purchase weapons and equipment, maintaining a certain advantage. It is not that they are more powerful than the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but because the Democratic Republic of the Congo is a country of warlords and chaos. Arms are everywhere. I can't manage it at all. If it weren't for a meeting a few years ago where 2 local armed forces were recruited, the Democratic Republic of the Congo would be even more chaotic than this. But even now, it's the same. Those 2 armed forces nominally surrendered to the Democratic Republic of the Congo government, but in fact they still control the power. The southern end of the city of Faye, in a heavily guarded building. This is where SADC kept important personnel and was guarded by 300 soldiers to ensure nothing went wrong. Galena was imprisoned on the 2 underground floors. There is a separate room. At this time, Galena was curled up in the corner and crying, her heart full of fear and fear. The past half-month had been as long as half a year to her. Ever since she was imprisoned here, no one had come to take care of her. As for the purpose of arresting her, she was not sure. This time, clang, the door suddenly opened. A black man came in. Galena was startled and looked at the person in front of her in horror, fearing that his bestiality would show up and do something to her. You must know that AIDS is very common in Africa, especially here, where basically 1 in every 10 people has it. This is still official data. Beautified. As a reporter, she knows the real situation, so it will be doubled. Don't come over here. If you do, I'll kill you. Galena shouted. If you get sick, you might as well die. Galena, put it on. I'm here to save you. The black man threw a bag directly over. Under the execution of the black prison and the African umbrella plan, there are basically soldiers all over the vast land of Africa. What's more, how can a force like SADC establish a comprehensive intelligence network without infiltrating the inside? Forces like SADC, it is the key target of penetration. Galena was stunned. Save her? Galena did not dare to follow the stranger and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save me? Who asked you to come?" Several questions in a row. It's related to your boyfriend Qianlei. I can only say this much. You'd better hurry up. We don't have much time. The black man said. If there weren't many warriors here, the main target of infiltration was SADC's core, and this place wasn't suitable for a strong attack. The warriors would have knocked Galena unconscious and carried her out. Here Qianlei. Galena was delighted. Qianlei, who knows Qianlei, is probably not a bad person. He is afraid of leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's mouth again. Although he still has doubts in his heart, it is better to get out than to continue living in this dark place. I'll change. Galena gritted her teeth and did it. Finished. Galena quickly changed her clothes. This is the same outfit as the guards here. Galena really didn't know the meaning of such a disguise. There were all black guards here. She was a Russian. She could change her clothes, but not her face without being recognized. Could it be that the person in front of me is mentally ill? Stretch out your hand. The big black man suddenly said. Galena's body stiffened. What was she going to do? Watching the soldier take out a bottle of something, Galena wondered, what? Stretch out your hand and let me disguise you. The black man repeated. Galena held out her right hand doubtfully. The big black man in front of her pointed the bottle in her hand at her hand. Chi-chi. The spray sprayed out. A cold breath came from his hands. Galena was surprised to find that her hands turned into the skin color of an African woman. Although it was not exactly the same, it was not too different. It was impossible to tell the difference without looking carefully. Soon, Galena's hands changed color. She touched it with her left hand. Didn't the color fade? Galena exclaimed. Such technology, it can be used for beauty. Many girls like wheat-colored skin, but they are afraid that the tan will not come back. If this thing can be easily scrubbed, it will not be long. Pooh! Galena felt like her thoughts were wandering. The other hand. The big black man said again. Galena quickly stretched out her left hand. Painted the same color. Close your eyes. Galena knew she was going to paint her face, but she was a little scared. Can this be washed off? Yes, this is a harmless spray that can be washed off with a special reagent and will not harm the skin. Galena said nothing. Close your eyes. Under the precise control of a warrior. In just a minute, Galena turned into a color that surrounded her neck and chin. Just looking at the top of her face, she was definitely an authentic African woman. A 4,000-word chapter. This is the update today. My heart is broken today, my blood is gushing out, and my heart is filled with sadness. I wanted to take a leave of absence, but I'll try my best to keep updating. Also, the author is a pure man. Galina put on her scarf. He followed the big black man out of the room. When we came to the corridor, there were identical houses on both sides, which looked scary in the dim light. The more important people were locked up in these houses. Galina was overflowing with love and wanted to say something, but she still kept her mouth shut. Now she couldn't protect herself. There was nothing to say. One more person meant another risk. Climb the stairs. One turn. Galina's eyes suddenly widened. She found the guards lying on the ground as if dead. But looking at their even breathing and the lack of blood on the ground, it was obvious that these people were still alive. The place is tightly guarded, and a force attack is of course impossible. Especially for this kind of emergency rescue mission, it is not suitable to cause too much noise during the process, so it is only necessary to add some spices to their food. The Mongolian sweat medicines developed by scientists are now fully mature. Whether they are liquids or sprays, they're all effective. However, these medicines are ineffective for soldiers, and they do not even need antidotes. Come to the first floor. Galina finally saw the long-lost sunshine. Turned another corner. In a large room, there were still people lying all over the place. By visual inspection, there are more than 20. That's all. In Galina's shocked eyes, the two of them walked directly outside the building, and all along the way were people who had been knocked down. In order to facilitate the execution of tasks, the amount of this kind of equipment stored in Africa was almost as much as the number of weapons. Arriving at the back exit of the building, which was used to transport food, Galina walked out of the door and saw a pickup truck parked outside. There were baskets of vegetables and meat on top of the truck, and everything inside had been moved down. Get in the car. The big black man opened the passenger door. There was no alert action. It doesn't look like he is being cautious. He just wants to be in a safe zone. Are everyone outside lying on the ground? Galina hesitated for a moment, then went up. Ka-ka-boom. The car started and drove out of the yard. As soon as she turned the corner, she could see many soldiers eating and drinking in groups. Galina knew that only the people inside the building could handle it. Looking at the soldiers, Galina curled her lips and looked casual. But think about it, for such a force, the quality of the soldiers can be imagined, and there's not much discipline at all. It would be nice to have someone standing guard. After all, this is the hinterland. Who dares to come here to save people? Pity. There is one today. Stop. Their car was stopped by the guard. Galina panicked for a while. It seemed like there was no woman here. The person who stopped them stepped forward and blocked Galina's car window. When the others saw someone passing by, they didn't go up to look. They chatted and smoked the cigarettes they had just given. It smoked so well. After smoking, I felt lazy and didn't want to move. Galina lowered her head, not daring to look left or right, her heart beating violently. Let's go. He finished. The car window was rolled up. Galina was confused. After opening this building, Galina was in a state of confusion. All of this always felt like a dream. Looking at the bustling streets in front of her, the unique exotic customs of Africa, and the many people coming and going with this gun, Galina pinched herself. It hurt. Where are you taking me? Galina asked nervously to the soldier next to her. After leaving the wolf den, she put her worry on the tiger's mouth. Go to Rwanda, which is closer. Then you can take a plane to where you want to go. Our mission will be completed. During this period, please cooperate with my mission. The soldier said calmly. Is it just the two of us? Galina asked hurriedly. This is going to cross the border, and the two of them are a little crazy no matter how they think about it. The soldier said, there are also auxiliary protection personnel. You don't need to know the specific number. Can I make a call? Galina said carefully. Okay, he said. The soldier handed over a strange box, which was a communication tool. How to use this? Galina asked doubtfully. It felt like playing a game console, but the interface was a bit simpler with only one dialog box. Select the country, followed by the number. Galina manipulated this thing called a phone. It didn't take long to get familiar. She dialed her father's number. Hey, came a decadent voice. That was my father's voice. Galina said excitedly. Father, it's me. Galina? Ivanovich said in disbelief. It's me, woo-woo, father. I miss you so much, really Galina couldn't help but cry. Facing her father, although she had a strong personality, she couldn't help but look like a child. Don't cry, don't cry. Where are you with Sadek? Ivanovich asked. Sarkozy has not allowed himself to talk to his daughter these days and has been negotiating terms with him. What happened today? Galina shook her head and said, No, Sadek is not around. Someone rescued me and took me to Rwanda for transfer. As for where to go, they said I decided. What? Someone rescued you? Who? Ivanovich said in surprise. I don't know. They said it was related to Qianlei. Galina said truthfully. Qianlei? That Chinese boy. Galina looked at the soldiers beside her and did not restrict him from speaking. She nodded and said, Yes, that's what they told me. I don't know the rest. He didn't say anything. Ivanovich was silent for a moment and said, This matter is very strange. Just wait. I'll ask Qianlei. If you give me his number, I'm afraid this is Sadek's conspiracy, or for reasons I don't know. Galina's father found it hard to believe that a Chinese could find someone to rescue his daughter from Sadek's hands. It was unscientific no matter how he thought about it. But how could this phone call happen? A mystery. Heard the conspiracy. Galina wasn't surprised either. This matter was already full of weirdness, and she chose it after weighing the pros and cons. No, I'll contact Qianlei directly and see what he says. Galina said, Okay, call me when you're done. Ivanovich nodded. Hung up the phone. Galina called Qianlei. Within the fleet, Qianlei sat in the back seat in despair. I felt a sense of sadness and powerlessness in my heart, knowing that Galina was there, but she couldn't be saved. Nothing could be done. This feeling made his head explode. Suddenly, a burst of familiar music sounded. The colleague next to him reminded, Qianlei, your phone rang. Did you set the alarm clock? Qianlei recovered and shook his head. It's not the alarm clock, it's my phone. No, is there a signal here? Looking at the surrounding environment, it was deserted, and it didn't look like there was a signal base station. Never mind. Take out the phone. A strange number, but the signal is actually full? What's going on? Press the answer key. Hello, I'm Qianlei. Qianlei, it's me, I'm Galina. A familiar voice came. Galina? Are you okay? Weren't you arrested by Sadek? Qianlei was so frightened that he hit the roof of the car. He just missed Galina, but now the call came. It couldn't be her deathbed. Galina quickly said, Someone rescued me and said it was related to you. You didn't know? Qianlei was stunned. I asked someone to do it? When did I? Wait, you said that person said it was related to me. He thought of what happened today and the situation just now, if it was his boss who asked someone to do it. He thought of these all at once. Otherwise, without any brain, he would not be able to work in such a company. Yeah, isn't it you? Galina said in surprise. Qianlei planned to ask, Wait a minute, let me ask Lao Sun, give me the walkie-talkie. He said to the colleague driving in front of him. Oh, walkie-talkies are standard equipment for the team. Holding down the button, Qianlei shouted softly, Boss, are you there? Yes, what's wrong? Chiron asked. Doubtfully, Qianlei asked, Did you ask someone to rescue Galina? Chiron was stunned, not sure how Qianlei knew. He hadn't said anything yet. He never talked nonsense before things were done well. He said doubtfully, How did you know? Qianlei said, Galina called and said she was rescued. The person who rescued her said it was related to me, but I don't know what happened. I just wanted to ask you if you know, because it is so similar to today's big thing. Chiron couldn't believe it. What? Bang. Oops, you say it again? Galina was rescued? And she said it was related to you. Yeah. Wait, Chiron took a breath of cold air. He looked at his watch at this speed. Damn it. It's only been half an hour since the mission was released. Don't you even need a plan and rush? This force. How many people are there in Africa? The soldier in the front seat admitted, Galina has been rescued by our people. Just let her follow our people. Chiron didn't know what to say anymore and said into the intercom, Qianlei, it was indeed me who rescued Galina. Tell Galina not to panic. Follow that person and follow the arrangements. Qianlei said in surprise, Yes, Galina. Did you hear that? My boss found someone to save you. Just follow him. Do everything he wants. Don't panic. You will be safe soon. Understand. Galina finally relaxed. Said a few more words. Hang up the phone. She also reported that her father was safe, and Ivanovich asked her to go directly to Rwanda, and he would recruit someone to take care of her. Here. Galina handed the phone over. The soldier put away his cell phone and said, Don't talk too much for the rest of the journey. Don't open the car window. Just wait until you get out of Beiji province. Yeah. Galina nodded fiercely. As long as she was one of her own, she was relieved. She leaned on the chair and relaxed her whole body. Looking at the strange, yet familiar environment, Galina was thinking about the identity of Qianlei's boss. Who is it dare to take Sadek's hostage directly in this country? 7 crutches and 8 crutches. The car quickly drove out of the urban area of Fei City. With the satellites in the sky watching, it was not difficult to find a safe route, especially when the intersection checkpoint was an important infiltration target, and the soldiers' infiltration direction was mainly in such guard apartments. Easy to get in once you get there. Secondly, it has a great effect, much more useful than joining a combat team. That's all. Passing 3 checkpoints, 2 of which had their own people inside, and 1 of which was cleared with money, they left the confines of Fei City without any danger. Even if something happened, the soldiers in the car behind them would smooth everything out. Tang Qing sent tens of thousands of soldiers to Africa. It's not just for display. City of Fei, in an extremely luxurious palace. Sadek was playing with a gun, taking it apart, assembling it, taking it apart, assembling it. Repeating, this is his hobby, which also leads to his extremely deep understanding of firearms. The reason why Galina was kidnapped this time was because her father owned an AK production line in Ukraine. Although production has been discontinued and the equipment is old, it is still a production line. Just get the equipment. He has already had a certain industrial foundation in his hands over the years. He can even make ordinary bullets. Although the output is a bit low and the quality is poor, it can still be used. When he gets this production line, he will be able to be self-sufficient in ordinary weapons. And after the first time, there will be a second time. Through Ivanovich's relationship, it is not difficult to get a better bullet production line. You know, Ukraine has inherited good things from the Soviet Union. Finally, I learned that Ivanovich's daughter was working as a journalist in Kinsa. He planned for a long time before catching Galina in order to achieve cooperation with Ivanovich. This was also the reason why Galina was not touched by them. What Sadek needed was a long-term partner, not an enemy. Once something happens to Galina, Ivanovich will definitely find a way to kill him. Although his side is heavily defended, there is really no need to become a mortal enemy with Ivanovich. Even though Ivanovich's family has declined, it is still much older than Ma. In recent years, he has been in the mining and smelting business, and he is not a soft persimmon. Now Ivanovich has relented, just waiting for the final negotiations to seal the deal. Sadek laughed out loud thinking about it, as if he had a chance to win, but wasn't it? Galina was Ivanovich's only daughter, so she had to give in. Suddenly, his secretary came over quickly. Seeing the secretary's expression, Sadek suddenly had a bad feeling. Leader Sadek, Galina has been rescued. Sadek was burned inside and out by this bolt from the blue. The smile froze on her face. Galina was rescued? This also represents the end of his dream. He has a series of big plans, and this factory is the top priority. How were they rescued? Are those 300 or so people eating shit? Sadek's eyes were burning, and he gritted his teeth. The secretary said anxiously, when we found out, all the guards in the house were unconscious and haven't woken up yet. We poured water on them and didn't wake up. It must be that the medicine was too strong. Everyone else was missing, except Galina. After interrogation, it was probably our insider who drugged her and then drove the food delivery person's car and rescued her. Sadek heard this. Confused state. Looking at the secretary, he said angrily, "This is the result of your investigation? How did those people faint? Why were so many people in the back kitchen unconscious? Also, how did the people at the gate check? And why did they not see such an obvious target?" The secretary said hurriedly, "The people at the gate said that there was no Galina in the car. There were two people with the same skin color as us who went out at that time, and there was no one in the back compartment. We suspect that they might have gone out under the car. Pa! Sadek slapped the table and ordered, "Find a way to wake them up immediately. Also, seal off Face City quickly and conduct strict inspections." How long has it been since the pickup truck left? Half an hour. Half an hour? Aye. They have probably left Face City. Let all the checkpoints in our control area cheer up and not let Galena run back. Otherwise, we will fail. Sadek covered his head. This group of pig teammates. I didn't find out until half an hour after it happened. The hope of finding it was slim because this was obviously the result of someone else's careful planning. There must be various backup plans and emergency plans, but he couldn't just pretend it didn't happen, and he had to do something. Yes. After the secretary responded, he walked out quickly to prevent Sadek from angering him and being used as a punching bag. After the secretary left, Sadek sat down on the sofa and rubbed his head now that it had happened. There is nothing impossible. On his own territory, someone will really tease his beard. In addition to finding Galena, now the only thing is to find out who did it. Report through the secretary. The logic of one of his own being bribed by others and then rescuing Galena came into being. Although this was something that anyone could think of with his buttocks, his first suspicion was that Ivanovich had found someone. Besides, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Under Sadek's orders, all his men moved. Soldiers drove long convoys to various checkpoints to strengthen their defenses to prevent anyone from forcing their way through, especially the checkpoints leading to Rwanda and various arteries, which were key defense targets. Half an hour. It's not enough for the fighters to drive out of the Nordic province area. Open. Galena found the soldier on a small road. There's a car following us. That's our people. Now that Sadek's people have discovered that you have been rescued, we can only take the small road. We should be able to reach the land of Rwanda before dark. The soldier said. Hearing her own people, Galena relaxed. It seemed that others were well prepared and familiar with the terrain. That's it. The two cars were driving on the small road. This car was no longer the pickup truck. It had been replaced by a Honda off-road vehicle when it was in Face City. Otherwise, wouldn't it be an obvious target? Fortunately, there's basically no surveillance in African cities, and there's no need to worry about anyone tracking it. With the detection and calculation of satellites in the sky, although the road they took sometimes crossed with Sadek's motorcade, they could always get through it calmly. Galena also felt this faintly. After driving for such a long time, they went on the road sometimes, and then they found a hidden place to stop for a few minutes. Everything seemed to be a planned avoidance of something. It's approaching dark. The soldiers carried Galena to the border between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. The border between the two countries is very long. There are iron fences and toll booths in some places, but most of the place is a wilderness with nothing to stop them. The two cars chose an untraveled road and crossed directly. Galena was nervous the whole time. It's not that Sadek's people are chasing him. Rather, there are a lot of minefields here, okay? She is a reporter and knows a lot about this place. In order to protect against such remote places, both countries have laid out a lot of minefields. With the development, people in their own countries have lost count of how many mines there are underground, not to mention the exact location. Therefore, these places are rarely visited and are considered restricted areas. There are a large number of minefield signs along the way. Don't worry, there won't be any landmines as we walk this way. Faced with Galena's question, the soldier gave an affirmative answer. But when Galena looked around, she couldn't tell that it looked like someone had walked through it. There were overgrown weeds and chaos everywhere, and there wasn't even a single tire mark on the road. The environment here meant that if a car drove past, it would leave traces within a year. I hope so. Galena felt anxious. They crossed the border between the two countries. The soldier reported the time on time. Miss Galena, we have arrived in Rwanda. We will continue our journey at night and arrive at the capital airport of Rwanda in the early morning. If you're sleepy, you can rest. Thank you. My father will send someone to pick me up when I get to the airport. How much did it cost to rescue me? I asked my father to pay you. Galena already knew that Chai Run found someone to rescue her, and she also knew that money was spent, but she didn't know how much. and this money. But Chiron can't come out. This does not comply with the payment process. If you want to pay on your behalf, you need to find the employer and return it to him. The soldier was still rigid. Galena hummed and said nothing. He took out his cell phone again. After calling her father, she had figured out the attitude of those who rescued her, which was not to ask random questions, not to talk to her if asked, and not to talk to her in a casual manner. They were very cold, but they did not restrict her from using the phone. "Father," Galena said into the phone. "What's going on? Where have you been? I heard that Sadek's people have blocked all the traffic arteries in North Key province, deployed more soldiers, and strictly inspected the passing vehicles. You must be careful. Do you need me to send more people to help?" Ivanovich said hurriedly. Looking at the soldiers around her, Galena smiled bitterly. "Father, we have arrived in Rwanda. We should be able to arrive at the airport at dawn." "You left the province of Norte?" Ivanovich was completely shocked. "This is unscientific. Shouldn't everyone be careful when evacuating? According to the traffic route on the map, even if the road conditions are good, we should not reach Rwanda now." Are you driving on the highway?" "Yeah, we took a lot of detours, evaded tracking, and just arrived in Rwanda." Galena explained. "Trail? Minefield?" Ivanovich was shocked again. Galena quickly comforted her and said, "They said they had walked this road before, and it was very safe. They did not pass any checkpoints along the way, and it is indeed safe now. They will not risk their lives, right? Also, we only need to give the money for this rescue mission to Chinlei's boss. We can't pay directly. He said it is against the procedure." That's good. Ivanovich breathed a sigh of relief and sighed in his heart. He was indeed a professional. The retreat route had been planned long ago, as if it had been planned for a long time. "I really don't know who Chiron found to do it." Sadek's palace. The lights are bright. Sadek paced the living room. The news from his men made his heart sink to the bottom. The longer time passed, the slimmer the hope of catching Galena. Now that it was dark, the hope was even slimmer. "Chief, there is no news." The secretary wiped his sweat and said, "Bang!" Sadek kicked a potted plant over, making the secretary tremble in fear. "Trash!" he yelled. Sadek said no more, because he knows that anger can't solve any problems. If there are no clues by noon tomorrow, we will probably have to call it a day. If someone else has such a sophisticated plan, they won't wait for him to catch him. They may have arranged a secret evacuation route. They may even be a bit more open-minded. Others have now left the province and left their own territory. Depressed. Sadek was depressed. The meat reaching the mouth is gone. Suddenly, a soldier ran in. "Leader Sadek, there's a man in Wanian who asked to see him and said he knew where Galena is." Sadek was stunned. "Who is he?" "I don't know." He was dressed very formally. He was in a suit. He didn't carry any weapons. He just arrived at the entrance of the palace. He raised his hands and said that he knew the news about Galena and wanted to see you. "He didn't say anything when he couldn't see you," the soldier said. Sadek looked at the soldier as if he were a monster. "I really want to strangle him to death. You thought you were acting in a movie. As the big boss, can anyone see him?" "Idiot. If he didn't tell you, wouldn't you arrest him and question him?" "See me? What if the killer wants to kill me? Is this how you protect me?" Sadek was going to be so angry that he still needs to be taught about such a thing. Is he someone anyone can see if they want to? "Yes, I'll have someone arrest him immediately." The soldier was embarrassed by this training. He was turning around to catch someone. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. "No need, Chief Sadek." Amen looked around and saw a tall black man in a suit walking in. "That's him. How did you get in?" The guardsman panicked and pointed his gun at the person. Sadek and the secretary were startled. Without their permission, these people enter the house. Where is the security of the palace? Are they all blind? The big man walked into the room leisurely. "Don't panic. I'm here to discuss business, not to kill people." "Chief Sadek, it's really difficult to meet you. It's the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bayab. It's presumptuous to bother you this time, but I think you will welcome me very much." Sadek looked at the person in front of him, and he couldn't bear to see the origin of his visit. "What happened to my people? How did you get in?" Sadek asked with a sullen face. "That's how you walked in." The big man took a step forward. How could Sadek believe it? But it was an indisputable fact that someone else had come in. Suddenly, a soldier ran in. "Ah, how dare you attack us, leader?" The man pointed the gun at the big man again. "How'd he get in?" Sadek asked harshly. The soldier trembled and said quickly, "Just now we pressed him into the room at the gate, ready to wait for your news, but he suddenly attacked, and we were knocked to the ground and disappeared in a blink of an eye, so I ran over to report." Sadek took 2 steps back and looked at this dangerous man. He could deal with his personal guards and walk into this house. If he was the person who killed him, he might have reunited with his father by now. "Chief Sadek, this is a last resort. Please forgive me." There was no apology on the black soldier's face, but he was quite respectful. "Do you know where Galena is? Tell me, what are the conditions?" Sadek entered the topic. The soldier smiled and said, "Galena was saved by our people." As soon as these words came out, both soldiers almost couldn't help but pull the trigger. Sadek's blood surged. Looking at the warrior in front of me, I felt depressed for a long time. The perpetrator went to the victim's house to surrender. Was this to show off or something? Take a deep breath. Suppress the anger in your heart. Sadek stared at the soldier closely and saw no joking, only an indifferent and totally fearless expression. He wanted to ask someone to catch him, but it was obvious that he was not here to show off his power. Sadek gritted his teeth and said, "Is this why you were looking for me?" The black warrior shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. Galena's matter is just a stepping stone. I came to you this time because I want to cooperate with you. I know you're interested in something in Ivanovich's hand. We also have the same thing. I don't know if Leader Sadek wants it." "What? Do you have it?" Sadek frowned, and his first reaction was disbelief. Did the person in front of me rescue Galena just to sell things for herself? It makes sense to think about it. If there are 2 suppliers, one of them still has important leverage and has strong bargaining power. The person in front of me snatched the bargaining chip. Now, there's only one supplier, so it can be sold at a high price. This logic is Sadek's most likely logical reasoning for today's matter, and everything makes sense. The warrior with Sadek's brain augmentation ability didn't care and continued. "Yes, our equipment is more useful than Ivanovich's. It is also from the Soviet Union, but it is newer, just like a well-preserved new equipment. Why should I trust you?" Sadek said cautiously. "You can pay after the equipment is debugged." The soldier calmly explained. "You mean I can get the production line first?" Sadek asked in surprise. "Is there such an operation?" "Yes. We may have a lot of cooperation in the future. This time we treat it as making friends. We only need $20 million for the entire production line. This is the cost of the entire debugging, and the later maintenance costs are additional. As long as you nod, our equipment can be shipped. As for how to arrive and where to come from, you only need to wait for a notification." The soldier said, "When can I get the goods?" Sadek asked. "A week. A week later, the production line will appear on your site." The soldier replied. After thinking about it, it was just a little more expensive than Ivanovich's, which was not unacceptable. Moreover, it was cash on delivery and no deposit was required. Sadek nodded. "Deal, can I know who you are?" Now is just the beginning. When you see our sincerity and the cooperation deepens, you will know that our trust relationship needs to be established slowly. I will contact you as soon as the equipment arrives. "Okay, I want it," Sadek said again. "Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." Without any unnecessary nonsense, the soldier turned around and left. After leaving, "Do you think it's credible?" Sadek asked the secretary next to him. The secretary whispered, "It's not entirely credible. It may be to let us lower our guard and let Galena go out." Sadek nodded. "Well, I think so too. If it is true, it is a good thing for us. If it is false, it means that Galena is still in our territory. They want to use this method to numb us and give us a headache. Who should we believe? I suggest that we still maintain a high degree of vigilance. Before we see the equipment, we think we should increase the search intensity." "Okay, increase the search intensity, just in case." "Yes." Just when a warrior left from Sadek, Chai Run and others had already arrived in Jinsa. When they saw the city, everyone felt as if it was the other day. Their nervousness slowly relaxed, and they basically fell asleep after returning to the room. In a hotel owned by Chinese, Chiron was drinking tea in the cafe, feeling calm. Behind him were the 4 black soldiers who had applied, and 2 of his own Chinese bodyguards. This made Chiron feel safe. After what happened today, he once again had a profound understanding of Tang Qing strength. It's a strong word, paired with unscrupulousness. I really don't know where such an organization gets its confidence. Hi, Chiron. A voice interrupted Chiron's thoughts. Look up. A little chubby guy who wasn't too dark walked over with a smile. Behind the little fat man were 2 tall, strong men, with their left hands holding a beautiful woman who did not conform to Chiron's aesthetics at all. The 2 of them were dressed very casually, which was a bit unconventional. Chiron curled his lips. This dress was really not in line with the identity of this fat man. This is his college classmate, the son of the current president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Flaws. A person who is about to have his 3rd year of life, but is not married yet, just like before in the United States. At first, because he had just come to the big city from a small place, he spent all day hanging out in all kinds of fun places. Fortunately, he was a nice person, loyal enough, and measured. Otherwise, Chiron would not have been friends with him for such a long time. Hello, Floss. Chiron stood up and gave Floss a big hug. This is your first time here. You must let me take you around in the past few days and experience the enthusiasm of our Congo. I guarantee that it will be unforgettable for you. Frost said with a smile. He had been to China before, and Chiron warmly entertained him. Chiron shook his head quickly. Forget it. My schedule is very tight. I came here just to see you eat, drink tea, and chat. Does he know what entertainment activities there are here? These people are involved in illegal drugs, women, hunting, or more exciting projects. Chiron was not going to try anything. Chiron refused directly. Frost was not angry either. Who is Chiron? He is a rich man. He has never seen anything, and he also knows Chiron's style. He smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not a messy show, it's just hunting, singing and dancing, and meeting some energetic friends. This will be very good for your business. Chiron wanted to refuse again, but after thinking about it, he agreed. With the protection of the soldiers, he was not afraid of safety issues. Okay, sit down quickly. Waiter, please have 2 more cups of Bilyuakan. Chiron greeted and sat down. How about your iron mine? They didn't make things difficult for you, right? Flaz asked casually. Chiron said with a strange look on his face. It's okay. They are all friendly. It's better not to talk about today's kidnapping. It's not appropriate to cause extraneous matters. Tang Qing's friend is now an important resource and cannot be leaked at will. That's good. I'm surprised. You are so lucky. The new leader is so easy to talk to. If it had been like this before, the Americans would have mined the iron, or... Floss said with emotion. Yeah, my luck has always been pretty good. Chiron also smiled. The luck he was talking about was meeting Tang Qing. Tisk tisk, yes, China's tea is delicious. Frost tasted the Bilyuakan in the cup. Although he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, it felt good. Chiron smiled and said nothing. Although this Bilyuakan is top-notch. But compared to the tea at Tang Qing's house, he felt that this thing was still far behind. Although it tasted good, once there was a comparison, the gap became apparent. He felt that he would have to go to Tang Qing's place again after returning to China. Continued for a while. Flaz is gone. Chiron returned to the room. Mr. Chai, we have investigated the kidnapping case. It is related to the man who sold you the iron, or Boku. He asked people to find Morel and informed you of your whereabouts, hoping to borrow a knife to kill someone. The soldiers have completed the interrogation of Morel. Finally, based on the analysis of motives and other intelligence sources, the behind-the-scenes instructions were found. As for Morel, already gone to meet his men, what is Boku's purpose? Chiron pondered. I don't know. Chiron lowered his head and pondered. This kind of thing is either to vent your anger because you're jealous and unwilling to accept that you're about to make money, or you're trying to make money, kill yourself, and then take the iron or back. If this kind of thing follows general business logic, the way to deal with it is to act like you don't see it and snipe at the enemy in business. But Chiron really doesn't feel that he is qualified to attack others, and he can't even cause trouble for others. They are American companies, and they have a lot of background. There are many mining companies in the world, and he can't shake them at will. Chiron felt aggrieved for a while. Phew, They are not enemies of the same level. At home, the strength of their Chai family is huge. But abroad, basically no one cares about him. Foreign? Suddenly, Chai Ren thought of Tang Tian. Just because you don't have the ability to retaliate doesn't mean others don't. He would not kill anyone. Chai Ren had never done such a thing in his life. Then I can only retaliate against others in business. But how to retaliate? I don't seem to be a threat to others, but I can't swallow this breath. It would be a good thing if there is evidence of porch crime. Can you find out Poker's commercial crime information? Chai Ren asked with the attitude of giving it a try. Yes, this information is a paid intelligence project. The commercial crime information about pork is priced at $1 million. The soldier immediately gave the answer, followed by the price. Chai Ren smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt the same feeling as Tang Qing, a feeling of meeting someone who was desperate for money. Tang Qing was blackmailed by the system every time, asking for money for everything, while Chai Ren was blackmailed by Tang Qing's Tang Tian. However, $1 million would be a good thing if it could make Poker fall or suffer a big loss. $1 million would be worth it for such a big blow. Chai Ren made a decision. Asked, how much trouble can it cause him? At least 15 years in prison. The soldier said. Chai Ren asked curiously, does Nabok have any other criminal information? Yes, the price is $20 million. The soldier said. Chai Ren took a breath. This was 160 million yuan. It was a huge sum of money in 2005. Why was the information so expensive? $20 million? How can this betray Bok? Death penalty. The soldier said lightly. Hear the words. Chai Ren swallowed. Death penalty. The price is $20 million, which is indeed not expensive. If Pork knew that there was such information, even if he spent $40 million to buy it, Tang Tian could make a lot of money by selling the evidence. Chai Ren was not interested in buying this kind of news. On the one hand, it was too expensive, but mainly because he didn't dare. I'd rather buy it for $1 million, Chai Ren said. Please log into your Tang Tian account to download relevant documents. The soldier said. Okay. After saying that, Chai Ren quickly turned on the computer. After all, this is the capital of a country, and it also has internet access. Log into the Tang Tian website. Entering his task interface, he looked at the two pending payment information, totaling $2 million. He paid directly according to the process. He felt that the money was well spent. Soon, Chai Ren finished downloading a Word document. The content of the document is very simple. It is the financial information of the company in the hands of Pork over the years. It details the tax evasion, bribery, financial fraud, commercial espionage, cover-up of mining accidents, and illegal handling of several mining accidents over the years. Finally, it was also stated that these are catalogs of evidence and who made them and do not have the effect of evidence. Want to fight back. He needs to do it himself. Chai Ren took a rough look at it. It was discovered that if several crimes were punished at the same time, Pork would really be put in jail and face a large fine. But let him do it. It's really troublesome. But this time, how could Chai Ren swallow his breath like this? Can you help me collect these evidences? Chai Ren turned to look at the soldier expectantly. Due to the complexity and variety of the evidence, we do not provide collection services for the time being. The soldier responded calmly. This kind of task is ambiguous and the most troublesome. For example, there are many parties involved who need to record evidence, prosecute later, and prevent others from colluding or retracting confessions. There are so many variables. Such a thing, unless it is for Tang Qing's benefit. Only the command room will do it, otherwise they will not accept this kind of task. Chai Ren lowered his head in disappointment. He didn't dare to kill people, and it would be troublesome to punish them. Chai Ren felt aggrieved and lowered his head to look at Bok's property. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his attention, and he was delighted. It turned out that Bok had falsely reported mineral reserves in a project in Australia and won a very large iron ore at a low price. Now, this mine has just been invested and built. If exposed at this time, the Australian government will definitely lose its face and will cause trouble for Poke. After a series of liquidated damages and fines, Poke's losses will exceed $300 million. Not only will it have to pay a large sum of money, but it may even be sued and recovered by the Australian government for fraud. It will also affect several of its other mineral deposits in Australia. Polk will also be on the Australian government's blacklist in the future. The more Chiron thought about it, the more he could do it. Look at the thing in your hand. Chiron suddenly fell in love with this feeling of God's perspective. He had never felt it so deeply before. I know everything about you, good and bad. If I want to punish you, I can just turn my hand and push you. This is against the enemy. If it's for yourself. Thinking of this, Chiron was startled, asked whether he had such complete intelligence information in this organization, and if so, what it would be. He thought about it, and it seemed that he had not done anything bad. His business was all about stability, and he never evaded taxes. If there is a problem, it can only be the United African Mining Group. This may be the only black spot in his business life. This reassures Chiron that he is on the same side as these people and should not harm his allies, but other forces will not be so friendly. Do other intelligence organizations also know about the African United Mining Group we cooperate with? If so, will we be in trouble? Chiron asked the doubts in his heart, and he couldn't help but worry. Yes, it is not a secret that the African United Mining Group has the eyes of several major intelligence organizations. After all, these minerals are transferred from your hands, but you can rest assured that with our monitoring, all troubles will be nipped in the bud. The soldier said, the information about the United African Mining Group is not a secret to many people. It can be deduced even through logical reasoning. It is an important starting point for anyone who wants to deal with Chiron or Black Prison in the future. But they also have to have a chance to take action. Chiron heard this. After being nervous for a while, I chose to believe it. What this partner said is quite reliable, and he is very good at dealing with troubles. Although his methods are a bit extreme, most of the time it is done in a win-win way, and violence is only used half the time. It shows the rationality of this force. Although animal nature escapes rationality, human nature is still not lost. Chiron smiled bitterly. What else could he do? This is all I can do to comfort myself. We are all on the boat. Can we still get off? After looking at the information in his hand, Chiron once again purchased Pak's detailed information, including his enemies, friends, connections, competitors, etc. It cost him another $1 million, but the content made him feel it was worth the money. Just 1 hour. Chiron had already thought of this revenge plan. 1 hour later, an email was sent on behalf of me. USA, New York. Bakna is still not up to the size of a manor-sized villa. It was late at night in the Congo. It's evening here. Polk was enjoying the evening breeze by the river, drinking red wine comfortably, and his mind drifted to Central Africa, where there were good shows to watch. When he sold the problematic iron ore to Chiron, he did so with the intention of watching a joke. However, contrary to expectations, the bystander, really became a bystander, and Chiron really began to develop the iron ore. He had thought that Chiron agreed to Columba's conditions. But later an investigation revealed that Columba died, and several others died at the same time, and Martin Bahati took over. Come up if you ask. He didn't know Bahati's conditions at first. He just thought that like Columba, he was a lion with a big mouth. But later he accidentally learned that it didn't seem to be the case, and Bahati's asking price was actually very reasonable. This made Pork very depressed. This iron mine, if the current conditions were met, Chiron would definitely make a fortune. Chiron's huge profits meant that he had suffered huge losses. Once they found out that Chiron was becoming bigger and stronger, he would become a laughing stock, and other directors of the company would also doubt his abilities. This is not okay. Then, that's when Mole's kidnapping happened. As for whether Chiron would die, he didn't care. Anyway, his face was saved. He had also wondered whether Chiron was responsible for what happened to Columba, but according to the investigation, Chiron really had no record of such animal nature, and Chiron was a legitimate businessman. So he took action. It was done very covertly, just finding a strange black man to pass the message. In his opinion, no one could find out, and even if they were found out, there would be no evidence. He would sit firmly on the Diotai. When I think of Chiron's life and death now uncertain, Hawk clicked his tongue and lamented, Africa is such a mess. Don't go there anymore. A Chinese. If it's a trap, it's a trap. The world is full of the weak. So who told you to run so far away? This time, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his female assistant. He heard the female assistant's graceful figure. Although Poke was old, his sword was not old, and he felt that he could still fight hard for more than 10 years. Smiled. He pressed the answer button. The expected buzzing voice did not come, but panicked. Boss, it's not good. The Enforcement Bureau of the Australian Ministry of Mines has sealed off the large-scale iron mine we just built. Major media in Australia are also reporting one after another, saying that we falsified exploration reports and defrauded Australian national property. We are in trouble. Many Australian reporters called our office, hoping for an explanation. Poke was startled by the news. What? His heart was agitated. It's okay if this kind of thing doesn't happen, but once it happens, it will be a real big trouble. Cover up evidence? You can also turn the minerals into nothing. But fortunately, after many battles, rich experience, and calm down, Bach already had an idea. The exploration company is a third party for this kind of thing. Just to take the blame? Don't panic, I'll contact the exploration company. They should be more anxious than us. Boss, the American media are also reporting related news one after another. We have launched emergency public relations, but the effect is not obvious. The company's stock price is likely to be affected tomorrow. The female assistant is not a freeloader. Yes, I understand. Of course, Bach knows the seriousness of the matter. Once the market opens tomorrow and the company's stock price plummets, the board of directors will ask him to explain. Who asked him to concurrently serve as the CEO of this company? Hang up the phone. Bach called the owner of the exploration company. Toot toot. It rang a dozen times. No one answered. Pork frowned. What's going on? Why didn't you answer the phone? I called a few more times, including the company's boss's assistant team, but still no one answered. Bach's heart sank to the bottom, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. The company he was looking for was a well-known company in Australia, and it would not be easy for Australia to catch its boss. Think about it. Poke dialed the number of an Australian MP he knew. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 beeps. Got it. Hello, Congressman Ogg. I'm Poker. Poker's attitude was very respectful. Ogg's serious voice came. Pork, I knew you would make this call. Your company's current situation is very complicated. It's not just about forging exploration reports. You have to be prepared. I'm not sure what the situation is yet. Poker asked. The specific reason has also been heard. The Enforcement Bureau of the Ministry of Mines received an email, which is evidence that the boss of the exploration company has collaborated with the Exploration Division of the Ministry of Mines to falsely report the amount of mineral deposits in 25 places over the years. The mining department is now in charge of Vice President Hattleton and is facing an election. They all hope to use this to attack each other, and your iron ore has become their bargaining chip to attack Hattleton. No matter what, you will definitely suffer this loss. Ogg explained. Poker was struck by lightning. If it were an ordinary matter, he could still tackle it. But once he became a bargaining chip in Australia's upper-level game, things were beyond his ability to handle. Is there any way to solve it? Pork was a little scared. Ogg shook his head and said, It's difficult. Now is the critical period of the election. They finally found an entry point to attack. They can't give up easily. After all, you, Pork, can't give them the position of 3 presidents. The meaning of Ogg's words is very straightforward. Stop being delusional. Hit the muzzle of the gun and be happily used as a tool. No one will do anything to you. Not only are those people trying to push this matter forward, seize Pork as a model, and make it a solid case, but even the vice president in charge of the mining sector must put Pork underground, restore his image, and give an explanation to the people. If something like this happened to Australian mining giants such as Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton, the upper echelons of Australia would not dare to do so, because the 2 companies have deep backgrounds. This time, the 2 companies accounted for half of the 25 mineral deposits. But they dare not move. Excluding these 2 companies, Bach's company is the most important. In order to prevent the boss of the exploration company from talking nonsense, it was first controlled to avoid biting out more companies. This was the first time that Pak experienced the helplessness of being used as a bargaining chip. Pork was depressed. Don't know what to say. Feeling a little powerless. Og reminded, Poker, you'd better follow their wishes and make follow-up remedies. This matter can no longer be covered up or wiped out. Don't even think about the media in Australia. Put the focus of crisis public relations on your country. Thank you, Congressman Og, I understand. Poker understands that the Australian media is a battlefield for those people, but not the United States. He can operate here to minimize the spread. Yeah. Hang up the phone. Pork sat back in his chair, looking at the setting sun, as sad as his mood. It seems that the company's stock price is set to drop tomorrow, and he will be in a lot of trouble. But why did this happen suddenly? There was no sign at all. He couldn't figure out who sent the email, because there were too many people with motives, some with grudges, some who just wanted to watch the fun, or some with grudges against the boss. So many that he couldn't tell them apart. Pork rubbed his forehead. Chiron suddenly came to mind. Thinking of this, Poker shook his head vigorously. Chiron must still be in Mole's hands now. Even if they didn't break up the vote, Chiron's family would not be able to pay the ransom so quickly, let alone find him as the mastermind behind the scenes, and it would be impossible to find his weaknesses so accurately to plan such a big thing. Never mind. Let's solve the immediate matter first. Democratic Republic of the Congo. In a hotel suite, Chiron looked at the overwhelming news in Australia. My heart was also shocked. Although he started this incident, the entire plan was done by this organization. One email directly provoked the electoral battle in Australia, making Poke a bargaining chip, and a bargaining chip that must be sacrificed. This is more exciting than I thought before. That's right. Chiron is addicted. Warrior Report reported, Poker has started crisis public relations in the United States. This matter has become a task and requires a fee. Chiron said there is no pressure and it is worth the money. Is there any good way to make him succeed? Chiron said hurriedly, sometimes slapping someone is really addictive, especially for such sinister things, watching them perform from behind. Chiron really enjoyed this feeling. Yes, Poke has only one purpose for this research, which is to stabilize the company's stock price and avoid a huge drop. We can reveal the information that his company is evading taxes in Alaska, the warrior said. Okay, let's throw it out, Chiron said excitedly. Although this won't let Poker in, it can still make him sick. He fell in love with the comfort of being in control of the situation. The next few days, Chiron became more playful. Anyway, although the news here for soldiers is expensive, it is worth the money. Every time Pak completed his research and was exhausted, new problems would always arise. Australia's investigation results also came down, including fines, making up for the iron ore's debt, the company being included in the strict supervision list, etc. A series of things hit Pak's head. This loss, in fact, it is the responsibility of the entire company. But, as a major shareholder, he suffered huge losses, plus other disgusting little things such as finding a young lady without paying him and having a party with 3 people in Las Vegas, including rumors about a man. It almost drove Pork crazy. Even gatherings of people to smoke prohibited substances were exposed before. It is possible to face prosecution in New York State Court, but it's not fatal information. But it's disgusting. At this time, Poker could no longer tell whether someone was deliberately messing with him or whether the media had turned on the digging mode. If they caught a news hot spot, they would dig deep into it. Even if they fabricated it out of thin air, they still had to make some noise. Pork has been tortured these days and has aged several years. The company's board of directors finally decided to remove him from the position of CEO and only retain his seat on the board of directors. See Pork's unlucky appearance. Chiron finally felt a lot less depressed inside. And Chiron did all this. Tang Qing watched it as if it was fun. Although it had ups and downs, it was not very exciting. Tang Qing can also understand Chiron's cowardice. If Tang Qing knew someone who wanted to kill him, he would definitely find a way to kill him, because he had soldiers and could do anything without any scruples. No matter who you were, he would dare to do it without fear of being discovered or pointed out, because the soldiers are absolutely loyal. But Chiron is different. He would have too many scruples to do such a life-threatening thing. Once it is done, it means that Tang Qing's friend has the evidence and witnesses that he paid to commit murder. This is unacceptable to Chai Run, especially in the company behind Bach. The other shareholders are wealthy people and have a certain reputation in the industry, adhering to the Chinese people's saying that it is better to do less than to do more. Chiron had no choice but to give in and could only take revenge on Boku in this disgusting way instead of killing him. But this has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Anyway, he made a lot of money from this mission, $5 million, a full 40 million yuan. Information, especially key information. Wealth creation is literally as fast as a money printing press. December 10th, Saturday. Chiron concluded his trip to Africa, returned to China. The first stop was to Tang Qing. He didn't even go back to his home in the capital. It was said that he would eat something delicious to relieve his shock. This even prompted Jiangxi to call Lin Jiaxue to check the post, and at the same time, he implicitly expressed that he wanted to eat the delicious food cooked by the chef here. Lin Jiaxue naturally agreed happily. Lin Jiaxue didn't know if it was because of Chai Run. In the past few months, Jiangxi often called Lin Jiaxue to chatting about this and that, with the obvious intention of getting close to her, but she didn't know whether it was for food or relationship. To this, Tang Qing also understood. A woman like Zhan, she married into a family like Chai Ren. It is her duty as a wife to follow the line of lady diplomacy and maintain Chai Ren's friendship. In other words, it is a required course for them, because people like Chai Ren have too many friends and they're all very energetic, but they have no way to maintain them. She must shoulder the responsibility of being the daughter-in-law of such a family. Outside of normal work, she also has very little personal time. She usually spends time with various people or gatherings in a small circle. At critical moments, many things can be done without Chai Ren's intervention. Jiangxi can handle them with just one phone call. This is the social principle of the upper class. This is also the reason why this class is very cautious in choosing their spouse. If they marry someone who doesn't know anything, can't speak, doesn't have a certain level of knowledge, doesn't have a certain level of self-cultivation, etc., it will be a headache for them to marry someone back home. Therefore, the children of this kind of family must marry a woman who strongly agrees with this set of rules and has the ability to maintain this set of rules. Inside the villa, Chiron was devouring breakfast. It's like a starving ghost reincarnated. Young Master Chai, there are a lot of things, don't be anxious. Tang Qing smiled lightly. I don't care, I just want to eat it. The Chinese food in Africa is always delicious, let alone compared to the food here. Tang Qing, can you open a restaurant in the capital? I will eat there every day. Chai Ren's mouth was full of food. Don't you often fly fruits and vegetables from Qingyan City? If you cook them well, they won't taste too bad. Tang Qing said with a smile. Chai Ren muttered and said, there are only vegetables and fruits in Qingyan City. There is no meat or seafood like yours, only vegetarian food. When will meat be provided there? Meat is impossible. The cost of these ingredients is extremely high. It is impossible to go on the market and supply it to the outside world. I can barely eat it. Tang Qing shook his head. The role of meat food is too obvious, and it is not suitable for external supply at all. What a pity. Chiron looked disappointed. After meal, Tang Qing and Chiron sat in the living room, watching TV to eat. Lin Jiaxue is learning painting from Yun Xin on the second floor. Xiao Tang, are you interested in getting involved in the mining industry? Chiron said suddenly. Why did young Master Chai say this? Tang Qing looked at Chiron. Chiron explained, I had a chat with my classmate of the president's son a few days ago. There are many high-quality mineral deposits in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He wants to attract my investment, but I'm a little worried about the situation there. Okay, what cooperation channel should we use? Tang Qing asked. Chai Ren's mining cooperation has 3 parties. The first is solely owned by the Chai family. The second is Yunqi Investment, and the third is the United African Mining Group. Chai Ren hesitated. We are the 2 major shareholders. My classmate handles the affairs of their country and holds some shares with a few second-generation people. But there are risks. His father will definitely not be re-elected as president in the next term. Once someone changes, there are risks. The risks don't matter. I just need to know how big the benefits are. Tang Qing didn't care about the risks at all. Anyone who dares to try his stuff will be able to tell the next president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to be a good person even if he wants to cause trouble. Now he doesn't dare to fight against other developed countries, but an African country is not afraid at all. It's very big. This time his father steps down, the cabinet will be reorganized, and many key positions will be changed. In the final stage, many people want to make a fortune and earn some retirement funds. They need to find strong partners to protect their interests. So it is not just us, but also many large companies in the United States and Western countries. These companies have some backgrounds. Afterwards, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo will not dare to offend too much, and their shares will be protected. Chiron said slowly. Hear this. Tang Qing understood that this was a feast before a blood exchange. As long as you don't go too far and have some background, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will not settle accounts later. This is tantamount to selling off national assets in disguise, but ordinary people simply cannot eat it, and they are not qualified to eat it. Otherwise, the DRC will also need to look for typical people to settle accounts after the fall. How much does it cost? Tang Qing asked directly. Chiron was happy when he heard that Tang Qing agreed. With Tang Qing's participation, he dared to take these mines. Otherwise, if this kind of mines were given to Yunchi for investment, he would feel a bit at a loss. He would prefer to be included in the African United Mining Group, which would allow him to receive superstandard protection. The best result is to bring Tang Qing in and rely on his connections to achieve the same effect. The most important thing is to thank Tang Qing, and deepening the relationship of interests is the top priority. Chiron's calculation was good, and he wanted to share the risk. But Tang Qing has his own little plan, and this is also a rare opportunity. Of course, he had to take the good things that he didn't get for free. Although Chiron was suspected of taking advantage of him, with the current relationship between the two of them, there was nothing that could not be taken advantage of. This was called mutual benefit. The specific investment amount has not yet been determined because there are many participants in these mineral deposits, and how much we can win depends on our ability. Chiron explained. Tang Qing laughed and said, "Okay, I'll just give you the money. Anyway, I'll leave the affairs of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to you. Once you get in touch, I'll ask your company's subordinates to contact one of my mining companies, and we'll cooperate in mining." "You also have a mining company?" Chiron was stunned. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Well, not long after it was founded. Do you still remember the Saudi Prince Ayman? He asked me to mine oil in Algeria. Later, I saw that there were many mines there, so I invested in a few." Chiron was shocked. He really didn't know that Tang Qing was involved in the oil industry with Ayman. This costs a lot of money. Tang Qing's money. Well, Chiron figured it out on his own. Tang Qing will definitely not be short of money. There are too many channels. Whether his friends or Tang Kai, they are all rich people. Chiron once again felt like a poor man in front of Tang Qing. This time, he could only come up with $250 million, which was almost all of his family's working capital, plus the dividends from United African Mining Group. If he were to do it alone, it would be good if he could come up with $50 million. But Tang Qing came in. He dared to give it all. "Okay, I'll contact the mine. How much money can you get?" Chiron asked happily. Tang Qing smiled and said, "It depends on how big your appetite is. I can eat as much as you can." Such a domineering declaration. Chiron was shocked again. He recalled that every time he did business with Tang Qing, it was like this. Whatever was missing was mine. Chiron was depressed again. Why couldn't he be so cool and domineering? It feels like this super second-generation identity is fake. Chiron said helplessly, "Well, if we go all out to get the mine, I estimate that the mining rights we can get will not be less than $800 million. I only have $250 million and the rest. I can accept it within $1 billion. Tang Qing said lightly. Chiron took a sip of water. I looked around at the decoration of the villa. Tell yourself again that Tang Qing is a rich man. $1 billion. Damn it. Without batting an eye. Are you sure your family doesn't run a bank? Xiao Tang, why? I don't accept that you look like this and are so rich. Chai Ren grimaced. Sure enough, even after looking around, he still couldn't let go of the fact that Tang Qing was so rich. We specialize in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Tang Qing rolled her eyes at him. Chai Ren pretended to be unconvinced and said, No, I want to fight against the local tyrants. Otherwise, I will feel depressed. You have so much money. I will help you make some. I have decided that I will bring 5 boxes of wine back. This is the only thing Tang Qing has here that he thinks can make Tang Qing's flesh hurt. Unfortunately, this is just water. What can Tang Qing feel sorry for? I'll give you 10 boxes. Tang Qing despised it. Chai Ren said proudly, Hacky, my trip is well worth it. Alas, I have a hard life. After talking about business, Tang Qing and Chai Ren were chatting here and there in the living room. In the end, the issue of children came up. Let me tell you, since we got married, my mother and mother-in-law have been urging me to have a child, but they couldn't do it all at once. I'm really worried. Zhanxi's mother makes me all kinds of supplements all day long, and she looks at me obediently. Chai Ren was frightened for a while when he said it. Tang Qing was speechless. Tell me anything about having a baby. Chai Ren suddenly asked, Xiao Tang, how many children are you planning to have? 2. Tang Qing felt that 2 would be about the same. Any more would make the situation very noisy. 1 boy and 1 girl would be best. Chai Ren slapped his thigh and said, Okay, it's settled. From now on, my baby will definitely be older than yours. From now on, we will be a godfather, huh? But you have prepared gifts in advance. Looking at Chai Ren, who was a little obsessed with lust, Tang Qing sat aside. After a while, Chai Ren returned to normal. He began to contact Flaws and asked him to arrange the matter immediately. We learned about Chai Ren's generous move. Flaws was very happy. Everyone likes to find familiar partners. Chai Ren and he have a classmate relationship, so they're naturally close people. Still, having such a huge appetite was simply beyond his imagination. Nothing to say. Hang up the phone. Fruz began to use his power, contacted several second-generation people he was close to, and began to operate this matter. They were the most eager group of people. The sooner they could get it done, the sooner they would feel at ease, and the sooner they would receive dividends. Subsequently, Chai Ren contacted people from his company to set off, and met with people from Wanqing Mining over there to start preliminary preparations. Originally, Tang Qing's plan was to slowly enter the mining industry in the coming year. But since Chai Ren wants to play, he just came along, sooner or later. I learned that Tang Qing was going to complete such a large acquisition. Chu Shan, the president of Wanqing Mining, was extremely excited. But, Chairman, where did this money come from? Xu Shan couldn't calm down when he thought of the nearly billion-dollar deal, but Wanqing Mining couldn't come up with the money. It's useless even if everything is mortgaged, let alone a US dollar loan. You know, unless your company has assets, American banks will agree to the loan, and a series of reviews are inevitable. Take the financial status of Wanqing Mining. No need to think about it at all. Those American banks will not lend. Don't worry, the money will appear in the company's account when needed. Tang Qing did not explain too much. This acquisition is not something that happens overnight. It is likely to take 2 to 3 months. So there is no need for him to come up with money now. Wait until 2 or 3 months later. Algeria's gold mines have already produced considerable output. When the time comes, they will be directly mortgaged to the Myanmar Bank Group, and they can borrow $1 billion at any time. Funding is no longer a problem at all. Fortunately, business in the territory has been very good recently. Under Zero's mobilization, several sellers of fruit wine deposited their US dollars in the Bank of Myanmar. The Myanmar Military Service Company also received some US dollars. Otherwise, the US dollar reserves of the Bank of Myanmar would almost be insufficient. Understand, I will send people to the Democratic Republic of the Congo immediately. Chu Shan was full of energy. Well, let them pay attention to their safety. Tang Qing warned. Yes, Chairman. Chu Shan agreed. Hang up the phone. The two finally made arrangements for coordination and cooperation. All that's left is for the people in the affiliated companies to coordinate. By the way, Tang Qing sent another email to Dou Jiao to inform him. Dou Jiao didn't call this time because she knew that the matter Tang Qing decided was still a business with Chai Run, and she couldn't persuade him. I had no choice but to work quietly behind the scenes. Minimize risk. Finished business. It's almost noon. The interest relationship between Tang Qing and Chai Run deepened again. This is what both of them are happy to see. Tang Qing has strong overseas influence and powerful friends, but Chai Run does not. His execution ability is not even that of China. Chai Run feels that he has made a lot of money. Chai Run has a strong background in China and can protect Tang Qing's industry. This protective umbrella allows Tang Qing to be willful without worrying too much, reducing a lot of official troubles. He also feels that he has made a profit. After all, even if Tang Qing has countless soldiers under his command, he can still kill big shots in the country if he offends them. It is estimated that after a few times, China will no longer have a foothold for Tang Qing, and he will have to live in exile abroad. Therefore, at home, Tang Qing has always rarely used extreme measures. Doesn't he really think that he can ignore the ruling class of this society because he is awesome? That's stupid. If you can be friends, why do you want to be enemies? He is stupid. The entrance of the villa area. Tang Qing's two special cars drove in slowly. It was Zheng Ro and the others who were sitting inside. We had made an appointment to rehearse on the weekend, but Tang Qing didn't want to go to school, so he decided to move the rehearsal venue to his home. Firstly, the place was large and convenient, and secondly, the instruments were also available. Rehearsing in a villa would naturally trouble Zheng Ro and the others to come over. Early in the morning, the performers of Zheng Ro's show were waiting at the school gate. Knowing that they were going to play at Tang Qing's house, Lin Jiaxue's entire dormitory came. Since there was nothing to do on the weekend, they also wanted to visit and see how big the house where Lin Jiaxue lived was. Hit people. That's right. It just hits people. Since entering the villa area, several people's faces were full of surprises. Zheng Ro had seen people in big events, and she lived in a villa at home, so she didn't lose her composure, but Ning Jing and Gu Man were different. They both came from ordinary families, and they had only seen such luxurious villas on TV. Zheng Ro, how big is Tang Qing's house? Jing Jing's eyes were shining. Zheng Ro shook her head and said, I don't know, but it must be big. Otherwise, it would be difficult to arrange the two cars and drivers. A moment later, when everyone saw Tang Qing's villa, only then can I truly feel extraordinary. This is the villa where Tang Qing lives? There are so many servants and bodyguards. It's so luxurious, such a big garden, and such a beautiful house. Ning Jing and Gu Man looked left and right, as if they were entering the Grand View Garden. Zheng Ro still looked relaxed. I was thinking about how much a house like this would be worth. That counts. She felt that her family's assets of hundreds of millions were nothing. Such a large villa has a market value of nearly 100 million yuan, and it is all fixed assets. It is impossible to spend money to buy such a villa. It would be false to say that I am not envious, but I am just a little envious. She couldn't afford in Shanghai, but it wasn't difficult to get a bigger one over there. The car slowly stopped. Zheng Ro immediately saw Tang Qing and others greeting them at the door. Everyone welcome, Tang Qing greeted enthusiastically. Zheng Ro stared at Tang Qing for a few seconds. She really couldn't figure out where this big boy came from. He had such a family fortune at such a young age. The Tang family in China seemed to have heard of such a powerful Tang family. Neither businessmen nor officials. Tang Qing, you hide it so deeply. Zheng Ro said in a weird voice. What am I hiding? Tang Qing asked. You know it yourself. Zheng Ro snorted. In fact, she just wanted to win the game, just talk and deceive Tang Qing. Unfortunately, would Tang Qing be fooled? Of course not. He laughed and replied, I still don't know. Go in, it's windy outside. Come on, sisters, let's take a good look around Tang Qing's big house. Zheng Ro pulled Lin Jiaxue and walked in. Chirping. The villa instantly became lively. Tang Qing did not follow, but the hostess Lin Jiaxue took them around. You want to perform? Chiron looked surprised. It was normal to think about it. Tang Qing's talent was really amazing. Tang Qing nodded. For musical instruments, come here and rehearse. New Year's Day is not long away. Chiron chuckled. I really want to watch your show. Go, don't show it. After lunch, Yin Xin left. Tang Qing started rehearsing the show with them. It was said that it was rehearsal, but in fact, it was Tang Qing who taught Lin Jiaxue, because Tang Qing did not need to rehearse at all. This talent made the girls once again lament that Lin Jiaxue was lucky and that Tang Qing was so outstanding. It was like people with different fates. December 14th, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Norda Province. Sadek has been waiting for a week. This week, that person did not contact him, as if he had disappeared from the world. This made him wonder countless times whether he was stupid in the first place, why he believed that person's words, and most importantly, why he didn't leave his contact information. He didn't give up searching for Galena this week either. But on the third day, he learned that Galena had left safely, so he had to lift the blockade, hoping that the person would keep his word. Otherwise, this place would never be recovered for a while. Sitting in the office, tapping on the table, the more Sadek thought about it, the more frustrated he became. If he was fooled like this, would he still want his face? Suddenly, Chief, that person is here. The secretary walked in hurriedly. Sadek perked up. Quick, ask him to come in. By the way, check him out. Sadek was still careful. Yes. The secretary walked out. Sadek quickly adjusted his clothes, and soon he saw the man coming in from last time. He was wearing the same suit he saw last time. He didn't bring anything, and his hands were empty. Hello, Chief Sadek. The soldier nodded slightly to show courtesy. Hello, Mr. Bayab. Sadek said happily, not sure of origin. There is no basis for cooperation. Sadek didn't even dare to hold his hand. Chief Sadek, let me be blunt. Our goods have arrived in Beiji Province. You can send someone to receive them. After they are installed according to standards and have preliminary qualified finished products, we will discuss the price. The soldier said directly. Sadek nodded happily. Okay, where is it? I'll have someone pick it up. This payment method minimized his risk, so what else could he be dissatisfied with? The address is at XXX. You can send someone to pick it up now. It will probably be delivered at noon and installed before dark. After that, we will talk about other things. The soldier said, Okay. Sadek agreed. Immediately, Sadek ordered his men to rush to their destination. Only half an hour, their people arrived at the place. Looking at the large amount of equipment in front of them, Sadek's people were all surprised. How did this thing come here? There was no record at all at their checkpoint. This also gave Sadek a preliminary understanding of this organization. That is to have one or several hidden passages for transporting goods and people in your own territory. The thought of this, Sadek felt very uncomfortable because this meant that the safety of himself and others was seriously threatened. If someone assassinated him or took any action against him, the enemy would probably appear directly at his doorstep. Are you asking people where the hidden passage is? This idea, Sadek found it very challenging. Although he claims to have more than 10,000 men under his command, there's a proverb similar to the Chinese saying, within 10 steps, everyone will be wiped out. If he is not afraid of being hit head-on, he is afraid of others playing dirty tricks. No matter how many men he has, it will be useless. This force is obviously a master of conspiracy. Otherwise, he would not have rescued Galena under his nose. Headache. Sadek was depressed again. Noon. The production line arrived on the outskirts of Fei. Under the guidance of the soldier, the entire production line was quickly installed. It was said to be a production line, but it was not a fully automated assembly line. Tang Qing had it. It was impossible to sell it to Sadek, but a variety of specially debugged mechanical processing equipment. All AK parts can be processed and formed here, but it can only process AK parts, and other firearms cannot be processed at all, because many of them are specialized mold equipment, specially customized for AK, and there is no possibility of universal use. Boom! Squeak! The standard parts that come with the entire set of equipment are placed on the equipment. These standard parts are not iron ingots, but rough embryos with different thicknesses, different strengths, and different shapes. Only after processing can they be called parts. These things, Sadek's land can still barely produce at present, but the output is so low that it makes people want to cry. As soon as the device starts up, it took a full hour and a half. Only the corresponding parts are produced. After anxious waiting, the overall parts of the first AK are produced. Click, click. The soldier quickly assembled the first finished product and handed it to Sadek. Sadek was so excited at this time that he didn't know what to say. This was the only complete set of weapons production equipment in the entire Democratic Republic of the Congo. Although the output was a bit low, it was estimated that there were less than 100 weapons per day, but that also meant self-sufficiency. Chief Sadek, try it, the warrior said. Okay. Sadek took the heavy gun and touched the smooth gun body, which was also painted. The lines left by various processing looked a bit rough, but Sadek liked it very much and loaded the bullets. Come outside. Facing the sky. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A round of bullets was fired. Sadek finished 3 magazines again. Still not satisfied. I thought it was a good shot. Not clunky at all. They're no different from the weapons purchased from arms dealers in various countries. As expected, this man kept his word and didn't lie to him. It was much easier to use than Ivanovich's production line from the former Soviet Union left over from World War II. These equipment clearly had traces of modern industrial equipment. It's not that kind of old equipment that fools him. Okay, very good. I will give you the money, $20 million, but can you use other methods of payment, such as gold? Sadek started to get down to business. The soldier nodded. Of course, but considering the cost of gold realization and other transportation risks, I need gold worth $22 million. The premium is 10%, which is not high. This gold does not need to be liquidated or transported at all. It will be directly sent back to the Currency Clearing Center for storage. As a guarantee for the issuance of Asian dollars, it is equivalent to making another $2 million in vain. Sadek nodded. The other party is not as open as a lion. Just a 10% handling fee. This kind of processing fee is actually cheaper than selling the gold and giving the soldiers money. Sadek naturally agreed happily. Until this moment, Sadek finally relaxed completely. These people did not lie to him, nor did they trick him into passing off quality products. Instead, they took out genuine processing equipment and processed a good-looking AK on site. The price was quite cheap. Not only did they deliver it to your door, but they also included tutoring and considerate service. I don't know what he would think if he knew that the cost of these equipment was less than 1 million yuan. But that's not Sadek's concern. As long as the stuff is good, money has always been a small thing to him. What he fears most is that things are rubbish and extremely expensive. He has learned a lot over the years. Those arms dealers are like vampires, trying to suck his blood from his body. This time, Sadek's mind came alive. Well, Mr. Bayab, I don't know if you still have such equipment, such as equipment for producing pistols or production lines for other ammunition. The price is easy to talk about. Just ask for it. Sadek's ambition began to expand. If only there were all the manufacturing industries for these general weapons. That scene. It's so cool. Pity. This kind of good thing is just for Sadek to think about. I'm sorry, we don't have it. And I also advise Chief Sadek to give up this idea. You also know that your status is very special and is not orthodox to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. If you possess these things, you will be very dissatisfied with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other arms dealers. The soldier reminded. Sadek was filled with cold water. The ambition in my heart was suppressed. The soldier is right. If they have these, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will definitely take action, try their best to destroy this factory, and then kill it, and those arms dealers will also be dissatisfied. If you can produce it, how can I still do business? Once his high-end weapons are stuck, he felt that he was losing more than he gained. Sadek was depressed. No one is easy to mess with. The reason why the DRC doesn't kill him is not because it can't beat him or is afraid of him, but because of the internal political considerations of the DRC. Once he goes too far, although he may not be shot to death with a backhand, it will definitely make him disgraced. So melancholy. Sadek held the AK in his hand, his face uncertain. In the end, it turned into a touch of helplessness. This time, the soldier suddenly said, Chief Sadek, I think we can still have a cooperative project. Oh, what project? Sadek asked doubtfully. Civilian manufacturing industry. The soldier said calmly. Although Sadek is not a good person, he is still a good chess piece. The military project ends with this AK production equipment that is tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. There is no need to add extraneous details. The civilian project is the first step in taming Sadek. People like Sadek, or this kind of power, are destined to be treated as pawns. It is basically impossible to stand at the forefront of the times, move the wind and rain, rise with the trend, and achieve great things unless someone needs it. Just when the first completely locally produced AK appeared in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. USA. New York. Port's house. Already exhausted, he was basking in the sun in the yard. But my thoughts have already drifted overseas. Just this morning, a company report on the Democratic Republic of the Congo was placed in front of him. Although he was relieved of his position as CEO, his shares and status as a board member remained. This is a survey report of participating members about the feast before the blood exchange in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This kind of thing. It has always been a project with high risks and high profits. If they don't have the ability, they will definitely be settled by the country's government in the future. However, their company believes that it is not a small shrimp. No matter who comes to power, their interests in the Democratic Republic of the Congo will be protected. Especially in order to protect their own interests, those who want to earn pensions will do a lot of things. Even if they can't do it, they will find various high-quality money-making projects to facilitate their future dividends. Otherwise, mines like those in Karumba, it will not be included in the candidate list at all because it is difficult to settle. This kind of bargain hunting is what asset hunters like them like most. Seeing the competitors who had been carefully investigated this time, one competitor caught Bok's attention, and that was Chiron. Chiron did not play any tricks this time, but used a company he actually controlled in China to participate. Tang Qing's Wanqing mining was also clearly known, and everyone knew that it was in his name. Saw Chiron's photo. Pork's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Chiron was still alive. Even if he was alive, how could he still have a mind to attend this feast? Finally, Bok made a phone call to an intelligence organization and asked them to investigate the whereabouts of Chai Run and Morel. Only 2 hours. The intelligence organization gave him an answer. Chiron is not dead. On the night he was kidnapped, Chiron showed up at a Chinese hotel in the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and played with Floz, the son of the current president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, for a few days before returning to China. As for Morel, the news was that his whereabouts were unknown. Because the village is so remote, no one has discovered it yet. In fact, even if it was discovered, no one would make a big announcement. So many cars, so many guns, and a lot of money are all benefits. Take it away and sell it to make a fortune. Only a devil would make it known to everyone. A week had passed since the kidnapping. Poker was not an idiot and would not have thought that Morel was lost. Morel disappeared for a week, and it was very likely that he was killed by someone else. Think of this. Pork was also a little panicked. If Chai Ren's group destroys Mu Liar, will they come and get him? It's very possible that even though he did it in a concealed manner, if Morel confessed something, there would be a high chance that he would be suspected. Just when he was feeling a little scared, he suddenly remembered what he had experienced these days. The exposure of the Australian government and various news coming out from the United States caused him to lose his position as CEO and be questioned by various directors on the board of directors. Is it possible? Is this Chai Ren's revenge? Various thoughts flashed through Pork's mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that Chinese people were timid and rarely killed people abroad. Such a gentle style of revenge was very much a Chinese masterpiece, but how do you explain what happened to Morel? These people are 99% likely to die. Isn't it because he is receiving ideological education and moral condemnation? Pork didn't believe it. In this way, Pork struggled all morning, unable to figure out the logic between the two. It didn't look like it was done by one person at all. Their behavior styles were completely different. One was decisive and ruthless. The other was gentle and insidious. Looking at the report in his hand, Pork decided to wait and see. Since Chai Ren wants to eat at the same table with them, it depends on who is more capable. Thinking of this, Boku sneered. This time he will trick Chai Ren, but it is not him who takes action, but the company behind him. It doesn't matter whether what happened in Australia was done by Chai Run or not. Anyway, there is no need for him to take action this time, and there is no need for him to take care of things if something happens. December 17th, Saturday, Comet Film and Television Headquarters, a small theater-level screening room. Tang Qing and a group of company executives watched the first movie of Comet Film and Television. Not only Pu Chaodong, but also director Li Shijiao and the two major shareholders of the company, Chai Run and Zheng Lin, will of course be the first to watch the finished film that was edited for the first time. However, Lin Jiashua did not come, but studied painting with Yan Xin in the villa. The entire screening process. It can only be said to be high energy throughout. Even director Li Shijiao, who edited it himself and watched it many times, couldn't help but be shocked again by the grand scenes inside. The sound effects and special effects made him excited again and again. Thinking that such a movie was made by him, he felt that he could leave an indelible memory in China's film history and become a textbook-like existence. Every time he thought of this, Li Shijiao almost jumped up. And all this, they were all given by Tang Qing. Tang Qing found the special effects team with the money given by several company directors. Although this special effects team is not under Comet Film and Television, judging from the working style of the special effects team, it is definitely inseparable from Tang Qing, and it is not superficial. Otherwise, how could a special effects company of this level not be open to the public yet? He only took on special effects work from Comet Film and Television. The super long film length of 170 minutes made it very enjoyable for everyone to watch. Even Tang Qing felt amazing after watching it. He felt as shocked as watching Avatar in his previous life, but the content of the story was different. Avatar tells the story of the struggle for resources between humans and creatures from alien planets. Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, tells the story of mankind's first entry into the starry sky, the various battles with the environment, and the beautiful celestial scenes. As you can tell from the name, this movie has a sequel. When the final scene goes black, warm applause erupted in the screening room. This applause is for the film, for director Li Shijiao, and for the bright future of the company. Once this film is released, Comet Pictures will be remembered by the whole world. Tang Qing praised, "Director Li, it's very good, very good. I'm very satisfied. This is what I should do. The company's script is good, the special effects team is good, and the funds are sufficient. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to make a meal without rice." Speaking of cliches, Li Shijiao still does not need to draft. Tang Qing burst out laughing. Okay, everyone has contributed a lot. When the global box office of our first film comes out, no matter what the results are, I will give everyone a big red envelope. A movie like this will definitely make money without losing money. Tang Qing even had the idea of challenging Titanic. But the idea is great, but it's very difficult to implement. It's the right time, the right place, the right people, and Titanic has all. The audience is almost a whole range, regardless of men, women, old or young. It's hard to surpass. But it doesn't stop him from having sweet dreams, maybe. It's done. Thank you, Chairman. Li Shijiao said happily, knowing that Tang Qing is extremely rich. This red envelope will definitely be a big plus for him as a director. Tang Qing said again, "By the way, Brother Zheng, for such a long film, will the radio and television give you a few cuts? I think it is very good. Such a long film is usually shortened by the director." But Tang Qing felt that losing even 1 minute was a loss, since it is a visual feast. "Just come more violently," Zheng Lin promised. "Don't worry, I will try my best to keep them clean. Our country's film industry has been lingering in the country. This time, with this movie, it should be able to spread China's science fiction culture and technological strength in one fell swoop. I think the probability of being reduced is low." He did not dare to finish his words. After all, the radio and television industry was not run by his family, so he could say everything. Zheng Lin's answer. Tang Qing is already very satisfied. He turned to Pu Chaodong and said, "Okay, Mr. Pu, it will be submitted for review in the next 2 days. Director Zheng will help speed up the review and approval and arrangement of the film. As for publicity, we will start to make full effort from next week. Don't say the release date before it is determined, so as not to let the radio and television have any ideas. It will be released on the first day of the new year. Yes, Chairman. Pu Chaodong nodded in agreement, and then said, I will mainly let people promote the special effects editing first. Foreign publicity channels have been contacted. If you spend some money, it can actually be released simultaneously around the world. Oh, how much? Tang Qing's eyes lit up. Pu Chaodong explained, it is estimated that it will not exceed $1 million. It is certain that this movie will pass the review. As long as we convince the major theaters, it could be released worldwide in time for the first day of the Lunar New Year. He also investigated clearly. Okay, it will be great if it could be released simultaneously around the world. You can arrange it. Money is a small matter. As long as we have this time, next time, they will take the initiative to make time for us. Tang Qing didn't care about this little money at all. Yes. After watching the movie, everyone returned to the office. After listening to the entire publicity plan, Tang Qing and the others felt that there was no problem. Let's move on to the next topic. Pu Chaodong introduced. Chairman, fellow directors, the Comet video website has been established and is undergoing internal testing. It is expected to be online and operational next Monday. Regarding the issue of video copyright broadcast, we have also started negotiations so that specific videos can be watched for a fee or free for members. In terms of content, we have done. Last week, Tudo rejected Lu Huaxing Film and Television's acquisition request. Tang Qing didn't want to use any dirty tricks, and he didn't bother to spend money on it. If you can't buy one, then build one yourself. It's a big deal, so Comet Video was approved as a project. Originally, the entire website structure was unthinkable within a month or two, but also depends on who it is. If Tang Qing wanted to do it, he could compress the speed to 1 day. If he wasn't afraid of shocking the world and asked the soldiers to control the speed, it would only take a week to complete it. The entire video website adopts a classification design similar to that of later Youku. In addition to website editors, there are also a large number of private video providers. They serve as the backbone of the diversified supplement of video websites. The main income of the entire website is advertising. That's good. We must do a good job and detail in video classification. Copyright awareness is the core of the website. We must ensure that all videos are compliant and have the highest definition here. Everyone can experience the membership function for free in the first week, and the grading will begin a week later. At the same time, the idea of related web dramas can be officially launched, and potential adaptations can be discovered from Qidian Chinese website. Tang Qing told Pu Chaodong everything he could think of. Now Tudo's video service can be called crude. With Comet Video Network's advanced awareness, within 2 months, it will be the largest video sharing website in China. Tudo.com has no chance of catching up, because the video website's compression algorithm can ensure clear playback of high-definition image quality at existing network speeds. That's it. Other video websites can only be punished. After all, once compared, you can see the difference. The video website burned money from the beginning, and the biggest expenditure was the rental of servers and bandwidth. However, Tang Qing didn't expect to make any profit in a few years. He just wanted to create a good thing. All the money earned will continue to be invested. Video website. It also has to have its own column, right? In his previous life, Tang Qing liked many columns of Youku very much. Basically, Youku has its own programs in every category. The quality is guaranteed, and they're deeply loved by the audience. It has also produced many excellent third-party video programs. Never Expected, Hip Hop Quartet, Rampage Incident, Logical Thinking, and Hongguan. Lots and lots. Tang Qing also hopes that this industry will develop rapidly. You can also have fun surfing the internet when you have nothing to do. There is really a lack of internet content in this era. Even if the command room stores almost all the videos on the internet, if there is no content, there is no content. You can't watch movies every day or read other people's private information or videos of the U.S. war against Iraq. So boring. As for plagiarizing those funny programs, Tang Qing thinks it's better to forget it. This kind of behavior is really shameful, and he likes the hosts of these programs very much, so there's no need to interrupt others. I just hope that my own butterfly effect doesn't cause them to disappear, which would be embarrassing. Finished the meeting. Tang Qing and others left the Comet Film and Television headquarters. Although today is the weekend, not everyone in the company is on holiday, and 1/3 of the people are still working overtime. As a result, Tang Qing inevitably became a black-hearted boss again. Fortunately, Pu Chaodong took the blame. He was the president of Comet Film and Television and the general manager of daily affairs. Directors like Tang Qing rarely come here, and they seem to have very strong backgrounds. Not only are they so rich, but they're also so handsome. It must have been Pu Chaodong who squeezed them. Definitely. Walk out of the office building. A breeze blew by, bringing a chill. It is already the depth of winter. Fortunately, the winter in Shanghai is not as severe as the snow and ice in the north. It is just cold. It is cold everywhere. Since there is no heating in the house, many people nowadays are reluctant to buy air conditioners. Therefore, winter in Shanghai is not so pleasant. It's quite cool, and the weather is good. Chai Ren's evaluation was very objective. Compared with the winter in Beijing, it can really be described as cooler here, but there are less snow scenes. Zheng Lin wrapped his collar and said, "It gets cold after blowing for a long time. It's better over here in Hainan. It's like spring all year round. I'm going to stay with my wife and daughter for half a month next week. Are you with me?" Chiron shook his head vigorously. "I don't have time. There are many things in the company, but after hearing what you said, I also want to get a villa there to live in. I didn't do that when I was alone. Now that I have a family, I suddenly feel that it would be good to get a few more places to stay." Zheng Lin said happily, "That's great. Let's be neighbors. Seaview villas are being developed over there. If you want to buy one, you can tell them in advance if you have any requirements. You can design it yourself, just like Xiao Tang's villa. By the way, Xiao Tang, would you like to buy one too, so that the three of us can live together as neighbors? I have lived in this villa for more than 3 years, and I think it is too small. I want to change it to a bigger one. It's a waste." Chiron rolled his eyes at Zheng Lin. Zheng Lin didn't care at all. "I can't, as long as the location is good. It's best to be close to the sea. The place is big, and it shouldn't be too remote. It would be better if there is a dock." Tang Qing had long planned to get a sea view villa, but he never had the chance. "If you have a ride, you can take a ride." "Okay, it's settled. I'll have someone investigate when we get back." Chiron agreed immediately. The thought of being neighbors with Tang Qing. Both of their eyes were shining. This is great news. You can often go there to eat and drink. It's fun to think about. Quack. By the way, Mr. Chai, didn't you cooperate with Xiao Tang to set up a real estate company? Why don't you just go develop there instead of buying other people's land? Zheng Lin suggested. Chiron nodded. That's okay. We originally planned to build high-end residences. It's a good idea to expand the business in advance. I'll discuss it with the two of them when we get back and find a good location. Hearing this, Zheng Lin said happily, "Okay, I'll design a house when I get back. This time, I must design a house that is bigger and more luxurious than Xiao Tang's villa." Tang Qing added 2 words. "What's the use of you? The key is the content. Other people's villas are full of artistic atmosphere. You can't get many things. It's just superficial and embarrassing." Chiron struck without hesitation. "I don't have it. Isn't it available at Xiao Tang's place?" Zheng Lin argued. "Artie," Chiron despised again. "Go. I'm studying literature after all. I have a graduate degree. It's really elegant." Zheng Lin quit. Pretentious. Chiron still curled his lips. "Go, go, go." An hour later, the car drove back to the villa. They both arrived in the morning, and before they had time to grab a meal, they had to fly back to the capital in the afternoon. One was busy with the daily affairs of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the company, and the other had to go back to help with the movie release. They're all busy people. Only Tang Qing was still leisurely, making the two of them envious and jealous. "But I just want to come and play." Tang Qing solved the most important thing in a science fiction movie. For the rest, they were both people who followed behind to pick up money. Even though Tang Qing usually didn't do anything, Tang Qing was mainly keeping an eye on the company's affairs. As for the previous script review, and this time it was Zheng Lin's turn to take action after the movie was released. As for Chai Ren, it seems that he has not played any roles so far, but that's not how things work out. The role of the two of them will not really be revealed until someone wants to attract the company's attention or encounters official trouble. Phew, it's warm. It's better than the heater in the capital. I'll install one in the future. Xiao Tang, where did you buy this? It's so useful. Chiron took off his coat directly. Go into the lobby. A hot wind blew in my face. There's central air conditioning. The temperature in the house is maintained at a suitable temperature, but the heating in the north is a bit inferior. Whether it's floor heating or radiator, one heats slowly and the other heats up uncontrollably. I asked someone to make it. If you like it, I will send you a set of air conditioners for your villa. Not many things in Tang Qing's villa were bought from outside, especially household appliances. They were all designed and crafted by the scientists in the command room, although the weapons mall did not offer exchange. But it does not prevent us from using existing equipment to process it in the laboratory. The quality is extremely good. Hee, that's a good idea, and I saved a lot of money. Zheng Lin said proudly. I despise you. If you want it, just say it. Xiao Tang won't deny it, right? Okay, it's a small thing. Tang Qing agreed. Brother Zheng, Brother Chai, you are here. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Jiaxue hurriedly came out and greeted. Hello, Sister Jiaxue. Jean, she asked me to bring you the things she bought for you last time she went shopping. She has a lot of surgeries there and is busy with work, so she can't make it. Chiron handed over 4 or 5 bags. Thank you. Lin Jiaxue smiled and took it without opening it, but asked the soldier to put it upstairs. Say a few words. Lin Jiaxue went upstairs to continue learning painting with Yin Xen. Afternoon. Zheng Lin returned to the capital. Didn't even return home. He ran to his grandfather Zheng Xing in a hurry. Tang Qing's request is for the film to pass review quickly and be released normally on the first day of the new year, as long as it has a normal film schedule. But Zheng Lin will not really follow this set of standards and finish his work as soon as it is done. This is not only a movie that he is extremely optimistic about, but also an important link between him and Tang Qing. These years, he also adheres to a principle in doing things. Don't mess with your promises. But doing things often can bring unexpected surprises to the parties concerned. Then, he set his sights on his grandfather. Although his grandfather has retired, he still has a lot of influence. Zheng Xing did not like his involvement in the entertainment industry before. He did not disappoint Zheng Xing. He always stayed away from the entertainment industry and maintained a high status. Therefore, when he invested in Comet Film and Television, Zheng Xing was very unsupportive, but Zheng Lin repeatedly assured that Tang Qing was reliable. Chiron was also one of the shareholders and thought highly of Tang Qing, so he stopped holding on to him. Came here this time. It is also a fulfillment of the original guarantee. Come up with a result that satisfies Zheng Xing, Grandpa. I'm here to see you. Zheng Lin shouted with a loud voice as soon as he entered the door. Although their upbringing was very strict, who could call Zheng Lin the youngest grandson? He had always been very up-to-date, without the air of a playboy, and was quite favored by the whole family. I heard you. What are you yelling about? At this time, Zheng Xing walked in from the backyard, holding a kettle in his hand. Zheng Lin knew that his grandfather must have gone to the greenhouse behind to take care of his flowers. It was like this every day, which was quite leisurely. Hey, Grandpa, come quickly. I'll show you something good. Zheng Lin walked to the DVD player impatiently and put in the sample disc that was going to be submitted for review. Zheng Xing was speechless. He said angrily, "How old are you? And you are still so impatient. Haha, isn't this exciting? Grandpa, come and see the results of our company." Zheng Lin took the kettle from Zheng Xing's hand, put it aside, pulled Zheng Xing to the sofa, and sat down himself. What results? Zheng Xing asked. Zheng Lin pointed to the beginning of the Comet Films animation on the TV. He said, "It's a film and television company that Chai Run and I partnered with. The first movie has been produced and edited and is ready to be submitted for review. No, I just came back from Shanghai, and I was the first to come to your place. Take a look, it's really good. Zheng Lin is also immortal. When it comes to recommending things he likes, he can't help but be as eager as ordinary people. Zheng Xing didn't say much. Stare at the TV in front of you. Of course, he was very disapproving of Zheng Lin's investment in this company. He had become a referee and an athlete. It would be very unpleasant to say that. Moreover, he knew too much about the entertainment industry. So how could he make such a mess of words? Therefore, in recent years, Zheng Lin has been hanging around in the cultural circle, and the entertainment circle is determined not to allow him to participate. But some time ago, Zheng Lin suddenly said that he had invested in a film company. Zheng Xing was immediately unhappy, thinking that someone was trying to trick his grandson into trouble. Later, he relaxed after learning that Chai Run was also involved. Chai Run, who served as a soldier. His reputation in the circles in the capital is very good. He has always been called other people's children by everyone, and is often used to educate those dandies. Others like Chai Ren are also qualified to eat and wait for death, but others just strive for success, help manage the family business, and fly all over the world. Zheng Xing did not object too fiercely. As for Tang Qing's identity, he also investigated it. How could he turn a blind eye to his Yaosuan's partner? The results of the investigation were very unusual, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. As long as there were no bad records and his character was about the same, it would be fine. Anyway, my grandson can't bear the loss. And isn't there Chiron? There are really not many people in China who dare to cheat both of them at the same time, and they definitely don't include the grassroots Tang Qing. Animated by Comet Films. The main film begins. Once out, roar hiss. A huge alien creature grew its mouth and roared into the air. This scene shocked Zheng Xing. The screen turned and countless such creatures appeared on the ground, barking at the sky. Not only that, the picture continues to rise. Countless such creatures rushed towards a man-made building in the distance. From a distance, the entire building looked like a huge firepower platform, with densely packed weapons pouring ammunition at those monsters. No, it should be said to be a barrage. If nothing else, just talking about the special effects of these monsters, Zheng Xing gave them full marks. The surrounding area of the wall has become a mountain of corpses of monsters. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in front of the building, and a light blue electromagnetic gun fired long spears. The more I look, Zheng Xing's eyes grew brighter, and it was fun to watch. You know, at his age, the only things he can really watch are historical dramas or TV movies such as Spy Wars and Anti-War. He has never watched other types. They all like to read books and have a wide range of knowledge. When they see many historical adaptations on TV, they just want to curse people. They exist purely to attract attention and simply turn a blind eye. This kind of director is also what they dislike the most. Since you're using the history of China, do it well. It doesn't matter if you just make up history. If you want to make it up, just go and make martial arts movies. Why make history? Therefore, in addition to dramas that are consistent with history, he will only watch them if they can overlap with the knowledge in his mind. And science fiction, Zheng Xing only read part of it. He still can't watch those kind of commercial blockbusters. He's not interested in any visual feasts or superheroes. Things that he forgets after watching them once are a complete waste of time. But this sci-fi movie, he really looked into it, and it's very enjoyable to watch. There are no superheroes in this movie. There's no villain to fight on Earth. There are no scientists who want to destroy the world. There are no trivial things, and even the love between children is extremely obscure. The entire movie is filled with the collision of civilizations, the struggle for living space, the mystery of the alien planet, the dangers of cosmic objects, as well as discussions and debates within human beings about whether extraterrestrial creatures should be absolutely destroyed or relatively coexist. The movie ends. Zheng Xing didn't speak for a long time. Think for a long time. Staring at Zheng Lin, he asked seriously, "Is this your company's movie?" Zheng Lin quickly said, "Yes, the script is from a not-so-well-known domestic science fiction writer, and the special effects are from a domestic team. This time we are planning to release it on New Year's Day. And even if we operate it well, it can be released simultaneously around the world on our New Year's Day. Zheng Xing nodded. Think about it for a moment. I know it's good. Zheng Lin was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew what he meant. Zheng Xing thought it would work. It would definitely be released on the first day of the new year. The film schedule would not be low, and all other movies would have to be put aside. Thank you, Grandpa. Zheng Lin said happily. Zheng Xing smiled. Okay, leave the things here with me. I'll look at them again tonight, and you can pick them up tomorrow. Okay. Zheng Xing spoke, and Zheng Lin was completely relieved. P.S. Today may be just this chapter. I will exercise in the evening. I feel that my body will not be able to survive without exercise. It has entered a subhealthy state. Maybe I will have time to write another chapter when I come back, but there is no guarantee. Zheng Lin returned home happily. Zheng Xing watched the samples again. Different from the first time, this time, he looked at it with a more professional look. Just like some people watch TV. I enjoyed watching the protagonist play for the first time and noticed everything about the protagonist. The second time, I like to look at the surrounding supporting characters and extras. Firstly, I am entertained. Secondly, I can also see another layer of quality behind the movie, as well as other things that are easily overlooked the first time. This time, Zheng Xing had more time to think. After the last scene ends, Zheng Xing has already labeled this movie as a superior film. There are no flaws in the visual effects, the plot is perfect, and the acting skills of the actors are also superb. Although there are no faces of old actors, the casting seems to be very particular and careful. This is a movie with basically no stars. But when I remember that the core of this movie is not the human face, Zheng Xing was relieved. Such a movie. It has gone beyond the scope of face recognition. Everyone is paying attention to the special effects and the ideas spread inside. Be positive. Food for thought. After watching it twice, Zheng Xing became a complete fan of this movie, and from the new crisis for mankind that appeared at the end, he knew that there would be a sequel. If it is done well and maintains this quality, it is likely to become the highest-grossing science fiction movie series in history. Let Chinese films truly go global. On Monday, 10 o'clock in the morning, radio and television. Zheng Lin came here early in the morning. Went upstairs with ease. Master Zheng. Hello, Director Wang. Long time no see. I heard that your sons got married recently. Congratulations. Zheng Lin greeted with a smile. Aha, thank you. What are you doing here today? Just doing some errands. I'll go up first while you're busy. Okay. He didn't walk a few steps. Xiao Zheng, why are you free to come here today? Uncle Zhu, I'm here to do something. Xiao Hao said that you have been suffering from back pain recently, which is caused by sitting for a long time. It is very effective to get up and walk more, and play hula hoop when you have nothing to do. This is a director, so there is nothing wrong with calling him this. Xiao Hao, one of his good followers. Aha, thank you for your concern. This brat Xiao Hao will say anything. That's because I care about you. Zheng Lin has a lot of acquaintances here, although Zheng Lin doesn't come often. However, with his social skills almost at full level and the fact that his family is already within the system, Zheng Lin's acquaintances have been spread throughout various departments in the industry through various transfers, exchanging pleasantries along the way. He came to his cousin Meng Rongfei's office. He is also the second in command here. Although it is okay to find a leader, after all, it is not as good as your own cousin. Master Zheng. Watching Zheng Lin walk up in a swaggering manner, Meng Rongfei's secretary rushed up to greet him. Hello, I've lost weight again. It seems that working with my cousin is very tiring. Eat more, exercise less, and gain some weight. Zheng Lin greeted with a smile. He doesn't have any condescending and dandy air, and that's why he's so popular, and everyone gives him face. Haha, okay, Mr. Zheng is right. Please, Deputy Director Meng is already waiting inside. The secretary said with a smile on his face. As a secretary, I actually resent being yelled at by the boss's family members. Fortunately, I have never encountered this. The Zheng family is indeed a big family, and they're very strict in the training and restraint of their offspring. He also acts with dignity as a secretary. Okay, I'll go in first, he said. Zheng Lin pushed the door open and walked in. The secretary closed the door behind him. Once inside, Zheng Lin saw Meng Rongfei, who was writing at his desk. Without disturbing Meng Rongfei, Zheng Lin walked to the tea cabinet with ease, took out a bag of tea leaves from his pocket, tore open the package, and skillfully started making tea. Soon, a strong fragrance filled the office. Zheng Lin took a nice sip, feel refreshed both physically and mentally. He got these tea leaves from Tang Qing. He really didn't know where Tang Qing came from so many good things. They were all extraordinary. Whether it was food, drink, or food, it was difficult to find the same ones on the market. Even the tea was the same, and it even completely subverted his understanding of tea. If not for Tang Qing himself drinking, he will wonder if there are any additives. Come back this time. Both he and Chai Ren returned calmly. Bilyuakun and Long Jing. Half a caddy of each. The two of them were so happy when they left. But after looking at Tang Qing's tea cabinet full of tea, which was enough to open a shop, the two of them wanted to rob Tang Qing, as well as the fruit wine in the semi-basement, thinking that the two of them, such awesome young men, would have such a day. The aroma of tea overflows. Meng Rongfei's nose twitched as he was signing the document. It smells so good. Look up. Then he saw Zheng Lin happily drinking tea behind his back. Needless to say, that's where the smell comes from. As a senior tea fan, Meng Rongfei is of course professional. However, I have never smelled the strong fragrance of tea leaves as expected. This tea can be used as incense. Shaolinzi, what kind of tea is that? Make me a cup to try. Meng Rongfei became greedy. This was definitely not his tea. Of course, Zheng Lin couldn't just soak it for himself. Hear this. Picking up another cup, he walked to Meng Rongfei with a smile. Regarding the name Shaolinzi, he has also been fighting for many years, because every time he thinks of this, he thinks of Lin Pingji, the young master of the Fuwei escort agency who had a tragic ending and practiced the evil sword manual. Unfortunately, he still couldn't resist the bad taste of adults. Actually, think about it. Just get used to it. Otherwise, I'm rolling around on the floor begging to change my name. Meng Rongfei quickly took the teacup, smelled it, his eyes lit up, and took a sip gently. After taking this sip, Meng Rongfei no longer knew what to say. He drank the tea first. Such good tea leave cannot be wasted. Then, the two of them didn't say a word. He drank tea happily, as if nothing else mattered. Good tea. Meng Rongfei looked at the empty cup in his hand with unfulfilled interest. Of course, I spent a lot of money to get it. My grandfather doesn't even have it. If he knew about it, let alone you, I might not even be able to drink it. Zheng Lin said happily. You unfilial grandson. Meng Rongfei scolded with a smile. But the next moment, remember to leave some for me, otherwise I will tell you. Meng Rongfei blackmailed Zheng Lin without any psychological burden. Zheng Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. Okay, just treat it as public relations fee. I'll leave you 1 or 2. 5 cars. You're dreaming 2 or 2. 3 cars. Deal. I haven't said it's a deal yet, so I'm bullying. Zheng Lin lost. Tell me, what is it worth for you to come over and bribe me with tea? Meng Rongfei did not forget about business. Zheng Lin chuckled. Cousin, there is something. The film company I invested in has released its first movie. We are going to release it on New Year's Day. We will submit the application today. I hope the review will be completed soon so that we can start the promotion. Is that the science fiction movie? Meng Rongfei remembered that Zheng Lin said he wanted to make a science fiction movie last time. When the script was being reviewed, Zheng Lin was also here, but I didn't come to see him because the script review was very simple and basically passed without touching the line. It would still be reviewed after the filming was completed anyway. Zheng Lin kept nodding. Yeah, I've shown this movie to my grandpa, and he said it was very good, so I felt relieved. Otherwise, I would definitely have to take it out and criticize it at the New Year's dinner. Has the old man seen it? Did he say it's okay? Meng Rongfei said in surprise. Yes, he was full of praise and fully supported my actions. As long as it is done well, this film will be a milestone in the history of our country's science fiction films and an opportunity for Chinese films to enter the world. Zheng Lin started bragging mode. Of course, Meng Rongfei only believed half of it. Of this line, exaggerated propaganda has become the norm. Milestone. First part, a pioneering work, a magnificent drama. In order to attract people's attention, the words are basically very gorgeous. I believe half of them because of my relationship with Zheng Lin. But to be recognized by Zheng Xing and highly praised by Zheng Lin, it should always be good. Okay, blow again, and it will go to heaven. Meng Rongfei said angrily. This movie was written by God. Meng Rongfei said helplessly, I know. I will let people pay attention to it and go through the review process as soon as possible. If it is quick, the results will be available this week. You have to hurry up. The sooner the better. Our publicity is waiting. Zheng Lin urged. Only a family. He dared to say such a thing. Otherwise, no matter how good the relationship is, it will be all about waiting. Meng Rongfei rolled his eyes at Zheng Lin. There are really not many people who can urge him to do things now. But for his juniors, what else can he say, as long as he doesn't go out of his way and is used to it? I know. Leave the tea and leave. Meng Rongfei rolled his eyes at him. Zheng Lin smiled. Okay, I'll come back and take a look tomorrow. Are you the leader or am I the leader? Meng Rongfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is to supervise his work. He was not unhappy at all. As long as it was not a personnel issue or a violation of principles, Meng Rongfei would still satisfy Zheng Lin's request. Okay, bye. After that, leave 3 ounces of tea leaves. Zheng Lin left briskly. Meng Rongfei shook his head with a wry smile and called his secretary in. Let people watch a movie called Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, and speed up the review after reporting it. Meng Rongfei ordered. The secretary quickly agreed. Out the door. I want to say hello below. 3 days later, under the attention of Zheng Lin's daily report, the review of the movie was completed quickly. Needless to say, the entire review staff was shocked. Could this be a movie that a Chinese special effects company could produce? You are definitely not an American special effect company, and the main body is very suitable for the times. The United States pays attention to individual heroism, saving the world alone. What China emphasizes is that unity is strength. This science fiction movie is very suitable. There are no bad guys, only thinking beyond civilization and the struggle for living space. Then, not losing a second, all passed, when the news reached Comet Film and Television. It feels like a dream from top to bottom. It has only been so long. It was submitted on Monday and passed on Wednesday. This speed is a bit unreasonable. If other film companies knew about it, they would be jealous to death. Comet Film and Television headquarters. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. This is the first work of Comet Film and Television, which is of great significance. Although most of them have never seen the sample of the movie, it does not hinder the shocking movie-watching experience. The most important thing is, their promotional trailers are all ready. The scenes inside are only grand, destined to be no different. In the conference room, Pu Chaodong said excitedly, everyone has worked hard during this period. The movie passed the review and was released as scheduled. You are indispensable. I won't say much else. The trailer can be officially released and pinned to the top of the homepage of Comet Video. Starting tomorrow, Penguin pop-ups and major media promotions will start immediately. This spring festival period belongs to us Comet Video. Faced with Pu Chaodong's heroic words, the reaction below was not too enthusiastic because there would definitely be no problems with Zheng Lin's operation, and he had already expected it. Directorly, starting from next Monday, the national publicity will begin. You can arrange the overseas schedule by yourself and let our company's actors be in the news. Okay, that's the meeting. Let's go and get busy. Pu Chaodong quickly ended the meeting without talking too much. Others returned to work, and the promotional work of Comet Film and Television officially began. After the others left, Pu Chaodong's phone rang as he was about to return to the office. An unknown number. Hello, hello. Pu Chaodong answered. Mr. Pu, hello. I am Wang Zhong from Hawaii Brothers. One of the leaders of Hawaii actually called, which made Pu Chaodong very surprised and even a little excited. After all, before this, he was a high-ranking big shot. Mr. Wang, hello. Thank you for your attention. Pu Chaodong seemed to understand something. Really? Haha. Hello? Let me get straight to the point. It's not a big deal to make this call. I just learned that the special effects of your movie are very good. I want to know where they were made. Our company is also very interested. Can you introduce me if you have the opportunity? Pu Chaodong smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Wong, for the compliment. I can tell you the name of the special effect company, but I can't guarantee whether they will undertake your special effects tasks. Okay, I understand. If we have a chance to have a meal together, I think there will be a lot of room for cooperation between us in the future. Huawei has the largest actor resources in China. People in the film and television industry basically cannot escape cooperation with Huawei's artists. Okay, I have admired Mr. Wong for a long time. I will be your host when you come to Shanghai someday. Pu Chaodong said happily. That's great. A few more formulaic greetings were exchanged. Pu Chaodong hung up the phone. Movies are reviewed not only by people from radio and television, but also by other industry seniors, including directors, screenwriters, leaders, etc., who are not fixed. As long as the majority of the members of the review committee agree, it will be passed. Therefore, Pu Chaodong was not surprised by the call. He was even a little proud. Industry leaders called to contact him. It was also an honor, and they comment film and television. There is no need to curry favor with anyone. Tang Qing has money, technology, and ideas. Chai Run and Zheng Lin have a background and relationship. Even if Huai asked him to be the CEO, Pu Chaodong would not be interested. Compared with his false name, he was still solid at comet film and television, where he could do things with peace of mind. Everything else was taken care of by the board of directors. However, Pu Chaodong also knew that this was not a long-term solution. After all, we can't let Zheng Lin rush for every movie. Zheng Lin has also told him that they will need to fully follow up on the review of the next movie. Zheng Lin will introduce relevant people to him. Some public relations links are still needed. This time Zheng Lin has even taken care of the theater issue. Next time, it will be their business. It is impossible to let Zheng Lin do errands. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. This time it's a big director. It took Pu Chaodong a while to hang up the phone. He felt that the limelight had become too big, attracting so many people. This day, Pu Chaodong answered a lot of calls from big names in the industry, and his throat hurt as he talked about it. After dealing with so many people's concerns, some well-informed celebrities and actors even called him directly. I wanted to ask if there were any opportunities for cooperation, and Pu Chaodong was very forthcoming. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Huli's home. Huli has a day off today, helping her parents with housework at home and discussing with them about continuing to do business. Ever since Tang Qing settled Chu Wang's loan sharking and sent Chu Wang in, their family felt like a mountain was being lifted from their backs. Take the IOU sent by the police. The family burst into tears. After a few days of relief, Huli's parents' emotions finally stabilized. So, Huli's father wanted to return to his old career and continue doing business, but he couldn't persuade him. Finally, he had to agree, but they had differences on what to do. Huli wanted her parents to do something easy. Huli's mother, who was peeling the fruit, didn't know how many times she mentioned it. Daughter, I really hope your movie will be released soon so that I can see how our daughter performs. Don't worry, it will be soon, Huli said helplessly. I'll call all the neighbors at home when the time comes. My mother beamed with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Okay, what everyone is fine, Huli said. Buzz, buzz. The stylish flip phone on the table rang. Director Li. 2 words were displayed on the screen. Huli perked up. Director Li. Of course it was Li Shijiao. After learning that the film was scheduled, Li Shijiao was busy with publicity. He was not needed to contact the actors, but he was happy today. He wanted to inform the actors of the good news first. Xiao Li. The movie has passed the review and is scheduled to be released on the first day of the new year. The company's publicity plan has been launched. You need to prepare. You need to attend the press conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the headquarters. After that, we will promote it everywhere. The United States and Europe are also included in the plan. The company will help you get a passport. Remember to bring identity documents tomorrow. Li Shijiao said a lot. Great. I'll rush there tomorrow morning. Huli was excited when she heard that she was going abroad. Well, Change into better clothes. I suggest you wear clothes from the prosperous Tang dynasty, because the chairman may look at it. Li Shijiao is now the contracted director of Comet Film and Television, so naturally he has to consider the issue from Tang Qing's point of view. He also never thought about going solo. You know, a director does not necessarily need to sign with a company. Famous directors are always begged by others. But Li Shijiao knew. Once he leaves Comet Film and Television, he will be nothing. Without a special effect company, his talent will be just talent after all. He is prepared to die, relying on Comet Film and Television and fly solo. Okay, I understand. Huli nodded hurriedly. She knew that Shengtang Group was Tang Qing's property and supported her chairman's business. There was no saying that, but he was still such a handsome and good chairman. Hang up the phone. Li Shijiao informed one by one. Some actors are not from the company, and their time is difficult to allocate. But after learning that the movie had been reviewed and finalized, I happily agreed without any nonsense. They all put other things aside. This globally released film is an opportunity to show their face and promote it in Western countries. No other domestic film has such treatment. Mom, it's decided. It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. Huli gave her mother a big hug and was extremely happy. Okay, great. Let's celebrate with something delicious tonight. Her mother was even happier than she was. Yeah, let's go buy groceries and let my daughter have a good rest. Then, Huli's mother pulled Huli's father out of the door happily. Huli knew that her mother was going everywhere to promote it. Sure enough, when Huli's mother saw an acquaintance, she said, "My daughter's movie will be released on the first day of the new year. You must come then. We invite you. You must come. No problem with the autograph. I will help you get it." Huli's mother went out to start the first roadshow promotion. Huli, who was at home, was not idle either. She started to prepare clothes and accessories for tomorrow. She decided them first so as not to be in a hurry when she got up in the morning. Women, when it comes to dressing, once they have obsessive-compulsive disorder, it is also very scary. After the movie has been reviewed, the impact has only just begun. All the major spring festival movies have a feeling of the coming wolf. No, it's not a wolf, but a giant beast. Especially the well-informed major entertainment companies, after learning about the reviews and introductions, became a little worried about this spring festival movie. It was supposed to be a huge moneymaker. I don't know who will die on the beach in the end. Fortunately, several other films in the spring festival season have a fixed consumer base. If everyone wants to celebrate, they will usually choose a happy film with a main theme, which can win the day. Bar to this. People who haven't seen it hold out hope and think that's it. Only those who have watched it know that this spring festival movie is destined to be produced by Comet Pictures, and it will be unrivaled. Especially since this movie will be released simultaneously around the world. By then, China's total box office may not be as good as overseas box office, and overseas box office is likely to account for the majority. Many people are gearing up. Wait and see the final winner of this feast. Inside the set, Liang Ming was putting on makeup and moving her mouth gently. The director yelled not far away. "Ka, that crowd, don't steal the show. Why are you laughing? You are laughing so happily. Why don't you go home and laugh?" Actions, expressions, and body language make you look cute and cute. It's not just your mouth and lines, your expressions, your hands and feet. Don't be stingy, and don't make it the same as your lines. Where's the apple on the plate? Why is there one missing? Who ate it? I don't know if this is going to be a drama. Listening to the roar in my ears. Everyone on the set was silent and did not dare to speak. In fact, they can't blame the director for being so harsh. If the actors are not good at acting and can't meet the requirements, what else can they do? If you don't yell at them, who are you yelling at? Big-name actors can't yell at them, so they can't yell at the extras or stage managers. Only those who have watched it will understand that when you see someone who is not acting well, you will feel angry. If you're not strict, you will not be able to control the situation. Over time, the director's temper will not be very good. Fortunately, the director was a bit strict on the set, but he was still very talkative at ordinary times. Liang Ming sat in the corner. She wiped the apple peel from the corner of her mouth, kicked the apple core away, and took a sneak peek. No one at the director noticed her. and she felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't realize that she had taken the apple. He smiled secretly and swallowed the last bite of the apple. The makeup artist next to her also raised her lips and understood where the apple in Liang Meng's hand came from. My heart snickered together. No, he was smiling openly. At this time, Liang Meng is planning where to go to play tomorrow. Since there will be no scenes for her tomorrow, she can take a good rest. This is actually the director's usual method. Through teasing, it is equivalent to giving the actors a break in turn. This is a day off. She decided to go and have fun with Hu Li. After such a long period of intense filming, I have never gone to see Hu Li. I just don't know if Hu Li is busy, but no matter how busy she is, at most she can just go to the set to see her, and she doesn't necessarily have to go shopping. Liang Meng was happily looking forward to the rare vacation. I called Hu Li by the way. Liang Meng, you also know it's so fast. Hu Li's surprised voice came from the phone. Liang Meng was stunned. What does she know? What happened? What's wrong with you? Something happened to you? Liang Meng asked hurriedly. Hu Li was also startled. Like, misunderstood. She smiled awkwardly and said, well, I thought you knew about the movie I was starring in. Most of the calls I received today were related to this. I thought you knew it too. When Liang Meng heard what was going on, he was relieved. It was nothing bad. He immediately asked, it's scheduled? When will it be released? When will the premiere be? I'll go join in the fun. Well, I don't know the premiere time yet. The company hasn't decided yet. I'll let you know then. Hu Li shook her head. Okay then, you haven't said when it will be released yet. Liang Mengbu asked. Hu Li smiled mysteriously. Hey guess. Liang Meng. Guess you're a big-headed ghost. It seemed like I remembered something again. The tone certainly doesn't sound too bad. Is it possible? Liang Meng suddenly opened her eyes because she remembered that Hu Li had said at the hotel bathroom door last time that the movie she had made would be released on New Year's Day. New Year's Day? Liang Meng asked carefully. You guessed it right. It is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and it will be released simultaneously not only domestically, but also around the world. The company is currently actively working to strive for more film schedules. I heard there is no problem at home, but negotiations are ongoing abroad. The release problem is not big. It is mainly a matter of region and film schedule. Hu Li became happier the more she talked about it. This is the benefit of having an ambitious boss and a strong company. Don't worry about operations. Everything is taken care of. Hu Li's shock has not subsided from the 3-day review speed. It is said that this speed does not slow down for a second. At least she has never heard of such a speed of review. 170 minutes of film. The first reaction of those who heard it was to hold in their urine. It's true. Your company is so amazing. Liang Meng exclaimed. After coming back, Lu Mei also called people in the industry to ask. It was true that no science fiction movie was released on New Year's Day, and no intention or news was released. It was impossible not to be envious of this moment that appeared before her eyes, especially the global release. However, Liang Meng did not expect much from this. It is not difficult to release the film simultaneously around the world. After all, there's only one movie in one country, so it can be regarded as a simultaneous release around the world. It is rare to schedule a film. There is no filming. Everything is fake. It's okay. The details will depend on the box office. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. I don't know what the final sample will be like. Hu Li is only the heroine, but also the heroine of a science fiction movie. She is not qualified to see the final sample. This is not like other movies. You can tell whether it is good or bad after reading the script. The special effects cannot be seen in the script. It should be good. Congratulations. I'm off tomorrow. Do you have time? Liang Meng still didn't forget to find Hu Li to relax. Hu Li thought for a moment, why? I'm going to the company to attend a press conference tomorrow morning. I have to attend. I can't say the other times, depending on the company's arrangements. Liang said without thinking. Then I'll go find you. I'll do some odd jobs for you backstage. Maybe. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. This last sentence caused the makeup artist on the side to misunderstand. Okay. Hu Li agreed immediately. After all, the company's senior executives all know Liang Meng, and Tang Qing, the chairman, has also spoken out to join in the fun and support. Who dares to say anything wrong? He's decided. After chatting for a while, the director loudly called Liang Ming to go and film. The next day, Comet Film and Television headquarters, in a rented conference venue. Media from all walks of life gathered together. It's not that Comet Films is famous, it's just that it pays a lot of money. In addition, a horse suddenly appeared on the first day of a new year. Although I don't know whether it is a black horse or a white horse, it is not a horse. In addition, yesterday afternoon, Comet Video had a promotional video on the top of its homepage. And under the attack of various media, this press conference can also be said to be a gathering. The cast of the show were waiting backstage. Naturally, Liang Ming and Huli were also there. Huli came early and Liang Ming had just arrived. Both of them were dressed very fashionably. They gathered together and chatted together, discussing where to go for fun in the afternoon, because Li Shijiao just said that there would be nothing to do this afternoon. Starting from tomorrow, we will start preparations for publicity, and we will be very busy from now on. This poster is really well made. It's so handsome, Huli said, pointing to a promotional poster hanging on the wall. Huh, what else could Huli say? By the way, where did you buy this dress? Why are you wearing this dress? Although it looks good, Shang Tang is not very famous. Could it be that it is the sponsor of your movie? Liang Ming looked up and down at Huli's clothes. Huli smiled. So, not really. What do you mean? Liang Ming asked doubtfully. Huli chuckled and said, this company also belongs to our boss. Wow, what? You mean Shang Tang Group also belongs to that young man? Liang Ming covered her mouth and exclaimed. Shang Tang Group, after all, is a very large clothing group with a market value of more than 1 billion yuan. How could Liang Ming not know that Shang Tang Group has only a short development time, low popularity, and is not recognized by the upper class of society? However, no matter what, we cannot hide the fact that this is a huge group with assets exceeding 1 billion. From the beginning of its development, this company has been famous in the industry for its development model that is not short of money. It is a company created entirely with money. Full range of clothing production. There are low, medium, and high clothing. Fashion, youth, all ages. Everything you need. The industry is very optimistic about Shang Tang Group, and CCTV advertisements have never stopped. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the future of Xingtang is absolutely bright, and it has even now claimed the throne of domestic clothing brands. No way. Who said the prosperous Tang dynasty was rich? With crazy advertising, crazy store openings, and high quality, there's no doubt about its future development. Many companies in the industry want to imitate, but they also need the money to do so. Without Tang Qing's mentality and strength to make money or not, it is really impossible to persist for too long, because in the past few years, profits were basically invisible. So far, Tang Qing has not seen the profits of Shangtang, because all of them have been used for expansion. Yes, our chairman is very powerful. I heard that he has many other companies, some of which are no smaller than Shangtang Group. Comet Film and Television is just one of the industries. All the money for making movies is provided by the company. It has not looked for investment from others and has no plans to look for other people to invest, Huli said with emotion. Thinking of that young face, Huli no longer knew what to say. He was young and rich, with good conduct, a strong sense of justice, a mysterious background, and powerful strength. He was really an almost perfect person. Awesome. No wonder you want to wear clothes from Shangtang. I suddenly feel that I have become a loyal customer of Shangtang, Liang Ming said with a smile. Being good-looking in the eyes of women has a 100% favorability factor, and the bonus is at least 50. It is not a woman's vanity. It is just an instinct, just like men think that beautiful women need help. Nympho, Huli teased. Liang Ming pouted and said, "Tsh, this is called aesthetics. Let's go to Xingtang's store this afternoon." Okay. We chatted. That's it. The press conference begins. Li Shijiao and the actors filed out. The executives of Comet Film and Television are also sitting below, but today's protagonists are not them, but Li Shijiao and a group of actors. The people here are entertainment reporters, not financial reporters. Who would care about the identity of a company CEO? These celebrity gossips are not eye-catching. Therefore, Pu Chaodong and the others did not go up to increase their presence and sat down honestly. Because this is a live webcast, comment video entertainment section, top recommendation. Even Tang Qing might see it, but they didn't dare to be careless. Those entertainment reporters are all in low spirits. This time, they were very disappointed, because there is no particularly stunning-looking actor. He is not very handsome, and the same goes for women, who cannot shock the audience. There were no familiar actors on the stage. They were all unfamiliar faces. Except for the director Li Shijiao, they couldn't name the others. As a result, their evaluation of the movie dropped a lot. Fortunately, they had those few trailers as a base, and they felt that the quality of the movie shouldn't be too bad, but they just didn't know how many shocking shots there were. I am Li Shijiao, the director of this drama. I would like to welcome all journalists from the entertainment media to attend the press conference of Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky. On behalf of Comet Film and Television Company, I would like to express my warmest. Li Shijiao started the welcome mode and thank you mode as usual and thanked everyone he could think of. The following people listened with little interest. If a grown man, not a first-line director, has anything interesting to say, the audience will not buy it at all. Li Shijiao also shook his head helplessly. Such is the case in the entertainment industry. People only look at faces and gossips and the faces of other people behind the scenes. These people hate to have to appear. Don't stop them from watching celebrities and digging up gossips, as if they can feel better when they see celebrities. But that seems to be it. Li Shijiao had to admit that such characteristics destined that there was no so-called loyalty in the entertainment industry. It was a place of right and wrong, people coming and going, and impetuousness, at least for now. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. Haha, let's start the question and answer session now. Li Shijiao ended the nonsense hastily. The entertainment reporters present here are in high spirits. It's finally over. This Li Shijiao is quite sensible. Everyone raised their hands to be the first to ask questions. After asking, they quickly took the gifts and went back to write the manuscript. P.S. Foreshadowing. No explanation. I'm going to a place far away for dinner tonight, and I don't know if I'll have time to update when I get back. It depends on the situation. This kind of entertainment news. If the manuscript is not edited, how many people will read it? Hello, Director Lee. I would like to ask you how much investment you have made in this movie. I have never seen you promote it before. We don't even know when the movie will start. You have done a good job of keeping it secret. A reporter stood up and asked. Needless to say, for such a serious question, I naturally asked it. Li Shijiao regained his energy, turned his head and looked at Pu Chaodong sitting below, and popped out a number that made the reporter below almost go berserk. $150 million. Boom. There was an uproar. The entire press conference exploded. The minds of these entertainment reporters are buzzing. What did they hear? $150 million. Not RMB. Not Hong Kong dollars. Not even Japanese yen. Even 150 million yuan is a huge amount of money in this era. Looking at Li Shijiao on the stage, their first reaction was that they were exaggerating for the sake of hype. I don't want to believe it at all. Li Shijiao looked at the expressions in the audience with satisfaction. In order to achieve this effect, in terms of real investment, the director's budget was less than 30 million yuan, because it was basically completed in a studio. There were not many extras, the actors were not well known, and the pay was low. This movie, the actor's remuneration, plus the salary expenses of all staff, is only less than 15 million yuan. Other costs are mainly in photographic equipment and shooting location construction, which can be reused. Therefore, 30 million yuan is an investment other than the special effects of this movie. As for the cost of special effects, Li Shijiao didn't know. He's seen the special effects team work. That brief contact and the godlike speed made Li Shijiao not believe how much money this thing could consume. However, in terms of profit sharing from the movie, the company's special effects are worth so much, with a package price of 70 million US dollars. This is the price decided by Tang Qing. Then here comes the problem. Does Comet Film and Television need to pay so much cash to the special effects company? This is nearly 600 million yuan, which is similar to the market value of Comet Film and Television. Comet Film and Television cannot afford it all. The answer is of course no. This special effects company has signed something similar to a sharing agreement with Comet Pictures and has the right of priority. In other words, if the final profit of the movie is less than $70 million, all the money will be given to the special effects company. Comet Pictures didn't make a penny. The special effects company will not continue to ask for insufficient fees, which means that profits will be given priority to repay the special effects company's production fees. If it exceeds $70 million, Comet Film and Television can get the extra part. Therefore, Tang Qing completed Comet Film and Television's investment in the show through a credit account. Calculated, this was a bit disadvantageous to Comet Film and Television. If it could not make money, the company would lose money, but wouldn't the movie lose money? Of course not. On the other hand, it also suspended the payment for Comet Film and Television. After evaluation, in the hands of Western special effects companies, it is impossible to produce such special effects without $100 million. The price of $70 million is already very favorable, and it can be paid on credit without even a penny in advance. It can be said to be a terms of cooperation that everyone is happy with. Tang Qing felt that this kind of left-handed and right-handed thing was very necessary, and the price was high. If someone else wanted to do special effects in the future, they could also charge a high price. Otherwise, that my special effects cost $20 million? Isn't this a problem with money? It can blow. Just blow it higher. It can also give people a sense of elegance. As for the true cost of the special effects, even if the intelligence analyst exchange is included, it is only tens of millions of yuan. Without any further investment in the future, this movie can earn back 10 times. Coupled with the profits of Comet Film and Television, Tang Qing is already happily planning how to do things. Director Lee, are you serious? $150 million. How could it be like this? Another reporter raised his hand and asked. He couldn't accept this price no matter what. For a Chinese science fiction movie, 100 million yuan is a grand masterpiece, right? Li Shijiao nodded seriously. Yes, there's indeed so much investment in this movie, mainly on special effects. Once you have seen the movie, you will know that this investment is really not high. The reporter wanted to ask again, but the other reporters stopped working, and it was a rule for each reporter to do it alone. Li Shijiao had no choice but to click on the next reporter. Hello, Director Li. Can you tell me why you chose some new faces in the first place? Why not invite some familiar people? Even if you go in and show your face, it can increase the attention. This question made Li Shijiao feel comfortable. Just no weird questions. Entertainment reporters always like to ask random questions. A new film press conference is often turned into a scandal conference, which can make people mad, but it is hard to offend. Otherwise, they will say that you are acting like a big name and your talk is not good looking. Entertainment news. Bottom line? Doesn't exist. Is there a bottom line and anyone still reads it? Damn it. Ahem. That's a good question. When I got the script before, I knew that this was a serious science fiction movie. It was not a comedy, and the theme was not love, family, or other American blockbuster elements. It was a movie full of serious ideological collisions, and the investment was huge, especially in the special effects. Therefore, I considered whether to hire some suitable actors. After all, we should give more opportunities to young people. The actors in this drama were carefully selected, and the filming proved that I have a good vision. They are indeed very potential and capable, and they worked very hard to make me see the theme of this movie. Li Shijiao made a circle, but all the entertainment reporters present heard what he meant. No money. Save if you can. We can't afford big actors. All the money was spent on special effects. That's it in general. We've been on the poor side lately. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just say the budget is not enough. Baraba came with a lot of them, as if that was really the case, but the curiosity in everyone's heart was aroused. What will happen to the Chinese science fiction movie with a $150 million investment? Li Shijiao was a little embarrassed when he said it, but if he thought about it, how could he say it if it wasn't embarrassing? The next press conference started in normal mode. For actors on stage, The reporter's questions and answers were quite satisfactory. There was no way around it. How could these young actors have any news value? Even if there were scandals, no one would pay attention to them. Therefore, I just asked a few random questions and went back quickly. The main news point this time was investment, which could also attract some attention. Wait until these young actors become more famous. Then Comet Film and Television started to hype it up, and they became interested in doing things along with it. Then, in a harmonious atmosphere, the press conference is over. Just 10 minutes after it ended, online media has begun to exert its influence, and various pop-ups and entertainment headlines have been bought by Comet Film and Television. The promotion on TV and paper media has not yet started, and we're just waiting for them to write the manuscript. TV publicity mainly focuses on the afternoon news, while newspapers have to wait until tomorrow morning. Under Zheng Lin's operation, the CCTV news channel in the evening will read a relevant news piece. This is not only Zheng Lin's operation, but also due to Meng Rongfei's spontaneous publicity. The number of people who have watched this movie is increasing rapidly. Visibility is also widely known within the department, especially the relevant management departments in this regard. We are all acquaintances, and when we chat, we can talk about this movie. No matter in any aspect, this is a sharp sword that can help Chinese films open up the world market. Therefore, it has even become a promotion trend from top to bottom and spreads extremely quickly. Although people who came later couldn't watch the film. But what goes up works, and what goes down works. It's okay to follow the wind. So this wind has already gained support and is just waiting to blow across the land of China. USA, California, Motion Picture Association of America headquarters. Different from China's censorship system, American movies have a rating system. Once they are made, you can release them if you have the ability, but there are age restrictions and restrictions on whether parents are required to accompany them. This kind of system is good because of freedom, but there are also some very bad sides. Many movies are filled with scenes of violence, prohibited items, and female sex, which have a huge visual and psychological impact on people. After all, many American stars are using banned items, both in and out of movies. This is simply a form of instigation, although there are age restrictions for viewing. But what parent wants their adult children to get into those bad habits, such as alcoholism, violence, sex, illegal drugs, etc.? This is also the reason why China's classification system has been slow to move forward, because public figures have such a great impact on people, especially something that may involve tens or even hundreds of millions of moviegoers. Once it affects it, it is no longer a family, but a flood. Think about it. Your child watched a movie and suddenly became curious about certain things, such as what it feels like to smoke prohibited substances, what it feels like to have a different partner every day, or doing something with a lot of people, and he is interested in seeing blood. Once your child takes action, then you should go smash up the movie theater. I guess you are ready to strangle the director and all the actors. Freedom, UMMP. Those who have not experienced it will never understand how deep that kind of hatred is. Therefore, in China, even if movies are rated, they will always be based on the censorship system. Freedom must be within limits, otherwise, we would rather not have this freedom. After watching the movies submitted by Comet Film and Television, the entire set was silent. The committee members of the association were still in shock from the previous scene. What did they see? It was a real visual feast and a spiritual enjoyment. China is actually able to produce a movie of this level. They suddenly felt like a wolf was coming. In the past, the world film market was dominated by the West, and the United States was always the exporter of advanced film culture in the world. But now it has been broken by the film in front of me. Have Eastern films now improved to this level? A lot of people here don't feel too good about it. Certainly, people who feel this way are people from major film companies. But those real filmmakers are very happy to see such a masterpiece being produced and even look forward to the sequel. Anyway, the box office success or failure has nothing to do with them, so there is no need to target it. There was silence in the room for a while. One of them spoke. What should we do? Should we limit the number of films we can release, or not let them be released? As soon as these words came out, everyone else looks at him like an idiot and doesn't release it. You can imagine that you think you have the final say in the American film market. Once something like this comes out, it will spread like a virus. Can you restrict others from being released in the United States? Can you also restrict it from being released in other countries? I really thought the MPA was omnipotent. Someone answered, restrictions are impossible. How many times can you restrict them? How long can they be restricted? It's very difficult for us to be enemies of such a company for no reason. The American Film Association is composed of many film companies as committee members, and there are many professional and influential film scholars in the industry. However, it is these film companies that have the greatest say, which is why they have such concerns. Although they did not have many cinema chains due to anti-monopoly laws, the film industry is one family. It is not difficult to suppress them. What is difficult is that they cannot suppress other film markets around the world. Another pot-bellied white man spoke up. We think we need to investigate the situation of this special effect company in depth. Is it our American special effects team's past? If so, it's easy to say. If not, let's talk about cooperation. If it can be acquired, it's best. If it can't be acquired, then we can only cooperate. As for ruining it, the most direct way to destroy a company is to make it suffer a lot of losses and make no money. However, if this special effect company has such technology, it is estimated that the Chinese market alone will allow it to survive. It is easier said than done to destroy it. They don't have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. As for the film schedule, I think it's enough to do it as normal. If the box office is good, we will increase the number of films. If it is less, we will reduce it. We will not push it or hinder it. The boss of the association said. That's the only way. The boss continued. Haha. I want to see the final score of this movie. If it can exceed $1 billion, I think we should take a serious look at this little guy who is new to the industry. Comet Pictures is indeed a little guy in the eyes of these movie giants. I haven't encountered this kind of situation for a long time. I really miss those days. You have lived a stable life for too long. This is a disease that needs to be cured. Huh? Who is the owner of this company? Asked one person. A Chinese named Tang Qing, and two very powerful second generations in China. The families behind the two second generations are very influential in China. As for Tang Qing, he is still a freshman. It doesn't take long for such a force to investigate a person. Freshman? Is there anything special about him? Of course, otherwise how could he cooperate with those two second-generation companies? Tang Qing owns many companies, with a total market value of not less than $800 million or even higher. There is no specific number, because it is not listed, and many of them were established and acquired just this year. $80 million? So much. Where does his money come from? What company is so profitable? None of his companies are profitable. What? Are you kidding me? If you don't make money, where does the money come from? Many people stared wide-eyed. If there is no company under the company that makes money, then where do these industries come from? Where could they be? Robbed or stolen? I don't know, but if I talk about another person, you may have an impression. Who? Don't say half and half. Be more refreshing. Okay, that's the Asian sales agent of fruit wine, Tang Qing. This is his second uncle. Oh, I see. No wonder. That makes sense. With their brain power, they could immediately figure out what happened. It must be the money given by Tang Qing. As for whether Tang Qing could get so much money, they had no doubt. It may even be Tang Qing's means of transferring assets. Taoism in business. A lot. Who knows what the uncle and nephew are doing? It is estimated that they will have a place on the Forbes rich list next year. That's for sure. The United States passed smoothly. Just a week. Comet Film and Television has achieved great results in researching key problems in various countries. For such a movie that is sure to make money, theaters in various countries are happy to show it. Because this is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit, and as for the major film companies, it has nothing to do with their theater operating companies. Although everyone is familiar with it, it cannot stop me from making money, otherwise you will compensate me. That's all. Good news comes frequently. There is great joy inside Comet Film and Television. Due to the quality of this movie, many countries have given extremely high film schedules. With this film schedule, Other countries have also quickly passed the review. At this time, Comet Film and Television has clearly sent a message. Within 3 days after the first day of the Chinese New Year, other countries must release it. If you missed it, I'm sorry. I won't take your country's box office. Goodbye. Pu Chaodong was sweating coldly about this. Tang Qing was very insistent. Now that everything is started, that must produce a result. 3 days have already given you a lot of face. If you don't want to make this money, then don't make it. More than a dozen mainstream Western countries have been taken down. For the marginal interests, you would rather not make this money, but also have to establish a strong corporate image. Comet Film and Television is Tang Qing's company. Around the world, you should straighten your back and say one thing means one thing. Comet Films. It was also the first time that I became tough. I didn't expect that this method was quite effective. Many theater companies wanted to make this money, and they even spontaneously joined the team, urging review. After all, not all Western countries have a hierarchical system. National conditions vary from country to country. The process varies. Some small countries still want to stop and let the movie be cut according to their wishes, because they feel that the set is too long and affects the health of the audience. This reason is ignored by Comet Film and Television. Just say it directly, either pass or I leave. This arrogant attitude has angered many small countries, especially Indonesia, which has a tough attitude and even threatened that Comet Films movies will never be released in their countries. Tang Qing expressed this. I would rather let the Chinese and Indonesia watch pirated copies than tolerate your stinky habits. Whoever you love, just go away. Whenever a country sets a schedule, the country's propaganda began. For this global publicity, Comet Film spent 100 million yuan for publicity, not counting public relations expenses, which was also calculated into the investment cost of 150 million US dollars. Anyway, there's no need to explain it to the outside world, so why not brag about it? This is real money, and it has almost wiped out the capital flow of Comet Film and Television. But the thought of making a lot of money very quickly. Tang Qing felt it was worth it. When the step-by-step trailer was released by Comet Film and Television, as if they smelled blood, entertainment media from various countries all paid attention to this movie that was said to be released simultaneously around the world. However, their focus was not on the special effects, but on the fact that a martial arts film exporting country suddenly produced such a high-quality science fiction movie. What kind of spirit of turning over and catching up with advanced Western film culture is that? That's right. This is the focus of media propaganda in various countries. Just like the sudden emergence of Indian science fiction movies, which made everyone interested, a poor loser suddenly became talented and showed it. It seems quite funny, although the focus is different. But it's not propaganda. Many people said, unable to resist, let him go. Wait until they see it. Tang Qing will use time to prove that in the world's mainstream film market, in addition to the individual heroism of the United States, there's also the Chinese unity and fantasy fairy tale. Science fiction. It's just a stepping stone. Cultural export. It must have its own characteristics and distinct national cultural characteristics. This is a goal that Tang Qing has set long ago, but in the early stage, it is mainly science fiction. When he is fully prepared in the later stage, Tang Qing will make a big collision between Chinese fairy fantasy and Western fantasy magic. This is cultural output. Science fiction. Just a vanguard. Tang Qing also wants to let this wolf roar to the sky. December 24th, Saturday. 3 full days have passed since the press conference of Civilization Starry Soul. Just these 3 days. Comet Film and Television's campaign has achieved great results. Only then did Tang Qing find out that Meng Rongfei and the others had spontaneously promoted the film. Starting from CCTV's evening news, local news channels across the country had successively reported information about the film. It's just that some are current affairs news, some are reported as entertainment news, and some are reported as financial news. Although the exposure is different, the exposure is not the same. The same goes for print media. The so-called positive effect led to many more media channels than the previous public relations of Comet Film and Television, and it began to have a snowball-like effect. In addition, The Comet Video was at the top of the list every day, and the spread exceeded previous estimates. It can be said that the situation is gratifying. 10 o'clock in the morning. Tudou headquarters. Large conference room. All the company's board members and senior executives were present. Although it was the weekend, they were not in the mood to rest. Each of them looked serious, and the atmosphere in the conference room was as silent as a dark cloud. Now they're all very sad, and they are not as high-spirited as before. Tudou.com was the largest video sharing website in China before, and it was unparalleled in the limelight. It is preparing to go big, learn from mature form models, and build a huge traffic platform. But just last week, Comet Film and Television sent a request for acquisition. Of course they disagreed. Taking the banknotes was like buying their dreamland. It was okay to hold shares. After all, the price offered by Comet Film and Television was not low, but what Comet Film and Television actually wanted was a controlling stake. This was unacceptable to the shareholders of Tudou's board of directors. They are all optimistic about the video service industry. Foreign countries also have mature profit models. As long as they study step by step and innovate according to local conditions, if Tudou does not waste time, it will not be a problem to gradually become the #1 provider of China's video service industry, and they have already achieved it. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you have money, I just won't sell it to you, unless you use force. Because they know a little bit about the background of the company's board members, they are all from the same industry. It is difficult to check a company's shareholders. Once Zhonglin wants to intervene, they are likely to compromise. In fact, they hope that Comet Film and Television will invest in Tudou, so that they can build a relationship with Zhonglin. But Comet Film and Television was not willing at all, and there was no need to force it. The acquisition was decisively abandoned. This made them all relieved. Later, when they learned that Comet Film and Television was also actively launching a video website, they were not optimistic about it. Do they really think that video websites are so easy to build? All aspects of technology must be in place, long-term preparations must be made, and a clear profit model must be established. Lots and lots. Thinking about how many hardships they have encountered from the establishment of Tudou.com to the present, it could be said to be a bitter tale. Then, on Monday, when Comet Films was launched, his glasses fell off the ground in shock. Tudou's executives were dumbfounded. Big brother, less than a week. How did you come up with this website? Have you started preparations in advance? This is what everyone thinks, otherwise they would not believe this fact at all. The most important thing is not the issue of going online, but that in just 1 week, Comet Film and Television knocked them to the ground and beat them until they were fat. If they don't think of a way, they will be beaten to death by Comet Video. That's right, Comet Video, although it has only been online for a week, but it almost killed him, the #1 in the industry. Chairman and President Liu Quan said seriously, "The situation is like this now. Comet Video has a large number of users with its rich video categories, a large number of genuine TV and movie licenses, ultra-fast web page refresh speed, and unique video analysis. At present, it is said that it has more than 1 million registered users, and the average daily click traffic exceeds 80 million, and it is still expanding crazily. I think that in another week, it will surpass our Tudou.com in all aspects. There is no suspense. Let's discuss what to do." A vice president sighed and said, "I didn't expect Comet Video to be so unreasonable and launch so many high-quality, diversified programs and video services at once. Do they plan to acquire us before integrating them into Tudou? If so, we may have really missed an opportunity." This sentence is very vague, and the real meaning is regret. Yes, if I had known that this planning plan and project technology belonged to Tudou, I think the controlling stake would not have been unable to agree. A board member said disappointedly, "Now is not the time to regret. Now Comet Video is coming in force. Even if we plagiarize, it will take at least a week to adjust. The classification is easy to imitate, and it is nothing more than diversified video service providers. But the most important thing is their video compression algorithm. You also know the current domestic internet speed. The speed is quite annoying. The bandwidth of most users often cannot fully guarantee the agreed bandwidth due to problems with operators and secondary operators. Therefore, it is difficult for us to compete with their technology, which can adapt to a minimum bandwidth of 1 M. You must know that we are a video service provider, and the most important thing is speed. There was no comparison before, and we have always been at the forefront. Now, our disadvantages will soon become apparent. To be honest, I have used the Comet Video website, and frankly, after using it, I don't want to go to Todo at all. Lu Quan put the fact in front of the company's senior management. This is an almost unsolvable problem. Now, the best result for Todo is that half of the country is taken away by Comet Video. If one of them is not good, Todo will be finished and face the risk of bankruptcy. How about we propose technical cooperation with Comet Video? The person in charge of the technical department asked. What do we have? Why should others cooperate with us? The vice president shook his head. The head of the operations department added. We have users. We can share accounts. The vice president still poured cold water. Do you think Comet Video will agree? They are already invincible, and if they want to maintain this advantage, they can kill us. It's not that I am destroying our prestige, but that we simply can't come up with conditions to cooperate with others. If it were you, would you cooperate with an opponent who can be killed at any time? But we can't sit still and wait for death. The person in charge of the operations department said weakly. The discussion reached a deadlock for a while. This situation is the most troublesome. Without what others need, negotiation and cooperation are impossible. And if everyone is still a competitor, then the shopping mall is like a battlefield. If it doesn't kill you, then it's not called business logic. They really couldn't think of it. One rejection. This pushed Todo, which was originally bright, to the edge of the cliff. They don't even use it to hit you. You will fall down on your own and die without a whole body. You really don't even need to take the regret medicine. Before, you thought you were a big boss in the industry, but you didn't expect that others would knock them down with just one move, and it was an above-board move. I almost couldn't get up from the beating. There are no loopholes in their video uploads? A board member suddenly asked. Everyone here knows what this means. Uploading a prohibited video is equivalent to an abnormal business competition. They have never used this disgraceful method before because they have no opponents. Now, facing Comet Video, they actually had no choice but to use this method. We tried it, but it didn't work. They will manually review all videos uploaded by users. Only if they pass will they be displayed on the search interface. Therefore, this method will not work. The person in charge of the operations department whispered, video websites are not like live streaming websites. It is relatively easy to kill a live broadcast website. Just get more people to play with the creation of humans, as well as other dangerous and prohibited content, and public opinion will cause this storm to spread, and finally the regulatory authorities will give them a good education. Video websites are different. Instead of uploading videos in real time, the websites have reviewers. This is why it is difficult for video websites to defeat the competition at once. If you want to compete, you can only work hard on video services and other aspects. It is difficult to beat someone to death with a stick. Isn't there nothing we can do with Comet Video? A bald director touched his missing hair and said in distress. Lu Quan nodded helplessly and said, for now, yes. In this case, I will go to the Comet Film and Television headquarters in person next Monday to see if there is any possibility of cooperation. The technology and operations department have worked overtime for me these days. Even if it is imitation, we can't lag too far behind. Yes, this beating really hurt. After the meeting, all departments of Todo are busy. Start researching and copying. No, this is called Heroes Think Alike. Just when Todo.com was working overtime, Comet Film and Television headquarters is also working overtime. This kind of enterprise, just like a news website, cannot not report news on weekends. That is impossible. Therefore, overtime and shifts are necessary. The company is a startup, and the people at Comet Video are very motivated. Everyone was in high spirits. They have only one goal. Pull down Todo.com. Beat him hard. It's better to beat him until he can't get up from the ground. Shopping malls are like battlefields. We are all competitors. The competition for network traffic is the most important thing for websites like these, because traffic represents users. Users represent advertising fees. Advertising fees represent profits, and also represent the year-end bonus for all of them this year. Although there is still 1 month until the Chinese New Year. But it was said above, before the end of the year. If you want a big year-end bonus red envelope, you must let all netizens know and agree. Comet Video is the #1 video sharing website in China. December 26th, on Monday. Comet Film and Television Headquarters. It is different from Tudo.com. Hu Xiaodong was listening in high spirits to the work reports of the heads of Comet Film and Television and its subordinate companies. As of now, we have reached screening agreements with 65 countries around the world, and it will be released simultaneously around the world on New Year's Day. However, the film schedule has not yet been determined. We need to wait until 1 week before the release to get the film schedule. The advertisement has been placed in the corresponding countries, and 23 of them are going through the review process. It is not a big problem, said Comet Film and Television's Deputy General Manager in charge of operations. Released worldwide. Not available in all countries. That's impossible. After all, the release of a film also involves 2 aspects, market and language. Those countries that only have a dozen or 20 screens in a country will probably make just enough money in the end to promote and distribute the movie, but they still have to waste time going through the process, and they simply don't have enough manpower. Therefore, they choose to show the movie in countries with a certain population and a stable domestic political situation and a large number of screens. So does language. Only the world's mainstream languages will return. Those countries with messy dialects will have to be dubbed. The dubbing probably cannot express the essence of the movie's lines, so they're not included in the countries for release. Hu Xiaodong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, very good. I think the chairman will be very happy. If the movie is a big hit this time, the director's promise will definitely satisfy everyone." Hu Xiaodong has learned from Tang Qing's wealthy attitude and his attitude of not treating money as money at all. The people below were also happy to hear it. Among them, Shun Yi was the happiest. Damn it. Finally got some money. Thinking of him as a second-generation man who is not a young man, not to mention being extremely poor, he can't even afford a house in Shanghai. It's really embarrassing to tell this. In Tangren Film and Television, where he used to work, he was just a department manager, and he was in the planning department. You can't get much salary or bonus at all. This time he was the vice president of the company. I thought Tang Qing would not be stingy, and he would be able to raise enough money for the down payment. Think of this. Shouldn't you want to cry a little? As a second-generation citizen, he can really be regarded as a good citizen who obeys the law and obeys the law. Immediately afterwards, this is Wu Hui's report about Qidian Literature Network. After this period of development, Qidian Literature Network has been implementing Tang Qing's instructions, providing specific support in terms of content, and also investing heavily in anti-piracy. Negotiations with various piracy websites have also been effective. They are not allowed to upload and share chapters released within 12 hours. 12 hours later, pirate websites don't even need people to type chapters. Qidian Literature Network will directly provide the chapter content of the completed version, which has been fine-edited. This time, Qidian Literature Network followed Tang Qing's suggestion and started the manual fine-editing mode in order to improve the reader's reading experience and eliminate typos as much as possible. The text was carefully revised for the first time by the author of Qidian Literature Network. But it's not them watching. It's up to the reader to see. After each chapter is published, a typo reminder function will be provided. Readers can look for typos. The first one to post will be awarded points based on one word. This kind of points is very useful and can be used for consumption deductions on products under Qidian Literature Network and Comet Film and Television. For example, if you exchange for Qidian coins, or if you accumulate enough, you can exchange them for Comet Video membership or some souvenirs. Quite useful. Then the author of Qidian Literature Network will make corrections according to the prompts. The prompt time is up to 2 hours after publication. This time is enough for readers to find all the typos. The remaining 10 hours are the time for the author to make corrections. Do not modify if expired. Chidian Literature Network staff will make modifications. However, there is a fee. All the fees for modifying the word count will be borne by the author, but it is not too much. One typo is basically worth the cost of a chapter. Even if there are 100 typos, it is not a burden to the author. What's more, if you can write one chapter with 100 typos, and there is one typo in every 20 words on average, that's great. It's time for the author to go to bed. You're not suitable for writing. After tough negotiations, plus a team of lawyers formed, basically all pirated novel websites have agreed to this condition. Otherwise, what if we are waiting for the legal department of Chidian Literature Network to sue them regardless of the cost? The piracy problem has been basically solved. Now we have completed the acquisition of 6 online literature websites and a publishing house. According to the chairman's layout, we have occupied more than half of the traffic of genuine online literature websites and completed this month's plan ahead of schedule. Very good. Now we at Comet Film and Television already have film production, agency, online video, online literature, simplified and traditional book publishing, and other companies. Just 3 days ago, we have received a reply to our application for group restructuring to Tianyin Group. After Tianyin's evaluation, Chairman Tang's affirmation, and the vote of the board of directors, all companies under Comet Film and Television will be reorganized into a group at the beginning of next year to form Comet Film and Television Culture Media Group. There are still 2 months left. I hope you will do your job according to the prescribed plan. I think that after the whole process, the cohesion of our company will be stronger. Speaking of this, wow, a round of applause. Pu Chaodong, who is sitting in the main seat, was very excited. Group reorganization has always been synonymous with high status in China. It is an important means to enhance the company's cohesion and integrate resources. It also represents the company's strong strength. Can Pu Chaodong not be excited? Now all the companies under Tang Qing understand one thing. That is, if you have questions about company development, please consult Tianyin. If you have questions about the company system, please consult Tianyin. If you have questions about major decisions, consult the eyes of heaven. There's only one reason for wanting to find Tang Qing. The company is short of money. Therefore, although Tang Qing doesn't care about things, but everyone feels that Tang Qing is always keeping an eye on the company, because the position of the Sky Eye is so special that no one else can control anything about the company. But if there is any trouble with you, the Sky Eye will evaluate it and report to Tang Qing, for better or worse. Therefore, no one in these companies under Tang Qing dares to play tricks or do any financial tricks. Every expenditure in the company's account is watched by people with clairvoyance. You can spend it as you wish. Anyway, I only do statistics analysis. The accounts with problems are fine, and everyone will discuss them during the monthly reconciliation. However, once a large amount of abnormal expenses occurs, Tianyin will apply directly to Tang Qing, and then he will be qualified to request an explanation from his affiliated companies. In order to limit Tianyin's rights and to protect the purity of his affiliated companies, Tang Qing would rather be rigid than have any disgusting things happen, such as corporate financial corruption, misappropriation of public funds, false accounting, office politics, gangsterism, departmental factions, etc., at a time when other company owners need to put a lot of effort into preventing and supervising. Tang Qing has completely controlled these evil tendencies with the Sky Eye. At the beginning of its establishment, the Sky Eye notified and communicated these words with all management and wrote them into the company's rules and regulations. To date, Tang Qing's companies have never had a disgusting management or bad corruption incident. This meeting, it didn't end until 11 o'clock in the morning, and the heads of each company left happily. They really liked Tang Qing, a boss who was not short of money and had ambitions. After the others left, Pu Chaodong's secretary took him to the reception room. At this time, Lu Quan has been waiting for a long time, because the office area of Comet Film and Television is not too big. Therefore, Lu Quan knew that Pu Chaodong was really in the meeting and was not avoiding him or making things difficult for him. Saw a bunch of people coming out. Lu Quan cheered up. "Mr. Lu, hello, I'm Pu Chaodong." Pu Chaodong walked in. It was also the first time for Lu Quan to see Pu Chaodong, and he quickly leaned over to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Pu. Nice to meet you." "Ah, Mr. Liu, sit down quickly." A playful smile flashed in Pu Chaodong's eyes. Under the chairman's wise and powerful decision, Tudo simply couldn't get enough of it. This time, he deeply understood the meaning of backhand slap to death. "You don't cooperate. Then I'll have to make you feel uncomfortable. It's not that we can't survive without you. It's just that we want to save some trouble." Lu Quan sat down with a wry smile. 30 years in Hushi means now. This time, he really has lost all his dignity. "Mr. Pu, your Comet video's development momentum this week is really great. Video classification can be said to be a benchmark and model in the industry. We at Tudo are a little ashamed of ourselves." Lu Quan praised it. Of course, Pu Chaodong would not be stunned by such praise. Laughed. "Haha, Mr. Liu, please tell me if you have anything to say. We are all colleagues, so how about we get straight to the point?" Pu Chaodong said bluntly, and the greetings were also in the context of equal opponents. Now he is very busy every day and really doesn't have time. Lu Quan smiled awkwardly. I wonder if there is an opportunity for our Tudo.com to cooperate with Comet Film and Television. The plan you proposed before really made our board of directors very difficult. I would like to ask Haiyan for this. I think Chinese companies should help each other. We are very interested in mutual shareholding and technical cooperation with Comet Film and Television. Lu Quan stated his intention. After saying that, he looked at Pu Chaodong anxiously. He had completely lowered his stance, not wanting to see his hard work go down like this. Although he would not die quickly, he would definitely be thrown away by Comet Film and Television to the point where he could no longer see the exhaust gas. Watching Tudo decline step by step is more tedious than letting the company go bankrupt. Lu Quan really couldn't accept such a huge gap. Pu Chaodong's answer did not disappoint Lu Quan. "I'm sorry, we at Comet Film and Television currently have no such plan, and I don't think our chairman will agree to it. Mr. Liu, let me tell you the truth. I don't want to lie to you. Before that, our company intended to acquire Tudo.com and completed an absolute shareholding of more than 80% because it took a fancy to Tudo.com's ready-made reputation and users. However, you did not agree with this plan, so we had to set up our own servers and build a video website. Judging from the current situation, our company's development momentum is very good. Our chairman has neither money nor technology. There is no reason to cooperate with your company at all. Do you understand?" Pu Chaodong really speaks from the bottom of his heart. Setting out the facts clearly and taking responsibility are his strengths. After saying this, the whole thing seems to have become the fault of Tudo.com. Lu Quan also blushed. Others put it very bluntly. That's right. Now the two parties can't find any reason for mutual shareholding and technical cooperation. Is there really no chance for cooperation? Lu Quan held on to his last hope. Pu Chaodong smiled slightly. Of course there is. That is, all the shares of Tudo will be sold to Comet Video, your board of directors will be dissolved, and all departments of Tudo, including you, will join Comet Video as a whole. PS1. Thank you to the readers. I am Shang Sheng, Legend of the Western Region 08, Zero Li Zero, Sexy Canned, having nicknames for good thoughts, one day and one night. Sure to Mitai, the wanton life in the past, long live the troubled world, Moon Shadow Raid, Swordmark Fate, and Abyss Xiaoming for their rewards this week. PS2. The protagonist industry needs to be well integrated to form a joint force and seek greater development. Fortudo.com. Tang Qing still left a leeway. I didn't really want to kill it with a stick and then dump it in the wilderness. After all, Comet Films had previously proposed to acquire Tudo. In addition, I had a good impression of Tudo.com in my previous life. Tang Qing felt that it was better not to push people to a desperate situation. So he told Pu Chaodong that if Tudo wanted to fight to the death, then fight to the end, but if someone from Tudo came to ask for cooperation, he would give him a chance. Heard Pu Chaodong's request. Lu Quan felt a flash of distress in his heart. This is truly the age of creativity and technology. With these two things, Tudo.com, which had already made the first deal in the domestic online video service industry, was beaten into such a horrible state in front of these two things that it collapsed in one blow. Completely unexpected. In this era full of variables, Tudo.com is likely to be among the ones that are about to fall. Whether to sell Tudo.com. This idea kept flashing in Lu Quan's mind. If sold, we could take advantage of the fact that we still have some foundation and sell it at a good price. If we don't sell it, Tudo.com is likely to experience what is called dismal management and powerless to resist for a long time. And after this long time, it will be the time when Tudo.com will be buried. On the corpse of Tudo.com, Comet Video will definitely live well. Maybe the next technological change will make Comet Video a thing of the past, but this time will never be now, and it will never be realized on Tudo.com. Seeing Lu Quan increasing his investment, Pu Chaodong stepped closer and said, "Mr. Lu, you have to know that if we sell Tudo now, we may give you a price that matches Tudo's current status. If you see the development momentum of our Comet film and television in the past week, and you have no value by then, or we are not interested in Tudo, then we can only say sorry. We really can't cooperate." Lu Quan stared at Pu Chaodong. Pu Chaodong nodded seriously. "Yes, it's not that I look down on Tudo. I know this is your hard work, but objectively speaking, we, Comet Video, are the future. Tudo can imitate us, but I can tell you that once we start to occupy the market, you will have no chance to resist, so I will give you a week. The current valuation of Tudo is 40 million yuan. Every day, our bid will be 2 million yuan less. After 1 week, we will no longer accept Tudo's acquisition request. The previous acquisition price, proposed by Comet Film and Television, was 70 million yuan, accounting for 80% of the shares. Now that Comet Video is here, it's good that Tudo has not been cut in half. If Tudo didn't still have millions of user data and many advertising contracts, it would be great if Tang Qing could give him 10 million. In other words, this money is mainly used to buy advertising contracts and user data from Tudo.com. There is no loss, but there is still profit. After all, the time for Comet Film and Television to go online is too short, and the advertising and investment promotion has not been straightened out at all. Even if there is intention, it still needs to be negotiated. Now, you can make a profit as soon as you take over the contract from Tudo.com. Why not? Lu Quan heard this. I was furious. It seems like Tudo.com is about to finish. Mr. Pu, we need to go back and discuss this matter. Lu Quan felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. Time waits for no one. No matter what the final result is, this matter must be resolved quickly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Pu Chaodong smiled. Lu Quan picked up his briefcase and said, "Thank you," after sending Lu Quan out of the office building. Watching Lu Quan's car leave, Pu Chaodong smiled happily. He knew that Lu Quan was moved. Tudo.com has only been founded for less than a year. It is unrealistic to say how much sense of belonging these board members have. No matter what Lu Quan went back to discuss, it would not affect the rise of Comet Video. Pu Chaodong was not an opponent of the same level, so Pu Chaodong was full of confidence. Lu Quan rushed to the airport, got on the latest plane back to Beijing. As soon as he returned to the headquarters, he immediately held a board meeting. Tell Pu Chaodong's conditions. What? Why is Pu Chaodong so arrogant? He wants to buy Tudo.com for 40 million yuan. A major shareholder was instantly furious. Who wants the stock price in his hand to shrink by half? That's right. It's too much to bully others. Another director agreed. I think it would be better to sell it quickly. A more rational small shareholder said, pushing up his glasses. How can you say that? The one who called first said, dissatisfied. I'm not talking nonsense. Let's look at the situation now. If we continue to fight against Comet Film and Television, how long can we last? 1 month or half a year? He is just a small shareholder. What he needs to look at is the profit and the hope of cashing out and increasing value. And he doesn't care about his hard work. Except the founder. Others think only of dividends from their shares and expected future earnings. Dreams, loyalty. That is based on the company SF Express. Once faced with a life or death crisis, escaping is the normal way of thinking, and he is no exception. But it can't be so low. It was still 70 million yuan before. The voice of the shareholder who was the first to call was much softer. The minority shareholders said helplessly, "Others' demand for our company is dispensable, but we are being pushed further and further away. If it hadn't taken time for the users in our hands to convert, they would probably not be willing to buy Tudo." "Don't we still have ads?" someone else said forcefully. "If the user leaves, will the ads still follow us?" Lu Quan smiled bitterly from above. Once you reached the headwind situation, the minds of the people below became more alive. Shareholders want to cash out quickly and stop losses, lest the stocks in their hands end up being worthless. Even if losses occur, they have to pay for the money themselves, which is not acceptable. Management is in a state of uncertainty. On the one hand, he is reluctant to part with his current position. He is paid anyway, and he doesn't care too much about who the boss is. However, if he passes by, he will be defeated, and the other party cannot reuse them as soon as they come up. It is possible that starting from a mini-boss, the gap is a bit big. On the other hand, I actually want to join Comet Video. As people who do specific things, they can be said to have the highest sensitivity in technology, operations, and market in the company. After carefully studying Comet Video, they only felt a chill in their hearts. This is not a level opponent at all. Others' understanding of the video service industry in the internet era has surpassed them by a dozen ways. And who can guarantee that this is all the means they have? If waves of means come, how long will they have to catch up? The most important one is the algorithm of its video transmission format. This is simply like an artifact. Based on this, even if WeVideo doesn't have new tricks, it can beat Tudo to death. In the service industry, service quality is king. In the video service industry, in addition to information and content, it is speed. Then, the management is so entangled that they don't know how to speak. Only those shareholders were having a heated discussion in the conference room. I was still holding on to hope before, but negative emotions are contagious much faster than positive emotions. 10 hopes may not be enough to make one worry more entangled, so the whole meeting style was changed. It's not bad to sell. I can use the money to invest in other things. Stop the loss as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be worthless. It's better to get a little back. Sell early, sell more. The other 7 independent major shareholders have been convinced by themselves. Lu Quan was helpless. Fortress. It turns out that internal attacks are the fastest. Face the collective negativity of other shareholders. What else could Lu Quan say? There's really nothing to say. As the founder of Tudo.com, he was reluctant to give up his hard work. Unfortunately, the internal morale of the company was weak and the external enemies were strong. If the match was evenly matched or the enemy had a slight advantage, he could still pick up his sleeves and fight with the opponent. But in the face of such a monstrous company, this sap directly knocked them into confusion. It doesn't count if you knock out a sap. He was also given a black cloth hood. It is foreseeable that if you don't cooperate next, you will get another beating. Well, Mr. Liu, it still depends on your decision. They said that the management of Tudo.com can join Comet Video as a whole. We shareholders are kicked out. I think maybe this will usher in new development opportunities for you, Mr. Liu. A shareholder advised. Lu Quan is the company's largest shareholder. Although he does not hold a controlling stake, if he does not agree, the acquisition will not be completed at all. As long as it takes a few days, Comet Film and Television's patience will be exhausted. Therefore, it is better to kick the ball to Lu Quan. These words were very high-sounding and morally kidnapped the company's employees. Where's Lu Quan? Head down. Fingers tapped on the table. It makes a thump-dong-dong sound. The conference room fell silent for a while. Everyone was waiting for Lu Quan's final decision. A full 10 minutes passed. Lu Quan raised his head. I will contact Comet Films later, and I agree to sell Tudo. Finally, Lu Quan compromised. His tone was full of helplessness. The situation was stronger than the situation. After all, he did not have the fighting spirit of those real business tycoons. Comet Films. Just got to work in the afternoon. Pu Chaodong received a call from Lu Quan. Mr. Liu, have you considered it? Pu Chaodong said with a smile. Lu Quan sighed. Mr. Pu, we agreed to sell all the shares of Tudo.com for 40 million yuan, right? Lu Quan wanted to mention the price again, but this negotiation is very special. Even if the price increase is 10 million yuan, Comet Films can offset it for you in 5 days. Don't ask him why he has such idle worries, because he has played and been played similar tricks before. Sincerity. It's for display. Pu Chaodong laughed. Okay, it's refreshing and efficient. I agree. It's only 40 million yuan. Can we start the acquisition process tomorrow? I want to finalize this acquisition as soon as possible. Okay, wait for your company to arrive. Lu Quan said with a sullen smile. A company called Tianyan will contact you later. They will be fully responsible for the entire acquisition. What they mean is what I mean. If you have any questions, you can consult them. Pu Chaodong said. All mergers and reorganizations of Tang Qing's companies will be done by Tianyan. Because of professionalism and efficiency, Tang Qing is even considering taking over all the legal work of each company and setting up a special legal department to protect the legitimate rights and interests of the regulatory companies it uses and reduce personnel waste. Why did Tianyan go there and not Lu Quan first to sign a contract? That's because when it comes to the liquidation of assets, you must first figure out what you have in your hands and which ones are yours, and then you can start the acquisition process. Otherwise, if you don't even know the goods being traded, what else will you sell? Okay, I understand it's about the personnel arrangements on our side. Lu Quankai doesn't care who comes to buy it. He only cares about the arrangements for his subordinates. Pu Chaodong explained. This is also done by people from Tianyan first. Before formal joining, people from Tianyan will conduct company training and assessment. Finally, we will arrange corresponding positions based on the assessment results of Tianyan. Lu Quan was stunned. Your personnel assessment is not done by people from your company. General employee recruitment is done by our company, but when the company is integrated into the department, our human resources department is too busy, so we let Tianyan do it. Don't worry, we will also properly arrange the people on Tudo. As for you, Mr. Lu, I would like to ask if you are willing to take up the position at Home Comet Video. Pu Chaodong asked. I do, Lu Quan said immediately. This is what Ben does, and he also wants to know what kind of company he lost to. I understand. I'll make some arrangements first. Okay. 3 days later, Tudo officially announced its acquisition by Comet Video. From now on, all users and advertising contracts of Tudo will be transferred to Comet Video. The news also detailed the specific content of the acquisition and the arrangement of key personnel. Lu Quan, the former chairman and CEO of Tudo, is now the deputy general manager of Comet Video. The other vice presidents have all been integrated into various departments of Comet Video. As an acquired company, of course, its status cannot be very high. Fortunately, Comet Video's scaffolding was set up too quickly. It was completely the result of Tang Qing's cheating. After the personnel from Tudo were merged, the personnel were truly worthy of Comet Video's current size. Because there were too many new columns and departments, even the personnel were a little nervous. However, it is not appropriate to recruit more people at the moment. Let's get used to it for a period of time. As soon as Tudo's technical staff arrived at the company, I immediately became interested in video format algorithms. However, this kind of thing, how could Tang Qing be contacted by others casually? This is the core secret of the company. Comet Films, technical department. The technical staff all listened dumbly to the instructions of the head of the technical department. Don't look at me like this. I'm not qualified to access the company's secrets. All video uploads and encrypted transmissions are completed by the company's special upload processing software. This has been in place since the company was founded. We don't even know who the R&D personnel are. Therefore, in the future, your task is still to maintain the normal operation of the company's website, as well as network security work, adding new features, etc. Video transmission and processing work has nothing to do with us. That's it. The hopeful former Tudo employees were disappointed. They're all technical. The curiosity about this algorithm was very huge, but this cold water made them very depressed. Seeing the face below, the director of Comet Video Technology Department just laughed. Even he is not qualified to have access to this algorithm. Don't even think about these people. He even hopes that the company will keep this secret and maintain its core competitiveness. You know, shopping malls are like battlefields. Companies, whether they are video service companies or not, will be very interested in such good things. If these people in front of them can't control themselves and leak this technology, that will be the most disgusting thing. He would rather not know than hope that such a disgusting thing would happen. It's good now. The fewer people know, they can go further, which is consistent with his original intention. As soon as this financial news came out, it immediately grabbed half of the headlines. It is so interesting that a video service company that was only established for 2 weeks actually spent huge sums of money to directly acquire the industry giant Tudo.com and became the giant of domestic online video services. It was really a drama of a snake swallowing an elephant. It came too suddenly, after deeply understanding the whole story of this acquisition. Financial reporters are a little excited because this is another change and victory led by technology. Any industry. Regarding the alternation of the industry's #1 status, reporters are paying attention as if they smell blood, especially the emerging industry of the internet, because there are so many legendary figures born here, and because the companies owned by these people are closely related to people's lives, they have higher attention and popularity than traditional industries. After all, in today's society, you don't have to know the #1 milk powder manufacturer, the #1 automobile company, and the #1 automotive glass company in China, but you can't help but know Penguin and Baidu and their founders. Then, they suddenly became very interested in the boss of Comet Film and Television. Who was the founder of Comet Film and Television? This question arises in the minds of these financial journalists. The previous movie promotions of Comet Film and Television were only entertainment news, and they did not pay much attention to it. However, the acquisition of Tudo was a thorough financial news, which was their job, reminiscent of Comet Film and Television's big moves during this period. First, it acquired Chidian Literature Network from Shanda. Subsequently, Chidian Literature Network acquired many original novel websites of the same type, and also bought a large publishing house, which directly established its position as the #1 online literature company, and its expansion has not stopped yet. A brokerage company will be established this month. Promotion for the release of the first film, Comet Video, was established until the acquisition of Tudo.com. This giant crocodile appeared in front of them. When they dug out what this company had done in the past, they could see that this company had great ambitions. It was ambitious, but also had abundant funds. It was not a merger along the way, but a wholly owned acquisition. Suddenly, they feel that a giant crocodile is rising. Then, an investigation began against the company's founder. They're all professionals. It is not difficult to investigate a company's shareholder information. There are many legal channels. However, they can only investigate the company's legal representative, registered capital, and other information. If it is more, it is a bit illegal. Soon, the word Tang Qing was placed in front of them. They also found the registered capital of Comet Film and Television of 600 million yuan. But that's where it ends. Others, they couldn't even find a photo, which was a bit depressing. There are no photos, just dry words. Even if the reporters were brilliant, they would still find it embarrassing. Sina.com, headquarters, office of Qi Yingjie, editor-in-chief of the Financial Channel. He was listening to the report from his reporter Mo Wantong. Editor-in-chief, this is what happened. The chairman of Comet Video is named Tang Qing, and there are 2 other shareholders. Their specific identities are unknown, and there are no photos. It seems that they have never attended any events and don't want to show their faces. The most important thing is, do you know what it is? After saying that, Mo Wantong waited for the editor-in-chief's inquiry with interest. Xiao Mo, please stop being so secretive and tell me quickly. The editor gave her a helpless look. Mo Wantong's family is an official in the industrial and commercial department. Although she is only a small leader, a division-level cadre, she is not a small leader of the municipal bureau in the capital, and her weight is not light. She was originally recruited with the purpose of expanding information channels. Mo Wantong is good at everything. Young, pretty, smart, polite. It's just a bit awkward. Usually he would be startled, but he doesn't make people disgusted, which is everyone's happiness. This is big news. Did you know that the chairman of Comet Film and Television not only owns Comet Film and Television, but also owns several enterprise groups under it? Mo Wantong said with a smile. Qi Yingjie sat up straight and said in surprise, "What did you say? Enterprise group? The word group is not a small company. How many others are there?" Mo Wantong nodded and said, "Yes, you may not be familiar with other companies, but there is one company you must be familiar with. Shengtang Group is controlled by this person, with more than 90% of the shares." Shengtang Group. Of course, Qi Yingjie is aware of the leading companies in the domestic garment industry. They see news about Shengtang Group on CCTV channels every day. They have also done their homework and are deeply impressed by this private enterprise. Mo Wantong said with a smile, "Yes, you are surprised. I was also surprised when I first found out. We also mentioned the name Tang Qing in our previous reports on Shengtang Group, but we did not conduct an in-depth investigation. This is also because Shengtang Group has never had any big news. It has been developing in a regular way, just opening branches and opening branches. We have inevitably neglected to pay attention, but we did not expect that now the boss of this company has begun to get involved in the internet and film and television industries." Qi Yingjie asked curiously, "What other companies are there?" Tianyin Group is the largest business information company in China with a market value of about 300 million yuan. There is also a bodyguard company with an unknown market value. These are companies directly controlled by Tang Qing. There are several other large enterprise groups that are not controlled by the company. The total value of the shares is more than 1 billion yuan. It is incredible. He is really rich. After saying this, Mo Wantong's eyes were full of stars. How many clothes can he buy? To her channels. Only some domestic information can be found. There is no investigation at all about Wanqing mining, microcrystal technology, or the oil company that cooperated with Iman, let alone the news about the mining company in the Democratic Republic of the Congo that was planning to cooperate with Chirin. After listening to Mo Wantong's report, Qi Yingjie felt that this was a big news hotspot and asked, "Without photos, there is no address and other information?" "No, but I know his age, which is the most incredible thing. He is only 19 years old." Even though she already knew, Mo Wantong's eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't found out which second generation of a family was so arrogant. 19 years old? Are you sure? Qi Yingjie was also shocked. Mo Wantong said confidently, "Of course, I also asked someone who worked at the TV station in Qingyan City to verify that Tang Qing is really only 19 years old. Unfortunately, there is no photo. It is too low-key. Yes, I guess he is too young, and the family doesn't want him to be too prominent." Qi Yingjie analyzed. "Hey, Editor-in-Chief, I want to go and see Comet Film and Television to see if there is a possibility of an exclusive interview with their chairman." Mo Wantong solemnly suggested, "Sincerity must be shown in this kind of thing. Tang Qing obviously doesn't seem to want to use the media to hype himself up. For a boss who doesn't like to be in the limelight, their financial channel is not like the entertainment channel, which likes to make big news about celebrities, gossip, and follow trends without a bottom line. They are financial channel reporters. What needs to be maintained is an objective, rigorous, and respectful attitude. It is necessary to maintain a good relationship with the people being reported. In this way, they will have channels to know some financial news and major news in advance. Unlike entertainment news, if there is no news, I can make up speculation out of thin air and take it out of context. What a big deal. Okay, you go and visit their president in person." Qi Yingjie agreed immediately. Mo Wantong made a victory gesture and said happily, "Okay, I will contact their president Pu Chaodong first, conduct an exclusive interview with their president, and then ask about their chairman." Well, pay attention to your attitude. This Tang Qing doesn't have a simple background at first glance. If you can't do it, don't force it. The main thing is to make good friends with the company. Qi Yingjie warned. "Don't worry, I know." Mo Wantong agreed. Born into an official family. Although she was a bit immature, for someone who grew up under the emperor's feet and in the capital, judging the situation was a basic skill. The next day, morning, Mo Wantong came to the Comet Film and Television headquarters. She took a plane to Shanghai yesterday afternoon and went to have a dinner with her best friend on the pretense of serving public life. And breakfast. Pu Chaodong didn't want to be interviewed by entertainment news reporters. No, he had refused exclusive interviews from 6 entertainment news reporters before and recommended them all to Li Shijiao because he, Pu Chaodong, was the person running the company. He is not an artist, nor does he want to be famous in the entertainment news section, lest Tang Qing sees it and feels that he is confused about his position. The president runs the company. Seeing Pu Chaodong, Mo Wantong stepped forward quickly, stretched out her hand generously, and said with a smile, "Mr. Pu, nice to meet you. I'm Mo Wantong, reporter of Sina Finance Column." "Miss Mo, welcome. Please take a seat," Pu Chaodong said with a smile. "This time it's just text news. Just take a few photos." Pu Chaodong is also familiar with the news. There are many reporters who want to interview him, and finally 5 were selected, so he will be very busy these days. "Thank you for agreeing to accept our exclusive interview this time." Mo Wantong expressed his formal thanks. "You're welcome." Pu Chaodong poured Mo Wantong a cup of tea. Mo Wantong took the teacup and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Pu. Let's just chat casually this time. An exclusive interview like this is more relaxed. You have to pay attention to the details of the video interview. Haha. Yes, it feels more real. Let's get started." Pu Chaodong agreed. Mo Wantong straightened her face and said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Pu, the first question is what is your positioning for Comet Film and Television? Now I see that you're not only involved in the entertainment industry, but also in the internet video, as well as online literature and physical publishing, which is a bit rich." The word chaos was replaced by rich by Mo Wantong. Of course, Pu Chaodong could hear it and said with a smile, "Haha, Miss Mo's words are quite accurate. You actually meant to say something random. It doesn't matter. As for the positioning of Comet Film and Television, although we have many companies and don't seem to be so specific, our company's core philosophy is to promote Chinese culture. In other words, our company's positioning is actually a cultural company, film culture, internet culture, video culture, and we may get involved in new cultural fields in the future. Of course, the core corporate philosophy of Comet Film and Television was not developed by Pu Chaodong and others, but Tang Qing. This is also the original intention of the establishment of Comet Film and Television. Mo Wantong heard this. It seems that this is really the case. Within a large framework, the business contents of these different enterprises can all be covered. Although this concept is a bit idealistic, it is also full of positive energy. Mo Wantong is very satisfied with Pu Chaodong's answer. What a good corporate concept. Mo Wantong clapped her hands. Pu Chaodong smiled and said nothing. Tang Qing had made them angry at the beginning. Could it be any worse? Thinking of Tang Qing, he felt that this was not just the company's philosophy, not the idealism that deceived employees, but what Tang Qing really thought, which could be seen from Tang Qing's behavior. Thinking of the establishment and supervision of the Chinese Skills Project that Tang Qing had previously set. There is also a grand strategy of using China's fairy tales and fantasy to export culture. These are things Tang Qing is prepared to do regardless of the cost, and they have also been included in the core strategy of Comet Film and Television. Therefore, Pu Chaodong has completely agreed with this concept in his heart. P.S. There are more than 700 chapters and more than 2 million words. It's time for the protagonist to show his face. The bank will put it aside first. After all, how can a more than 100 billion yuan of Myanmar be spent in 1 month? Whether it is the construction of domestic industries by the Bank of Myanmar or the construction of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, it will take time. I tried my best to compress it, but it couldn't be compressed to less than 2 or 3 months, unless the timeline was forced to come half a year later. 1 or 2 years later, but I felt that it was not good. It was too jumpy. Don't worry, I will try my best to condense the plot. The next scene, where Yi Yuan kills Myanmar Yuan, will be very interesting. As for the rest of it, no spoilers. Follow a boss with such an idea. Pu Chaodong felt very motivated. In recent years, Pu Chaodong is fully aware of the hardships Chinese films have gone through in trying to go global, but they are still excluded from the mainstream film and television circles in the United States. Even the famous hero a few years ago, although the overseas box office was good, 5 times out of the domestic one, and the reputation was good, it set off a wave of martial arts style and allowed foreigners to see another form of martial arts expression besides Jackie Chan's kung fu comedy and Bruce Lee's technical martial arts. However, it was just a flash in the pan. After Hero, in the eyes of foreigners, Chinese movies are just for the entertainment reasons such as large crowds, fun action design, a bit interesting, etc. All those who followed the trend were blown away. The reality is, a movie. It is simply impossible to open up foreign consumer markets. This has been proven by the market. If Chinese films want to open up the market, they must accumulate a large number of excellent films and cause a strong impact and influence so that people can really understand and recognize the country's film culture. There is no other way. Pity. Chinese films have always been stuck in the dilemma of choosing between art films and commercial films. Due to cost constraints and blind following of trends, the themes are also very depressing. The reason why they are said to be depressing is because of the purpose of the people in the movies. Revenge for killing his father. Old grudges between teachers and students. Hatred of family and country. It contains too many elements that are not suitable for viewing as a widely consumed film. After all, as a foreigner, who will care about the hatred between your family and country, the love between sons and daughters, and the grievances of a certain Chinese dynasty? For example, when Chinese people watch the American Revolutionary War, the Civil War, or the Spartan Warriors, which contains strong national historical and cultural features, they only see them as exciting, and they even think they're not as good as Chinese martial arts movies. Therefore, these things cannot be passed on because there's no sense of historical identity. So, Tang Qing has never thought of exporting Chinese martial arts novels or content related to the struggle for hegemony between a certain dynasty and a country. Due to historical reasons, these films, apart from being a novelty for foreigners, cannot play a role in opening up and creating markets. For example, although people in China have watched Dangal, Dad, they will not have too high expectations for Indian movies. They will fully accept its culture, and at most they will just watch the excitement. If such culture is exported, it will fall into the embarrassing situation of India. After watching the fun, everyone goes back to their homes. That's all. It's not that Tang Qing thinks he can take the lead in spreading Chinese culture. He plans to open up the market with money-making projects, and then directors of artistic films will follow behind. Everyone divides the work. One opens the way to eat meat. One followed and drank soup. In general, Tang Qing still has a businessman's logic. However, Pu Chaodong didn't know this and only thought that Tang Qing had lofty ambitions. In Pu Chaodong's view, China has been invaded by Western cultural trends, especially various commercial movies in the United States, which are constantly exporting the power of the United States. In addition to psychological deterrence to people of various countries, there are also forced Amway of culture, customs, and festivals. Is the moon really rounder in foreign countries than in China? As a person who has studied abroad, Pu Chaodong sneered at this. Democracy, freedom, haha. He is looking forward to where Tang Qing will take Comet Film and Television. Immediately afterwards, Mo Wanong asked a lot of questions. In fact, they're all routines. 8 of the 10 questions asked could not make the news. However, these things are the wealth of the news website, or a kind of accumulation of information. They may be used in the next report as a reference for news writing. At last, Mo Wanong asked about her expectations for this trip. Mr. Pu, can I know some information about the chairman of your company? If possible, I would like to have an exclusive interview with him. I don't know if I have this opportunity. Pu Chaodong smiled. This is indeed the case. Shaking his head and refusing, he said, I'm sorry, Miss Mo. Our chairman has no plans to accept an exclusive interview at the moment. Although Tang Qing knew that the paper could not stop the anger, he did not want to appear in front of the public like this. Otherwise, what should others do if they are too handsome? What should I do if it causes a riot? Ahem. The main thing is to be afraid of trouble. Mo Wantong said disappointedly. Okay, if Chairman Tang is willing to do this in the future, please give priority to our Sina website and the online media. And as you know, our media reporters have certain information channels. Although we don't have a photo of your company's chairman, I think many reporters know the name, and we naturally know it, so it will inevitably be mentioned in the report. Even if we don't say it, others will, so, said this. Mo Wantong paused and stared at Pu Chaodong. In the report, even if Sina didn't mention Tang Qing, other media would say it, so they couldn't ignore it deliberately. Mo Wantong was disappointed not to be able to interview Tang Qing, but it was also a gain to interview Pu Chaodong, standing in the first line among peers. We know this. You also have freedom of the press. Pu Chaodong expressed understanding. Mo Wantong said happily, Thank you, Mr. Pu, for accepting such a long interview. If you bother me today, I will see your company's report on Sina's internet finance headlines tomorrow morning. If you have any questions, you can contact me. Haha, okay. This exclusive interview did not last long. It was over in less than half an hour. After all, Pu Chaodong is not an idler. Comet Film and Television is very busy right now. There are still materials for the group reorganization in 2 months, as well as preparations in all aspects. These must be done by Comet Film and Television themselves, and then handed over to Tianyin Group for review. Although it seems to increase management costs, but it's better to be thorough. After sending Mo Wantong away, Pu Chaodong made a special call to Tang Qing to inform him of the matter. Tang Qing only said that he understood it and just reported it. Anyway, without his photos, the spread would not be strong. No one would look at him like a monkey. The next day, news about Comet Film and Television has once again become the focus of finance. However, the main content of the report is the development history of Comet Film and Television and the current composition of the company, as well as the conversations that various media discovered or interviewed Pu Chaodong. The company's chairman Tang Qing was only briefly mentioned. He didn't even say his age. No way. As a rigorous journalist, what makes them most intolerable is unfounded speculation and uncertain information, especially about the CEO of such a large enterprise. This is not entertainment news, and it can be clarified. A mistake will cause a decline in credibility. Therefore, about Tang Qing, merely mentioned by name, it also avoids arousing readers' curiosity about Tang Qing's photos and background. Once curious, they can't give an explanation, which would be embarrassing. They're really depressed. This young man does not come out to show his face and help promote the company. Just because of his age, he can also gain widespread attention from the society, which is very good for improving the influence of the company. Although the reports about Tang Qing only stop at the name. But this time, more people paid attention, especially when Comet Video acquired Tudo. After the user merger, basically Tudo users all went to Comet Video, only to find that the content here was much richer than that of Tudo. Most people don't pay attention to the name of the company's boss when buying clothes. But those who watch videos, Baidu is right next to you. The #1 video website in their minds was acquired so suddenly. Their curiosity immediately burst out, and they all wanted to know who opened the company. It was so cool. Pity. The information they searched was still the same as what was reported in the news. Only names, nothing else. Many people flipped through dozens of pages on Baidu in disbelief, but they couldn't find any information about Tang Qing's age, photos, etc., as if this person was fake. Is the boss of such a company invisible? Qingyan City, Tang's father's shop. At this time, he was looking thoughtfully at a piece of news on the computer in front of him. Now that his family had money, Tang's father also began to recharge his batteries, read books, and learn new skills such as using computers to look up information. So the store was equipped with a computer. Use it to read the news or place an order from the back end of Tang Kai's jewelry company website. I just closed the ordering website. As usual, he browsed the news on Sina.com and was attracted by a headline called The Birth of China's New Video Service Giant and saw Tang Qing's name in it. Just don't take it seriously. But while browsing the comments, a user mentioned that the chairman of Tang Group was also named Tang Qing. When he was still a young man who had just grown up, Tang's father suddenly felt something fishy. The prosperous Tang dynasty? Tang Qing? It seems that the two sisters Qin Shiqi went to work in Tang clothing store last time. The reason Tang Qing gave at that time was that he knew their boss. The two sisters worked in the store for a month and bought them gifts with their wages. Father Tang remembered it deeply. Think of this. Father Tang's heart was beating wildly. It can't be such a coincidence. But if it's not a coincidence, is this possible? Father Tang was in a dilemma. Can't believe this bold idea. What are you looking at? Seeing Father Tang in a daze, Mother Tang walked over and waved her hand in front of Father Tang's eyes. Father Tang came to his senses. I asked for no reason. Tell me, is Tang quite rich? Father Tang's words stunned Mother Tang. Is your son quite rich? What's the problem? The logic doesn't make sense. This is your son too. Why don't you ask me if he has money? After a moment's hesitation, Tang's mother frowned and said, You seem to be quite rich. I give you 2,000 yuan for your monthly living expenses. As soon as these words came out, Tang's father quickly took a deep breath. He almost choked on his wife's words. I mean money other than living expenses. Tang's father explained helplessly. Mother Tang thoughtfully said, In addition to living expenses? It seems there should be a lot. I am also very surprised. It has been so long, and Tang has never asked me for pocket money. It seems that it has always been enough. Did Jiashue's mother give the money, or his second uncle? Father Tang covered his face, not being on the same channel and unable to discuss. Forget it. Let's go and sit with my brother tonight. What exactly do you want to say? Mother Tang asked dissatisfied. Let's talk about it then, Knight. Tang Kai's home. In the community developed by Lu Gan, before the manor at the foot of Qingyan Mountain was built, their family planned to live here and directly bought a 4-family house on the first floor and opened it all. A large room of several hundred square meters was made. Yuman's parents also moved here and lived next door. Now, they have finished their meal and went back to watch their favorite Peking opera. Since Tang Yenner returned to China to study here, Yuman has been taking care of his daughter and elder brother here, and Tang Kai has transferred his main office here. The two families often visit each other and occasionally have dinner together on weekends. At this time, Tang Kai was looking at the information in the room. This is information on the launch of his electric vehicles. After the shape of the electric car was decided, frantic production began. Thanks to the improvement of the industrial chain of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. In addition to the components that can be produced by the company, other parts are listed on the bidding website of the Myanmar Asia Bank, and the entire bidding work is completed in just one day. All parts are produced by enterprises in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. There are no parts to import. The parts are then packaged and shipped to the domestic factory in Minyu County for assembly. Only a small amount of customs duty is paid. Although it is a bit suspected of tax evasion, the value-added tax cannot be evaded. Therefore, the country does not prohibit such behavior, and even encourages it. The middle of next month, that is years ago, electric cars are about to be launched. This was his main job during this period. In the past, there were many things to do at the end of the year, such as sorting out last year's sales data, formulating development plans for the coming year, collecting and claiming various accounts, year-end bonuses, and maintaining customer relationships. It was just a lot of things. But this year it's much easier. Everything is done by the divine eye. If it is done by a subsidiary company, there will inevitably be personal or departmental bias. Many times the decision-making has limitations, and the efficiency is not as good as that of professionals. However, if it is left to Tianyin, there will be no such disadvantages, and everything will be done according to the most reasonable method, especially property and sales data. This has been synchronized with the Sky Eye for a long time, and he can check these data at any time. There will be an analysis report from Tianyin every quarter. Tang Kai's workload has plummeted. Looking at his wife peeling apples next to him and his daughter doing homework in the room, Tang Kai feels that this kind of life is called life. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Big brother must be here. Yuman quickly put down the apple and stood up to open the door. Tang's father had said before that he wanted to come and sit down. She didn't ask the purpose of her brother's visit. Tang Kai also quickly put down the tablet in his hand. This was given to him by Tang Qing. It was easy to carry, and the manufacturer could not be identified, but it was very easy to use. He was addicted to using it and took it with him to and from get off work because Tang Qing only gave him one. Brother, sister-in-law, here we come. Yuman smiled enthusiastically. Well, second brother, are you busy? Father Tang said. Tang Kai immediately asked Tang's father to sit down. Tang Niner came out and called the servants before going back to his room to do his homework. No, I'm quite free now. What's the matter? You suddenly came to see me late at night. You can't say anything on the phone yet. Tang Kai made a cup of tea for the two of them. Tang Qing gave it to him, and Tang's father also had it. He just told them not to give it away indiscriminately, lest there would be too many people asking for it. Therefore, this tea is only drunk at home and is rarely brought out when entertaining guests, except for people like Lu Qian who are familiar to everyone. Tang's father thought for a moment and asked tactfully, Well, second brother, I want to ask about the situation of the Sheng Tang group in our city. Tang Kai's smiling face suddenly paused. Why are you asking this question suddenly? The first thing he thought of was that Father Tang already knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask this question. So he had to ask carefully, Brother, why do you ask this question? What happened to Sheng Tang group? Father Tang stared at Tang Kai. But Tang Kai has been in shopping malls for a long time, and Father Tang can easily see it. Nothing. I just heard some gossip recently about the chairman of Sheng Tang group. You have many friends in Qingyan City, so I came to ask and see if you know anything. Father Tang is not sure yet. Otherwise, it will be a bit embarrassing if it is a misunderstanding. Tang Kai is also a human spirit. He knew that Tang's father must have some evidence, but he was not sure yet, so he came to him to trick him. But he didn't know what to do about this matter, because Tang Qing didn't explicitly say not to tell Tang's father and Tang's mother. They have already come to your door. If you continue to deceive them, it will be too much. Seeing Tang Kai struggling and being slow, Father Tang seemed to understand something. Is this true? Father Tang asked confusedly. Tang Kai smiled bitterly and nodded. Really? This? Father Tang took a breath. This news. It's so exciting. Even though I was prepared on the way here, I still couldn't calm down the surprise in my heart. What is true? Looking at Yuman's weird smile and the incomprehensible conversation between the two Tang Kai brothers, Tang's mother was puzzled. Tang's father kept talking attentively along the way and didn't ask any questions. She was so impatient. Tang's father gave a wry smile and asked, Do you still remember Sheng Tang Group? Of course I remember. Our company in Qingyan City is now the largest clothing enterprise group in the country. We see the advertisements on TV every day. How could I not recognize it? Tang's mother said matter-of-factly. Then do you still remember Shi-Chi and Shi-Yu working there? Tang's father asked again. Tang's mother asked in confusion. I don't have Alzheimer's disease yet. What are you trying to say? Tang arranged this before, saying that he knew the chairman of Sheng Tang Group, and I just learned that the chairman of Sheng Tang Group is also named Tang Qing. Tang's father had to make it clear. Oh, that's a coincidence. I didn't expect that I have the same name as Tang. No wonder I can be friends with our Tang. If you have the chance, I would like to meet you and thank you. Tang's mother did not react. Father Tang wanted to say something, but then he closed his mouth and looked at Tang Kai. Tang Kai knew. It's time to play on your own. Well, sister-in-law, Tang is the chairman of Sheng Tang Group. Tang Kai explained. Tang's mother, who was thinking about meeting to thank her, had an expression on her face. What did Tang Kai say just now? Tang is the chairman of Sheng Tang Group? Your son is the chairman of Sheng Tang Group? This. Mother Tang stared at Tang Kai, who smiled bitterly, as if she had been confirmed. What? This? How is it possible, second brother? How can Tang be the chairman of Sheng Tang Group? Where did he get the money? Did you give it to him? Mother Tang thought a lot in her mind, but it was unscientific. Sheng Tang seemed to have existed before Tang Kai came back. Honey, don't be so surprised. Listen to your second brother slowly. Tang's father interrupted his wife's surprise. Oh. Mother Tang closed her mouth and stared at Tang Kai. Tang Kai had no choice but to explain slowly. The reason was the same as what Tang Qing told him. Father Tang and Mother Tang were really worried when they heard that their son was really the chairman of this company. What? Tang Tang actually owes a lot of money to someone else. What can I do? This brat. I told you never to ask others to borrow money when we were in that hotel. The brat is disobedient and keeps borrowing more and more. It makes me so angry. What if we lose such a large sum of money? Tang's mother's face was filled with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pot. Excited? So excited. Her son owed such a large sum of money, so it was good that she was not frightened to death. Friends and friends also have to pay back their money. Here, wife, calm down, calm down. As long as you manage well, I believe you can pay it back. Tang's father comforted him from the side. The matter has come to this. What else can be done? And his family does not have such a large amount of money to pay back. For the current plan, Tang Qing can only rely on himself. Wrong. And Tang Kai said. Father Tang looked at his younger brother. Tang Kai understood the two people's reactions very well. This kind of thing was more surprising than happy. The two of them had lived ordinary lives before. They were small bosses who were responsible for their duties and had a natural resistance to debts. Brother, sister-in-law, you don't have to worry. There is basically no risk in the money Tang Tang borrowed. They're all friends. Even if there is risk, it still belongs to me. Tang Tang is smart and will not lose anything. Tang Kai quickly comforted him. Thank you, brother. I have to talk to that brat and stop him from borrowing money again. Mother Tang felt that this bad trend must be stopped. Our current life can guarantee that we will have enough food and clothing for the rest of our lives. With the scale and speed of Tang Qing's borrowing, their family simply couldn't withstand the trouble. Tang Kai wiped away cold sweat. Now we have only talked about the Sheng Tang group, not the other industries. If we talk about everything, Tang Kai feels that Tang Qing will definitely be upset by Tang's mother tonight. Second brother, you haven't said anything about Comet Film and Television yet. Father Tang suddenly asked again. Tang Kai was stunned. Does your own eldest brother know about this company? I also guessed it from the news about Comet Film and Television. Just tell me, what other businesses does Tang Tang have besides Sheng Tang Group? I'm also ready. You can tell me everything. I want to see how much money Tang Tang owes. Tang's father gritted his teeth and asked, how much money does Tang Qing owe? Tang Kai actually didn't know either, because the amount of funds that passed through his hands alone was 300 million US dollars, worth more than 2 billion yuan, and he didn't know the money raised from other channels, such as the investment from Comet Film and Television. It seems that Tang Qing said that his friend also helped him make money in the financial market, but Tang Kai didn't know the details. As for whether Tang Qing has other companies, Tang Kai doesn't know. Therefore, Tang Qing's debt. He couldn't figure it out. He had no choice but to say, well, brothers and sisters, I don't think you need to worry about the issue of Comet Film and Television. With the quality of the first movie, I believe it will be profitable soon. As for the number of Tang Tang's properties and how much money is owed, I really don't know. After all, part of it is probably Tang Tang's money. I think it's better to ask Tang Tang directly. I don't know the details. Tang Kai was able to pass the blame. It will be better to let Tang Qing explain this matter in person. Mother Tang on the side said quickly, okay, I'll call that brat Tang Tang right away. If it weren't for the fact that Shanghai and the city are too far away, I would have to go there with a stick and beat him. We won't even discuss such a big thing. Are you willing to fight? Father Tang rolled his eyes at his wife. Tang's mother said forcefully, why can't I let go? As she said that, she took out her mobile phone and was about to call Tang Qing. Tang Kai immediately stopped her and said, sister-in-law, it's better for me to contact Tang Tang. I can use Sky Eye's conference system to video chat with Tang Tang. Sky Eye. The two asked in confusion. The Tianyan group in our city is also Tang Tang's industry. Tang Kai chuckled. The two of them were dumbfounded. I thought, another debt. Finished. Tang Kai picked up the tablet. He clicked on Tianyan's enterprise management software. The general management software to log into was owned by the company, but as Tang Qing's second uncle, Tang Qing directly gave him a Tianyin account with higher permissions. Normally, Tang Kai uses this account to check Tianyin's monitoring and evaluation reports on his companies, place orders for tasks, and even directly contact the heads of Tianyin's business divisions for video calls, naturally including Tang Qing. Clicked on Tang Qing's exclusive avatar and click the video call application button. The current genius has just darkened, so Tang Qing probably won't go to bed so early. Shanghai Stock Exchange. In Tang Qing's villa, Tang Qing did not sleep. He was teaching Lin Jiaxue to play the piano in the living room in preparation for the New Year's Day party tomorrow night. Although he was already very familiar with it, Lin Jiaxue still insisted on practicing more. First time on stage. With so many people watching, she was afraid of getting stage fright. At this time, Tang Qing's earphones came from his second uncle's request to access the conference video. When he was confused, the command room gave an explanation. Tang Qing suddenly smiled, and what was supposed to come would always come. Tang Qing, who was sitting behind Lin Jiaxue and teaching her and constantly taking advantage, gently kissed Lin Jiaxue's snow-white neck and whispered in her ear, "Jiaxue, practice by yourself. I'll go have a meeting." Okay. Lin Jiaxue agreed obediently. Finished. Tang Qing got up and came to the study. Sitting on the boss's chair, he looked at the faces of his second uncle and others on the wall in front of him and smiled slightly. This tablet was given to his second uncle by him. It can naturally control the switch, but he didn't agree with it because he couldn't see himself there. Connect the video. Finish the command. Moment. Tang Qing's figure appeared on the tablet screen, just like playing a high-definition movie. Ultra-clear screen. No lag at all. Seeing Tang Qing sitting on the boss's chair and the layout of the study room, which was not in a dormitory at all, Mother Tang's eyes were full of resentment. This brat, when he grows up, he won't even tell the truth to his mother. I used to think that Tang Qing lived in the school dormitory, but I didn't expect that this guy actually had a study room leisurely. He must have lived outside, but it would be great if he lived with Lin Jiaxue, and he could hug his grandson quickly. Ahem. Mother Tang felt that her thoughts had drifted to a strange place, and she quickly took it back. Mom, Dad, second uncle, second aunt, how are you? Tang Qing waved her hands and greeted with a smile. What's so good about you, brat? You owe such a huge sum of money, and you don't tell us. Are you going to piss your mother off to death? Do you still have me as your mother in your heart? If you don't pay, I don't know what will happen to you. Before the others could say anything, Mother Tang slapped her face with a lesson. Tang Qing was helpless. Such a big gift. Just accept it honestly. This is his mother. What else can he say? Tang's mother kept nagging for a full minute. Tang's father quickly stopped her and said, "Honey, please calm down first. Now is not the time to talk about this. Don't forget that our purpose is to solve the problem." Tang's mother stopped nagging and asked hurriedly, "That's right, Tang, how much do you owe your friend?" "It's not much, and I can pay it all back after the year." Tang Qing explained quickly. If he didn't settle his debt, his parents would definitely have to worry for a while, so he could only make up another reason. "What? I don't owe it anymore." "What do you mean? How did you pay it back? Where did you get the money?" Tang's mother said in surprise. "This is not the least bit. Tang Qing has a profitable company?" Tang Qing explained, "Mom, don't worry. I will be able to repay all the debts after the new year. I will not borrow money from my friend in the future. Even if I want to borrow money, I will directly ask the bank for a loan. It's not possible to ask the bank for a loan. You don't have to pay it back." Tang's mother was extremely resistant to borrowing money. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, I'm doing business, not playing house. I have to deal with banks most of the time. Loans are inevitable. Don't worry. The money you borrow from the bank won't be enough to mortgage the company's shares. It won't affect me. As a woman, there are a few companies that don't ask banks to borrow money. They can borrow money without asking friends." Tang's father also stood on Tang Qing's side. "But if we owe too much and we can't pay it back, wouldn't we have to mortgage the company?" Mother Tang couldn't bear it. Tang's father finally understood why his son had been hiding it from the two of them. With Tang's mother's character, once she found out, she would definitely nag in Tang Qing's ears. She would probably be on tenterhooks all day long. When she opened her eyes, She remembered that her son still owed a large amount of money. All right. Tang's father suddenly felt that Tang Qing was doing the right thing. It was foreseeable that for a long time, Tang's mother would have to worry about whether her son's company would not be managed well or go bankrupt, and she would have to nag him every day. I regret bringing Mrs. Tang here today. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Tang's companies are all high-quality assets and will have strong profitability in the later period. They will definitely not be short of money. Tang Kai comforted him on the side, and Yumin was also a married woman. She grabbed Tang's mother's hand and said, "Yes, sister-in-law, Tang is sensible, and he is so smart, he will definitely make a lot of money, so don't worry." Tang's mother smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I try to control my emotions. Caring leads to chaos. It's her current situation. By the way, Tang, you said you could pay it back early next year. Where did you get the money?" Tang's father asked. Tang Qing said with a smile, "Comet Pictures first. Movie is about to be released. If nothing goes wrong, it can make a lot of money. As for how big it will be, we can only wait." Tang Qing estimated that the global box office of Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, will not be less than $500 million. The real situation will still need to be tested by the market. He had to set a small goal, first to avoid being slapped in the face. $500 million. No more, no less. Movies are so profitable. Tang's mother asked doubtfully. "Of course, my movie will definitely make money," Tang Qing said confidently. Tang's father did not forget his initial curiosity. Tang, how many assets, how many companies, and how many liabilities do you have now?" Tang Qing thought for a while. "There's no way to hide it anyway. Simply tell everything." So Tang Qing said, "I really don't know how many assets there are specifically because they are increasing in value every moment. As for the number of companies, there are quite a few shareholdings and holdings. The holding company is Shangtang Group, which is also my first company. I own 95% of the shares. The rest belongs to the original partners, and some are awarded to the company's senior executives, but they only have dividend rights, and the market value is about 1 billion yuan. The second company I founded is Tianyin Group, which is mainly responsible for helping me manage my affiliated companies and providing business information services. I own 100% of the shares, and its market value is about 300 million yuan. Comet Film and Television. I plan to reorganize this company into a group at the beginning of next year and establish the Comet Film and Television Culture and Media Group. There's also a bodyguard company in China, but it is not large, with a market value of only 100 million yuan. In addition to the domestic ones, I also have 2 holding companies abroad. One is called Microcrystal Technology, which is mainly engaged in the research and development and sales of civilian solar products in Seattle. The current market value is about 1 billion yuan. It has made breakthroughs in technology and should be profitable in the first half of next year. The last one is called Wanqing Mining, which is currently involved in mining development in Algeria. It is now preparing to acquire a large amount of minerals in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The market value of it is nearly 1.1 billion yuan. This is all my holdings. Tang Qing paused, because the 4 people on the opposite side can't stand it anymore. Just from these 6 holding companies, Tang Qing's total assets exceed 4 billion yuan. What kind of concept is this? It is almost caught up with the scale of Tang Kai's company. A year ago, the market value of Tang Kai's jewelry company was less than half of Tang Qing's current value. Tang Kai was well prepared, and his surprise was limited because there seemed to be no mention of the $300 million. Tang Qing had said before that the $300 million was used to develop a mine in partnership with a Saudi prince. Tang's father and Tang's mother's faces turned a little red. For billion yuan, can you not be excited? Well, where are the shareholding companies? Tell me quickly. Tang's father asked hurriedly. Tang Qing looked at the faces of the 2 of them. Are you sure you can accept it? You brat, let's finish it once. Tang's father decided that it would be better not to be so embarrassed next time and finish the surprise once. Tang Qing continued. Well, there are many shareholding companies. I won't talk about those with a market value of less than 100 million yuan. There's no need. There is one company in Qingyan City with a market value of more than 100 million yuan, which is the Mingyun Jewelry Group in partnership with Lugon. The current market value is 1.5 billion yuan. In Beijing, there's also a real estate company in partnership with a few friends. I hold 25% of the shares. The current market value is about 800 million yuan, and it is developing rapidly. The last one is an oil company in partnership with a Saudi prince, also in Algeria. I hold 40% of the shares, with a market value of 300 million US dollars, which is about 2.4 billion yuan. Father Tang and Mother Tang silently calculated their total assets. Final. It stayed at the amount of 8 billion renminbi. It has doubled them before. Tang, are you sure you can repay it? Father Tang took a deep breath. Assets and liabilities are only one step away. It is heaven in one thought and hell in 1 year. It only takes 1 year to accumulate this wealth. Tang Qing said firmly, "Don't worry, we can pay it off before the end of March next year." The movie is not worth so much money. Tang's mother didn't believe it. Ha ha, parents, do you still remember what I said about Wanqing mining? At the end, I said immeasurable, Tang Qing said with a smile. From now on, this is a half-hidden card, not a top secret. It seems so. The four of them remembered that Tang Qing had indeed said these 4 words just now, but what they meant was immeasurable, and they couldn't be used to pay off debts. Tang Qing smiled and asked, "You know about gambling on stones, right?" The 4 of them nodded quickly, especially Tang Kai, who was in this business and was very familiar with it. "That's right. I am a similar one. I want a gold mine in a bet." The monthly profit of a gold mine with a high output is measured in hundreds of millions, ranging from 1 to 200 million to 2 to 300 million. So, parents, don't worry about the debt anymore. Tang Qing still concealed more than half of the output. It would be a bit too shocking to say that the mine's monthly maximum output is gold worth 1 billion yuan, so it's better to take it easy and tell what you can. But that's it. The 4 of them were also a little confused. Second brother, what is the market value of this gold mine? Tang's father really didn't know how to calculate. This should be considered a rich mine. The value depends on the gold reserves. But for this output, 3 billion yuan is the basis. If the reserves are high, there is no upper limit. Tang Kai sighed with a wry smile. Struggle for half a life. It's not worth as much as one of my nephew's mines. It really is. The rich are the ones who mine. 80 plus 30, equal to 101, plus the 4 words immeasurable. Tang Qing has completely entered the ranks of billionaires. It's incredible no matter how you think about it. Tang Kai originally thought that he would be the first to enter the ranks, but he did not expect that even with fruit wine and his status as the sole supplier of jade and jewelry production in such a large area, he could not keep up with Tang Qing's wealth accumulation speed. No wonder Tang Qing has always refused his help, because Tang Qing is richer than him. A full half-minute passed. It took the 4 of them to digest this shocking news. Mom and Dad, it's not that I don't want to tell you. If I told you, I would probably still be planning how to save some money on the living expenses you gave me, so I can only hide it for a while. Don't worry, I am measured and know what I am doing. Now that the company is on the right track, our family's life will be completely different from before. Tang Qing said with a little helplessness on his face. Tang's father and Tang's mother both fell silent after hearing this. My son is right. If they knew ahead of time, they would never agree to it. So it can be expected that their son will really have to struggle with the living expenses of a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. Where can he be without the coolness and solemnity that he is now worth tens of billions and has a bright future? If Tang Qing had earned the money himself, they will definitely be very supportive, but unfortunately not. It will come from financing. Forget it. It is a fact that they are really old and their thinking is too conservative. Tang's mother sighed and said, I understand, Tang. I don't blame you anymore, but you have to use your intelligence in the right place, and you can't do evil things, which will disgrace our Tang family. Haha, I'm so rich. Why do I still do evil things? Tang Qing snickered in his heart. His own industry was a legal industry, and all the illegal ones were in the hands of the soldiers. It's a crooked way, but you don't have to go by yourself anyway. Where do you live now? Tang's mother asked curiously, looking at the furnishings of the room. Tang Qing replied, I bought a house near the school and live with Joshua. We come back every day to eat and rest. On weekends, we will go to the villa in Pudong New District to live. What? You and Joshua live together? That's great. When you have money, you can't let that kid Joshua down, or else I won't break your legs. Tang's mother looked surprised. Lin Joshua is her default daughter-in-law, and she will not change it just because she has money. As for living in a villa, compared to Tang Qing's tens of billions of net worth, buying a villa is a big deal. I know. Tang Qing nodded solemnly. Boy, you are buying a house and a villa. You have to save some money. Our family is not short of money, so you don't have to spend it on us. You also need capital turnover for your business. Mother Tang, who had changed her mentality, did not say anything like, I will take care of the money for you. Such a big industry. She was a self-employed owner of a small shop, and she had to take care of the finances. Firstly, it made things difficult for herself, and secondly, it made things difficult for Tang Qing. Tang's mother asked again, Who else knows about this? Uncle also knows. The others seem to be gone. Tang Qing answered honestly. You've done a pretty good job keeping it secret. Tang's mother was depressed. Her brother actually knew about it and worked together to hide it from them. They chatted for a while. The call ends. Look at the screen to return to the management interface. Tang's father and Tang's mother slowly calmed down. They had no choice but to believe in Tang Qing. Tang Qing had just said that they should rest at home and travel around, but they were sternly rejected by them. Both of them are people who can't take any time off. Although Tang Kai is so rich, he is still making money. The two of them have not yet reached the retirement age. They have the skills and feet to make money. The most important thing is to save some money. If Tang Qing does not manage well in the future, he can subsidize it a little. Under normal circumstances, if the son suddenly becomes rich, at least half of parents will choose to rest and enjoy themselves at home. But they're the other half. Second brother, let's go back first. It's too exciting today. Father Tang stood up and smiled bitterly. Tang Kai didn't comfort him anymore. He was almost over 50 years. Old and not a child. Okay, just go back and rest. Yeah. Leave his second brother's house. Tang's father and Tang's mother walked lightly. Mother Tang asked, Do you think our Tang Tang is richer than his second uncle? Absolutely. When will Tang Tang be able to spend all this money? Mother Tang asked again, You prodigal woman, what will Tang Tang do when you run out of money? This too. Walk all the way. Chat all the way. After returning home, the two of them were in good spirits. They did not fall asleep until dawn, staring at the blurry eyes before getting up to open the shop. Due to Tang Qing's large supply of meat during this period, the physical condition of the two of them was no worse than that of young people in their 20s. Just washing their faces with cold water restored their spirits. This time, they suddenly found out. It seems that the sky is much bluer. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing came to the living room. Lin Joshua was still playing the piano. Originally, Lin Joshua's role was to play Xiao, but due to her lung capacity and limited talent, learning to play the piano was much more difficult than playing the piano, so Tang Qing took up the role. In order to balance his psychology, Tang Qing finally successfully deceived Lin Joshua last week. In terms of foreplay, a new pose is unlocked. Think of this. Tang Qing also walked with ease. I saw him walking briskly behind Lin Joshua and continued, gently holding her slim waist and slowly placing his chin on her shoulder, feeling the ups and downs of her shoulders as she played the piano. Just being next to each other did not affect Lin Joshua's playing of the piano. Light notes echoed in the living room. The song is over. Tang Qing applauded gently. Very good. Just keep at this level tomorrow. Don't be nervous. I'm by your side. Tang Qing comforted the beauty in his arms like a child, the tip of his nose quivering, and he never tired of smelling the smell of Lin Joshua. Yeah. Lin Joshua smiled. Tang Qing added, By the way, I have already confessed that my mother and the others discover my company just now. Next time you call your mother, just tell them where you are. Lin Joshua nodded and asked, How did Annie find out? No, My dad found out about it after watching the news, and then found my second uncle. My second uncle contacted me using Sky Eye's video conferencing system. I guess they can't sleep now. Haha, they're scared by my industry. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes, I estimate that your assets will soon surpass those of your second uncle. Lin Jiaxue nodded seriously. Hearing this, Tang Qing gave Lin Jiaxue's left cheek a bite, and with a pop, Tang Qing laughed and said, Madam, you are an old man, and your husband's assets have long surpassed that of your second uncle. Ah, hey, how much is that? Lin Jiaxue asked in surprise. She had never asked such questions before, and she didn't care. But she couldn't think of any money that was more than Tang Kai's. Tang Qing had no choice but to talk about the industry again. He is not a show-off person. When I told my lover, I just wanted her to experience the surprise and confidence, and let Lin Jiaxue know how good her man was, and that she would not be inferior to anyone else. I heard that Tang Qing's assets exceed 10 billion yuan. Lin Jiaxue didn't know what to say anymore. Her eyes were wide open, thinking about how much 10 billion yuan would be. She thought that her family could only earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a year, and sometimes 50,000 yuan, to earn 10 billion. Need at least 200,000 years? Is this number wrong? Lin Jiaxue's mind was a little down. Jiaxue, aren't you a very good man? Tang Qing's hand moved up slightly. Yeah. Lin Jiaxue replied stupidly. Are you happy? Tang Qing asked again. Yeah. Then shouldn't we do something to celebrate? Tang Qing smiled evilly. After saying that, Tang Qing picked up Lin Jiaxue like a princess and walked towards the bedroom. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing with watery eyes. Maybe she was stimulated. Lin Jiaxue was particularly enthusiastic today. Finally, he could no longer move at all and fell into a deep sleep. Tang Qing was still in high spirits. Had a bath. Put on your pajamas. Came to the command room. Some time ago, Tang Qing had been decadent for so long, so he restarted his training plan and began to practice physical and mental power. Since God has given this opportunity, it would be boring to wait for death every day. The most important thing is that excess energy needs to be vented, and training is a good and only way. But there's another thing coming tonight. In the chat with Tang's father and Tang's mother just now, Tang's father and mother kept telling Tang Qing not to show off, lest the gold mine be taken back by the Algerian government or cause other people to covet it. Of course, Tang Qing is not afraid, but he suddenly felt that he needed to speed up the mining of this gold mine, because achievement task 1 will be completed soon. During this period, the business activities in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone have become more and more dynamic, especially Myanmar's economic stimulus policy, which has made the order list of enterprises in the territory full. Trade activities on both sides are frequent. This also directly stimulates demand for the Asian dollar. Not only that, after more than a month of economic stimulus and the establishment of major projects across the country, batches of funds have been allocated, but the money on the market has increased in vain. To know, it is impossible for RMB to flow indirectly. This is a number that exists in China's central bank account. When needed, it is paid to some domestic enterprises as project settlement. Myanmar, on the other hand, needs to start printing money like crazy to pay money and wages to domestic companies and people. A lot of money. The number of goods is not growing as fast. Inflation inevitably occurs. This also caused the Asian dollar to CHF exchange rate to begin to accelerate its departure. You must know that the exchange rate between the Asian dollar and the CHF is floating. After zero efforts, the main exchange rate pricing is completed by the Bank of Myanmar. The Bank of Myanmar does not have as much say as the Bank of Myanmar, because the role played by the Central Bank of Myanmar in the early days was not glorious. From the Burmese perspective, we never want the Burmese dollar to depreciate too quickly against the Asian dollar. However, this economic stimulus policy and the huge amount of money spent have made its depreciation rate unstoppable. Don't look at the fact that this time it's just a CHF worth more than 100 billion yuan. However, this kind of base currency injection has a multiplier effect. Deposits are transferred to loans. After more than a dozen times, due to Myanmar's low deposit reserve ratio, the corresponding chots of more than 100 billion yuan were spread. It is equivalent to putting nearly 1 trillion yuan of circulating currency in Myanmar's domestic market. Add in the invasion of the Asian dollar and the super issuance of Myanmar's central bank, and this number is even more astonishing. This caused the Chat's exchange rate to plummet against the Asian dollar. The Central Bank of Myanmar began to set the exchange rate of the Asian dollar every 3 days, and it tried its best to beautify the value of the Chat, and even beautified the currency delivery data, making it easy to falsify. But who can this thing fool? When the data was presented, the Central Bank of Myanmar was speechless. Seeing the inaction of the Central Bank of Myanmar, the efficiency is low. Zero immediately slammed the table at the meeting, and finally Lang Kai agreed to hand over the main exchange rate-setting power of the Burmese yuan to the Asian dollar to the Bank of Myanmar from once every 3 days to once every half a day. This method can be described as seriously out of touch with the world's mainstream, quite crude and major innovation. But it's better than safety. In this case, the people of Myanmar suddenly discovered, I'll make a big fork. Damn it, what happened to my savings? It became less. Looking at the strong value of the Asian dollar, we can see that the Chat is on a depreciation trend that will never return. Therefore, many people began to exchange their Chats into Asian dollars, and the trend spread rapidly. This has led to the acceleration of the issuance of Asian dollars. Many people exchange Asian dollars for storage and are not listed for circulation. Then, the supply of Asian dollars is slowly tightening. The issuance of Asian dollars cannot be created directly by knocking numbers like credit currency. Other methods to increase circulation are ineffective, and territorial expansion is no longer possible. So, Tang Qing's main goal was gold as collateral. He wanted to see what the next stage of achievement tasks would be. So Tang Qing prepared to start a destructive mining mode for this gold mine. Tang E, accelerate the mining of the rich gold mine in Algeria, and conduct destructive mining of all gold and silver mines in our hands in the mining alliance at the same time. Or that exceeds the smelting limit of the nearest factory will be transported back to the number 7 metal smelting center of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone for smelting through the transmission node, and all smelted gold and silver will be sent to the currency clearing center. Tang Qing ordered destructive mining. To Tang Qing, it's just a name. It is not really destructive mining. After all, the definition of destructive mining is the huge waste of recovery and utilization of natural resources due to improper mining methods. For example, 1 ton of gold could have extracted 100 grams of gold. However, due to improper methods and incomplete technology, only 50 grams of gold could be extracted, and the recycling rate of the remaining slag can only extract 30 grams. This is a waste. What Tang Qing meant by destructive mining was that if mining machinery was only used to excavate according to normal processes before, now it is mining using a large amount of explosives and heavy machinery designed by scientists. Mine used to be mined. We also need to detect the content, calculate the cost, and mining difficulty, and now we have to dig it for me, choose what and then bring it back to choose. Regardless of the metal content, we will dig it out again. Only precious metal mines can play like this. Tang Qing would not dare to play like this in ordinary iron and copper mines. After all, the cost is there. P.S. I have something to do tonight, so this is the chapter for today. It's more than 4,000 words, and I'm too lazy to split it into 2 chapters. Subsequently, under Tang Qing's order, the various gold and silver mines controlled by the soldiers immediately became busy. The mining areas that are already being mined will accelerate mining and reserve gold. The silver mine has also started a crazy mining mode. Not to mention, the soldiers have quite a lot of inventory during this period. Among them, there are 49 large and small silver mines under control, with reserves ranging from high to low. The difference between the highest and lowest is more than 10 times. Many of them are poor ores. However, the purpose of this kind of mining is not to make money, but to obtain real gold and silver. Therefore, as long as you don't lose money, even if you lose a little bit, then this business is worth doing. The number of gold mines is much smaller, with only 17. Among them, the output of the gold mine in Algeria can exceed the total of the other 16, or even a little more. No way. That gold mine in Algeria is so rich. It has completely exceeded the industry's definition of rich ore and super rich ore. Gold mines with such a content could only be found when the African continent was colonized. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone, like Tang Qing, discovered it but did not make it public, but secretly made a fortune secretly. The higher the gold mines in Algeria go, the higher the gold content. Tang Qing made a lot of money with this thing and provided a steady stream of collateral for the future issuance of Asian dollars. Nowadays, people in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone will basically no longer hold CHAD in their hands because its depreciation is really fierce and it is falling every day. Although the magnitude is not large, the expectation of depreciation is a fact. As a result of this economic stimulus policy, the depreciation of the CHAT will last for at least a year or even longer. At the current rate of depreciation, 1 year later, I don't know if the CHAT is even half of what it is now. After all, it has increased the liquidity of trillions of yuan in the market. Myanmar's domestic commodity market is not large, and the base of the total amount of CHAT currency is also low. The impact will be great. Therefore, many people in Myanmar have the need to exchange CHAT into Asian dollars. They will definitely lose money if they deposit in banks. However, Asian dollars have not been allowed to carry out banking business in other places in Myanmar, and they do not have enough channels to exchange for US dollars and other foreign currencies. Therefore, the Asian dollar has become the first choice, and the assets of many Myanmar people have been avoided. This has led to a surge in demand for Asian dollar banknotes. Lankai actually discovered this situation, but there is nothing we can do. Because the depreciation of the CHAT is a fact and irreversible, it is understandable for others to choose the Asian dollar. Anyway, the CHAT is still the country's first legal currency, and the Asian dollar cannot yet be circulated outside the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Just change it if you want. Everyone is busy with this gluttonous feast. I have no interest in dealing with this kind of behavior. That's all. Asian dollar banknotes have actually become Burmese currency to maintain value, slowly flowing into Burmese people. Although they are only personal reserves and have not flowed into the commodity trading market, when a number is large enough, Burmese dollars will be discovered. Yeyuan is like a bone-eating ant, unable to get rid of him until devoured by ants. Certainly, it is impossible for the Asian dollar to be greedy for the CHAT by relying on this method of ants stealing rice. That's a joke. This is simply a strategy to drive home the reliability and stability of the Asian dollar. This time alone, the depreciation of the CHAT in the next 6 months will be between 25 and 30%. By then, the market will begin to stabilize because the investment has been implemented and the Central Bank of Myanmar has no reason to print money. At that time, Myanmar will definitely find ways to stabilize the currency value of the CHAT. However, within the 6 months, Asian dollar strengthened. The CHAT depreciated sharply. What will ordinary people think of the CHAT? The most important thing about a currency is confidence. Once confidence is lost, the currency is just paper. In other words, these 6 months have been a period of self-depreciation of the CHAT, and it is also a period of time when people's demand for the value of the CHAT has increased dramatically. If there is no Asian dollar, the CHAT can be devalued casually, but no matter what, your people have no other choice. They have to use it even if they don't use it. Just like the RMB, people have no other currency to use, and it is difficult to exchange for US dollars to maintain value. They can only invest in fixed assets and other channels to maintain value. Once there is an alternative currency with a stable currency value, then, compared to large fixed assets, it seems that it would be a better choice to exchange the deposits that cannot afford to buy a house in Asian dollars. Lankai and others also saw this situation. The Asian dollar is greedy for Myanmar's domestic territory, but they did not introduce policies to stop it. Lankai is even happy to see such a situation. Why? Because in their view, in this case, the more Asian dollars the people exchange, the greater the losses will be for the Myanmar bank. Give an example. If, in the past, 10,000 shots could be exchanged for 100 Asian dollars. Now, it takes 12,000 shots to exchange for 100 Asian dollars. Among them, 2,000 shots are the losses of Myanmar bank. You know, when someone goes to exchange for Asian dollars, they give you 10,000 shots, but the next time they hold 100 Asian dollars, they ask you to pay 12,000 shots. This is not a loss for the bank, unless the Bank of Myanmar has a way to offset this part of inflation. For example, at the moment of exchange, you can ask the Central Bank of Myanmar to exchange it into another country's currency. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The Central Bank of Myanmar will never give its foreign exchange reserves to the Bank of Myanmar. Then the Bank of Myanmar will inevitably need to invest in order to earn back these 2,000 shots. To put it bluntly, the Bank of Myanmar must pay preservation interest for every depreciated shot. What kind of spirit is this? This is a complete dedication. How could Lang Kai and the others strongly oppose it? Not to mention that they strongly support it, but they will not stop it. Anyway, wait until the value of the chot stabilizes. Myanmar can definitely introduce a monetary tightening policy to stabilize the currency value, reduce expectations of depreciation of the chot, and restore public confidence. Then, when people find the Bank of Myanmar and ask to exchange their Asian dollars into chots, that is when the Bank of Myanmar will suffer losses. Based on this calculation, Myanmar Bank definitely lost money. That is to say, the Asian dollars held by the people cannot be seen as a loss until they are exchanged into chots by the Myanmar Bank. However, once exchanged, there will definitely be a loss. Lang Kai even discovered that this is also a way to attack the Asian dollar. Aren't you very profitable? With this amount alone, Lang Kai felt that he could eat up all the profits that Yuen made in Burma during this period. The more he exchanged now, the more he would lose in the future. If others were willing to engage in loss-making transactions, why should Lang Kai stop them? In fact, Lang Kai was right. This exchange, it is a loss-making business for Myanmar Bank. The losses started at the moment of exchange and continued, but Tang Qing could afford the losses because the industrial profits of the Myanmar Bank Group were enough to make up for this loss, and Tang Qing was happy to see this kind of loss. For any country, want to maintain the exchange rate of the local currency, you have to spend money to fill the hole. This is an iron rule. Just like when Soros attacked the monetary systems of Asian countries, countries wanted to maintain the exchange rates of their currencies and almost exhausted their US dollar foreign exchange reserves. In the end, they were liquidated by international capital such as Soros. Tang Qing also operates this way, to maintain the value of my currency. So what if I made a huge loss? As long as I can afford it. In the end, if I can achieve my goal, I have to do it at any cost. As long as I can replace the chot, it doesn't matter if I lose all the profits of the Myanmar Bank Group. In the future, I can double the profit and make it back much more. The fruits of victory. It will definitely belong to the Asian dollar. The currency battle has just begun. Command room. Tang Qing was thinking beautifully in her heart. If all gold and silver mines start destructive mining, how much monthly output can be achieved? Tang Qing is very excited by the results, because the combined gold and silver mines will be able to stably provide a monthly circulation of nearly 5 billion Asian dollars in the future. This yield is not surprising. You must know that the previous calculation of production was not only about the dug out, but also about a certain scale of mineral processing to finally obtain gold. A series of processing capabilities for silver products ultimately determine the output. Teleport nodes are now used. Destructive mining has begun again. It is equivalent to getting rid of the restrictions of local smelting limits, and it is not unusual for output to double. If the number of subsequent mineral deposits increases, this number will continue to expand. It's just that Tang Qing is still not satisfied with this growth rate. Tang E. Start the treasure hunting plan and try not to kill anyone. Tang Qing ordered. A long time ago, Tang Qing asked the soldiers to start collecting information about the big treasures in various countries. Tong Tian carried out the specific execution and already had many clues about the distribution of many treasures in the world. They are just clues and cannot completely determine the location. Now, the command room has many clues. Just didn't dig deep. For example, the soldiers knew that so-and-so might know key clues, but they did not tie them up and then interrogate them. They just continued to collect relevant information and complete the chain of clues. Not only land, but sunken ships in the sea are also targets. Once needed, just like now, the soldiers will use various means to dig infinitely deep into all the clues, not just investigate. To put it bluntly, the soldiers are doing something bad again. Soldiers always do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. They're all robots. They have no emotions and no distinction between right and wrong. They only know how to execute orders and exist to complete tasks. They exist to implement Tang Qing's will. If I don't remind you, Tang Qing is really afraid that the soldiers will mess up again. Now the treasure hunting plan on land and sea has begun, and I believe there will be results soon. For those innocent people who had clues, Tang Qing had no choice but to apologize in advance for their psychological shadow. After experiencing so much, Tang Qing's heart gradually hardened, and his inexplicable kindness towards irrelevant people was much less. I don't kill anyone, I just want money. If it's still buried in the ground, it's an ownerless thing. Speaking of gold, Tang Qing remembered something again. That is to say, there seems to be gold in seawater, and the content is not low. I have seen many related reports in my previous life. Since scientists discovered that gold can be extracted from seawater, they have been constantly exploring effective extraction methods. It worked in the end. However, the cost remains high, and it is impossible to generate profits. And about how much gold is contained in the world's seawater, Tang Qing didn't know either. Because there are too many bricks, there are different opinions. A conservative estimate is 10 million tons. Others say 20 million tons, and an optimistic estimate is 50 million tons. This kind of thing cannot be investigated, but it is true that there is gold in seawater. Tangy, do you think there's a big prospect for extracting gold from seawater? What is the technical difficulty? Just ask if you don't understand. Tang Qing is really not sure about the prospects of such a project. Tang, he replied, Commander-in-Chief, the prospects depend on costs and benefits. As long as the benefits are higher than the costs, they're prospects. It is not difficult to develop a profitable technology for seawater alchemy. Gold in seawater is mainly attached to suspended particles in the form of attachments. If you want to extract it, the world's mainstream method now uses gel substances and sprinkles them into seawater. Through its function of adsorbing particles, it can achieve the effect of collecting these suspended particles and then extract the gold. The technical difficulty mainly focuses on the cost of the gel material and the separation and extraction technology. The difficulty of these two technologies is not high. However, with the current thinking and limited by the scale and methods, it is difficult for us to generate profits. Oh, that can be done. Tang Qing's eyes lit up. Cost. It's nothing more than equipment and manpower. But neither of these requires money, and this cost is estimated to be mainly in consumables. As long as you don't lose money, this business has to be done, because what he wants is gold. Losing some banknotes is just a small thing. Commander, yes. Tang replied. Okay, formalize the project and develop it as soon as possible. Notify me when the technology matures and costs and benefits are balanced. Tang Qing ordered. He decided to do it. If it succeeds, there will be another source of gold. Tang Qing now. The love for gold is not only that it can be used as collateral for the issuance of Asian dollars, but also its natural currency attributes, because this is so far, in addition to national credit, it is recognized by the world as something that can be used for trade settlement. Although not many countries have done so in recent years, using gold to settle transactions. But it does not hinder its status. Humanity has gone through a long period of gold and silver standard and has a natural sense of value for gold and silver. The United States brought gold down from the altar, but the United States never ended its gold reserves, and this can be seen. Central banks of various countries still regard gold as an important currency protection for a country. It's not that countries are stupid, but they cannot erase the monetary properties of gold. While the United States is vigorously promoting the national credit currency, It is not relaxing at all. It is even continuing to hoard gold reserves. The meaning is obvious. Gold is very important, very important. It is so important that the United States has abolished the status of gold and does not dare to relax at all. Because this is a move. At the critical moment, the chess piece that can turn the tide. USA. San Francisco. GLP Shipping Company. Early in the morning, Brownite was summoned to the company by a phone call. He was a little excited and wanted to cry when he thought that he could finally sell his company. He was originally a big business owner and collector. He was particularly interested in treasure hunting, and he made a lot of money by riding on the Internet Feast of the Year. So I was full of confidence and prepared to go on a treasure hunt that involved escape and rescue. So he formed a company and bought 2 shallow sea salvage boats and other professional equipment to see how lucky he would be. Anyway, he didn't make money from this. It was just for fun. When he got tired of it, he would just sell it. It was okay at first. The company makes money. Make money in the stock market. He could try his luck along the ancient route if he has nothing to do. Although he finds nothing every time, what he enjoys is the process of finding treasures. He doesn't care whether he can find it or not. Just treat it as a trip to the sea. Pity. Millennium. The dot-com bubble burst. The crisis is sweeping the world. His stocks were decisively lost, and the company was not managed well. It gradually struggled and finally went bankrupt. Now, he has gone from being close to the ranks of billionaires to the company. He is now guarding a salvage ship that no one wants to know. There is no shortage of companies like him in the United States. When it was a global crisis again, no one would want his company. After missing the best-selling period, the ship will inevitably become obsolete, and the equipment will also be obsolete. In a vicious circle, no one will want this company. The most important thing is that this company is wholly owned by him, and there is no way to protect it from bankruptcy. The only option is to shut down the company and slow down the losses. Now, he received his first interested buyer in 2 years. This made Brownette, who had retired and planted flowers and grass at home, very happy, because the other party didn't seem to have any intention, but directly planned to buy it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made an offer on the spot on the phone. Arrive at the company location. It's overgrown with weeds, but there is still someone guarding it, a young black man. Otherwise, it may be dismantled and sold for scrap metal. He will ask people to maintain it regularly, but as long as the power and electronic equipment are concerned, the appearance of the ship has not been repainted. This is the ship. Used is marine steel. It was produced in 1990s, so how could it be corroded so quickly by wind and rain? Despite the rust on the surface, the layer of iron oxide on the outside is enough to withstand the erosion of the long years. Come to the place. He saw a black Volkswagen SUV parked at the gate. A middle-aged white man in a white suit stood there, flanked by 2 black bodyguards, looking majestic. Brownette hurried over. "Are you Brownie?" The white man looked at him calmly and asked first. Brownite felt the touch of nobility from the other party and quickly nodded with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Charon. I am Brownite, the owner of this shipping company. You offered to buy me before." The white man interrupted him. "Take me up to have a look. If it is suitable, I will buy it." Okay, sir, please." Although his speech was interrupted, Brownette was not angry. In the past, he also hated others who wasted his time by talking nonsense. The main show was so good. So what was the foreplay? This was exactly what he wanted. Let's talk about money. Brownie leads the way. Half an hour later, the 2 80-meter-long salvage boats were inspected from top to bottom. Brownette tried his best to introduce the advantages of this ship. That is, this thing can still move. If you don't believe it, try it. He wanted to sell it, but he was scared by this company, because unless he really needed it, no one would buy this kind of ship. Besides, if others have money, why not buy new and more advanced ones? Yes, the price will be according to what I said on the phone. The white man said calmly. "Mr. Charing, this price is a bit low." He was about to bargain, but when he said this, Brownette couldn't continue because he saw the other party's cold eyes, which were so scary. He was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. "I'm only willing to pay this price, not a penny more. If you agree, pay now. If you don't agree, you can only wait for them to be scrapped and refurbished." The white man said coldly, his eyes exuding a fascinating light, as if to pierce his heart. I agreed. Brownette wanted to take a gamble, but unfortunately, he was frightened by the look just now. $2 million. I've already lost money to my grandma's family, but it's better than selling scrap metal. Do you need crew members? Some of my previous crew members are not working yet. I can introduce them to you. No need. I know a salvage and diving equipment company that is high quality and low priced. No need. After Brownite sold the company, he was in a good mood and couldn't stop talking. But white people still don't have the smiling face of a collaborator, and Brownie keeps slandering him. He's really an unfriendly guy. Lawyers from both sides arrived, signed a contract. After the payment was made, the shipping company no longer belonged to Brownie. Seeing the huge balance in the account that he had not seen for a long time, Brownie wanted to cry. The ups and downs in life were so exciting. America is a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. This money, he decided not to listen to any stockbrokers or fund managers anymore, and he must hold on to it without any loss. These were his pension funds, and no one could touch them. As for what the white man in front of him was doing with this company, it had nothing to do with him. Even if it was smuggling, it had nothing to do with him. Mr. Charing, my home is not far from here. Are you interested in having a drink? Brownite invited enthusiastically. Not interested, the white man responded coldly. Brownette was speechless. After signing the contract, it seemed that the white man in front of him didn't even look at him. This was too aloof. He turned his back and refused to recognize anyone. Well, as long as he has money, it doesn't matter if he has a bad attitude. Well, I wish your business will get better and better. Goodbye, he said awkwardly and couldn't tell the truth from a lie. After Brownette drove away quickly with his lawyer. By the way, he also took away the black man who was guarding the door. He was an old friend of his, and he was quite old. He had nothing to do after he retired and wanted to find a place to live near the sea. Once Brownie left, the black man would not stay. After the three people left, the white man at the docks did not leave. Instead, he stood at the door without saying a word, like a wooden stake. Half an hour later, a Volkswagen Cross Country drove in. A young white man walked out. There is no dialogue. The four of them walked towards the boat. Arriving at the salvage ship's storage warehouse, the young white man took out a small ball and threw it on the ground. Soon, soldiers came out one by one, and a large amount of paint and renovation equipment were also transported out. The two ships were simply outdated, not dilapidated. If Tang Qing was bored, he might teleport to the ship to have fun. Therefore, the command room issued an order to renovate and paint the entire ship. Not only that, the entire ship's power and other electronic equipment will also need to be completely replaced. All are replaced with high-end goods produced in a laboratory. Anyway, even if you buy new ones, you will have to replace a lot of equipment. It is better to buy two older and cheaper ships. If Amal hadn't opened the ship equipment yet, Tang Qing would have planned to build it himself. The soldiers were busy in an orderly manner. The floors of all cabins were sprayed with a layer of light green insulating and anti-rust spray paint, and the walls were sprayed with silver-white metallic spray paint. Anyway, as long as it was visible, everything had to be repainted. Even the pipes were no exception. The main task this week is to renovate the interior of the cabin. Therefore, from the outside, the old ship is still an old ship. When all the work inside is completed, work on the outside will begin. A week later, all formalities completed. The equipment is installed and debugged well. We'll begin his treasure hunt. Tang Qing was a little depressed. Why was the satellite's perspective distance so small that it couldn't penetrate tens of meters of water and reach the seabed? Otherwise, there would be sunken ships in the world that he couldn't find. Germany, the capital city of Berlin. Horst finished his day's work and drove back home. Listening to the light music and watching the sunset, Horst felt lonely. He is a professor of history at the Free University of Berlin and the vice president of the Free University of Berlin. He has devoted his life to education, also dedicated to his own interests. Unfortunately, this effort cost him a lot. He is interested in treasures in history, thanks to his special status and strong professional foundation, and conditions, he has been working hard to find treasures that have disappeared in history in various European countries. And his wife is very supportive of him. Every time he has a clue, he will go and take a look in person. Sometimes his wife will follow him, but if he often walks by the river, there is no one who doesn't get his shoes wet. Unexpectedly, misfortune struck from the sky. 10 years ago, during an expedition, his wife died in a mountaineering accident. On a rainy day, the rocks on the mountain were slippery. One of them lost her footing and fell towards a sharp rock in front of her. No medicine or stone could cure her. Holding his wife lying in a pool of blood, Horst felt the gradually cooling body. He held her for a whole day and night, recalling his wife's gentle smile, their past acquaintance, wanting to change, getting married, and having children. He was filled with regret. Finally, dragging the limp body, Horst carried his wife down the mountain. Since then, Horst suffered from depression and never went out to look for so-called treasures again, because every time he went to the mountains or inaccessible places, he would miss his other wives. For this reason, his 2 children have always had a deep rift with him. Complaining was his selfishness and killed his mother. But I don't dare to go. It doesn't mean no more research. Being widowed, he started to study this aspect harder, as if possessed by a demon, because only in the crazy busyness and thinking could he feel that his existence was meaningful. These years, he kept searching and researching. There were many results. He found many key clues and deduced at least 3 high-probability treasure locations. Among them, the one that excited him the most was the clue about a hidden treasure. However, he no longer had any interest in discovering the treasure. Just enjoy the process of exploration and reasoning. Return home. It's getting a little dark already. Bang! Close the door. Without even looking, Horst turned on the light in the living room. But just turn around. Crack! There was a cold feeling on his forehead. This is a gun. Horst reacted immediately. Horst also saw the person coming clearly. A man in black clothes was pointing a gun at him. However, Horst had seen big scenes. He took a deep breath and calmed down the fear in his heart. If he dies, he may be able to meet his wife. Therefore, Horst was not afraid of the gun to his head. Hello, what's the matter? Horst put aside the dinner materials and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. He thought his attitude would surprise the other person, but unfortunately, the other person didn't even have any expression. Mr. Horst, I'd like to excuse you, but I have something to ask you. The man put down the gun in his hand, put it back in his arms, and at the same time took out an ID. Horst's eyes widened. German Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. It's a busy time when the soldiers are working to death. Tang Qing had finished a night of training, took a quick bath in the lake, changed into his pajamas, and appeared in the living room refreshed. It's early, but the soldiers had already prepared breakfast. Since the entire floor was purchased, even the original door was demolished and a door was built at the elevator exit. This seemed to make the space much larger after occupying the public area. For this transformation, the property manager didn't say anything after looking at it. Because the wall was built on beams and was made of lightweight materials, it did not affect the structural safety of the building. In order to prevent others from coming up, the door at the stairwell on this floor was also replaced with their own door. An electric door was rebuilt outside the elevator. If Tang Qing or the soldiers had not come up, even if the elevator door opened, this door would not open. Double insurance. Although you're not afraid of thieves, you still have to take safety measures. Wearing a nightgown, Tang Qing came to the kitchen with the sound of slippers, grabbed the breakfast on the table, and started eating. After eating breakfast for so long, Tang Qing became more and more fond of replacing pasta with fruits and other simple dishes. You will get tired of eating too many pastries. Drink the mixed juice in your mouth, and the complex taste stimulates the taste buds. This drink, which sounds strange to outsiders, is decomposed into the flavors of various fruits in front of Tang Qing's powerful taste buds. Don't have a taste. Soon, I felt that Lin Jiaxue was awake. Tang Qing hurriedly carried breakfast over, while replenishing energy, while consuming physical energy. It really tastes great if you try occasionally. 2006, January 1st, Sunday. The new year has arrived. According to Chinese tradition, the real new year is only after the Spring Festival. Last night's Fudan New Year's party ended. As expected, the piano and flute ensemble of Tang Qing, Lin Jiaxue and others, coupled with Zheng Rou's dancing skills, really amazed everyone. It elicited a standing ovation. It's just that men applaud beautiful women and women applaud handsome men. Sometimes this thing actually has nothing to do with talent. That's all. It's unreasonable. After the party, many people were asking about their situation. When they learned that the two were a couple, a heartbreaking sound was heard from the glass. New Year. The school is on holiday for 3 days. Tang Qing has no travel plans these days, because he had basically played around Shanghai before. When he first came here, he was taken around a lot by Shan Yi, and later he went around a lot with Iman. There was really nothing that attracted him, especially now that it's New Year's Day. Every attraction is crowded with people. This is not to see the scenic spots, that is to see the heads, which is boring. Early in the morning, Yun Xin pedaled her lady's bicycle as usual. When she arrived at Tang Qing's villa, she parked her bicycle at the door and walked in with a small bag on her back. She used to bring a drawing board, paper, and pen, but then at Tang Qing's strong request, she didn't need to bring anything because everything was ready-made here. Good morning, Mr. Tang. Yun Xin greeted with a polite smile. She used to be called Mr. Tang, but after calling her Tang Qing too much, Tang Qing felt more and more uncomfortable. Yun Xin was not her subordinate, so it was not appropriate to call her Xiao Tang. So, Mr. Tang became what Yun Xin called Tang Qing now. So long. She felt that she had already figured out Tang Qing's character. Young talent is enough to describe the young man in front of him with a net worth of billions. He and Lin Jiaxue are really talented and beautiful. This poetic marriage is the dream of all women. However, few people succeed. Hello, teacher Yun Xin. Jiaxue is already waiting for you in the studio. Tang Qing, who was reading company documents, raised his head and smiled. Okay, I will go up now. Yun Xin was hesitant to say this. Tang Qing noticed it immediately and asked doubtfully, What's wrong with teacher Yun Xin? Yun Xin didn't expect that Tang Qing was so observant and could find out his own thoughts after a pause. After thinking about it, he mustered up the courage and said, Mr. Tang, thank you for taking care of me during this period. I have made a lot of money, especially eating your precious food. My heart function has been greatly improved. Today, New Year's Day, our family wants to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. Dinner. Tang Qing laughed. It's just a meal. It's treated as if it's a big deal. Okay, no problem. Speaking of which, I still took advantage. You made it seem like I suffered a big loss, huh? Tang Qing agreed. There are free meals, so why not go? Although it is not as delicious as the food cooked by the soldiers, it is still the heart of the Yun family, especially since Yun Xin has eaten the food in the villa. If she refuses now, will it mean that she despises other people's food? That's great. I was afraid that you wouldn't look down on our humble meal. Thank you. Yun Xin breathed a sigh of relief. After eating the food cooked by the soldiers in Tang Qing's family, the difference was not small. She was afraid that Tang Qing would refuse. If Tang Qing hadn't asked her just now, she wouldn't have said anything. She could just go back and tell her father that Tang Qing had something to do. How come? You go teach Jiaxue first. We will definitely go there in the evening. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yun Xin responded happily and walked upstairs. Lin Jiaxue was already waiting for her at the door of the studio. Watching Yun Xin go upstairs, Tang Qing continued to look down at the report on the computer. The supervision reports of affiliated companies jointly issued by Sky I and the command room. The reports given by Sky I are from other companies, while the report given by the command room includes Sky I, and in general, everything is running well. But it's the end of the year. There are more things going on. Every company is very busy, summarizing, reporting, making plans, and applying for the amount of year-end bonuses at the end of the year, but Tang Qing does not need to worry about these. He only needs to sign the documents. At the end of the report, Tianyan applied to Tang Qing on behalf of each company for the time and venue of this year's company annual meeting. Tang Qing agreed after reading it once. Since there are too many companies under his umbrella, it is certainly impossible for him to go to every company for the annual meeting, as if rushing to a party. And without Tang Qing, the chairman, the significance of the annual meeting would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Tianyan applied to gather the annual meetings of all his companies together to make them lively and lively. The venue is set in Qingyan City. The reason is simple. Once we come to Tianyan, there is a ready-made auditorium. It is impossible to eat, but it is still no problem to hold meetings. Secondly, 3 of Tang Qing's holding companies are headquartered in Qingyan City, Tianyan, Shengtang, and Zhongyutui. Only Comet Film and Television is in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. As for the 2 foreign companies, there is no difference between coming to Qingyan City and going to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The time is on the 20th of this month. At that time, Tang Qing had also gone home for vacation. This annual meeting is naturally different from the last annual meeting of Shengtang Group. At this annual meeting, there are more than 1,500 people from Shengtang Group alone. There is no way. There are more than 600 designers at Shengtang Group headquarters, store managers, and branch employees from various places add up to hundreds, and there are hundreds more in the factories in the development zone. 1,500 people for a company with nearly 10,000 employees is not an exaggeration. It is just a general number. In the end, the number of people participating in the entire annual meeting exceeded 2,300. Tang Qing was actually shocked by this number. So many people. Is it necessary to have such a big battle? Money is not an issue. How much money can be spent on an annual meeting? Millions of RMB is the highest amount. Even if it is tens of millions of RMB, Tang Qing will not blink an eye. After such a long period of stimulation, it would take hundreds of millions of dollars to make him hesitate. Just do it like this. There's always a feeling of being a nouveau riche. However, when he thought of the word cohesion, Tang Qing no longer hesitated. Indeed, this was a bit flamboyant and inconsistent with his usual low-key style, but it was also a good way to enhance the company's cohesion. Meeting everyone will also facilitate future cooperation and exchanges. And the employee's joy also needs to be vented. Tang Qing wants to keep a low profile, but his employees don't necessarily think so. In addition to money, work also has recognition and pride that can bring them motivation. Tang Qing can keep a low profile externally, but internally, being low-key is not a good thing. Just after Tang Qing passed the application for the annual meeting, only 5 minutes, one email after another was sent to the presidents of various companies under Tang Qing. Looking at the content of the email, they forwarded it layer by layer and began to prepare the program. Although the organizer was Tianyan Group, they didn't even need to book air tickets, but the annual meeting had to have programs. 1 program per company. During the rest of the free time, Tianyan plans to hire celebrities and professional program, contracting companies to do it. Preparatory funds of 3 million. It's not easy to spend money these days. Just after the presidents of various companies under Tang Qing received this email about the annual meeting. Less than 10 minutes. Tang Qing's phone rang. Looking at the number, it turned out that it was Zheng Lin calling. He didn't know what was going on, so Tang Qing pressed the answer button. "Brother Zheng, what's the matter?" Tang Qing asked. Zheng Lin smiled and asked, "Xiao Tang, I just received an invitation email from Sky Eye. It said that the company's annual meeting will be held in Qingyan City on the 20th of this month, right?" As one of the directors of Comet Film and Television, he was naturally included in the notice, but he did not have the decision-making power like Tang Qing. "Yeah, what's the matter?" Tang Qing asked again. Do you need me to call some friends to support you?" Zheng Lin revealed his purpose. "Friends? What friends?" Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Zheng Lin had so many friends, from official circles, shopping malls, and entertainment circles. Basically, people like Zheng Lin had friends in many fields in China. Zheng Lin said matter-of-factly, "Of course I'm a celebrity friend. Although my family does not allow me to participate in the entertainment industry, it does not mean that I do not know some big-name celebrities, such as Jackie Chan and Andy Lau. Although I'm not guaranteed to invite them. After all, they were very busy years ago. But let's talk. If they don't have commercial activities, my face should be enough. It should be no problem to give a friendly price, or even free. Can such a big-name star do it for free? Are you kidding me? Or do you want to bully others? Tang Qing teased. Zheng Lin smiled helplessly. I am not a playboy who bullies others with power. These people have great influence in China. They know too many people, and I may not be able to suppress them, so I may need to borrow your tiger skin for use. Star, once it has broad influence, his second-generation reputation is not very easy to use. For example, veteran superstars such as Jackie Chan, who doesn't know that, whether at home or abroad, after so many years of accumulation, their network of relationships is really deep. Although Zheng Lin is not afraid of him, it is impossible for others to be afraid of him. Tiger skin? Can't your tiger skin be used? Tang Qing asked confused. Zheng Lin said with a smile, Metaphor, you may not know how much civilization, soul of the starry sky, shocked the industry. The situation of the entire film is no longer a secret. One word is passed down to 10, and it is passed down from 10 to 100. Coupled with the quality of Comet Film and Television's global trailers, many stars are interested in cooperating with Comet Film and Television. As long as they make a small commitment, it is not impossible to commercialize it for free. Is there such a good thing? Tang Qing said in surprise. Zheng Lin continued to explain. Of course, the bigger the stars, the more they pay attention to the word going global. They don't lack money, but they lack the pursuit of themselves and the pursuit of acting. Going abroad has also been the dream of our stars. Unfortunately, limited by quality, the results are very little. Of course, they have to charge high fees for commercial performances that want to consume their fame. But it's different to make friends with a film company with huge development potential. Although they are not qualified to see the sample of this film, it does not prevent others from promoting this film to the sky. Now domestic film companies and stars are eyeing this film. Once it reaches expectations, Xiaotang, I feel that the door of our Comet Film and Television will be broken in the future. Speaking of this, Zheng Lin felt a little proud. He felt that investing in Comet Film and Television was probably the project with the highest return on investment in his life, because with just this one movie, he felt that he could recoup his original investment. I'll do it if it's free. Tang Qing was not very interested in improving his performance at the annual meeting. Bringing a second-tier star and a Chinese-speaking superstar will not have a big effect on the cohesion within a company. The money spent on hiring a big star is far less practical than giving it to employees. It's not for external publicity. Only famous stars are needed for external publicity. Zheng Lin was speechless. Tang Qing's generosity and stinginess are simply two extremes. Very cute. Zheng Lin chuckled and said, Okay, I'll ask for you. I'll tell you after we get in touch. Do you have any celebrities you want to invite? Don't blame Zheng Lin for being so diligent. His active participation in the annual meeting is also a manifestation of his value. Well, no, I don't chase stars. You just have to take care of it. Don't have too many, just 3 or 5. Remember, don't buy anything that's not free. Tang Qing's attitude towards chasing stars has never changed. Tang Qing is interested in the stars who are active on the screen. As for privately, Tang Qing has no interest in having too many interactions with the stars, not even in getting to know them, so as not to think about the scene of everyone drinking, chatting, and getting close to each other when watching movie characters next time. We'll play tricks. When a movie comes out, I pay to watch it. When a record comes out, I spend money to buy it. That's enough. Cheapskate. Zheng Lin muttered and hung up the phone. Subsequently, he was thinking about who to invite. Inviting people this time is not just to join in the fun, but also for Zheng Lin's sake. Now that he is less famous, he has been the one who humiliated him in the past, but if he is more famous, he can count them all on 2 hands. Whether others have a schedule that day is still a problem. Take out your phone. Turned over. I saw a name and called it. Sister Fei, can I ask you a favor? Noon. After dinner. Yin Xin hurried back home. Today, New Year's Day, many parents are taking their children out to play. Naturally, she has no classes to attend. Riding her bicycle, Yin Xin does not feel the heaviness in her heart. This is a relaxation she has never felt before. Once home, she saw her mother working in the fields, and her father didn't take a day off either. He was still running a stall at the market in the town. He only came back after selling out the vegetables every day, and he usually brought his own lunch. "Mom, I'm back," she said. Xin put down the small bag. "When I came to the backyard, I rolled up my sleeves and went to help my mother. How's it going? What did Boss Tang say?" Xin's mother, Xin, asked hurriedly. Xin laughed playfully. "He agreed and will come to our house in the evening." Xin said quickly. "Then go to the market quickly and buy more vegetables. Does he have any taboos? I think I will buy more seafood and other things." As she said that, she was interrupted by Xin. "Mom," Mr. Tang said, "home-cooked food will do. We can cook whatever we are good at." Their family never lacks seafood and precious ingredients. They specifically asked me to make some home-cooked food, as long as it is simple and large. Mr. Tang has a large appetite. Xin has already seen Tang Qing's appetite, which is unfathomable. How can that be done? It's not easy for others to come to the house. Xin said hesitantly. Xin smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. He hasn't eaten anything delicious. I've been eating at his house for so long, and I haven't seen any trace of home-cooked food. I guess he really wants to eat some ordinary food. Then, well, you can arrange it. Your cooking skills are better than your mother's." Xin had no choice but to agree and gave the task to Xin. Xin was a hard-working person, and she would do it. Xin was better than someone who was good at cooking. "Okay," Xin agreed. "Then go quickly and buy fresh vegetables early." Xin dodged the small shovel in her daughter's hand. "Oh, I'll go out first," Xin said as she patted the mud on her hands. "Be careful on the road," Xin warned. "Okay." After saying that, Xin pedaled on her bicycle. "Ride towards the nearby vegetable market. Only 10 minutes. Braving the slightly cold wind, I came to the vegetable market in the town. From a distance, she saw her father, Yinhai, enthusiastically selling his own vegetables like an ordinary hawker in the cold wind. In a daze, Xin thought of her father's talents and trembling hands. He couldn't help but sigh and walked over. The past is like smoke. It's okay to reminisce, but you can't get stuck in it. This is what her father taught her. After sending away a wave of customers, there are only a few chili peppers and some homemade bean sprouts left in the tricycle. If a few more customers come, they will probably be sold out and then go home. "Dad," Xin walked closer. Yinhai raised his head and saw his daughter. A smile appeared on his face that had been eroded by time. Although his hands were disabled, he had a daughter who could live up to his expectations. Although he was just a cram school teacher now, it made him very happy. Woman. In the Chinese painting world, the proportion is very low. At first, I wanted Xin to inherit his legacy, but unfortunately his hands are disabled, let alone the legacy, and he couldn't even teach him. So, Xin specialized in realistic painting and put aside traditional Chinese painting. What worries Yinhai and his wife the most is not Yinxin's achievements, but her safety. Congenital heart disease is really very easy to kill, and it must be kept on medication. He also knows the recent changes in his daughter. Even if Xin doesn't tell her, the test report is not fake. If he could get better by taking medicine, then he would be a ghost. This treat is to thank Tang Qing. Regardless of whether it is related to Tang Qing or not, Tang Qing's income has greatly increased during this period, even accounting for half of Xin's income. At the same time, he also wanted to meet Tang Qing, a genius to the level of a monster. Did he agree? Yunhai's eyes lit up. Every day, when he looked at the paintings Tang Qing gave to his daughter, he felt the urge to worship them. Unfortunately, his hands were disabled, and he couldn't even imitate them, so he could only look at them. Xin nodded and smiled. "Well, come to our house tonight. I'm going to buy some specialties now." "Okay, hurry up. Forget it, I won't sell these dishes." "I'll go with you," Yinhai said, and covered the remaining dishes with a cloth. Father and daughter. One is pushing a bicycle. One is pushing a tricycle. When choosing at the vegetable market, considering Tang Qing's requirements for ingredients, Of course, they bought them specially. It took a full hour to buy all they needed. Yun Xin pedaled a tricycle, carrying her father Yun Hai and her bicycle, and rode towards home. Just as the father and daughter were talking and laughing on their way home. In the villa, Tang Qing answered Zheng Lin's call dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Zheng Lin was quite interested in this annual meeting, but within a few hours he identified two guests. One was a princess from a music industry, and the other was Lu Dehua, the king of Chinese film and television singing stars. Both agreed to appear for free. All you need to do is arrange food, accommodation, and transportation expenses with Tianyin Group. The clothing was provided by the Sheng Tang Group. It was not a business performance anyway. It was just an annual meeting. It didn't matter what you wore, and outsiders couldn't see it. How about it? It's interesting. I had to wait a long time to get them to agree. I was lucky. Both of them were free that day. Jackie Chan and F.A. didn't have time. I'll think about the deception again and invite two frontline people to come. Zheng Lin almost spilled the beans. That's right. He had tricked these two people into coming here with his persuasion. By the way, I actually borrowed Tang Qing's tiger skin for use. It stands to reason that the princess does not need to give face to Tang Qing at all, because Comet Film and Television is not a record company and has nothing to do with music. However, Zheng Lin knows her well and is quite familiar with her. I heard that it is a company that Zheng Lin invests in and has a shareholding in. The princess thought about it and agreed. The most important thing is that Zheng Lin also briefly revealed the relationship between Tang Kai and Tang Qing. When she heard that they were fruit wine dealers and controlled the fruit wine that is currently popular around the world, the princess's eyes lit up. Fruit wine has largely become a myth these days. Its effects in reducing fatigue, maintaining health, and detoxifying have long been known to the world, and it has become a hard currency. However, due to limited production, no matter how rich you are, you have to be sparing when drinking. Because it is not easy to buy, there are no orders this year. I can get to know Tang Qing. By the way, I sold a favor to Zheng Lin. It seems that he still made money, and so did Lu Dehua, but it was Zheng Lin and the princess who fooled together. He was originally resting that day, but when he was stimulated by Tang Qing's tiger skin, he also loved wine, and he immediately agreed. Yes, Brother Zheng deserves a lot of credit. Tell me, what do I have to pay? Tang Qing asked. Hey, it's nothing. Just give them some fruit wine. You know it's the end of the year, and everyone has the need to give gifts and entertain guests. Unfortunately, the production of fruit wine is limited, so you can just drink it in boxes at home. Zheng Lin explained. When Tang Qing heard that it was so simple, of course he had no objection. Just some water, night. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue came to Yun Xian's home as promised. In order to welcome their arrival, the house was cleaned cleanly, and even the tableware was bought brand new. There was no way, through Yun Xian, they could roughly estimate Tang Qing's worth, which was in hundreds of millions, and they did not dare to neglect it. The table was covered with a floral plastic sheet. After introducing Yun Hai and He Sushin at the door, Yun Xian led the way and led Tang Qing into the living room. Mr. Tang, this is my home. It's a bit simple. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. It's similar to the house in our hometown. There's nothing shabby or simple. The important thing is to have a home and family. That's enough. Tang Qing found that he was getting better and better at filling chicken soup while standing and talking without back pain. But just someone agrees. For example, the Yun family in front of them thought that Tang Qing's consciousness was so high that he could say such connotative words. At this time, the dishes are ready. When they got to the table, they knew that Tang Qing had a big appetite and the dishes on the table were all home-cooked dishes in large portions. Yun Xian poured a glass of the fruit wine that Tang Qing brought over one by one. She rarely surfed the internet and studied painting skills when she went home. She didn't know the price of this wine, but it was definitely not cheap. Yun Hai is indeed a painter who has been brilliant in the past. He knows how to treat people and talk about the wine table with ease. Although he is a bit unfamiliar, he has the demeanor of a veteran at the wine table. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tang Qing kept eating. It has to be said that Yun Xian's cooking skills are beyond praise. Although the ingredients are limited, the taste is really good. Tang Qing is full of praise. Seeing that Tang Qing likes it, the Yun family is relieved. They are afraid that Tang Qing will not be used to the taste. Looking at Yunhai picking up vegetables, his hand was shaking a little. Tang Qing suddenly felt something in his heart. He recalled that he had originally asked Comet Film and Television to develop the project Chinese Craftsmanship. The original purpose was to create a series of films that featured the quintessence of Chinese traditional culture, so as to show China's traditional culture to the world. After the project was established, Comet Film and Television certainly attached great importance to it and began to continuously collect relevant information, striving to create an unsurpassed masterpiece. At present, the relevant information is sufficient, but there are many problems in the script. There was a disagreement within Comet Films over whether it would be a drama or a feature film. This is one of them. There was also considerable controversy within the two film genres. It's just a word anyway. Tangled. This has led to the delay in finalizing the first film of Chinese Craftsmanship. To this day, Comet Pictures is still struggling internally. Tang Qing actually read their report, and it has to be said that he is also struggling. Sometimes, it's not just that you have a good idea and you can express it. The gap between thinking and doing it is much wider than you imagine. Creativity, innovation, if it stays in the blueprint, no matter how beautiful the description is, it will be useless. Tang Qing remembered it now. Isn't the sea of clouds a good material? There is conflict, plot, research, and points of interest. If the story of Yunhai is slightly modified, wouldn't it be a very good film? But how to do it requires careful thinking. Don't let people feel that they're consuming the audience's sympathy and taking the main point astray. After dinner, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue said goodbye. During the dinner, Tang Qing didn't ask what happened to Yunhai's hand. Wasn't he trying to uncover someone's scar? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Yunhai's situation had basically been investigated and cleared by the control room. When the time comes, let the screenwriter think about it and restore it. Door. Only after watching the car disappear into the distance did Yunhai's family look back. Yunhai sighed with a look on his face. He looks evil, but he is neither arrogant nor impetuous. How can there be such a person in the world? It's a pity that Mr. Tang is not a traditional Chinese painter. Otherwise, he will be recorded in the history of Chinese traditional painting. Don't be a literary person. You're just a vegetable seller now. Besides, how do you know that others can't do traditional Chinese painting? Don't underestimate them. He Su-Shin said angrily from the side. Yunhai turned around and smiled. Hey, that's right. Mr. Tang is too mysterious. You said that I am literary. You were not attracted by my literary talent back then. Even if I am a vegetable seller, I am still a vegetable seller. Smell, let's go, my daughter. Let's wash the dishes. He Su-Shin gave her husband a roll of her eyes, turned, and walked into the house. Here we come. Yin Xin followed with a smile. Just as Tang Qing said, the most important thing is that the family is together, in harmony, and safe. The bad guys did not take away his father's life, and God did not take away his own life. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? A week later, after not a heated discussion, the project for the first part of Chinese Skills has been decided, and that is Chinese painting. The plot format was decided by Tang Qing, and the rest was left. The only thing left is to leave it to the screenwriter. If it's quick, the script can be released before the year, and filming can start after the year. As for the release, in the spirit of excellence, there is no guarantee. Maybe if you are not satisfied with the result, you will take another photo. This project, Tang Qing is not in a hurry to produce results. He just takes his time, since there is still a long time anyway.